Everyone has imagined at least once what it would be like to have another version of themselves doing everything in their place, working, studying, exercising, and even making money while they just relax. Sang-woon had thought about that many times too. In fact, he almost had that kind of life, and even though he still has not achieved exactly what he wanted, he has not given up on the idea. Instead, he started working harder than anyone else to achieve an extremely peaceful life in the future. It might sound ridiculous for someone to work so hard just to live quietly later, but deep down, everyone does that. For him, killing monsters is just part of the path, and he is not alone in this, because the ability he awakened is cloning. It all started when he was thinking about how he needed to work, study, eat, and deal with a bunch of things at the same time. In the end, he just wanted to play, travel, hang out with friends, and maybe even date. One day he truly wondered why people could only do one thing at a time. He always thought it would be amazing to have two bodies. While some people on the street were arguing about awakened abilities, Sang-woon, a high school student from Supernormal National University, just wanted to go home as soon as possible. He really wished he had two bodies. But at that moment he was only there to listen to the speech of the Rank A hunter Park Won-tae, who introduced himself as the person in charge of the 10th National Awakened Program. This program existed because people exposed to mana eventually awaken sooner or later, so the government decided to force this process inside safe portals to prevent accidents. Won-tae explained that everyone hoped the awakening would happen safely, and announced the immediate start with Group 1. After waiting for quite a while, it was finally Sang-woon's turn. He was number 7 in Group 37. His identification was completed, so he handed over all electronic devices and entered the portal full of fear. Inside, he was officially identified as user Jong Sang-woon. With authentication and registration completed, after crossing the portal and feeling a slight headache, he appeared inside a bunker. He realized he was not the only one feeling unwell from the trip. Some people were nauseous, while others had already started awakening their abilities. A girl summoned a fire phoenix, and as soon as she used her power, several guild scouts appeared offering cards that caught Sang-woon's attention, and he thought joining a guild must be interesting. Soon after, a staff member approached him asking how he was doing and whether he had already confirmed his abilities. Sang-woon opened his status window, and the first thing he noticed was that his attributes were terrible. All of them were below 1, with broken numbers. However, he had a skill called cloning. He could summon an identical replica of himself, and the number of summons would increase as he leveled up. At the moment, he could only summon one clone for up to 1 hour, with a cooldown of 24 hours. He also had a permanent enhancement that increased the clone's mirroring rate, currently at 50%. He wondered if that was useful for anything beyond everyday tasks. The staff member commented that unless someone was already very talented, most people started with similar stats. There was no reason to be discouraged. When Sang-woon mentioned that his ability was cloning, the man showed surprise. He said he had heard of a phantom clone technique in the past, but it was useless because the ghosts could not interact with the physical plane. Sang-woon thought that in his case, the clone was not a ghost. The staff member said that in any case, it was better than awakening nothing, and that if he demonstrated the ability to guilds, he might receive some offers. Meanwhile, another awakened individual drew attention by manifesting stone armor, attracting even more scouts. That made Sang-woon feel a bit pressured. He preferred to leave and asked where the exit inspection was. He went through a screening capsule, where a doctor confirmed that he was indeed an awakened with a cloning technique, and that there was a 73% chance of him having one or more additional abilities in the future. The confirmation was completed, and he received an official awakened certificate, sent directly to his bracelet. Later on the bus ride home while analyzing the bracelet, Sang-woon commented to himself that everything had been faster than he expected. He still did not know how it would be to use the ability in practice. When he arrived home, he found his various online game accounts open, farming automatically. When he checked the main one, he saw that he had not obtained the item he wanted. He thought the game was becoming less popular, and that the market value was dropping. Maybe it would be better to look for another game, and create a new macro to make money. He needed to pay rent, school tuition, and other bills, and that was driving his mind crazy. He would probably have to start handing out resumes. Then suddenly, he remembered the cloning technique. He decided that at least once he would test the ability. Sang-woon focused, felt mana spreading through his body like smoke, and in front of him appeared an identical clone, completely naked. At that moment he confirmed that it was really a clone, and was so surprised that he asked if he could touch it. The clone answered yes, calling him master, which made everything even stranger. When he touched it, he realized it was not an illusion or a ghost. It was a real physical body. Without wasting time, he dressed the clone and began testing. He discovered that the clone could hear his thoughts and obey mental orders without him needing to say anything. He told the clone to do 1,000 squats. After a while, the clone became exhausted, and Sang-woon concluded that its stamina was the same as his, meaning that if someone completely sedentary, in the middle of the test, his phone rang and distracted him, making him forget that the clone was still exercising on its own. It was a friend asking what ability he had gotten. The friend said he had awakened 2 abilities, and asked if Sang-woon had ended up with a bad one. He replied that technically yes. The friend joked that he might have gotten a lazy ability, one that would let him lie down all day, and said he needed to be more active. Sang-woon just thought his friend was way too annoying. Suddenly a system window appeared, informing him that his stamina had increased by 0.001. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the jumper George Lucas, holder of the Flash ability, an S-class ranker from America, and leader of the Illuminati group, the first person person to complete the Odin Tower dungeon, was in his main building worried about another matter. His secretary commented that, according to the latest data, for every 300 million people, about 80% were awakening. George asked how long it would take to reach 100%. She replied that, based on the current pace of the Awaken program, maybe 5 years. He reflected that 5 years was not that long. A few days later, Sangwon was running in the park. Some men who always passed by commented that the kid showed up every day running in a jacket, as if he wanted to die from the heat. When an elderly woman approached to offer water, he simply thanked her from a distance and kept running. At home, when he weighed himself, he saw he was at 78 kilos. He realized that even eating more than before, he had lost around 20 kilos just that month. He barely trained personally, but his body kept getting more defined every day. He also seemed taller. Messages of attribute increases kept appearing, showing gains in stamina, reflex, and agility. He concluded that it was really true that the ability someone received matched their personality. Over time, he organized what he had learned about the clones. First, the clone's pain and exhaustion did not affect him directly. Second, if the clone exceeded its limit and got damaged, it would simply disappear. Third, whenever the original body changed, the clone immediately copied the new appearance. Fourth, he could give mental orders even from far away. And fifth, a clone could not use cloning. If it could, it would be possible to create infinite clones, which was clearly impossible. Curious, Sangwon searched the Awakened wiki about stats. He discovered that level 1 was the maximum limit of a non-awakened person. There were normal and special stats, but most people only had part of the normal ones. Regeneration, resistance, vitality, and mentality were examples of special stats, and almost no one knew how to unlock them. Normally, with basic training, it was very hard to increase even 0.001 per day, but he could, because the clone trained without rest and always pushed the body to the limit. That was why his attributes were rising so fast. If he trained together with the clone, he could reach dozens of points over time. Excited, he saw a gym flyer and looked at his computer screen, deciding that he would be the head and the clones would be his limbs. However, when he checked the bills he had to pay, he realized he had nothing left. He was spending too much on food. He needed to get a part-time job. He started searching online for something simple to apply for. At first, he would have to do it personally, because the clone could not perform complex tasks that he himself had never done before. That was when he found a job opening at the Wukong Logistics Center for sorting and unloading packages. The shift was from 7 at night to 4 in the morning, from Monday to Saturday. He thought it was perfect. He called immediately, said he saw the ad on the website, and that he could start right away. The person on the other end of the line asked if he could start that very same day. Sangwon replied yes, that he was available. They told him to show up at the logistics center at 6:30 in the evening. After hanging up, he wondered if the place was that desperate for workers. Later, he went to the logistics center accompanied by the clone, which was somewhat disguised. He thought about saying they were twin brothers, but figured it might cause problems. He gave some mental instructions to the clone, and noticed that the building was much bigger than he had imagined. A man showed up asking if he was Sangwon and what he was doing there. He asked if the man was Mr. Deokchil. They confirmed each other's identities, and Sangwon explained that he had come with a friend to work. Deokchil commented that he almost did not recognize him because he had lost a lot of weight. Then he pointed toward the office, so they could stop there first. Sangwon thanked him, but he was visibly nervous. When Deokchil left, he mentally asked the clone if everything was okay. The clone replied that it was Meish. He took a deep breath and thought that now he was an awakened, so he needed to act with more confidence. He planned to finish the shift quickly and go back home to eat some instant noodles. But reality turned out very different. A few hours later, he was completely exhausted. He had been arrogant to underestimate the job. The packages seemed endless. Meanwhile, the other workers carried on as if it were nothing unusual. Sangwon even wondered if those guys had some kind of special ability, but he realized they did not. It was just habit and endurance built over time. Deokchil himself worked calmly. Meanwhile, Sangwon's clone was doing better than everyone else. He started to think that maybe he did not even need to be there, since the clone could handle everything on its own. During the break, he was completely worn out. Deokchil approached and said he needed to drink something, also offering him some food. Sangwon thanked him. Deokchil handed a can to the clone and asked his name. The clone gave a fake name. Then Deokchil commented that it seemed like Sangwon was a university student, and that it must be his first time doing heavy labor like that. He confirmed that it was indeed very tiring. Deokchil said that even so, the two of them had courage, because most beginners quit quickly. Sangwon thought that if it were not for his nearly empty bank account, he would have run away too. The conversation continued, and Deokchil asked which university he attended. Sangwon replied that he studied at Dongbuk, and that it was nothing special. Deokchil said he did not need to be modest, because he would be happy if his own daughter could get into a university like that. Sangwon commented that he was not such a good student, and that he got in through some special admissions. Deokchil then asked if he would be interested in another part-time job. Instead of wearing himself out there, he could tutor his daughter. Sangwon was surprised. Him, a tutor. But when when he remembered the bills and his negative balance, he started to seriously consider it. He asked if he would have to teach all subjects. Deokchil admitted, a bit embarrassed, that his daughter was not very good at studying. The payment would be 50,000 per session, 2 hours, once a week. Sang-woon quickly calculated and realized that for the time invested, it was a good deal. He accepted. Deokchil said he would talk to his daughter after the shift and send a message with the details. Alone, Sang-woon hoped it would work out. Soon after, he received another system notification informing him that his stamina and physical resistance had increased because of the heavy work. He had gotten a job, actually 2, and was still improving his stats. When he went to grab the food he had received, he realized that the clone had already eaten everything. The clone had simply stuffed everything into its mouth and swallowed it in one go. Sang-woon was outraged when he realized there was nothing left for him. The next morning, he was completely wrecked. He decided that from then on, he would use the clone to take over part-time jobs whenever possible. Clone number 1 kept training and working hard, but he ordered it to return home. He thought about making it disappear to summon it again, but the clothes would be left on the floor, so he decided to wait. He ate first, and shortly after, the clone returned. Sang-woon ordered it to take a shower and change clothes. With the clone already cleaned up, he decided to test something else. He took a needle and pricked the clone's finger. A drop of blood came out, but the clone did not react. Sang-woon asked if it hurt and apologized mentally. He was doing that because he wanted to find out if he could unlock the regeneration stat. The path to unlocking the regeneration stat was still uncertain. One of the theories said that a person needed to injure their own body, let the wound heal naturally without any external help, and repeat the process countless times until the attribute awakened. Sang-woon thought that maybe he would start to see some sign if he did that for a month, but it was frightening to cause a serious injury on purpose, so for now he decided to stick with small pricks on the clone's finger. After that, he gave new mental orders. The clone should eat instant noodles whenever it felt hungry, train a lot, and when it went to work, take his phone to answer any calls. Later, Sang-woon was on his way to the gym when he ran into an acquaintance, Gyeongdo. His friend was shocked by how much weight he had lost. Sang-woon replied that he had been training over the past few days. Gyeongdo said he needed to start working out too, and asked if all of that was already muscle. He wanted to know the name of the gym. Sang-woon mentioned one called Steel Body. Gyeongdo said he had heard of it, that the facilities were nice, and decided to go with him. When they arrived, the receptionist was having lunch and apologized for the delay. He introduced the Steel Body gym and explained that they had a promotion of 3 months for 160,000. Sang-woon thought it was reasonable and asked if he could get guidance on proper form with the machines. The trainer said it was not difficult and started helping him. Since it was his first time, he had some difficulty, but nothing unusual. The trainer commented that he had good posture on the incline bench press. What really caught everyone's attention was Gyeongdo, who started lifting heavy weights while shouting like a wild boar. He let the plates slam and was completely pumped up. The trainer said it looked like he had been training for a long time. Gyeongdo replied that it was his first time. The trainer then asked if his strength had increased after awakening and what his strength stat was. He answered that it was around 2.1. The trainer praised him, saying it was excellent and that his vitality must also be high. Sang-woon concluded that his friend had awakened a significant strength attribute. If someone with a 2.1 stat was already like that, he did not even want to imagine the level of elite hunters. There was a reason everyone only talked about hunters. In the middle of the workout, Sang-woon received a call from Deokchil, asking if he was doing well. The topic was the tutoring for his wife and daughter. Deokchil asked if he had time at that moment to stop by their place. Sang-woon replied yes sir, he could go later to the apartment. Meanwhile, he noticed that Gyeongdo had not signed up. His friend said it was better not to train there to avoid causing envy. Sang-woon mentally thought that was a lie, and that he just did not want to train in a place without women. Either way, he thought it was better like that, because he would not have acquaintances at the gym, and could send the clone to train in his place. As he approached Deokchil's apartment, he heard an argument from inside. The daughter was complaining that her father had decided everything on his own, and that the tutor was already on the way. Deokchil replied that he needed to go to work, and that if she did not like it, she could say it in person. The moment the door opened, the girl came face to face with Sang-woon. She was completely confused. Right after that, Deokchil apologized for almost bumping into him, and his wife appeared asking if he was really Sang-woon, because he had lost so much weight that she almost did not recognize him. He replied that he had been training a lot, and asked if that was Miss Haeon. She immediately blushed. Sang-woon introduced himself formally, and said he would be her tutor starting that day. He mentioned that he had heard she wanted to get into the same university as him. The parents watched their daughter's reaction. Haeon seemed embarrassed, probably because he had heard the argument. Sang-woon asked what year she was in, and requested to see her grades. When he reviewed the report, he realized it was not as bad as he had imagined, but she was always right on the edge of failing. She became even more embarrassed while her parents watched. At that moment, Deokchil quietly grabbed his jacket and said he needed to go to work, thanking him before leaving. His wife called him a traitor for leaving her alone in that situation. Noticing that Haeon was discouraged, Sang-woon said it was okay. He himself had not been an exemplary student and still managed to get into university. He said that if she did her best, everything would work out. They decided to start classes from that day on, twice a week. After the first session, Sang-woon thought there was still a long way to go. She had clear difficulties, but she also seemed genuinely interested in improving. That was what mattered in the end. When Sang-woon got home, he was alone, because clone number 1 had gone to work the night shift. For now, he had given the clone a phone to answer calls, but he started thinking that if in the future he had several active clones, giving a device to each one would be complicated and expensive. Later, he logged into Hunter Web to search for abilities similar to his and try to better understand how he could evolve. He found a highly recommended article for summoning users. It talked about familiar abilities and the sharing of senses with pets or summoned creatures. According to the text, the senses could be completely shared between the user and the creature, including vision. It was considered extremely useful for sending a summon alone and gaining experience without needing to move. The problem was the price. The familiar ability cost 100 million. Right below it there was a telepathic ability scroll that allowed the user to send thoughts directly to a specific person within range. The price was even more absurd. 400 million. Sang-woon stared at those numbers and thought that if he had that kind of money, he would buy a house instead of an ability. It would take forever to gather that amount. He concluded that high-level hunters must really make a lot of money. His balance barely reached 33,000. Discouraged, he simply threw himself onto the bed. He started to wonder if he should try to become a real hunter. He saw several news stories about millionaire hunters buying houses and luxury cars. His ability was too good to be limited to manual labor at a logistics center. He decided that he needed to at least try. He put on his jacket and chose to give the hunter life a chance. At that moment, he received a system notification informing him that the vitality attribute had been unlocked. While heading to the association, he recalled the online classes he had watched about the history of the world. In the year 2000, portals began appearing simultaneously across the planet, releasing monsters. The event became known as the Great Disaster, and more than half of the world population died. It seemed like humanity would be wiped out. However, at the same time, superhumans with special abilities began to appear. With these awakened individuals on the front lines, humanity managed to resist and win the initial war. Now in 2023, the people who hunted the remaining monsters were called hunters. He was watching a basic video lesson on how to become a hunter while walking. If he passed the exam, he would receive a nationally recognized license, allowing him to kill monsters legally. He took off his earphones when he arrived at the Hunter Association. He felt that after unlocking vitality, his body seemed lighter and more resilient. When he entered, he was impressed. There were melee weapon shops, firearm shops, equipment, and people everywhere. It looked like a gigantic mall focused entirely on hunters. An attendant announced that the test taking place on basement level 1 would end in 20 minutes. Sang-woon felt his nerves rising, but still headed there. When he entered the room, he saw a large group of people gathered, some staring at the door and others laughing quietly. The atmosphere was intimidating. Shortly after, the exam inspector introduced himself as Han Myongwon, a C-class hunter responsible for the licensing test. He explained that the exam would be divided into 3 parts: a written test, a practical test, and an aptitude test. Anyone caught cheating would be immediately disqualified and would not be allowed to retake the exam that year. In addition, the association never forgot cheaters. The atmosphere became heavy instantly. Even Sang-woon felt the pressure increase. Manhwa then announced that the test would begin right away. Later, Kang Junmo from the JM agency was genuinely worried about the situation of his agency and the results that kept getting worse. As he walked toward the location of the rookie test, he thought that money simply was not coming in, but expenses kept appearing from all sides. He muttered to himself that it was almost time for the test to end, and tried to cheer himself up with the possibility of recruiting someone promising. When the test finally ended, Sang-woon received an F-class approval. He wondered what that actually meant, because everyone said it was easy, and in his mind it felt something like getting a driver's license. The questions on the written test were simple. It was enough to memorize some basic information. They gave some time to practice the shooting test, and the target was very close, so there was not much difficulty. As for the aptitude test, it felt more like a morality test than anything else. During the evaluation, Myongwon asked if he had ever thought about shooting a person. Sang-woon replied that of course not, and right after that the evaluator ended the conversation and called the next candidate. That made him think that the job of a hunter, in the end, was about risking one's own life and using weapons, almost as if the government wanted them to do exactly that. Even so, he decided not to think too much about it. When he left the building, several agents were outside handing out business cards to those who had just passed. By coincidence, he ended up picking the card from JM agency. The man who approached introduced himself as Kang Junmo and explained that whenever he needed to buy any items or look for a monster to hunt, he could contact him. Sang-woon thanked him, and at that moment realized that his cloning skill had reached level 2. Excited about it, he ran off, leaving Junmo behind and saying he would get in touch another time. Junmo just asked him not to forget. Back home, Sang-woon thought that cloning was, without a doubt, the best possible ability. He summoned his second clone and commented that he was eager to put it to work. Then he looked again at the JM agency card and kept the information. Meanwhile, Junsmo had already handed out most of his cards and could only hope that someone would actually call. He remembered the official Hwasong Guild building and a recent conversation about item prices. One of the members had said that it was enough to set the price according to the official list. Junmo questioned whether troll blood was really being sold for 2.4 million, because in his mind it should be worth at least 5 million. The other man asked how long long he had been part of Ha-song, and commented that he needed to be more perceptive. He said that following rules was important, but business required results, and that he needed to stop acting only like a servant of justice. Junmo thought that if he had known it would be this difficult, he would have kept quiet, until he finally received a call. It was Sang-woon, setting up a meeting. Later at a cafe, Junmo sat down and apologized for being late, but the other replied that he had also just arrived. They ordered something to drink, and the agent asked if he would like to go to a safe hunting location, suitable even for a beginner. He also wanted to know what his ability was exactly. Sang-woon replied that it was cloning. Junmo remembered that he had heard about it before, and associated it with something like creating illusions. He thought that a beginner without strong physical ability might not be very useful. While he was thinking about it, Sang-woon drank an entire hot coffee in one go, as if it were nothing. The agent then handed over the contract for him to read, and began explaining the options. The first recommended location was the slime hunting ground. They were not aggressive or very dangerous creatures, but when they died, they released a poisonous gas, so it was mandatory to wear masks and protective suits, which were not very practical to put on. Sang-woon replied that this would not be a problem. The second location was the horned rabbit area. It was possible to hunt there for a long time, but since they were difficult to catch, it was not possible to get many at once. Even so, there was a safety barrier, and it was considered one of the safest places for beginners. There were also even lower-class monsters, such as giant rats, but those two were the only locations Junmo could truly guarantee as safe. Sang-woon said he found it interesting, and also liked the sale rate offered in the contract. He stated that he wanted to continue with the agreement. Junmo, a little confused, asked if he meant that he liked both locations, and explained that he would need to choose only one. Sang-woon replied that he did not need to choose. At that moment, the hand of one of his clones appeared, and stamped the contract, making it clear that when he said he liked both places, it meant he would hunt in both at the same time. Seeing that, Junmo immediately remembered the hunter with a cloning ability he had interviewed in the past. When that hunter showed that he really knew how to use the ability, he created several clones at once. All of them drew their swords and advanced toward the main body, but nothing happened. The hunter himself explained that those were only illusions. They could even touch things, but they did not deal real damage. Even so, it was a perfect ability to attract the attention of monsters and serve as a distraction. Junmo said that he had already seen enough at that time. In the present, Junmo remembered that cloning ability as something purely illusory, but now the situation was different. He stared at the clone that had checked the contract, and even drunk coffee. That did not look like a simple illusion. He began to wonder what exactly was happening, and even questioned whether they were twins. Sang-woon replied that it was reasonable to think that, but explained that the man sitting there was in fact his clone. He said that people might confuse his ability with someone else's, but that clone was real, made of flesh and blood. There was even another one, who at that moment was at the gym. Surprised, Junmo asked if they could build muscle. Sang-woon confirmed that they could, and explained that if the clone became stronger, he would also become stronger. The agent was impressed, and realized that this was not a common ability for a simple F-rank hunter. There was great potential there. Returning to the topic of hunting grounds, Sang-woon asked if there would be any problem if the same person entered different places at the same time. Junmo explained that it could be complicated because of the entry records, but said he could talk to the association to adjust that. However, it would be necessary to scan the identification bracelet and perform a demonstration of the ability for verification. Sang-woon agreed, only mentioning that he would not be able to use the ability until the following night. Junmo then suggested that they meet at the Hunter Center 2 days later. When he was about to talk about the contract, Sang-woon reminded him that he had already stamped it. The two stood up, shook hands, and officially confirmed their cooperation. 2 days later, at the Hunter Association, Junmo arrived early and commented that he had also come quickly because of their case, since he did not want to make them wait. They went straight to the reception, where an attendant asked if he was requesting dual access to the hunting ground. Sang-woon explained that yes, his ability was cloning, but that he only had one identification bracelet. The attendant replied that he understood and mentioned that he was the first, since Jumper, to request that kind of permission. That Jumper was known for teleporting from portal to portal, something completely out of the ordinary. Sang-woon realized that this kind of request was indeed very unusual. After some time, the permission request was already in progress. He would need to go through the civil service office, the equipment room, and then process the documents to carry out the authorization test in the ability demonstration room. He thought it was too much paperwork. Junmo said he would take care of the documents for him, and asked him to go straight to the demonstration room while he handled the rest. When it was time to demonstrate the ability, when Sang-woon summoned his clone, it appeared completely naked. Both he and the doctor who was evaluating him felt embarrassed by the situation. Later in the equipment room, the engineer prepared a second identification bracelet and informed them that the request had been completed. Now the clones could enter the hunting grounds by scanning their own fingerprints. Considering the characteristics of the cloning ability, simultaneous entries and exits would be possible, and wherever the original entered, the clones could also enter. The engineer commented that as far as he knew, it was something unprecedented and extremely interesting. Sang-woon noticed that the engineer was acting a bit too strangely around the clone, so he decided to leave. He went to Jinmo to inform him that the authorization was complete and that all preparations were ready. Jinmo confirmed and asked if he was already heading to the hunting ground. Sang-woon replied that he was, since his schedule was free that day. The agent then asked why he was hiding the clone with a mask. He explained that many people were interested in him, and that was true. true. One of the people watching him was the master of the Hisung Guild, Shin Hisung, who noticed that it had been Jinmo who brought the boy. He came down from where he was and called out to the agent, commenting that it had been a while since they had met in a place like that, and saying he did not know he was still working as a hunter agent. Sang-woon immediately recognized who he was, since Shin Hisung was extremely famous. Jinmo, visibly nervous, gave a respectful greeting to the guildmaster. Shin Hisung commented that he and Jinmo were old friends, and asked who the young man beside him was. Jinmo replied that he was a hunter associated with his company. Hisung repeated the word hunter with a certain disdain, and asked if he was perhaps F rank, saying that it must be difficult for someone like Jinmo, who had once supervised C and D rank hunters, to now be taking care of a simple F rank. He said he could not believe he had fallen that far. Jinmo was clearly irritated, but Sang-woon placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. Hisung then asked if that 4-rank hunter had anything to say. Sang-woon replied calmly that it was nothing special, he simply felt honored to meet the #1 guildmaster in the country. Hisung commented that at least he seemed to have some sense. Without stopping, Sang-woon continued, saying that it was not just that the guild also ranked first in dungeon monopoly, in restricting hunting grounds, and in payment rates. Hisung was surprised by the praise, and said that the boy had courage. Suddenly, he appeared behind Sang-woon, and asked if his ability was as good as his courage. Before the situation could get worse, an employee approached, informing him that he was being called. Hisung said that he was lucky, and asked what his name was. Sang-woon replied that he could find out on his own. Hisung found it amusing, called him interesting, and said goodbye, mentioning Junmo before leaving. Later, inside the car, Junmo thanked Sang-woon for what he had done. Sang-woon said he could not just stand by and watch that happen. Junmo asked if he knew about his relationship with the Hisung Guild. Sang-woon replied that he was not stupid, and that he had researched the agency. During his research, he found rumors about Kang Junmo saying that he had been dismissed from the Hisung Guild. Junmo was surprised to learn that this was on the internet, and understood why his agency had been avoided. Sang-woon commented that there were people saying to never join the agency because they could become a target of the Hisung Guild. When Junmo asked why, even so, he had chosen JM Agency, Sang-woon replied that it was because of the payment rate, and because he believed he could trust him if something too difficult came up in that industry. Junmo thanked him for his trust. Meanwhile, Clone 02 was at the gym training until he bled, doing squats until he was close to passing out. A woman asked the instructor why he did not warn him that it was dangerous. The instructor said he had already tried, but the young man would not listen. Suddenly, the clone received a message from the original, drank a large glass of water and left immediately. The woman commented that he had stopped for now, and the instructor sighed in relief. Later at the slime field, Sang-woon smashed the monsters with a hammer, and used a vacuum device to suck up the remains, placing everything into a barrel of slime liquid. When he exited the portal, Junmo was waiting for him. Sang-woon complained that the gas mask was irritating, as if he were breathing through several layers on his face. Junmo explained that even though it was a safe field, few hunters went there because of that discomfort. Sang-woon said he would not do that for long. Junmo commented that he could hunt until the container filled up and then replace it with another, but admitted that enduring 6 hours there was difficult for anyone. With better equipment, it might be easier. Sang-woon said he would not stay there even 2 hours, but suggested that number 2 could handle it. He tossed the mask to the clone, and wished him good luck, saying that he would go to the horned rabbit field. With number 1 it would be easy. Only then did he realize that he had not yet picked up number 1 from the gym. He went back with Junmo's car to get him. On the way, Junmo asked if he really called the clones by numbers. Sang-woon replied that since they were all identical, giving them creative names would only cause confusion. He mentioned that he had heard that weapons were usually used to hunt horned rabbits, and asked if he would not need equipment. Junmo explained that the agency had its own equipment, and that it was also possible to rent on site, but recommended that in the future he should have his own set. Since rented equipment could only be used in that specific field, it was easier to control. After some time traveling, they arrived at Jayanshan Field. It was a huge place, much more developed than the slime field. Jayanshan explained that it was the famous location where an invasion had once occurred. He said that portals were disconnected from the outside world, and that normally hunts took place after hunters entered them. However, in some cases monsters managed to cross the portal, destroy the surroundings, and turn the place into a true battlefield. That was called a monster invasion. Junmo explained that 5 years earlier, when the monster invasion happened there, most of the high-class creatures had been defeated. What remained were mostly F-class and E-class monsters, which ended up turning the place into a highly praised hunting ground among beginner hunters. They entered that enormous complex, which seemed to have multiple different hunting fields, full of players moving around, equipment rental shops, and organized areas for each type of activity. Sang-woon rented a rifle, night vision goggles, a shooting range slot, earplugs, and ammunition. The armorer did the calculations and said the total came to 700,000. He swiped the card, complaining that it was too much money. Junmo explained that most of the cost came from the ammunition, but that everything could be worth it if he managed to hunt the rabbit successfully, since the value of one rabbit was equivalent to a bucket of slime. Their designated location was Building F, 3rd floor. When they arrived, the environment was noisy, with several people shooting at rabbits as if it were a duck hunt. Junmo pointed to seat number 4, and said that was his spot, asking if he was confident in his aim. Sang-woon replied confidently, saying he had only missed 3 shots during the hunter test. test. Junmo questioned whether he had really missed that many with the target so close. He then apologized mentally to the rabbits and promised they would not escape his aim. He carefully took aim, found a target, and began the hunt. 3 hours later, already late at night, he had not managed to catch a single one. He could not understand what was happening, because his aim was good, but the rabbits simply ran away at the exact moment he pulled the trigger. Even the agent nearby had already left. In the end, he did not even recover the money he had spent on bullets. Faced with failure, he told number 1 to stay there, continue hunting the horned rabbits with the rifle, and also use the harpoon. Whenever he succeeded, he should send a message. If the ammunition ran out, he should also report it. He decided to return home. Later, lying in bed, he noticed that his mana was increasing. Number 2 was doing well in the slime field, and his attributes were steadily growing, although nothing impressive. Remembering the leader of the High Sung Guild, he realized he still had a long way to go before becoming truly strong. The attempt with the rabbits had been a complete disaster. He only hoped that number 1 would achieve at least some results. While he slept, number 1 sent several messages. The next day, Jinmo received a call from the manager of the slime hunting field, asking him to come immediately. They said that Song-woon had been hunting for more than 24 hours straight, and that it was madness. Jinmo replied that he was on his way. When the original Sang-woon woke up, he saw that number 1 was out of ammunition, and was surprised by the number of messages sent. When Jinmo arrived at the slime field, he found barrel after barrel filled with slime liquid. Sang-woon had hunted all of that in just one day. The clone's body was already collapsing, coughing up blood, but even so it continued working, leaving the staff worried. Jinmo thought there was no time to question it. After all, it was just a clone. He called Sang-woon and gave him the news that all storage containers had been filled in a single day. He said he was about to call the supervisor and asked number 2 to stop hunting. Sang-woon was satisfied and asked if they could also send cleaners to Jinshan because the monster carcasses were blocking the passage. Meanwhile, in the Jianshan complex, there was a huge pile of dead horned rabbits. People commented that it was insane, that they could not even count how many there were. Some recorded videos, took photos, and the topic was already starting to go viral. Many wondered if that hunter had done everything alone. Number 1 remained silent, covered in blood. A guild agent approached and offered a business card, but was completely ignored, which made him irritated. Other agents appeared saying it was useless to try, because he did not respond to anyone. Without anyone noticing, the original Sang-woon appeared, placed more ammunition in the clone's hands, and told him to keep hunting. He told him to hold on, because Jinmo would arrive soon to deal with the carcasses. He praised number 1's work, saying he had done an excellent job. The clone became shy from the praise, reloaded the weapon, and went back to hunting, while the crowd watched as if it were a spectacle, many already recording every movement. Later, during his work as a tutor, Sang-woon reflected that he had greatly underestimated his own clones. At the moment, they were receiving 50% of his attributes. Thinking in simple terms, that meant each one could do half of what he was capable of. But in practice, their ability to act like machines focused solely on completing the mission was completely different from what he could do alone. While he was lost in these thoughts, Haeyeon caught his attention and asked what he was thinking about so much. He replied that he had just realized that she had done much better than last time. Haeyeon said she had always believed she could do more if she truly tried, but asked again what he had been thinking about. He commented that he had gone to a hunting field and that the result had been better than he expected. She was surprised and asked if he was a hunter, because she had no idea. Right after that, she asked if he knew who that hunter was, who was going viral everywhere. They were calling him the god of marksmanship, the Hawkeyes of Jianshan. Sang-woon was confused for a moment, trying to understand what she was talking about, and Haeyeon asked if he really did not know. According to her, everyone was saying that the guy had killed more than 200 horned rabbits and did not respond to anyone. When people asked his name, he simply said that he was the Hawkeyes of Jianshan. Sang-woon felt a little nervous hearing that. Haeyeon said she thought it was amazing because her dream was to become a hunter. He asked if she was awakened as well. She said yes, that she had a license, but she was afraid of going to hunting grounds. Then she asked if she got a good score on the next test, he could take her to a safe hunting area at least once. He said it was not that difficult, but if she managed to get a good score, she should focus on university, not hunting grounds. Even so, he said he would take her, because he knew some safe places. Haeyeon asked him to promise with a pinky swear, and he did. Then he explained to himself that he was doing that as a good teacher, just to motivate her to study, nothing more. When the lesson ended, he talked to Haenyeon's mother, and said that at first he had been worried, but she was talented, and there was no reason for concern. Haenyeon, hidden behind the door, listened to everything. Her mother said it was very good to hear those words, even if they were few. He said goodbye, saying he would see them again on Monday. Her mother asked if he wanted to stay a little longer to eat before leaving, but he refused, saying he needed to go somewhere else. After he left, Haeyeon threw herself onto the bed, hugging her teddy bear, and said she had made a promise with him, because he was also a hunter. She said that was why the conversation had been so good. While talking, she summoned a small sphere of light in the palm of her hand. She said that at first she had not liked him much because he was someone her father knew, but he was kind, taught well, and was even a little handsome. Then she went back to focusing on her studies. When Sang-woon arrived in Jianshan, he noticed there were many people gathered to collect the bodies. He explained that he was there because he worked as a tutor and had other commitments. Junmo commented that it was the first time he had needed to call such a large number of collection teams for horned rabbits. The total had been 352 bodies, which was absurd. Junmo asked if he had checked the payment that had been sent, meant. Sang-woon had his phone turned off, but when he checked, he saw he had received 30 million. He asked if the amount was correct. Junmo explained that his abilities were far above rank F, so he decided to pay 83% of the total value. Sang-woon sincerely thanked him. Then a masked man appeared, looking directly at number 1, and asking if that was the bastard's manager. Junmu realized he was pointing at the clone and said yes, asking what he wanted. The hunter replied that his prey had been stolen, that all the horned rabbits he had targeted had been taken down by that guy. He said he needed compensation. Jinmo commented that it seemed they had chosen the wrong place that time, and Sang-woon had not even imagined that this kind of situation existed there. That made him think for a moment until he had an idea. While the two spoke quietly, a hunter noticed and asked what they were whispering about, saying that he also had his scruples, but would accept settling it for 10%. Sang-woon just laughed and told him not to worry, because the man they were supposedly waiting for would not show up for a few days. Then he completely ignored the guy and told Junmo they could leave. The hunter, irritated, rushed at number 1, and that was exactly when Sang-woon put his plan into action. Number 1 took a punch to the face, and on purpose went flying, bouncing off the pillars and spitting blood to make the scene even more dramatic. The attacker got confused, saying he had not hit that hard. Meanwhile, the original Sang-woon was already recording everything and commenting that it was an act of violence in a sacred hunting ground, calling the other man malicious. The staff around them began to look at the hunter with disapproval. Sang-woon even added that it would be really bad if that video ended up on the internet, and asked why everyone could not just mind their own business. Under the pressure, the hunter finally gave in and backed off, and the two of them left the place. Later, the two of them were once again at a cafe, since they apparently liked coffee a lot. Jumo explained that the hunter who had started the fight was a member of the Hisun Guild, a huge guild with all kinds of people in it. Sang-woon asked how he could be so sure, and Jumo explained that ever since they entered the hunting ground for collection, that man had not stopped staring at him. To him, it could only be someone from Hisun. They had probably recognized the clone's face. Sang-woon said it must be revenge, and Jumo confirmed that they probably thought the clone was another hunter connected to the JTM agency. He even admitted that, even before, hunters recruited by the agency already suffered that kind of harassment, and that it was shameful to say, but almost none of them lasted long there. Currently, only a few F-class hunters remained in the agency, including Junmo himself, and he could not guarantee that there would not be new acts of sabotage coming from Haesheng. Sang-woon told him not to reconsider anything, because he already knew the risks. Even so, he assured that he would not let those bastards keep threatening him as well. He said he had a plan to become much stronger in a short time. After hearing the explanation, Junmo admitted he would never have thought of something like that, and suggested they meet the next day at 2 in the afternoon at the hunter's market. Sang-woon agreed immediately. The market dealt with all kinds of products, from weapons and armor to various equipment for hunters, and it had always been a very busy place. However, a large department store had entered the business and ended up dominating much of the industry, because it offered practically everything a hunter could want in one place. Later, Sang-woon was in one of those stores trying on a titanium armor that promised protection against any E-class monster. He found the armor stylish, light, and comfortable, and liked it a lot. He also examined a beautiful and very sharp dagger and asked if he could set aside 2 more identical sets. After that, Junmo asked if he also needed skills, since he was interested in something like a familiar ability. Sang-woon said yes, but he was not sure what they would find there. The two then entered a skill shop called Heritage, where they found a familiar ability that allowed the hunter to share senses and vision with their summons or pets. The problem was the price, 129 million just for the skill. Faced with that, Sang-woon asked if it was not time to strengthen the partnership between agent and hunter. Junmo understood immediately and asked if he wanted an advance. Sang-woon confirmed, and the agent said he might be able to lend around 50 million. Sang-woon apologized for the request and thanked him, saying he would pay it back later, and that if everything went as planned, he would make a lot of money soon. Later, he already had all the equipment ready and also had the familiar ability in hand. He held the instruction manual and read that he needed to infuse mana into the skill orb and activate it while maintaining physical contact with it. When he did that and pressed the orb's button, a burst of light completely enveloped him. For a moment it seemed dangerous, but soon the system informed him that he had absorbed the familiar ability. Now he could share senses with a chosen target. The orb simply disappeared in his hand, so it had worked. He called number 1 and number 2, who were already equipped, and said it was time to test it. Before that, he recalled the conversation he had with Junmo. When he asked what he thought about the hunting results, Junmo had said it was excellent, far above expectations. Sang said that no one would have imagined that result. His clones had half of his stats in energy, dexterity, and reaction time, but even so, one of them had hunted more than 300 rabbits alone. Even in the situation with the man from the Haesung Guild, he had ordered the clone to take the punch and react in an exaggerated way. He could have ordered it to fight back, but chose not to. Junmo concluded that even with lower stats, the clones had an absurd level of body control. Sang confirmed that was exactly it, and that he would use that advantage to the fullest. For the plan to work, they needed 2 different environments, one field to train long-range skills, and another for close combat. Number 1 and number 2 enrolled at the same time. The idea was simple: train like madmen until they surpassed their own limits. In the close-range field, a martial artist asked if he already wanted a duel. At the shooting range, another instructor asked if he had used a pistol before, and explained the difference between a pistol and a shotgun. Meanwhile, the staff master explained that it was necessary to strike the opponent's wrist to force them to drop the weapon, a technique known as disarming. Even so, the clones said they were ready. Number 1 picked up the staff, while Number 2 took the pistol. When the training started, Number 1 disarmed his opponent with ease and won the duel. At the same time, Number 2 completely shattered the clay target, launched into the air with a single precise shot. They moved like machines, cold and efficient. Returning to the main plan, Sang explained that this was exactly why he needed the familiar ability. Dongmu asked if it was not just the ability to share vision with a familiar. Sang explained that it was not only vision, it included all senses: smell, touch, hearing, and even bodily sensations. If he used the ability while the clones were fighting or practicing shooting, he could absorb all of it. Later, he did exactly that. He focused all his mana and activated the ability while the clones trained. Suddenly, he was experiencing everything at once. He could feel the distance of combat, the angle of the joints, the balance of the body, the movement of the muscles, the flow of force, the breathing during the shot, the aim, the control of the weapon's recoil. He even felt the pressure of the air passing by the staff when the clone dodged, the smell of gunpowder after the shot, the impact of the recoil on the arm, and even the muscle fatigue. He was not physically moving. It was the clones executing everything, but since they had the same body as him, it was as if he was building muscle memory within himself. His strength and reaction time began to improve, so he decided to test it personally that same day. He first connected to Number 1 and activated the familiar ability. Now he was truly fighting, sharing senses with the clone while facing the master. The man was strong, and the people at the academy became curious to see the trainer fight him directly. When they started, the exchanges with wooden staffs were fast on both sides. The master noticed that Sang lacked experience in his attacks, but realized that his defense was different. He was analyzing and validating each movement. Sang managed to block every strike and moved forward. The master realized that he had copied one of his techniques. The impact was strong. Soon after, Sang dodged another powerful blow and counterattacked. When he found himself cornered, the master ran up the wall, evaded, and disarmed Sang with a precise strike to the wrist. The students commented that the master was no ordinary person either, and the original Sang felt the pain in his own wrist through the connection. The master admitted it had been dangerous and asked if he wanted to continue. Sang mentally checked if Number 1 was fine, and in that same instant, replicated the master's movement exactly, climbing the wall and attacking from above. He wanted another round. The master agreed, and at that moment, Sang switched the connection to Number 2. He transferred the familiar ability to Number 2, and at that moment, at the shooting range, there was a guy bragging loudly because he was destroying every clay disc. His girlfriend praised him, saying he was amazing while laughing proudly. Sang thought he would not say anything, because in reality, it was Number 2 who had destroyed everything. Not that guy. He just kept focused on the shooting lesson. When another disc was launched into the air, he stabilized his upper body, kept his feet firm, rotated only his torso following the target's trajectory, aligned the sights, and shattered the clay disc with precision. He paid attention to every tiny detail, because he needed to absorb everything the clones were capable of doing. At the end of the day, he fully returned to his original body, and admitted that switching the connection between Number 1 and Number 2 was exhausting his body too much. His mana was almost gone, and he felt dizzy, needing to sit down and rest. While catching his breath, he thought about how absurd the clones' movements were. They did not hesitate and did not feel fear. Next time, he wanted to test what would happen if he tried to execute everything on his own, without relying only on the connection. While he was sitting, someone passing by stopped after recognizing him. It was Rion. Sang asked what she was doing there at that hour, and she said she had been studying at the library until shortly before. He teased her, saying that sounded like a lie. But while they were talking, some members of the Hisung Guild were watching from a distance, asking each other if it was really him, the bastard from the video. Going back a bit in time, the hunter who had tried to pick a fight with Song was being scolded by his own boss. He explained that he had only tried to intimidate a little, but ended up being recorded. The boss asked if the incident had really been filmed and irritated, told him to forget about it and never go near that field again. He said that if anything happened, it would have nothing to do with the Haesung Guild, because he was just a street thug, and then hung up on him. The hunter cursed, furious. Shortly after, a big guy approached, asking what had happened, since he had not seen him in a while. He told the whole story, and the big guy said he had already expected it would cause trouble, especially with him being so excited about joining the guild. Even so, they asked if there was any work for him. They said there were some part-time gigs, nothing special. At that moment, he spotted Sang talking to Heian, and said with certainty that it was that kid who had recorded the video. The big guy confirmed it was him, so the two decided to go talk to him. As they approached, Heian asked who those people were. Sang said he did not know, that he had never seen them before, but he recognized the hunter he had made a fool of with the video. Right away, he mentally called Number 1 and Number 2, then stood up and asked if he could help. The scarred man told him to stop pretending to be innocent, while the big guy told everyone to relax. He said he had heard about a video of his little brother making a mistake out of excitement, and asked if that was true. Then he told him to delete the video, and assured that they would leave peacefully. Sang almost handed over his phone, asking if they would really let him go if he deleted it. The big guy replied that he was not an idiot, that Sang would not leave unharmed anyway, and that he had been stupid for not deleting the video earlier. Sang then whispered to Haitian to run when he gave the signal. He said there was indeed a difference, because he was going to beat all of them. The men laughed at his confidence, and charged at him. Right away, he took a heavy beating, was knocked down, and rolled across the ground. He thought it had not worked as well as in training. Haewon tried to protect him using her power, but he noticed she was trembling. The hunters asked if she was awakened as well, and the big guy mocked that no one needed to be afraid of a high school girl. When the big guy stepped forward, Haeyeon fired a sphere of light that caused a small explosion. It was not enough to knock him down. It only tore his clothes. He tried to strike her, but Sang stepped in front and blocked the attack. He said it was not over yet, and countered with a straight punch. The big guy did not fall. He only stepped back in pain. The others rushed forward again. Sang realized he needed to use what he had learned from number 1. The clone did not focus on the opponent's weapon, but on body movements. He analyzed the first hunter and replicated the strike using the muscle memory he had absorbed. The punch knocked down the first bald man. The second hit Sang cleanly, but he responded with a double strike to the stomach, leaving the opponent out of breath. Even with his face swollen, he remained standing. The big guy commented that he actually knew how to fight. He said he had been hesitant to hit someone who could barely fight back, but now he would fight seriously. Sang himself felt pain in his wrist after the last attack. He had managed to hit the big guy, but the man was too strong. Even so, that blow had already made him stagger. Sang knew he could not be hit again. He rushed at that human bull and landed a few quick strikes. He was afraid, yes, but he used his speed to avoid being caught. He threw a straight punch, followed with a few hooks, trying to keep the pressure. Then the big guy decided to use his ability. He cracked all the bones and muscles in his body as if activating something far more dangerous, and said that Sang was dead now. Sang immediately realized that the next blow would be devastating, and that he had to dodge at all costs. But the bald man grabbed his leg for a second, just enough time for the big guy to land a brutal punch straight to his stomach. The impact threw him against a concrete wall. He spat blood, feeling the air leave his lungs. He tried to control his breathing, but thought that was the end. Just as the final blow was about to come down, Haeyeon saved him by firing a sphere of light at the big guy's back. The other hunters immediately rushed at her. That was when number 1 and number 2 appeared, taking down the remaining attackers with precise movements. Sang stood up with difficulty and drew the big guy's attention, saying that his opponent was right there. The big guy charged at him again. Sang then replicated the movement that number 1 had learned during training. He climbed the concrete wall with agility and, while still in the air, sarcastically thanked the big guy for serving as a practice target. The next kick landed cleanly and finally brought down the leader of those criminals. When the fight ended, all 3 enemies were on the ground. At that moment, he felt the system notifications. His muscle strength, speed, endurance, and dexterity increased. The clone skill rose to level 3. The effort, however, came at a cost. Exhausted, he collapsed unconscious. The clones rushed to him in concern, and Haeyeon also approached. Later, her hand was bandaged because of the excessive use of her ability. When he woke up, Sang asked why she had not run when she had the chance. Haeyeon said she thought he had not really meant it. He thanked her, but said it had been very dangerous. She commented that she was surprised to discover that the famous rookie hunter was actually his clone. She recognized him immediately when he appeared. The eagle eye of Mount Wansang. Sang admitted it, but made it clear that he did not go around telling that to just anyone. She asked if he did not want to be famous. He replied that her mouth needed to be a tomb. He walked her home and asked if her hand was really fine. She said it had been the left one so she could still write. He commented that a student injured like that should maybe reduce her homework, and she replied that he should not remember that. Even so, Sang thanked her again, saying he had only won because she protected him. Haewon said she had also played an important role, and that he could thank her properly by paying for barbecue. He agreed and promised to buy meat for her. She said that settled it. They had a promise. Then they said goodbye. The clones stared at Sang in silence. He told them to get back to work and stop slacking off. They replied that it was already late, and the training fields were closed. Sang then handed a branch to each of them, and told them to train in the park anyway. 1 month after the incident, Sang contacted Junmo to say that the plan was working. Now he himself could hit targets with a pistol, and the clone skill had leveled up again, allowing him to summon a third clone. Junmo congratulated him, saying that now he would learn even faster. Sang confirmed, and said his capabilities were much higher. His strength had reached 1.4, agility 1.2, endurance 1.0. Everything had increased a lot. He said Junmo would be surprised when he saw him. Then he asked if it was possible to reserve 3 rank E hunting fields for the next day. Junmo found the number unusual, but said it was possible to arrange. He asked for the time, and Sang said he wanted them for the afternoon of the next day. Everything was set. After ending the call, Sang organized the midnight training. Number 1 would be responsible for upper body training. Number 3 would train lower body. Number 2 would do cardio. They had to return by midnight. He started rushing them, telling them to go quickly. Only then did he notice they were taking their weapons. He told them to leave the weapons behind immediately, calling the 3 of them idiots. Later, the original Sang was at the computer, analyzing some lessons on how to kill monsters, watching tips and studying strategies. He realized that through the clones' training, they had learned very well. Unless the movements were physically impossible, they could copy and recreate almost anything. So he understood that he could study monster characteristics and the ideal ways to hunt them, and he started watching several video lessons and explanatory videos about different creatures. The next morning, the 3 clones returned very tired, but still full of energy, which made Sang realize they could endure a lot. He told them to take a shower and eat afterward. He had already analyzed the creatures they would face, such as giant rats, alien fish, and horned rabbits. Now he needed to check if they could actually hunt on their own. He began to follow each hunting attempt to get used to battles using the familiar ability, but since the mana consumption was was very high. He had not been able to endure for long in his previous attempt. In the meantime, he received a message from Junmo saying he would arrive in 10 minutes. Sang told the three to finish eating and get ready. They were eating instant noodles straight from the pot. When Sang showed up with the three clones, Junmo admitted they looked quite intimidating now, and Sang replied that even he felt a bit uncomfortable with their appearance. He asked if the fields were ready, and Junmo confirmed that he had secured 3 locations close to each other. Sang then asked him to take care of things. Junmo asked if he was not going along, but Sang explained that he would stay behind to practice his familiar ability and that he also needed to acquire his mana breathing technique. Once he was alone, he began doing his part. He inhaled slowly, breathed calmly, relaxed his body and focused on his senses, trying to remember the feeling of using mana. When he had used the familiar ability while summoning the clones, he had felt as if the energy was leaving his body and circulating. He recalled that sensation, focused on it, and finally managed to acquire the meditation skill. With meditation stabilizing his mind, he could relieve some of the mental fatigue, as well as increase the speed of mana growth and its recovery. The effect of mana breathing was also enhanced. Meanwhile, in the fish hunting field, a hunter wondered why that creature was there. He was crawling, missing half of one leg. That was supposed to be a rank F hunting field, where he only intended to hunt some alien fish, but he ended up encountering a massive creature, a giant fish wielding a butcher knife, which was chasing him to finish him off. At that moment, Junmo was taking the last clone to the final hunting field, the sewage treatment station. He explained that it was where the alien fish were found, famous for their extremely strong jaws, and told number 3 to be careful. Then he sent a message to the original Sang, informing him that the clones were already in position. He thought that hunting in 3 places at the same time was an incredible ability, and that, depending on the results of that hunt, the hunter industry might start to get stirred up. Meanwhile, at Sang's house he celebrated thinking he was a genius, but soon realized he had made a mistake, because meditation and mana breathing were 2 different skills. Mana breathing seemed to be much harder to acquire. Even so, he focused again, and this time, used the familiar ability. When he connected to number 1's body, he saw a rat being killed, and was startled, but realized it was just the clone eliminating the creature without any problem. With the guide watching, soon another horde of giant rats appeared, and Sang prepared to learn from it. He remembered the video lesson he had watched about giant rats, where the hunter explained that they were one of the most annoying rank F monsters, and that the ideal approach was to form a group to face them. If there was no choice but to fight alone, it was possible to take advantage of the fact that they charged in a straight line, so maintaining distance and shooting would be effective. That was exactly what number 1 did, firing at the rats. In the video, the hunter had also explained that if the fight turned into close combat, it was important to know that their skulls were quite hard, so the best target was the spine. Number 1 killed another rat using only the knife, but realized that the strength of the giant rats lay in their numbers. The hunter had said that with proper study it was possible to deal with them, since it was just a matter of experience. Then number 1 drew the pistol and began shooting at the rat's spines, showing that his aim was truly very good. Later, already at another hunting spot, the original Sang Woon realized that his clones could only hunt using his techniques. They did not feel fear or surprise. They did not evaluate the level of their opponents. They simply advanced and killed. He decided to experiment with hunting using the familiar skill, and because of that, he began to feel everything along with them. His attributes increased: strength, agility, mana, endurance, and dexterity, while the 3 continued hunting non-stop. That day he was determined to practically drain the rank F fields. Meanwhile, in one of those fields, 2 hunters found the silence strange. One commented that the place was too quiet. They should have already encountered several monsters. Along the way, they ended up coming across several carcasses scattered across the ground. They hurried, ordering everything to be collected and placed into boxes as quickly as possible, trying to take advantage of what was left. In the alien fish hunting field, the situation was very different. A torn-off human arm drew attention, and something moved in the bushes. Suddenly, something was thrown, but it was only a fish head used as bait. The real creature was behind the clone. The next strike tore off number 3's arm, and Sang Woon felt all the pain because of the familiar skill. The connection was cut by the intensity of the pain, but he focused, because it was not the time to panic. He asked Jinmo what the name of the field was, where number 3 was hunting, and received the answer that it was the sewage treatment station. He immediately asked for number 1 and number 2 to be taken there, because something serious had happened during the hunt. Shortly after, the creature killed number 3. When Sang Woon arrived at the station, the connection had already been completely cut, but he still had time to use the skill again. Upon arriving at the field, he showed his identification. Jinmo was already there together with number 1 and number 2. Sang Woon explained that number 3 had disappeared, and that there was a monster different from the common alien fish. It was huge, very powerful. It had a fish head, but arms and legs from another creature. Jinmo recognized the danger, and said they needed to alert the authorities and temporarily close the area, because that was the Fishman, a rank D monster. Even a full group of E-class hunters would not be enough to defeat it. Sang Woon agreed that security should be alerted and the entrance restricted, but not at that moment. He wanted to wait for his clones to enter first. Jinmo asked what he intended to do, and Sang Woon explained that he could not simply sit and wait. He asked him to trust him, just as he trusted his own clones. When the 2 entered the field, Sang activated the familiar skill again. The clones advanced through the forest calmly until they found the Fishman in a clearing, devouring an alien fish. Sang knew that despite having the status of an E-class hunter, his clones only received 53% of that, remaining at most at F-class level. kill. Even so, the monster was injured, and considering the clone's abilities, there was still a chance. The two aimed at the head and fired to kill, but the bullets simply hit the fishman's skin and had no effect at all. The creature leaped from far away in their direction. Number 1's counterattack with his sword caused only a scratch, and the monster retaliated with a butcher knife, almost killing both of them. Number 1's sword got stuck in a tree, which seemed to make the fight in the middle of the forest harder because of the size of the weapon, but he simply used enough strength to knock the entire tree down. Even so, the shots and attacks continued to be ineffective. The fishman threw a punch that sent number 2 flying into a tree. Sang began to wonder how he could kill that creature if the attacks did not work. That was when he remembered the 2 shots he had fired earlier. The first had caused no damage at all, but the second had injured it. He realized he needed to aim exactly at the previous wound. He fired at the same spot, and this time the fishman screamed in pain. Even injured, it continued running toward the clones, but now number 1 and number 2 were ready to focus their shots on the wounded area. The shots finally began to cause real damage, leaving the monster covered in blood. The creature's blood ended up igniting its own sword, and the flaming attack hit number 1 directly, knocking him down as he spat blood. Sang understood that the sword reacted to the monster's own blood, which meant that the more injured it was, the more dangerous it became. Number 1 still tried to trade blows in close combat, but the difference in power was enormous. The creature pierced him with the blade, impaling the clone. Even so, number 1 held the sword embedded in his own body to prevent it from being pulled out, determined to cause as much damage as possible before falling. Even while being brutally torn apart by the fishman's claws, he kept fighting back, turning his own sacrifice into one last desperate attempt to weaken the monster. They continued exchanging blows for quite some time, already completely exhausted until the fishman lowered its guard for a second. At that moment, number 2 appeared to block a fatal attack, and together the two managed to open extremely severe wounds on the rank D creature. The bleeding began to take its toll, the monster's movements became slower, and after a few moments it finally succumbed, falling dead in the forest clearing. Sang thought it was finally over because the clones could no longer even take a step forward and the bullets had run out. For him it was more than enough for that day, but when he breathed in relief and looked again, he realized the creature was no longer there. It had escaped. The tracks led straight toward the portal. Outside the sewage treatment station, one of the soldiers informed the hunters that the entrance was restricted and that no one could enter at that moment. He said the association would send hunters soon, and that more information would be released as soon as they had updates. Dumo realized Sang needed to hurry, but at that moment some soldiers went on alert because the monster was running toward the portal. They opened fire on the creature, but the shots caused no damage at all. Before the fishman could pierce someone with its flaming blade, number 2 threw a knife directly at the back of the creature's neck, creating an opening. At the same instant, the real Sang advanced and drove his knife into the monster's forehead. After an intense close combat struggle to see who could endure more, he finally managed to bring the creature down for good. Later, the specialized team arrived at the sewage treatment station, and one of the members informed by phone that he would send a detailed report afterward. When the team saw the fishman's corpse, they were surprised. One of the soldiers explained that there really had been a rank D monster there, but that a hunter inside the portal had managed to kill it. The man from the association questioned why there was a rank D hunter in a rank F field, and the soldier clarified that they were mistaken, because as far as they knew the one who killed the creature was a rank F hunter. The association representative analyzed the body and noticed that several attacks had been concentrated on the exact same wound, deducing that it had been done to deal damage without the use of special weapons. He even wondered if it was truly possible to hit a moving monster with such precision. Even so, he informed the station employee that they would first check if there were other rank D monsters remaining in the portal. When he stood in front of the portal, he seemed uncertain about what he would find there. For Sang, it would have been much easier to simply say that he alone had killed the monster, instead of trying to explain that whole situation. Later, already far from there, Sang Woon began to realize that he had unlocked several abilities at once. He obtained Dash, which increased his speed for a short period, Projectile, which strengthened his pistol shots, and Regeneration, which was now at 0.4. He also unlocked Power Strike, capable of concentrating all his strength into a single attack. In addition, Strength, Dexterity, and Endurance had also increased after that fight. Sang Woon was impressed by the sudden progress. Number 1 and number 2 had only survived thanks to regeneration, and Jinmo asked how the clones were doing. Sang Woon explained that they were severely injured, but that there was still a cooldown before he could summon them again. He also commented that if they recovered on their own, it could help increase his regeneration stat even more. The agent stated that it had been incredible. After all, he had taken down a rank D monster. Sang Woon admitted that he felt a bit embarrassed talking about it, because it had been extremely dangerous and he really did not know if he could win. Even so, Jinmo said he was not exaggerating, and that after that he would probably already be able to hunt a rank D monster alone. While they talked, Sang Woon remembered the fishman's short sword and went to the corpse, almost grabbing the weapon directly. Jinmo's agent warned him to let a clone pick it up first, since it could be a cursed item. He asked if he could not use the sword, and the agent explained that cursed items were rare and could be worth a lot of money. Sang Woon thought that was great and decided that the clone would keep the weapon for now. He also asked if the collection team would gather the remaining items, and received confirmation that yes, since a rank D monster could yield high expectations. He then showed a magic crystal he had found, asking if it was some kind of rare item, but Jinmo explained that it was a low-level jewel with almost no value, capable of increasing increasing attributes but full of side effects and impossible to use safely on a normal person. After that, Sang-woon decided to go home to rest, while Jinmo handled the collection. When he arrived, he found the two clones completely destroyed, and admitted to himself that a lot had happened that day. First, he decided to summon number 3 again, ordering him to equip himself and train while the others rested. Then he analyzed the two items he had brought, the fishman's short sword and the crystal, which was a low-level strength jewel. He could use it to permanently increase his strength by 0.005, but the problem was the side effect, since repeated use could turn him into a monster. Sang-woon thought about it carefully, because a permanent stat increase was extremely valuable. Normally the clone's injuries did not affect him directly, but he began to imagine what could happen if he ended up turning into a monster along with one of them. He pictured himself approaching Jinmo to talk, and getting shot in the head for looking like a threat. For now, he decided he would not use the crystal. The next item was the sword. Sang-woon opened the box carefully, but did not touch the weapon, remembering Jinmo's agent's warning. He even thought that maybe it would be better not to use it at all, and simply sell it, but decided to test it first. He told number 2 to pick up the sword. When the clone lifted it, nothing seemed to happen at first, but soon he informed his master that he could hear a voice. The moment Sang-woon activated the familiar skill to share the senses, he was hit by a deafening chorus of voices screaming to kill, asking for blood repeatedly, as if the sword had a will of its own. He felt bothered by the noise, and wondered how number 2 was not reacting to it, because to him it was unbearably loud. He soon concluded that the clone was not mentally affected in the same way as a normal human, so he decided that, for now, number 2 could use the sword. Shortly after, a new system screen appeared informing him that his regeneration had increased again. He realized that resting was helping the clones recover, and that since 2 of them had been in critical condition, the effect seemed to be amplified. Even so, he knew he would have to hunt again the next day, but in that state the clones would not be able to fight. Because of that, he said that night the 3 of them would meditate together. As he began meditating, he thought that the next day he would have to return to college. The following morning, already on campus, he felt like the vacation had passed in the blink of an eye, probably because he had been busy the whole time, improving his stats, and almost never letting the clones truly rest. Now, standing there among ordinary people, he felt almost lonely. When he entered the classroom for the first lesson, he found his friend Gyeongdo, who commented that he did not even know he was enrolled in that class, and that he had chosen the subject because the professor was generous with grades. Sang-woon replied that he did not think he cared that much about it. Gyeongdo asked if he had been exercising regularly, and Sang-woon said yes, that he was consistent. Unlike his friend, some girls in the room started whispering when they realized that it was Sang-woon, commenting that he used to not be fat before, and that they had barely recognized him. Gyeongdo joked that he was popular, and Sang-woon replied that actually no one greeted him because they did not recognize him. He himself began to wonder if he had really changed that much, but Gyeongdo said that even his own parents would have trouble recognizing him. Sang-woon said he was thinking about going home for a while, and his friend said he had almost not recognized him when he saw him on the street the other day, suggesting that they could go out for a drink after class. Sang-woon refused, explaining that he already had plans because he had made a promise. Gyeongdo started teasing him, saying he was a traitor and must have gotten himself a girl. Sang-woon asked him to speak more quietly, saying it was not like that, but his friend commented that everyone had already heard. That was when he realized that practically all his acquaintances were in the same class, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, at the World Hunter Association, President Michael Harris received information that the Oracle had predicted a disaster. The prediction indicated the creation of a portal and the invasion of hundreds of monsters. Michael Harris asked if the location and date had already been confirmed, and the employee explained that what they knew so far was that the highest rank of the monsters could reach A, and that there was a high possibility that the portal would appear in the coming days. The likely location would be South Korea. In Korea, an emergency meeting was called. 2 guild leaders ended up meeting in the hallway, and the collision seemed intentional on her part. It was Miho, master of the Yahello Guild, the 6th largest in Korea. She commented that something big was happening. After all, he was there as well. Wontae replied that he could say the same about her. When they arrived at the room, they realized that all the other leaders were already present. Heesung greeted Wontae with irony, while Miho murmured that the old man was arrogant. Heesung provoked him by asking why he was so cold and mentioned the Odin Tower, saying that Team 1 of the Canis Guild had gone there recently, but that no news had been heard for days. He said that he could endure anything except curiosity, and asked how things were going. The leader of Guild Number 2, Kim Il-gon of Taehyang, intervened, saying that this was already disrespectful. Heesung replied that he just wanted to know if the results had been good enough, and mocked that his memory was no longer as good as before. Wontae was clearly irritated by the subject. At that moment, the leader of the Korean Hunters Association, Oh Byung-hun, a small and friendly old man, entered the room and asked if anything had happened while he was away. Wontae simply sat down, visibly irritated, taking a deep breath. Oh Byung-hun noticed the tension but chose not to comment and took his seat at the table. He thanked all the guild masters for attending, and explained that the country had received a disaster alert from the World Hunter Association. According to the Oracle, a portal would soon open, and a massive group of monsters would invade Korea. Since there was suspicion of a rank A monster, the association requested the cooperation of all the best guilds in the country. When they asked asked where the portal would appear. Oh Byung-hun replied that they still did not have that information, and that it could appear anywhere in Korea. Kim Il-gon questioned whether he was suggesting covering the entire country while they waited, and Oh Byung-hun explained that that was exactly why the meeting was happening, because the only certainty was that the disaster would occur soon. One of the masters complained that they no longer had enough members even for their own demands, let alone to protect the entire country. Another asked whether the hunters who were dispatched would receive extra payment, and Oh Byung-hun was momentarily left without an answer. That was when Wante presented a proposal. Each guild would prepare a group of hunters ready to be sent immediately in case of emergency, monitoring the regions close to their base. When the disaster actually happened, all guilds would gather at the location and focus their full strength there, without exception. He made it clear that any guild that refused to cooperate would be severely punished, saying this while looking directly at Shin Hee-sung. Oh Byung-hun considered the proposal reasonable and asked if anyone had another idea. Since no one presented an alternative, he suggested they vote. Several hands were raised, including Miho's and even Haesung's. With that, they decided to follow Wante's proposal, with each guild protecting its own region and maintaining constant cooperation with the others. At the end of the day, Sang-woon was even a bit excited because the class had gone by quickly. As he crossed the campus, he noticed Haejun being approached by a guy who kept insisting that she leave, but at least give him her phone number. She had already said she had a boyfriend, but the guy did not seem to accept it. When Sang-woon approached and asked why she was there, Haejun immediately grabbed his arm and started walking away, saying she had been waiting for her boyfriend. Later, already far from the guy, Sang-woon asked if he had been pressuring her for her number. Haeyeon explained that she had made up the excuse about having a boyfriend to get out of the situation, and that he had shown up at the perfect moment. She also made a point of saying that she did not actually have a boyfriend. He was a bit caught off guard, but ended up asking why she had asked him to buy barbecue that day. Haeyeon explained that it was the school's anniversary, and that was why there had been no classes, and he commented that now he understood why she was not wearing her uniform. She teased him, asking if he had been checking out her casual clothes and if he wanted her number, and he replied that he already had her number, calling her a brat. At that moment, Sang-woon's phone vibrated with a notification informing him that all fees had been deducted and that the payment had been deposited. He had just received 50 million all at once. He immediately thought about the clones and told Haeyeon that she could eat as much meat as she wanted. She asked if he was sure, since she ate a lot, but he told her not to worry about the cost. At the barbecue restaurant, the food was excellent, but Haeyeon commented that the place seemed expensive and asked again if everything was really okay. Sang-woon insisted that she eat without worrying, saying that he was apologizing for the injury to her hand. He even ordered more meat, as if it were for 4 people. While they were eating, however, something unexpected interrupted the calm atmosphere. Several alerts started appearing on their phones, and on the restaurant television. It was an official warning of danger due to a monster invasion through a portal. A disaster alert was issued across the entire country, instructing the population to check evacuation point locations and prepare emergency supplies. The announcement made it clear that it was not a drill. At the same time, Gyeongdo was still complaining about Sang-woon, calling his friend a traitor. One of their classmates commented that just because he had plans did not necessarily mean he was with a girl, but they ended up walking right in front of the barbecue restaurant where he was with Haeyeon, which only made things worse. Before they could argue further, everyone received the same alert notifications on their phones. Gyeongdo warned that something very serious was happening, and quickly the internet began to collapse with comments about the disaster. One of their friends said it was too strange for a disaster of that level, because the place seemed far too quiet. At that moment, Sung-woon stepped out of the restaurant and asked what they were doing there. One of the friends held the other back and said they were just walking around the area, trying to act natural while tension took over everyone. The annoyed one asked who that woman was, and immediately said she was his girlfriend, leaving Haetan completely flustered. Sang-woon explained that it was nothing like that she was just his student, and that he had only paid for a meal for her. After that, he introduced everyone properly, and Gyeongdo called Jong-seung over. Then they handed all the leftover meat from the outing to Haetan and told her to go home and eat with her parents, because they must be worried. Haejeon still asked if he was sure they were just going to leave like that in the middle of that situation, but Sang-woon said of course, because her parents would be angry if she kept wandering around while a disaster was happening. His friends kept teasing him, calling him an old grump, but Sang-woon told everyone to shut up, and said he was just being responsible. He told each of them to go home, including the 3 clones, lightly cursing at them like he always did. After that, he walked down the street and noticed that many people were acting as if nothing was happening, some drunk, others casually walking around, even with the disaster alert active, and that seemed very strange to him. Suspicious, Sang-woon contacted an agent and asked if there was any more specific information about the disaster. The agent replied that officially there was nothing detailed, but that the association planned to maintain that state of alert for at least 3 months. Sang-woon thought that was too long and questioned it, so the agent explained that they did not know when or where the portal would open, but that the number of monsters could be very large and extremely dangerous, including the possibility of ranked monsters appearing. Sang-woon commented that if it was that dangerous, the association should release more information and reinforce that people needed to be careful. The agent explained that the problem was precisely the duration, because 3 months of restrictions would cause a huge impact on the economy and on important facilities if citizens were prevented from working, and the association would end up being held responsible for those damages. That was why some information was being intentionally withheld. He also said that he was heading to a shelter at that moment, that hunting fields would probably be blocked, and that working would be practically impossible in that situation. Sang-woon told him to stay safe, because he would also be with his family. When he returned home and asked how the clones were doing, number 2 said he was feeling much better, while number 1 still coughed up blood and said that at least he was not dead. The original Sang-woon realized that his skill had already recharged, so he resummoned number 1 so he would not keep suffering like that. He even told him to put on his cap so he would not feel disoriented. Shortly after, number 3 came back running from his walk, and Sang-woon said that all of them would go to his parents' house. He knocked on the door, and when his mother answered, she asked if it was really Sang-woon. He confirmed that it was, that he was her son. His mother immediately started asking if he was okay, if he had been starving, because he looked like he had lost a lot of weight. His father appeared right behind her, wanting to know if it was really him. The one who got truly excited was his sister, who complained that he had been gone for so long and said he should keep in touch more. But when she looked more closely at his face, she became confused and asked who he was. Sang-woon thought that maybe Gyeongdo had been right about that, and then his mother asked who those masked people were and why they were with him. Sang-woon explained that they were not friends, and told all of them to remove their masks. When they revealed their faces, they were all identical to him. Later, he calmly explained that it was part of his cloning ability, and said that he had participated in the Awakening program about a month earlier. His mother said she had heard that many young people were joining the program, but she had not imagined that he had gone as well. His sister commented that she also wanted to participate one day. His father asked if he was working as a hunter, and Sang-woon said yes, that he did not want to hide it anymore. His mother showed concern, asking if it was not dangerous, but he explained that his ability was very good, and that was exactly why he was not in direct danger, because the clones handled almost all the hunting. Finally, he warned them that a disaster alert had been issued, and that they should go to a shelter immediately. His father replied that they were already packing things as a precaution in case something really happened, but that they still intended to observe the situation before leaving for good. Sang-woon asked why they were still hesitating since it could happen at any moment. His father replied that he still had to work the next day, and that it was not possible to simply pack everything and leave the house all of a sudden. Sang-woon kept thinking that only he and a few others truly knew how desperate the situation was, while the rest of society remained strangely calm. If they at least clearly announced the monster invasion, maybe people would take it more seriously. Even so, he decided he would stay with his parents that night. His mother asked about college, and he replied that he had received a message saying classes were suspended, which was a lie, but he preferred not to worry anyone. He also took the opportunity to hand over the leftover barbecue meat so they could eat together, and he thought that he really should have visited his parents earlier. His mother asked if the clones did not need to eat as well, and Sang-woon said yes, but that the meat was too good, so he would give them rice and carrots instead. While the table was full of food, the clones were stuck eating only rice from a bowl. Ji-woon commented that he would gain weight again if he kept eating like that, and he replied that he would not. His mother said it had been a long time since they had all shared a meal together like that, and Sang-woon smiled, happy to be reunited with his family. But at that exact moment, something struck the building with force, throwing everyone to the ground. Shortly after, Sang-woon was the first to wake up. Through the massive opening in the apartment wall, he saw a horde of giant monsters invading Korea. One of them, which looked like a dragon, breathed fire and completely destroyed a nearby building. He ran to wake up his parents and Ji-woon, and noticed that number 1's equipment was lying on the ground. Number 1 had sacrificed himself to protect them from the explosion. Number 2 was intact, but number 3 had lost half of his left arm. Number 1 had disappeared. Number 3 was severely injured, and the portal had opened much faster than anyone had expected. When the family finally got up, Sang-woon said they needed to leave immediately. His father still worried about the house, but he replied that it no longer mattered because a portal had opened nearby. Outside, people were being killed by creatures or crushed by cars and debris, while more monsters kept emerging from the portal in the sky. Inside the apartment, they quickly gathered whatever supplies they could. Ji-woon grabbed number 1's equipment to protect herself. Suddenly, a creature fell into the apartment, already nearly dead. Sang-woon realized that many were falling from the sky because the portal had opened up above, and the monsters that could not fly were simply dropping. In a way, that was actually an advantage. He took the opportunity to finish off the creature that had fallen there. When they tried to leave the building, they realized the door was locked. Sang-woon told everyone to move aside, used his powerful strike ability, broke the lock with a baseball bat, and kicked the door hard, sending it flying away. The family was impressed. When they reached the street, they found complete calamity, everything destroyed and chaotic. He asked where the nearest shelter was, and his father said it was 2 kilometers away, but the path was full of monsters. Sang-woon did not know if he could cover that distance while protecting everyone. Ji-woon then remembered that there were underground tunnels with a shelter nearby. He asked if it was close to home, and after confirming it was, decided that they would go there. Before moving on, he heard someone calling for help. It was a man trapped in debris, knocked down by a D-class monster, a troll. His father said they needed to think rationally, and that they they were not in a position to help others. They needed to get to the shelter. Sang-woon knew that number 3 was not in condition to fight, and that he could not rely on him. He only had number 2. The man kept asking for help, and Sang-woon thought that he was not a clone who could simply reappear later. If he died there, he would die for real. When the family started going down the stairs, he told them to go ahead and close the door downstairs. He ordered number 2 to follow him quickly, and told number 3 to protect the family until the end. Ji-woon asked if he had gone crazy, because all they had to do was look outside to see the chaos. His father asked if he was really going to do that. Sang-woon replied that he was a hunter, and then he and number 2 advanced toward the creature. Ji-woon became desperate, but number 3 held her back. Monsters were literally falling from the sky. In that situation, there was only one thing a hunter could do. Sang-woon blocked the troll's first strike and told number 2 to take the man to a safe place. He thought that a hunter's job was to kill monsters. He faced the gigantic troll with nothing but a baseball bat, provoking the creature to come at him. Number 2 managed to free the man trapped in the debris, who ran away, thanking them repeatedly. As he faced the troll head-on, Sang-woon realized just how large it really was. Number 2 drew his weapon, and the original Sang-woon took the strength jewel. They needed to use every possible means. Then he ordered number 2 to devour the jewel. When that happened, the clone's body began to transform, taking on a monstrous red-skinned appearance, resembling a half-dragon, ready to face the troll on equal terms. Sang-woon asked number 2 if he was still on his side, and the clone confirmed that he was. That was when he realized it had worked, because his own strength had also increased permanently, without any side effects. Only number 2 had suffered the consequences. Even so, that meant it was time for the hunt. The troll dragged its massive club across the ground, and delivered a spinning strike that destroyed part of the floor. Sang-woon dodged both the impact and the grab that followed. Number 2 advanced with the cursed sword and cut off the troll's arm with ease, as if it were butter. The creature roared in pain, but instead of weakening, it became even more furious. Sang-woon kept dodging, thinking that fortunately that enemy was much slower than the fishman he had faced before. Taking advantage of his speed, he climbed up the creature's body until he reached its head and struck with all his strength. But the troll blocked the attack using the very arm that had been cut off, which was already regenerating. Not only did it block, it also countered as if it were completely intact. Sang-woon had not expected such absurd regeneration. The skin was not resistant. Number 2 could cut through it easily. The real problem was that the wounds closed within seconds. He realized it would be impossible to win by causing only superficial damage, so he told number 2 to bring it down for a moment. The clone cut deeply into the creature's thigh, and the troll dropped to its knees. In that opening, the original Sang-woon shot both of the monster's eyes, saying that even with great regeneration, that would at least impair its vision for a few seconds. With the enemy temporarily blinded, number 2 advanced and unleashed multiple cuts across the creature's entire body at the same time. When the troll's eyes regenerated, it found Sang-woon already prepared for the final blow. The next strike with the baseball bat completely crushed the enemy's head. After the victory, Sang-woon felt his body ache. His hand was throbbing from the impact of the ability, but he knew the side effect was worth it. That creature was as strong as the fishman. He told number 2 that they could go inside now, because his sister must already be feeling sick with worry. Only then did he realize he had lost his phone and asked to borrow the clones, joking that with that monstrous appearance, number 2 might end up getting kicked out of the shelter. But the situation on the streets was worse than he had imagined. There were far more monsters appearing, and people in danger everywhere. He knew he would have to help. Meanwhile, farther away, the real threat was a gigantic creature similar to Godzilla, spewing fire in all directions. Finally, the Rank 9 Red Fire Guild appeared to face the monster and protect the population. The Rank 7 Scorpion Guild was also present, and together they executed an impressive coordinated attack. Other major guilds began to arrive as well. Wante, along with the Keenest Guild, was already approaching. Their aircraft alone was capable of taking down several creatures with its weapons. One of the members reported that the Megalosaurus was in another direction. Wante assessed the situation and decided that since many guilds were already focused on that creature, it would be a waste of resources to join them, but he chose to prioritize evacuating survivors. From above, even in the middle of the calamity, Wante could still see some hunters taking advantage of the chaos to steal crystals and belongings. The pilot reported that there were many survivors, 700 meters to the north. Wante ordered them to head there immediately. That was when he spotted Sang-woon and another person fighting multiple creatures at the same time. He thought those boys were holding up very well, but that the number of monsters was too high for them alone. Without hesitation, Wante put on his mask and jumped from the aircraft to help them. Already quite exhausted, Sang-woon did not expect to face so many enemies at once. Several goblins were surrounding him, and especially the civilians who could not defend themselves. He shouted for them to run to the underground shelter immediately, but one of the men said there were monsters behind them as well. Sang-woon told number 2 to cover the rear, while he himself stayed on the front line using the pistol to hold back the approaching monsters. He could no longer use his precise strike because of the high energy consumption. Suddenly, a new threat emerged from the rubble, a gigantic bird that drove its beak into the ground and unleashed a rain of magma toward the civilians. Without hesitation, number 2 used his own body to protect them, enduring the direct impact to ensure no one was hit. Sang-woon remained standing, even with his arms completely scorched. The creature kept spewing magma non-stop, until it was crushed by the paw of a massive monstrous tiger, an even more terrifying being that made even the goblins flee in fear. Sang-woon thought he was done for. When the tiger tiger lunged to bite him, but the attack never reached him because someone killed the monster before it could happen. The one who appeared was Park Wante, who asked if everything was alright there. Meanwhile, in the underground shelter, Ji-won was still arguing with number 3, trying to go out to see how her brother was doing. The clone stopped her, saying he could not allow it. She argued that he was a clone of Sang-won and should protect the original body, but number 3 replied that he always prioritized commands, and the order was to protect the family. The father asked Ji-won to stop, because the other people in the shelter were becoming frightened by the argument. She asked if no one was worried about what was happening outside, and number 3 replied that her brother would return soon, that she just needed to trust him. He added that he himself was proof of Sang-won's ability, and that as long as he was there, it meant the original was still alive. He was strong and worked as a hunter, and if they went out now, they would only get in the way. It was not the time to act on emotion. Jae-woon tried to calm herself, but suddenly, someone started screaming outside the shelter asking for help. One of the people said that whoever was outside did not seem to know the shelter's password. Another commented that they should not open the door. Even so, the voice kept begging for help. Sang-woon's mother suggested that it might be the man he had saved earlier. The father said the camera footage was too dark to be sure. Jae-woon, driven by urgency, decided to open the door, believing it could be him, but the moment she opened it, she saw that the person was dead. The one who had called for help was actually a monster that mimicked human voices, a screaming firefly of rank B that perfectly imitated cries for help. The creature thanked them for the help with the same false voice. Inside the shelter, despair spread instantly. People ran toward a dead end, while number 3 reacted quickly and rushed toward the monster. His goal was not to deal damage, but to stop the next attack. The creature pierced the clone's chest with its claw, hitting directly through the heart, but because it was so large, it also struck Ji-woon in the stomach, and she collapsed immediately, bleeding heavily. Even gravely injured, number 3 had the presence of mind to shoot the shelter's security panel, activating the emergency protocol that would close the doors. He then used all the strength he had left to throw the creature outside. The doors shut, leaving the clone alone with the monster on the outside. Outside, Wante apologized to Sang-woon for arriving late. When Sang-woon saw who was offering help, he realized it was probably the man who had organized the awakening program he had taken part in. He had no idea he was that strong. Even so, he accepted the help and introduced himself as Jung Sang-woon. Wante said he had seen what he did, that he saved those people and fought until the end, when he could have run away. Sang-woon replied that he would not do that to innocent people. Wante commented that in a situation like that, it was easy for people's conscience to break, and that what he did was impressive. Sang-woon felt embarrassed by the praise. Then Wante remembered something. When he had jumped down from the aircraft, he saw a hunter protecting people and then disappearing, leaving only clothes behind. Right after that, he struck the tiger in the neck. Now he was curious to know who that other person was. He asked if Sang-woon was a hunter. He replied that he was, but that he had not been one for very long. When Wante asked what his ability was, Sang-woon suddenly lost the connection with number 3. Immediately, he apologized, saying his family was in danger. Wante warned that it was risky to go alone, and ordered the Keenest rescue team to descend immediately to provide support. Sang-woon took the cursed sword that number 2 had. As soon as he held the weapon, it began whispering in his mind, telling him to kill without stopping. He told the sword to shut up and activated his dash ability to reach the shelter as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the guilds were still fighting the Megalosaurus, which remained standing, resisting the attacks. It was clear they needed more firepower. Not even the leader of the Scorpion Guild could pierce the creature's thick skin with poison. The Fire Mage commented that this was not the time to compete with each other, but to unite their strength to bring down the monster before it destroyed even more of the city. They said they needed to work together to take that thing down, but then Haesung approached, asking why he should cooperate. He said he had only come because he heard there was a lot of money involved in that chaos, and that absolute power did not need teamwork. Without waiting for an answer, he summoned a rain of meteors over the gigantic creature, lighting up the sky in the middle of the chaos. Meanwhile, inside the emergency shelter, Ji-woo's father was trying to perform first aid with the help of her mother. Ji-woo said it hurt too much, struggling to stay conscious. The situation was already desperate, but the creature managed to tear open the shelter door, repeating pleas for help with a false voice, saying it hurt and that it did not want to die like that. Ji-woo's parents stood in front of her, accepting that they might die there. That was when Sang-woon appeared, charging in like a demon, with the voices of the cursed sword echoing in his head, demanding blood. When he saw his sister in that state, he attacked with everything he had. He and the creature struck each other at the same time, and whoever was faster would gain the advantage. The one who ended up taking the worst damage was Sang-woon himself. His shoulder was hit directly, and blood sprayed everywhere. The creature even tried to say Ji-woo's name, which only made his anger grow. He advanced without thinking about the consequences, willing to sacrifice himself if necessary. Before he could take another fatal blow, a hunter from Wante's team pulled him out of range. She said he had shown good initiative, but the injuries were severe. Meanwhile, Wante took over the fight and kicked the creature away from the shelter. The hunter assessed the boy's condition and said the injuries were terrible, and that he was entering a frenzy. She used mana transfer to force him to lose consciousness and drop the cursed sword, which continued whispering for him to kill. Wante asked how he was, and she replied honestly that he was not doing well at all. Even so, Sang-woon resisted the mana transfer and tried to stay awake. The hunter told him to stop talking because his wounds would open even more. He insisted that his sister was injured back there and asked them to save her first. Wante assured him that neither he nor his sister would die that day. He then wrapped the sword in blue flames, telling the boy to rest because it would all be over soon. Shortly after, Sang-woon finally lost consciousness. Meanwhile, in the Korean Association building, director Byung-hun was in critical condition, remembering everything that had happened before. Before the meeting with the masters of the most important guilds, Hezong had appeared in the director's path to talk. The guard tried to stop him, but Byung-hun allowed him to speak. Hezong asked if they were really going to evacuate people immediately. The director said yes, that he would announce the expected damage from the invasion and order evacuation to minimize losses. Hae-sung questioned whether he really intended to tell the whole truth, since they did not even know when the invasion would happen. He asked if he would announce that an A-class monster would appear, and whether he would shut down the entire country for 3 months. He also questioned how he would deal with the economic and social consequences, saying the association would be blamed for everything. He pointed out that no one even knew if they would still be alive the following month. The director asked what he suggested they should do. Hae-sung replied that they should not reveal the true scale of the invasion, and that they should hide the possibility of an A-class monster. He said the citizens should blame themselves for not evacuating, not the association. If it were up to him, he would not have even called the meeting with the guilds or made any prior announcement. When Byung-hun questioned how he could say that without considering how many people might die, Hae-sung coldly stated that this was the convenient part. The more people died, the more necessary the guilds would become. From D-rank monsters onward, the regular army was useless, and he treated the general population as disposable pieces within that brutal scenario. He said the director was completely misunderstanding the situation, because he was not asking for anything. At that moment, Byung-hun was already regretting his decision and beginning to face the consequences of his own actions, realizing he had gotten involved with something far greater than he had imagined. Later, Sang-woon was calmly at home, training with his clones and telling them to work hard, noting that the rate of strength increase was growing far too slowly. Even so, he thought that ability was the best he could have, because he practically did not need to do anything while the clones evolved for him. Then he received a message from Jinmo and told number 1 that it was time to make money. When he met with the agent, he explained that he needed that guy to stay at the rabbit hunting ground for 1 more day. Jinmo asked where number 2 was, and Sang-woon replied that he was exercising. The agent commented that he should be doing the same, because he would get stronger in half the time. Sang-woon said he did not want to put in that much effort, and that it was better to let the clones handle it, since he did not even want to become a real hunter. He earned enough hunting those simple creatures. Jinmo said he was just suggesting it, since Sang-woon had great potential and was not using it properly, and that he could become a much better hunter. Sang-woon replied that his life was fine the way it was. That was when everything changed. Jinmo said that maybe that was why he had ended up like this, and suddenly Sang-woon's arm was cut off. He was thrown to the ground and began seeing images of his own family dead. His mother asked why he had become a hunter. His father said that was why he had abandoned them, and Jinmo begged him to save her. Soon after, he woke up in a hospital bed. Wante was by his side and asked if he was alright, saying it seemed to have been just a nightmare and that he should not move too much. Sang-woon asked if it was really Wante and if he had been the one who brought him there. He replied that he had, and that Sang-woon needed to be careful because his condition was terrible. The wound was deep, but he had been lucky. Sang-woon thanked him a lot, saying he had been saved twice, but Wante replied that it was nothing. He said there were many things he wanted to talk about, but that it was not the right time yet. Sang-woon's parents entered shortly after, extremely worried. Later, the doctor appeared and explained that the surgery had been a success. They would need to keep monitoring the boy for now, but he was recovering at an excellent rate and could return to normal life in about a month. Sang-woon asked how many days had passed and what had happened to the portal. The doctor replied that it had been 4 days and that most of the monsters had been eliminated, although some still remained. Sang-woon said he did not remember anything, but then began asking insistently about Ji-woon, wanting to know why no one was talking about her and whether she was alright. Later, he saw his sister. She was intubated, in a coma. The doctor explained that they had treated her abdominal area, but she had been infected by a mana-absorbing virus, something common in monsters that came through portals. It was a virus that continued to absorb and break down the host's mana. Most of the time, this did not cause major problems, because each person had different mana characteristics and the virus eventually died without being able to absorb enough. However, in very rare cases, when the host's mana matched the virus, it would absorb so much that the person could no longer live normally. Sang-woon asked if there was any cure. The doctor replied that with current medical technology, there was none. The virus synchronized with the host's mana, and not even healing magic could remove it. The only alternative was to keep supplying mana to keep her alive, with a minimal chance if they could get help from an S-class healer or a special blessing, along with rare items like mandrakes and elixirs from the other side of the portal, which were extremely rare and expensive. He began to think that if he had prioritized only his family instead of helping others, maybe none of that would have happened. He was so consumed by anger that his wound reopened. He thought he needed to become stronger, because if he had been more powerful, he would have been able to save everyone. He felt that he did not have enough ability, and that he should have worked harder. Later, already in the hospital room and recovering from the incident, Haeon came to visit him and asked if the professor was alright. He said that, thinking about it, he had decided to quit college. 2 weeks later, he had already escaped from the hospital. The doctor could not believe how fast he had recovered, and the nurse asked if all hunters were like that, but the doctor replied that as far as he knew they were not. that. Sang-woon was already changing clothes to put on his usual outfit when he noticed the large scar on his shoulder, exactly where he had been struck by the creature. When he saw it, he remembered the conversation he had with Hyeon and decided that he could not continue teaching her from that point on. He apologized for that, and Haehyun said it was fine, thanking him for everything he had done so far. She commented that now it was not like he would keep in touch with her, and even teased him, saying he might regret giving up such a beautiful student. She also said she would go to college, that she would probably get a boyfriend there, and that he should not go back on his words when that happened. Sang-woon thought he would not regret it, because he did not even have time for that kind of thing. His mind was already somewhere else. He prepared himself and decided to fully commit to the life of a real hunter. He went straight to the Canis Guild office, and as soon as he arrived, told the receptionist that he was there to meet Captain Park Wante. He explained that he did not have an appointment, but that Wante himself had said he wanted to talk to him. The receptionist replied that she could only allow entry with a scheduled appointment. At that moment, a large man approached and asked if he was Mr. Sang-woon. He confirmed, and the man told the receptionist that he was a guest, and that he would guide him upstairs, because the captain was indeed waiting for him. The large man personally escorted Sang-woon to Wante's office, where he was welcomed. Wante said it was good to see him back, and that he was glad he had left the hospital safely. He commented that he had been discharged much earlier than expected. Sang-woon replied that everything had been thanks to his help, and that as soon as he was discharged, he came straight to thank him for everything he had done. Wante said he had only done what anyone would do, but Sang-woon insisted that it was not something simple, because he had saved his family and provided immediate medical care, as well as paying for private rooms and even a temporary place for his parents to stay. He said he felt incredibly grateful and that words were not enough, but he also wanted to understand why he had gone so far for them and whether that had anything to do with why he had called him there. Wante explained that he also had a sister, but that she was missing along with her team members. He said that perhaps he had seen his own path reflected in him and admitted that his personal feelings were involved, but made it clear that he had not done anything to leave him in debt or expecting something in return. Even so, Sang-woon still felt indebted and asked why he wanted to see him as soon as he got better. The captain replied that he was curious about his ability and asked directly if the clones were real bodies, including the one that had saved the civilian during the incident. Sang-woon said he did not plan to hide it, but was surprised that he already knew and confirmed that it was his ability. Then Wontae got straight to the point and said that he needed his strength. He asked for help to rescue the first team of the Canis Guild, in the same way he had saved other survivors without asking for anything in return. He made it clear that he was not asking as payment for the support he had given, but because he was the only one with a real chance of saving his sister and the other team members. Hearing that, Sang-woon remembered that it was Wontae who had helped his own sister. He said that since his family had been saved, it was only fair to repay him, and asked him to explain what needed to be done. Later, he found himself in a large training space and asked what that place was. Wontae explained that it was the Canis training ground, an environment with reinforced interiors, where he could use as many abilities as he wanted without worrying about destruction. Sang-woon asked if they should not be going to rescue them immediately, but Wontae said that first they needed to do something there. He explained that the faster they executed the plan, the higher their chances of success would be. Thanks to his sister's ability, Team 1 had a huge amount of supplies, so they still had at least 8 months left. The second problem was the dungeon's level. Even though they were the guild's elite team, with full combat capability of B class, they had suffered injuries and were unable to escape. Sang-woon replied that he understood, because if it had been dangerous for a team at that level, then for him, who was still a novice, it would be far more risky. Wontae explained that yes, there was a way to get around that situation, and he made Sang-woon think about it by mentioning that humans can release an absurd amount of strength when they are on the verge of death. He explained that this momentary strength, awakened in extreme situations, is even capable of tearing muscles or breaking bones, and that this naturally reflects in their stats. What Sang-woon was lacking at that moment were precisely enough stats to keep up with the level of the situations he was facing. Until then, he had been overcoming everything with his battle sense, but during real missions, even that had its limits. And that was when Wontae, already asking for forgiveness in advance, made it clear that there was no other path besides making him endure as much as possible, immediately rushing at him with a wooden sword and starting an extremely brutal training session. Meanwhile, Wontae's group was quite worried about Sang-woon's condition, wondering if he was still in the hospital, until he finally appeared. The reaction was immediate. Everyone felt relieved and happy, but they soon noticed that his face was completely swollen, clearly injured. When questioned, he explained that a lot had happened and that he needed to talk calmly. When he told everything, Jinmo asked if his sister had been infected by the virus and if he himself was alright. Sang-woon answered that yes, he had been infected, but since the characteristic of his mana was different, he ended up being cured quickly. Right after that, Jinmo asked about the Canis Guild mission, and Sang-woon confirmed that he had received it and that he intended to repay it. Since Wontae had saved his family, the group commented that they had found the lack of contact strange, and he explained that he had lost his phone, now using an extra device from one of his clones, even asking them to send messages to number 2, but making it clear that he would not back up his contacts. The conversation continued, and Jinmo questioned whether his friends would not find out about the situation, but Sang-woon said it was better this way. Soon after, the question about his injuries came up, and he explained that he had trained with Wontae. The reaction was immediate, with Jinmo finding that absurd and saying he would file an official complaint with the guild, but Sang-woon made it clear that he had agreed to to it. He explained that Wante's younger sister was trapped in a dungeon and that he must be desperate, something he himself understood very well. Despite having been beaten that day, he was already planning to use his clones to attack as well. Jinmo, even worried, decided at least to provide healing potions for him. The next day, Sangwon took number 1, and the two of them faced Wante together, but they came out completely exhausted. The following day, he took number 2, and the three of them were beaten again. After that, he took number 3, and the four of them ended up being defeated even worse. With each passing day, the beating got heavier, clearly showing the absurd difference in level between them and Wante. When he met Jinmo again, he was asked if he was okay, and he replied that the opponent was simply too strong. He acknowledged that his clones were excellent at copying movements, and that they were learning, but the power gap was still enormous. Even recovering with potions and trying to stay on his feet, he began to think of a way to reduce that gap. That was when he showed something to Jinmo, and asked if it would be possible to get it. Jinmo said he could get it, but questioned whether it was safe. Sangwon simply told him not to worry. The next day, when he returned, Wante commented that it was good to see him working hard, but he was clearly surprised when he noticed that the three clones were completely different, transformed by the magical jewels. Number 3 in particular was behaving in an almost animalistic way, chewing a bear as if it were a dog. Sangwon made it clear that that day everything would be different. When Jinmo arrived with the crystals, Sangwon said that that amount was already enough, and that even Captain Wante would be surprised. And that was exactly what happened. Upon seeing the clones in that state, Wante questioned what had been done to them, and Sangwon explained that he had made the clones consume 60 jewels, stating that since they were considered summoned creatures, they could absorb these items and transfer the stat gains to him. Wante was intrigued by that, wondering if it was really possible to use the jewels that way. Without wasting time, Sangwon drew his cursed sword, making it clear that that day he would fight with everything he had. Wante, on the other hand, continued using only his wooden sword and stated that that would not be enough, even allowing him to come with killing intent. The clones really were faster and stronger, and Wante himself noticed that their abilities, previously inferior to the original body, were now practically at the same level, probably due to the effect of the jewels. Even so, with a single precise attack, he managed to take down number 3, explaining that despite the increase in strength caused by the monstrous transformation, the clone's precision had dropped drastically due to the excess of jewels. At that moment, the original Sangwon advanced, stating that at least he had not turned into a monster. His attack was a well-executed feint, creating a perfect opening, and he fired his pistol directly at Wante's head. However, the shot caused absolutely no damage. Wante acknowledged that it had been a good attack, but made it clear that without the use of a mana bullet, it would be impossible to hurt him. Right after that, Wante countered with a heavy blow to Sangwon's stomach, knocking the air out of his lungs instantly. Even so, the clones continued advancing like uncontrolled beasts, attacking with brute force, but with no precision at all. Despite the absurd power they had gained, they could not land decisive blows. That was when Wante explained that he needed to pour mana into his arms and into the sword, as if it were a natural extension of his own body. When he applied the technique, his strikes simply destroyed the clones' knives, as if they were fragile toys. He even stated that if he truly mastered that, he would be able to cut monsters even with tree branches. Sangwon could only think that in that place, the real monster was Wante himself, because his wooden sword looked like pure steel in his hands. Even so, Sangwon got up even rougher than before and rushed forward again. The next attack made Wante admit that he had really become stronger, especially considering that he could increase his stats using magical jewels. But that still was not enough. The captain dodged all the attacks and landed a precise strike on each of them, making it clear that at that level, Sangwon still could not be considered a true rank C. He himself acknowledged that was not yet the case, but guaranteed that soon it would be different, because he had no intention of stopping at that level. Determined to move forward, he decided to motivate the clones in a somewhat insane way, pointing at the captain's face, and saying that his sharp nose and square jaw looked like a rare jewel, practically encouraging the clones to see Wante as a walking jewel to devour. The clones advanced together with the original Sangwon, and while fighting, he realized that his desire to become stronger did not come only from Wante's request. When he woke up in the hospital, he felt something far worse than physical pain. He felt powerless. He felt that he had not been able to protect his own family during the disaster. The hatred for his weak body grew there, and the worst part was knowing that no one in that disaster had any idea that everything had started because of Haesung, precisely the man who later destroyed the Megalosaurus with his meteor rain. Sangwon no longer wanted to feel that despair, that sensation of being unable to do anything. He decided that no matter his current ability, he would push himself until he surpassed all limits. 6 months later, at the Sinsoldong Station hunting field, a group was causing trouble. A large hunter from the Silver Moon Guild was intimidating a weaker group, knocking one of them to the ground. The young man's friend questioned why they were doing that, since everyone had permission to enter the field. The big guy replied that the Silver Moon Guild was using that field now, and that if they wanted to hunt, they should go somewhere else. The soldiers present pretended not to see anything, as if the situation simply did not exist. The big man even provoked the woman, saying that if she stayed quiet, he might let her use the field. Her friends, outraged, called those guys trash. At that moment, a hooded figure approached casually. A soldier tried to drive him away, telling him to leave because he was not seeing the situation. The hooded figure calmly asked why, since he had paid for entry. The big man approached to intimidate him, and started saying that the field belonged to Silvermoon, calling him an idiot. idiot. When he tried to throw a punch, he received a direct blow to the stomach in return. The other group was shocked. The hooded figure asked why he had done that, saying that he did not want to counterattack, that it had only been an automatic defense. He even mocked the so-called Silver Moon Guild, questioning what his entry had to do with that shitty guild. Then it became clear that the hooded figure was Sang-Woon himself. With another precise strike, he knocked the big man out. The Silver Moon members, furious, advanced, saying that everyone there were Class D hunters, and that he would not escape. They believed he would not be able to handle all of them alone. Sang-Woon simply asked if they really thought he was alone. Right after that, his troop appeared. Meanwhile, Jinmo was in a meeting with Captain Park Wante, who apologized for bothering him at that time. Jinmo told him not to worry, that he himself should have mentioned it earlier. Wante explained that he had come to get what he had requested. Jinmo then picked up a document warning that since it was personal information, he could not take a photo and would have to return it later. Wante agreed, saying he only needed to check it quickly. The document was the record of Sang-Woon's last test. After analyzing it, Wante asked if his stats had really increased that much. Jinmo confirmed, saying that recently he seemed like a completely different man, that after the incident he had become almost obsessed with hunting and training. Then he asked if those stats were already enough for the captain's plan. Wante replied that there was no need to even mention that, because in fact he had another plan in mind. That was only a safety measure in case they failed and needed to execute him in time. But Wante did not seem truly worried. Sang-Woon's growth had been monstrous. At that moment he had 19,000 strength, 17,000 agility, 16,000 vitality, 17,000 dexterity, 31,000 mana, 1,000 in projectile, and 18,000 regeneration, in addition to several other special attributes and abilities accumulated over the months. Wante commented that they could already begin the rescue commission for Team 1, and thought that the kid was already close to rank C level. With time he could become a high rank. The cloning ability in particular made the user stronger than the stats seemed to show, so it was impossible to measure exactly how powerful he had become. Meanwhile, at the other hunting field, the soldiers and those present were getting a practical demonstration of that power, because Sang-Woon's clones had simply beaten the Silver Moon Guild members without any difficulty. A soldier tried to intervene, saying that it was already too much, and that he could not act like that. Sang-Woon replied that the soldier should have said that earlier, when the other group was being beaten, not now. He said he would not blame him, but that he could keep guarding the entrance, and pretending nothing had happened. Right after that, he ordered the clones to break the phones of the people they had just beaten, and calmly walked into the hunting field. The intimidated group decided to abandon that field, and look for another place. Inside the Sinsul Dong station, the field was dominated by undead creatures. Among those risking their lives there to collect cheap items, was the very man who had caused trouble with Sang-Woon in the previous field. Upon seeing someone entering, he complained about the inspection, but when he recognized Sang-Woon's face, he commented that it had been a while. Ajusi asked what he was doing there, and how he had managed to get in, since the Silver Moon members were supposed to be guarding the entrance. Sang-Woon replied that that was exactly what he wanted to know, questioning what a weakling was doing in a Class D dungeon. Irritated, Ajusi could barely respond. Sang-Woon observed that by his appearance, he was not there to hunt, and implied that he and his friend had been trapped inside by Silver Moon. He said he did not feel sorry but wanted to understand what had happened, showing a photo of the guild members in their underwear after the beating they had taken. He assured that the gate had already been taken care of, and told Ajusi to explain the situation. After some time, with all the monsters defeated, Ajusi explained that Class D monsters sometimes dropped jewels when they died, but not always. The jewels remained on the bodies for a long time, and inside a dungeon it was common for monsters to fight each other, drop jewels, start new fights, and accumulate even more. People like him came there only to collect those jewels. When Sang-Woon asked why so many people were being forced to do that, Ajusi explained that they were either people in debt to the guild, or had been sold as slaves. It was an extremely dangerous job, but if someone died there, they would simply be treated as just another hunter dead in a dungeon. Sang-Woon had never imagined witnessing something like that in real life. Even without showing much, he told Ajusi to leave before he changed his mind. The man became emotional, but Sang-Woon told him to leave the jewels behind, and stop the drama. After he left, Sang-Woon gathered all the accumulated jewels and ordered number 1 to devour them. He admitted to himself that that collection method was not as difficult as it seemed, and decided that he would take advantage of the situation. However, in the depths of the field, someone was running desperately from a Class C abomination, a grotesque undead with several arms and 2 heads. The one fleeing was Kim Uhyun, a worker from the Silver Moon Guild, who had been left behind. With no chance of winning, he stumbled, fell, and practically accepted death. Before the final blow could hit him, Sang-Woon pulled him back, dodging the creature's attack. Kim Uhyun asked who he was, and Sang-Woon replied directly that he was his savior, taking the chance to ask if he still had any jewels. The man said he had already dropped everything. Sang-Woon lamented the waste and asked if the one who had brought him there was the Hoysung Guild. While they talked, the abomination kept attacking. Number 1, transformed into a gigantic demon, crashed into the creature, holding it in combat. Even so, Sang-Woon drew Kim Uhyun's attention, asking why he was more worried about the fight than answering, and demanded that he explain what the connection with the Hoysung Guild was. When Sang-Woon told him to answer, Kim Uhyun stared at him, trying to understand who the hell that guy was, who acted as if he were on a casual walk in the park. His first reaction was to try to run, but Sang-woon grabbed his arm before he could take 2 steps. Kim asked how he could act like that with monsters around, as if nothing was happening. Sang-woon replied not to worry about them, as if that were the least of his problems. At that moment, numbers 2 and 3 appeared, and started eliminating the other enemies around them. Kim became even more confused, wondering if that was an organized team, or if he was some kind of summoner. Sang-woon replied that everything was completely safe. Exactly at the moment, an explosion echoed behind him. When number 1 was knocked down by the abomination, he widened his eyes and asked if number 1 was really losing, even after consuming so many jewels. That made no sense, so he decided he needed to finish that quickly. He told Kim to wait there for a bit, and said he had fed that clone too much to let it fall like that. He took a deep breath, focused for real, and drew the cursed sword. He advanced toward the abomination and cut off the arm that held the bone sword. Then he struck fast, faster, even faster, pressuring the creature without giving it space. When he prepared the next thrust, the image of the creature that had injured his sister passed through his mind, but he did not let himself be consumed by anger. He calmed himself in the middle of the battle. Before the abomination could counterattack, numbers 2 and 3 stepped in front of him, protecting him so he could concentrate. He infused the blade with mana, and with a clean and heavy slash, split the abomination in half. When the body hit the ground heavy and rotten, Sang-woon muttered that that sword was annoying as hell. Kim, still in disbelief, asked if he had really defeated the abomination. Sang-woon shot back, asking why he had not run away. Kim replied that he had told him to wait. That was when Sang-woon noticed that number 1 was not doing well. The cut on his shoulder was not regenerating as it should. Kim explained that the abomination's bone sword had a corrosive curse, and that without a healer, the clone could die. Sang-woon complained that he was only saying that now and thought it would have been a disaster if that blow had hit him. He also realized that when the clones consumed jewels, they became even more reckless, focusing only on attacking and forgetting to dodge. Kim asked if that guy was even human. Sang-woon replied that he was a summoner. Then Kim pulled out a suspicious flask, with 2 skull icons on the label, and said that if the clone drank a bit of that, it could live longer, but he would not take responsibility. The liquid did not look like anything good, but there was not much choice. Sang-woon poured it into number 1's mouth. A putrid smoke rose from the wound, and shortly after, he was completely healed. Number 1 stood up, apparently fine. Sang-woon celebrated, but Kim warned that it was only temporary. The side effect was the complete exhaustion of life force. His ability was poison, and he could create a regeneration potion that saved someone in that moment, but led to death later. Sang-woon asked if that meant the clone would eventually die. After hearing the confirmation, he simply told number 1 to go back to hunting. If it was going to die, it would die soon anyway, and afterward he could just resummon another one without any problem. Kim was shocked by the coldness and said that he had already revealed his own ability, so now he wanted to know who he was. He described that guy as someone who had monsters like they were pets, all absurdly strong, and who had defeated the abomination almost alone. How had no one heard of him? Number 1 answered that it was because he was Class E. Kim did not believe it, asking how a Class E was inside a Class D dungeon and hunting so easily. Sang-woon told him to relax and stop acting like they were friends. He said that now it was his turn to ask questions. Meanwhile, at the Yahello Guild warehouse, Miho asked if that was already enough. The manager Seon-ah questioned why she had suddenly started collecting so many jewels, since she had not been like that before. Miho explained that it was a favor for Mr. Wong Tai. Seon-ah asked why he needed so many jewels, and Miho replied that it was for a guy named Sang-woon, something like that, and that she had heard he was using those jewels for something specific. Back in the dungeon, when Sang-woon looked at Kim again, he realized that he seemed a bit offended. He thought he should not create unnecessary hostility there, and said that he could speak more comfortably if he wanted. Kim relaxed a little, and asked if he really could. Then Sang-woon got straight to the point, and asked why he had mentioned the Hisung Guild while running away. Kim asked if he was really a hunter, and did not know about that. Sang-woon replied that he had gotten his license recently, and did not know much about guild politics. Then Kim explained that Silvermoon was basically a lackey of the Hisung Guild, pretending to be independent while doing the dirty work. Many of the people forced to work there had been paid or manipulated by Hisung. When Sang-woon asked if he had also been taken by them, Kim froze for a moment, remembering his own past, and replied that he did not need to know that. Deep down, he thought he must have gone crazy to reveal even his ability to that guy, and that if he was not careful, he could end up losing his own cover. Sang-woon said he had already gotten the information he wanted, and that he was leaving. Kim asked if he was not going to get out of there since it seemed like he was going even deeper into the hunting field. He replied that he had just gotten started, and that if he wanted he could leave. Kim said that was fine, and thanked him, but before leaving, Sang-woon commented that his ability was very good. Kim asked if that was some kind of joke, if drinking that did not kill. He replied that he did not care about side effects. Then he handed over a very dirty card, and said that if he was not afraid and wanted revenge against Hisung, he could contact him. After that he told number 5 to escort Kim to the entrance. Later Sang-woon continued facing those abominable creatures, and thought that that guy's ability could be very useful for his clones. Number 1 was still standing, but after defeating a few more creatures, he simply collapsed dead. Sang-woon thought he would last longer, but that was not the case. Even so, he did not worry much. He just resummoned him and told him to put on his clothes because they were going hunting again. When Sang-woon and his clones passed through a nearby area, the Silvermoon group he had beaten earlier was hiding in an alley. One of them commented that the guy had already left. The bald one asked what that had been, saying that man was a monster. Another replied that he was sure the monster had died, but that he had come back to life. At least they believed they had not been seen. The two of them then accessed a secret passage located in that hunting field. The place led to a drug laboratory, more specifically one that produced refined jewel crystals. The bald one explained that the capacity of those jewels was 100 times better than normal ones, and that just one of them increased stats by 0.5, but the side effects were much heavier. That was why the World Association had restricted sales. His companion asked what the point was, since the side effects did not make it worth it. The bald one agreed, saying that almost no one would be willing to take that risk, which was why the product was cheap. But the situation had changed. They had discovered that there was a place where the jewels were processed again, to create a product that could be used on people. It was a project called DEP, and the company Tron was buying jewels desperately. Since it was illegal, the price had skyrocketed. No one would have imagined that that trash would turn into money. Even after getting beaten up, no one could take that from them. After that, they returned to the hunting field and closed the secret passage. Later, Kim passed by because she knew where it was. She thought it had been easy to shake those bastards off. She had told number 5 that she would go to the entrance later, and he got nervous for not completing the task. Kim thought it had been the right decision to stay in that hunting field. Thanks to Silvermoon, she gained access to the refined jewel storage. She put everything in a bag, hid it in her pants, and left along with the victims of the hunting field. Number 5 felt tense, but when he saw that she left safely, he considered the mission complete. Kim felt like she had pulled it off. To hell with Silvermoon and Hisung. Meanwhile, Sangwoo realized that everyone had escaped safely, and that he had already dealt with the monsters. He collected several jewels, and finally understood why they had been out of stock in stores in recent days. Now he had obtained a good amount. Number 1 asked if he should eat all of them, but the original said no. If he turned into a monster now, people would start to fear him. They decided to try the next day. At that moment, Sangwoo received a message from Wante, saying it was time to explain the mission. The next day, the Silvermoon group returned to check on the drugs, but they were no longer there. The big bald man grabbed a soldier by the neck and demanded to know what had happened. He said they were paid to guard the place. The soldier replied that the agreement was only to let them enter. They had never been paid to guard anyone. The people who left were the same ones they had locked inside. The big man began to suspect that it was that bastard and his group who had taken the drugs, but he knew he would never be able to recover anything from those monsters because they were too strong. Meanwhile, Kim did not expect to be placed in a dungeon meant for C-class hunters. She would have died if it were not for that strange guy. At least she had managed to get those jewels. She knew Silvermoon would suspect her if she tried to sell everything now, so she decided to hide them for the time being. When she saw the JM agency card, she remembered what Sangwoo had said. Even so, she decided that he did not know anything. Meanwhile, at Odin Tower, an S-class dungeon that had never been fully explored, it was only known that the strongest hunter of the first generation, Baekwan, had found that place and tried to challenge it. He entered, but lost contact and never returned. After that, countless hunters tried the same thing, but all failed without even passing the lower levels. The only one who achieved something different was George Lucas, known as Jumper. At the meeting, Wante explained that this was exactly where Team 1 was trapped, along with his own sister. Sangwoo asked what exactly it meant that they were trapped. Wante explained that Odin Tower was a dungeon with a special structure. It had an entrance, but it had no exit. The only connection to the outside world was through mana. The only possible way to communicate was using telepathy magic. Because of that, the ways to escape were extremely limited. Either the dungeon was completed, or someone managed to escape using a teleportation ability. That was why Sangwoo's cloning was so important. If something went wrong, other hunters would have no way to escape. Sangwoo then asked if Team 1 could not simply leave using their own strength. Wante explained that they had even received a method of exit. The question was why they had still not escaped. Then he began to explain what really happened in Odin Tower, and how everything went wrong. 5 years after the great disaster of 2005, his sister had already awakened her abilities during that so-called Dark Age, shortly after the end of the disaster. At that time, Wante was 16 years old, and his sister Park Yuna was only 9. He always told her not to go outside because she could get hurt. She would reply that she was not hurt. Park Yuna's ability was similar to subspace storage. She could store various things inside her own space. It was an extremely useful ability. When they were young, they went through many dangerous situations using it. They could hide inside the subspace, store items, even creatures. That was how they grew up, surviving in a destroyed world full of threats. Over time, the two of them became members of the Keenest Guild. As an adult, Park Yuna became the leader of Team 1. When the proposal to go to Odin Tower came up, Wante said he did not think it was a good idea. He believed they needed at least one teleportation user in the group. Park Yuna replied that they always came back to that topic and asked why they had bought a teleportation scroll. Then, there were fewer than 100 natural teleportation users in the entire world, and they had not been able to recruit any. If they did not go at that moment, they might never go. The condition of Team 1 was the best it had ever been, and on top of that, they had her ability. She also questioned whether he did not trust her for that mission. Team 1 wanted to leave, but Wante was still unsure. Even so, Park Yuna promised that they would return immediately if the situation became dangerous. She knew how horrible it was to leave family behind without coming back. In addition to the teleportation scroll, she had already stored large amounts of food, medical kits, and other emergency supplies. In the present, Wante confessed confessed that he deeply regretted it. He should not have been convinced by her words. He should not have been reassured because of the supplies. He should have stopped Team 1 from leaving, but they went anyway. His partner commented that he really thought they would not go. They had been preparing for years, and he was being too overprotective. Wante admitted that she was right. Since they had already left, he decided to trust them. It was on that very same day when Team 1 entered Odin Tower that he went to the awakening program, where Sangwoo also awakened. Sangwoo commented that he had been there at the time as well, and that seemed like an absurd coincidence. Jumo asked if they had not tried to contact Team 1 recently. Wante explained that they had taken 10 telepathy scrolls and had committed to sending weekly reports. Since there was no other way to connect outside the dungeon's mana, a guild team stayed positioned at the entrance of Odin Tower to receive the messages. The first report came without problems, the second and third as well, and everything seemed to be going fine. However, after a month, something went wrong. At the entrance of Odin Tower, inside the temporary tent set up by the guild, everyone was prepared to receive the next report. At the entrance of Odin Tower, inside the guild tent, Wante asked if they should have already reached the 40-kilometer mark at that pace. The team confirmed that yes, so they prepared the telepathy scroll to receive the weekly report. As soon as they activated the connection, the communicator made contact, saying they had an urgent report. The message began to be transmitted through telepathy. They had advanced about 700 meters after passing the last part of the first floor. Then they reported that they had been ambushed by an unknown monster. Most of the team members were fighting the creature at that exact moment. There were injured members. The communication started to become unstable, and suddenly the communicator began to hear screams through the mental connection. The transmission turned chaotic. The pain and despair crossed the telepathic link so intensely that the communicator himself almost lost his sanity, trying to maintain contact. Realizing what was happening, Wante slowly turned around, already expecting the worst possible outcome. The atmosphere in the tent grew heavy. No one said anything. Then they decided to use the teleportation scroll that was linked to Team 1. The activation was immediate. A mana circle formed on the ground of the tent, and in the next instant, someone emerged from the portal. But whoever appeared was not alive. It was one of the members of Team 1, already dead. The body fell in front of them, and in that moment the weight of Wante's responsibility as guild leader collapsed right before his eyes. Songtae, one of the members of Team 1, collapsed into Wante's arms as the situation became increasingly chaotic. They questioned who had ordered the entire team to be brought there, and demanded that the situation be resolved immediately. But the portal was still open, and another team member had to interrupt the process. She asked if the communicator was working, and if the telepathy was still connected. They confirmed that it was better now. Then she informed them that a rescue team would be sent immediately, and that they only needed to check outside at 2 in the afternoon, and remain inside the subdimension. Even while coughing up blood, Songtae apologized. They had failed. The monsters had torn all the scrolls into pieces, and nothing about that creature was in the report. The healer, even while doing everything possible, said he needed to be taken to the hospital because he was bleeding heavily. When they took him away, Wante was completely devastated. Shortly after, the communicator alerted them that there was something they needed to hear. Since the telepathy was still active, they simply repeated the transmitted words. Wante's sister reported that the battle had ended and apologized for failing the mission. She said she thought they would succeed, that they could wait, and that there was no need to rush things. She assured that they would return alive no matter what happened. In the present, Wante said those were their last words. After that, they tried to hire several hunters to enter the place, but no one accepted. Most said it was practically suicide to go in there. No one wanted to take the job, and everyone already knew what happened when there was a portal break. Sangwoo commented that it was during that break that he met him, and that because of that, he wanted him to have the necessary stats, because he needed to have the ability to at least reach as far as they did. Wante confirmed, and said he had done everything he could in the best way possible. Now all that remained was to carry out the rescue mission. Their guild Canis would escort him to the entrance of Odin's tower, and they would depart the next day. Meanwhile, in a luxury hotel, one of the rooms was noisy because the members of Silvermoon were being beaten. The guild leader, Yang Gukil, asked if he had ever told them to hunt something impossible. He had only sent a D-class hunter to guard the entrance, but the item ended up being stolen. Irritated, he asked who was responsible. One of the men explained that most of them were wearing masks, and that only one of them was not, but he was not on the list of hunters, nor above D-class. Yang Gukil became furious upon learning they had been defeated by someone of E-class, and kicked the member, saying they were not the only ones who produced jewel crystals. He made it clear that if they did not recover the amount intended for Hisung, there would be no patience. If they were replaced by other suppliers, everything would be over. He ordered them to bring that man to him, and did not want to hear another word. After dismissing the group, he thought they would probably get beaten again, and called them all useless. He also commented that he thought Hisung should take action as well. The response was that it would be easy to find the person responsible by pressuring a few people, and thus Kang Kyun-sung, vice leader of the Silvermoon Guild, was introduced. The next day, at the JM agency, Junmo asked if Sang-woo thought there was something strange about that job. Sang-woo said he did not believe he was lying, but felt that something important was being omitted. At no point was the reason for trying to clear Odin's tower explained. He commented that he might not understand everything about the hunter industry, but he knew that place. The tower had been conquered in 2012, and according to Jumber, it was announced on national television that Odin's tower was empty. There was only one monster left. There was no treasure or items, and it was recommended that no one enter so as not to sacrifice their life life uselessly. After that, players stopped going there, and the place ended up becoming an abandoned dungeon. Even so, Wante did not explain why they wanted to complete it. Junmo acknowledged that it was strange, and asked if he should investigate further, but Sang-woo said it was not necessary. The objective was to rescue the people, not to clear the dungeon. On the way, they found Yu Hyon, who was sleeping on the ground. Sang-woo explained that he had met her in a hunting field, and suggested that she come there if she did not have anywhere to work. When she woke up, she found Junmo very close to her, and got startled, creating an awkward atmosphere. After that, he suggested that she eat something first. They went to the restaurant in front of the agency, and she ate a lot because she was very hungry. Meanwhile, Sang-woo took her phone to register his own number and asked if she had really gone there to work, or just to talk to him. She replied that she was there to work. Junmo then asked what exactly her ability was, where Yeon explained that she could evaluate items and potions. Sang-woo joked that her potions killed whoever drank them, but she pulled his hair and said that she also knew how to make potions that did not kill. He replied that, even with the risks, the potions still had great effects, and that he wanted to use Leon's abilities. Junmo stepped closer and asked if he intended to test them on the clones, and he confirmed that he did. He told them to arrange some equipment for potion production, and said he would also provide funds to help. After that, he told Leon to continue her meal calmly, because he was already on his way out. She asked where he was going, if it was to a dungeon, and he answered yes, but that this time the objective was not to hunt. Before he left, Hyun threw 2 potions to him, one that temporarily increased strength, and another to restore mana. Sang-woo commented that the colors were very intuitive, but she explained that the side effects were severe, because the strength potion melted the muscles and the mana potion could make the body explode. Even so, he thanked her, finding the situation somewhat exciting. Then he summoned all his clones and left, promising them that when they returned, he would buy real food. Later, Seon-ah, Miho's partner, went to check the jewel stock and said she would get in touch when she finished. As she approached the entrance of the Yahello warehouse, she found the guards dead and a huge hole in the wall. Indignant, she asked who would dare to steal from that place, and activated her invader ability, which worked like a radar to detect enemies. However, before she could react, she was attacked from behind. Without understanding how she had not detected anyone outside, she was struck on the head and fell unconscious. The intruder mocked her, asking if she really thought he would reveal himself so easily, apologized sarcastically, and said they needed the jewels. Meanwhile, the Silver Moon members were carrying everything out. After that, he poured a barrel of gasoline and set the warehouse on fire. Now it was time to find out who had stolen the crystals, and for whom those jewels were intended. In Iceland, Sang-woo was already arriving at the Canis Guild aircraft, accompanied by his clones. He stood before the Valhalla portal, which would take him to Odin's tower, where the guard informed him that Mr. Park Wante was waiting for him at the entrance. Just by approaching that place, he felt an overwhelming pressure of power. As he crossed the portal, he appeared under an aurora borealis, in a cold, isolated land surrounded by a bottomless cliff that seemed to merge with deep space. He commented that it definitely did not look like a tower, and complained about the cold, saying he needed to go quickly to the guild headquarters. Meanwhile, Wante received the news about the jewel theft, and wondered who would have the courage to do something like that without knowing what kind of person Miho was. When Sang-woo appeared, the atmosphere changed completely. Everyone became very excited, and even worried about him, saying they had prepared a fur coat because the cold there was intense. Not only did he put on the coat, but all the clones did as well. Analyzing the map, Wante explained that the place where Team 1 disappeared was 40 kilometers away. Sang-woo replied that it was not as far as he had imagined. Wante continued, saying they had not had problems with supplies, so they advanced without delay. He had 3 teleportation scrolls prepared for emergencies, and each clone could carry one, because that was essential for the plan and to maintain safety. Clones number 4, 5, and 6 took the scrolls. Sang-woo asked how they worked, and Wante explained that they just had to tear them, since the destination was already set. The vice leader commented that they had instructed Team 1 to check outside at 2 in the afternoon, and that there would certainly be traces of battle, so the location would be easily identified. Before leaving, Sang-woo asked Wante what they would eat to celebrate when she returned, and he replied that it would definitely be homemade food. With that, the operation began. The clones advanced into Odin's tower, while the original Sang-woo remained at the camp, sitting in a chair and activating the familiar ability to connect with them. Wante thought that now everything was in his hands. He connected to clone number 1, and immediately felt the snowstorm. The familiar ability worked perfectly, and he realized that even with high resistance to the cold, walking there was difficult. Suddenly, the clone found himself in front of a cliff, and the view from above was impressive. There was Odin's tower. Then Sang-woo noticed something strange. He was not just sharing the senses of clone number 1, he had full control over him, since his familiar ability was already at level 17. Now he not only felt, but also controlled. It was like commanding a character in a game, but this time it was real. He was truly moving the body. Thus, he ordered the official start of the mission, the rescue of Team 1. When they reached a massive wall of ice, it became clear why it was impossible to escape that place. He opened the guide to analyze the initial monsters of of the tower, and one of the first to appear was an ice bat, which lunged at them. However, clone number 2 eliminated it with ease. Sang-woo explained that ice bats were E-class monsters that always moved in groups, and that there was usually a boss among them. That boss was the large D-class ice bat. He raised his sword using the body of clone number 1 to face it, but before he could do anything, the other clones simply wiped out the creature. He was even a bit frustrated because he did not get the chance to fight properly, but he moved on. Even after eliminating several bats, they kept appearing without stopping. They had already advanced about 13 kilometers, which he estimated as roughly 30% of the way. According to the instructions, new monsters should appear soon, so he warned the clones to be careful. It did not take long for snow creatures to appear, but they could not even attack. Sang-woo and his clones used magical projectiles and landed direct hits to the head, eliminating the enemies quickly. Other creatures charged like a herd, but they were also defeated easily. The real problem appeared when the ground cracked beneath their feet. Meanwhile, inside the Keenis Guild tent, Yuna wondered if he would be okay. Team 1 was the best strike team in the guild, and even they had struggled there. Wontae told her not to worry. He explained that at first he had planned a secret infiltration operation to avoid direct confrontations with monsters. The minimum recommended level for this mission was rank C. However, Sang-woo's growth exceeded expectations. In just 6 months, he had increased almost all his stats by around 20 points, which likely already placed him at the level of a rank B. In addition, his clones also grew stronger. Although the clones' stats were slightly lower than his, their movements were superior. In practice, it was as if Sang-woo were commanding an entire team of rank B hunters. Yuna commented that the average rank of Team 1 was rank B, and asked if he was saying that Sang-woo alone was equivalent to the entire team. Wontae replied that yes, that was how he saw it. He also commented that if the Yahello Guild warehouse had not been invaded, Sang-woo could have evolved even further with the prepared jewels. Yuna then questioned whether besides the ice golem mentioned in the report, there were not other monsters capable of stopping him. Wontae stated that he had already warned him about the golem, and that he would probably be able to avoid it. It was practically impossible not to notice such a massive creature. At that exact moment, Sang-woo was standing before the ice golem, a colossal one-eyed creature ready to crush him. Realizing the danger, he tried to use the sword's curse, but the bloody strike caused no damage at all. This only made the golem more furious, and it tried to smash him with even more force. He barely managed to dodge and realized that if he could not cut the creature, there was no way to deal damage with that sword. More yetis appeared and charged both at him and at the golem itself, but the creature simply grabbed and devoured them. It seemed to grow stronger by doing so. Its attacks devastated the battlefield, breaking the ice around them. Sang-woo remembered that Wontae had said the golem's weakness was its core. He searched for it, and after observing more carefully, saw a huge frozen crystal in the center of the creature's chest. The problem was figuring out how to destroy it. His magical projectiles did not even scratch it, so he began to come up with a plan. At that moment, the golem slammed the ground with force, making everything shake. He ordered the clones to move out of the creature's range. The tremor caused a landslide, and several rocks were hurled towards Sang-woo, but he managed to dodge. The problem was the next strike, which hit clone number 5 directly. The clone was crushed and killed instantly. Sang-woo was in shock, especially because it was number 5 who was carrying a teleportation scroll. Without hesitating, he ran toward the body that was about to be devoured by the golem. He channeled all his mana into his legs and jumped as high as he could to try to recover the scroll. At the last second, the creature's jaws closed, and clone number 5 was swallowed. As he rolled on the ground, Sang-woo provoked the monster while showing the scroll he had managed to grab. Right after that, he activated the spell directly on the golem's core. The idea was simple. If he could not break the ice, he would teleport the core away. A huge portal opened and swallowed only the crystal in the creature's chest. Without the core, the golem collapsed without strength, like a robot without a battery. In Wontae's tent, a massive block of ice crashed onto the roof at that exact moment, a consequence of the teleportation. After defeating the creature, several of Sang-woo's attributes increased, and his clone ability leveled up. Now he could summon 7 clones. He celebrated, because unlike his other abilities, he had never found a direct way to evolve the clone ability. From what it seemed, the only way was by defeating powerful creatures. Even with the evolution of the ability, Sang-woo decided that he would not summon more clones for now, so they continued forward, passing by the enormous body of the defeated golem. Meanwhile, the hunter and hero Jumper, at his home, received a message with a list of people who had requested to meet him that month. None of the names were from South Korea, which left him completely uninterested. He found it absurd, and told his secretary to reject all the requests, as well as to continue the preparations for the academy's inauguration ceremony. Elsewhere, Ajusi was still alive, preparing instant noodles when his big friend asked if he had also been caught by Silvermoon. Ajusi said yes, but believed that he had actually been handed over by Haesung for causing trouble. The friend asked how he managed to escape those bastards, and Ajusi said he received help. The big guy commented that then things were fine, at least for now, and mentioned that Changwon had also been quite busy lately. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. When the big guy went to answer, he was immediately struck by one of the Silvermoon men, who broke the entrance open. Chonchung entered asking if Ajusi was there. He said he did not want to waste time, and asked who was responsible for attacking the guild's hunting ground. He informed them that this was already the 3rd person they were interrogating, while showing his hands with a bloodied knuckle duster. He commented that the previous 2 said they knew nothing. The big guy still tried to counterattack, but Cheon-song caught the blow easily. He asked if he liked liked showing strength, because he was strong too. He broke the big guy's hand and threw him away with a punch, saying he hated arrogant people. Ah Juicy, desperate, said he would tell everything, and begged him to stop, but Cheonsong ignored him and knocked him down with a slap. He said he would end up going with them anyway, and asked why he spoke as if he were being generous. He made it clear that his friend would die for being arrogant. After a sequence of punches, the big guy fell defeated. Ah Juicy, in panic, admitted that he knew who was responsible, and begged for mercy. Cheonsong commented to the Silver Moon men that apparently they always got something useful when they pressured weak people. Meanwhile, Sang-woo and his clones continued advancing. Soon they came across a field full of completely decomposed bodies, with only skeletons and scattered clothes remaining. He understood why the bodies had been left there, since it would be almost impossible to recover them in that environment. But he wondered what or who had done that. One of the clones reported that they were close to the destination. Sang-woo then ordered that, from that point on, they should look for any trace of battle from the strike team, as they would likely be hiding in the subdimension near the place where the confrontation happened. He asked how much time was left until 2 in the afternoon, but when he turned around he saw clone number 2 apparently attacking him with a knife. In reality, it was not aimed at him. The clone was protecting the original from an ice spike launched by a creature behind him. The creature looked like a smaller version of the ice golem, and right after attacking, it became partially translucent, as if it were using an invisibility ability. It was not just one, several of them appeared, forming something like an army of ice assassins. Sang-woo realized that this explained the corpses scattered across the field. Maybe it was because of these creatures that the strike team could not return. They had failed to detect the enemies beforehand, and ended up falling into the trap. Clone number 2 pulled the spike out of his hand and counterattacked. Sang-woo took advantage of the opening, and eliminated the enemy that had ambushed them. He ordered them to press forward on that side, but the enemies reacted quickly and disappeared again. Even so, he was surprised to notice that his clones were blocking all the attacks from the invisible creatures. He wondered how they were doing that. Realizing that the clones were handling the situation naturally, he let number 1 take control, while he simply observed. Clone number 1 drew the cursed sword, blocked an attack from a creature even while it was invisible, and then counterattacked from behind, taking the enemy down. That was when Sang-woo understood the strategy. The creatures only masked their appearance, not their sounds. The clones were reacting to the sound of the wind and the subtle shifts in the air. Even so, he knew he still had a long way to go before he could copy that refined perception ability. Meanwhile, inside the subdimension where Yuna was, the group commented that it would soon be 2 in the afternoon, and that they should check the situation. Some stood up in agreement. Yuna wondered if there would really be a rescue team that day. She could no longer bring herself to encourage hope in the others, because she believed everything would be the same as the previous days, only the silent ice field waiting for them outside. At the moment she began to open the subspace, sounds of combat echoed from outside. At the same time, Sang-woo was also focusing all his attention on hearing, but with a different objective. He was trying to accurately detect the enemy's movements, just like his clones did, determined to master that technique. Sang-woo was starting to get the hang of fighting by listening to the enemy's movements, but it was still not enough. He did not have super speed or any automatic defense ability. The ice assassins were only truly dangerous when they became invisible, because aside from that they were weak. Clone number 1 dodged the attacks carefully, but the real problem was the quantity. It was not just 1 or 2 enemies, it was practically an entire army. The clones began to be hit by the rapid strikes of the assassins. The situation was becoming worrying, because the enemies kept appearing without stopping. Sang-woo could not even estimate whether there were hundreds or thousands. Then, suddenly, a portal opened above him. He immediately recognized it as the strike team's subspace. He took control of clone number 1's body, and ordered everyone to run toward the portal. Inside the subdimension, Yuna said there was someone outside. The group also heard the sounds of combat, and confirmed that it really was a person. However, they realized that Sang-woo and his clones were drawing the assassins toward the entrance. Even so, he shouted that he had come to save them, and asked them to help him first. Yuna took command of Team 1, which quickly formed a defensive formation. The big man on the front line raised his shield and activated his barrier, protecting the area, while one of the mages fired magical arrows to slow down the ice assassins. Taking advantage of that opening, Sang-woo crossed the barrier and entered the subdimension. The entrance was closed right after. He thanked them and introduced himself as the rescue team for Team 1. Some seemed a little disappointed. Yuna asked if he was from Kindness, and he replied that in a way he was. He said his name was Jung Sang-woo, and that he had come at the request of the Kindness Guildmaster, Park Wante. Upon hearing this, they commented that they had not been abandoned there. Yuna asked about Sang-woo, whether he was okay. It took him a moment to understand the question, and he replied that as far as he knew he was alive, but still in a coma. At least he realized that she had a strong bond with her companions. He apologized for the situation, but said they needed to leave first. Captain Wante was waiting at the entrance, and was probably on the verge of collapse. He explained that they had to leave immediately, and that he had brought teleportation scrolls. However, when he looked more closely at the group, he noticed something strange. The count did not add up. There were initially 10 people. 1 had already left. There should be 9 remaining, but there were only 8 there. Yuna said she knew it was shameful to ask that, but she begged for help. Once again, one of her teammates had died on the mission. They could not simply leave her in that god-forsaken land. That was when Sang-woo understood why there were only 8 of them. He had already expected something like that, after hearing the report about an injured companion, but even so, he asked what exactly had happened. Yuna explained that they had been ambushed ambushed. The healer was behind them when they were caught off guard, and she died instantly. The tank commented that if he had paid more attention, he might have prevented it, but the others said it was not his fault. Everything had happened too fast. Sang-woo reflected that when he himself had been ambushed, he had also been attacked first. Maybe the assassins prioritized the most vulnerable target. Yuna said that at the moment of the attack, she immediately opened the dimension and ordered everyone to retreat. She wanted to fight, but if something happened to her, her companions would lose their only safe place to hide. They used a telepathy scroll to report the situation, but in the chaos, they did not notice a monster entering along with them. The one who noticed was Sang-woo. When one of the boxes fell, after that they lost the teleportation scrolls. He was severely injured and returned to the entrance of the tower. Yuna explained that if she left, the dimension would immediately close, leaving her companions without refuge. Sang-woo then asked where the body of the deceased companion was. She opened a small rift in the portal and showed the location. The body was far away, exposed in the ice field. He realized that it would not be possible to recover the body without facing the monsters. He thought that because of a single corpse, she had given up escaping and remained there for 6 months. Even so, he said he would retrieve the body, but with one condition. He had come to save them, not to increase the number of casualties. He would try to recover the body, but if he saw that the chances of success were minimal, he would leave with everyone immediately, even without the corpse. Yuna agreed, saying she was sure that was what their companion would have wanted. Then Sang-woo added that there was a second condition. They would take care of the monsters outside. Yuna was surprised and asked if only they would do that, because it was extremely dangerous. He told her not to worry, because those who would fight were not real people. They were clones. Meanwhile, Tian-song was at the JM agency and had already taken down Jumo, saying he had not expected that. The hunter who had taken out his men was under Jumo's association, and he could not accept that. He questioned whether it was not enough to have already become an enemy of Hee-song and said he should have stayed quiet. Then he grabbed Jumo's arm and demanded again the name of the person responsible. When Jumo told him to leave, Cheon-song broke his arm without hesitation and warned that the next one would be the right arm. At that moment, one of the Silver Moon men appeared with a paper saying they had obtained information. Cheon-song confirmed the name, Jeong Sang-woo, and commented that he was living in a great neighborhood, in a good house. Then he ordered them to send the boys to the address. Meanwhile, Yoo Hyun was hiding, worried, wondering if Silver Moon had reached that place and realizing that it was very bad. Junmo, even injured, asked why they were looking for Jeong Sang-woo. Jeong Sang-woo explained that his hunter had defeated the Silver Moon men and asked if he had ever heard of jewel crystals. He said that all the crystals had been taken and that they were the victims, that they had been robbed. Yoo Hyun began to wonder if they were there because of what she had done, and if they thought that Sang-woo had stolen the crystals. Back at Odin's tower, Yuna asked what he meant by clones. Sang-woo explained that they were not illusions, they were real clones, so they did not need to worry about their lives. Then he presented the plan. Number 4 and Number 6 would stay with the teleportation scroll while guarding the entrance. Number 2, Number 3, and he would go out to retrieve the body and then return. He emphasized that Team 1 should not leave that place for any reason, because their safety was the most important thing. The tank of the group said they could help, but Sang-woo replied that he knew they were strong. However, it was his responsibility to take them out safely, and that was his mission. Yuna commented that he had almost drawn all the monsters there. He explained that he had another plan in case they could not help, and that now they would use that plan. He asked them to trust him. Yuna was still not completely convinced, but she agreed. Sang-woo took the sword and thought that 6 months had already passed since the portal incident. Since then, he had been focusing on increasing his stats obsessively. To do that, he fed his clones with jewels and acquired abilities, among them one called Devour Monster, which absorbed part of the stats of a defeated monster with a 12% chance. That was the secret behind his absurd growth, but he did not intend to be satisfied with that. He would always take advantage of any opportunity to become stronger. He looked at the potion he had received from Woo-hyun, asked Number 4 for a knife, and in exchange handed over his cursed sword and the strength potion. He also informed the other clones that, as soon as they recovered the body, they should leave immediately, with Team 1. Yuna commented that she was not sure if that was a good idea, reminding him that when there was no one outside, the monsters would just wait, probably surrounding the portal. He said he already knew that and was prepared. When the door opened, he stepped out into the snowy field, lonely and silent, and soon began to be chased by the creatures. Number 6 told them to keep their distance from the entrance. The shield bearer of Team 1 asked if they would really be fine. Yuna replied that, so far, everything they had seen him do was run away, but that place was 40 kilometers from the entrance, and not just anyone could get that far. They decided to trust him for now and wait for the plan to work. Song-woo, still in the body of Number 1, managed to block the strike of an assassin that came out of invisibility. The monster was shaken because it had not expected the block. He had not guessed the exact location, but he felt the approach. Several others leapt toward him as he moved closer to the body, but then Number 2 was struck from behind. It became clear that the enemies had circled around, and now they were completely surrounded. At that moment, he drank the mana potion. He felt intense pain as if the power was out of control. Then he fired his magic bullet, and a beam pierced through all enemies within range. After disintegrating the ice assassin, assassins, he opened a path to the body. Number 2 could still move, so he and number 3 picked up the body immediately. Number 1 felt the mana flowing violently through his body, as if it would explode. His flesh began to disintegrate. Even so, he decided he would draw the attention of the other monsters to buy time for his companions. He ordered them to take the body back, while he held the rest off. The mana was tearing his body apart, and number 2 and number 3 managed to escape that area. Number 1 stayed behind, blasting everything around with the power of the overloaded mana. Meanwhile, the clones returned with the body and immediately sealed themselves in the subspace, beginning to prepare the teleport. Yuna asked if they were not going to retrieve the one left outside, but number 2 told her not to worry, because it was just a clone. Outside, number 1 continued taking attacks from all sides and releasing bursts of mana. He noticed that Yuna was looking at him, clearly not wanting to leave him behind. When they were finally teleported far away from there, he simply smiled and said he would see them on the other side. Shortly after, his body exploded into mana. The explosion killed several ice assassins and activated the Devour monster ability, increasing his strength, reflexes, mana, and cold resistance many times over. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the big guy from the Canis Guild was still by Songtae's side, saying that that day they would carry out the rescue mission. The mission might already be over, so he needed to wake up to greet his companions with a smile. Shortly after, a portal opened inside the tent at Odin's tower. Songtae became nervous, because the last time a portal had opened, he had seen an ally almost dead. But when he opened his eyes, he found himself in front of his sister, and said that she had finally come back. Sangwoo returned to his original body using the familiar and thought that it was the first time he had felt his own body explode like that, and that it was definitely not a pleasant feeling. He woke up right at the moment of the siblings' reunion. Songtae and Yuna tried to act strong, but Wontae could not hold back and hugged his sister while crying, saying that everything was fine now, and that everyone had come back. Yuna, however, started talking about Sayana, saying that because of her she had ended up in that situation, and that she really thought no one would come to save them. She had been very afraid. Wontae insisted that they were fine and had returned safely. At that exact moment, at the hospital, Songtae finally woke up. One of the clones returned to the master to give back the sword and the teleportation scroll. Sangwoo became excited when he saw the system, because he had achieved an impressive increase in his stats. Wontae called his attention and thanked him deeply, and both he and his sister bowed, saying they could not thank him enough. Sangwoo told them to stop that and lift their heads, saying that he had only done what needed to be done. Wontae replied that it was not over yet, and asked them to get in touch if any problem came up, because they would help with whatever was needed. The Canis Guild would do their best to provide support, since they owed him their lives. Sangwoo answered that if they were saying that, he would not refuse. He also mentioned that he had used one of the seals to kill the ice golem, but that there was still one left. Wontae said he could keep the remaining seal, since he was already planning to hand it over along with the other items. Sangwoo refused, saying that it belonged to their guild, and that he would feel uncomfortable accepting it. Yuna asked if he had been there the whole time, and Wontae confirmed that he had been busy controlling the clones, but had been present the entire time. She admitted that she had thought they were real people lying to calm her down. He replied that at first, he had not believed that such an ability existed either, and had wondered how strong that boy could become in the future. When he left the portal, even though he was in Iceland, Sangwoo could feel warmth. He commented that Wontae would be busy now, and he confirmed that yes, they would take care of Team 1, and also organize the funeral. Suddenly, Sangwoo received several notifications at once, because there had been no signal inside the portal. He saw the messages from Uhyun, saying that the humor agent had been taken by Silver Moon. Immediately, he asked Wontae for a favor, saying that he needed to return to a place as soon as possible, because those bastards from Silver Moon had kidnapped someone from the hill. Wontae asked why they would do that, and Sangwoo explained that he had had a small conflict with them before, when they tried to control a hunting field and went too far. Then Wontae took the teleportation scroll and told him he should use it, reinforcing that they would do their best to support him. Meanwhile, Uyeon was spying on the Silver Moon members, wondering why that bastard Sangwoo was not responding to her messages. At that moment, one of the thugs saw her and grabbed her by the neck. At that moment, Sangwoo appeared behind the thug through a portal and grabbed him by the neck. At the same time, the clones subdued the other guards, pressing knives against their throats. He asked where the humor agent was, while the man being choked tried to call for help. Eun said she knew where they had taken him, and that they could deal with that guy already. Sangwoo simply knocked him unconscious and ordered them to tie them up. Eun explained that Silver Moon had taken the hostage to a warehouse, and that there were men guarding the place. He replied that it was dangerous, so she should wait there because he would handle it quickly. At the warehouse, Jinmo was tied to a chair after being tortured and interrogated. Chain Song mocked him, asking if he had slept and saying it was shameful at that age. He questioned why it had to be him picking a fight, commenting that there were not that many guilds that controlled hunting fields. Then he asked where Sangwoo was. The bald thug replied that he had gone abroad and that it should take a few hours for him to return. Chain Song said they could bring something to eat and continue the interrogation, but at that moment someone slammed the metal door hard. Shortly after, the doorknob itself was used to tear a hole through the door from the inside. When the door was broken open, Sangwoo walked in asking if they were from Silver Moon. Chon Sung found it strange, because they had said he would take hours to arrive. The thug said he also did not understand how he had appeared so quickly, and asked if he was alone, since he did not see the masked ones. He went to check the place while Chon Sung said it did not matter, as long as no one was killed. Chon Sung, very weak and coughing blood, blood, tried to call out to him. Sang-woon told him to hold on a little longer, because he would do to them the same thing they had done. The first thug, who was holding a baseball bat, had his arm broken and his face smashed against the ground. The second was stabbed with his own knife. In a few seconds, several were already on the ground. Ji-Seun-sung cursed his men, and said that Sang-woon was not weak, but he wanted to ask a question first. He asked where the crystals were, and if they could talk while alive. Sang-woon replied that he had no idea what he was talking about, and that he had gone too far, so this would not end peacefully. Cheon-sung called him arrogant and said he had found documents about him in the office. He confirmed that he was rank B, and probably capable of defeating most of the hunters there, but mocked his ability, saying it was just cloning. He asked if he intended to fight relying only on stats, and sneered, saying that there were awakened people with useless abilities like his, and that was why he focused so much on attributes. He also implied that his group must be full of weaklings. Sang-woon simply replied that he could test it if he wanted. The clones appeared all at once, clearly irritated. The Silver Moon members recognized those masked figures as the same ones they had faced before. The bald thug realized that the men outside had also been defeated. Cheon-sung said he had noticed, and that at least now they were not at a disadvantage, because he did not like defeating someone who was alone. Sang-woon asked if he was really that confident, and if he was eager to show his ability. Cheon-sung replied that he would not even have the chance to see it, and simply became invisible. The thug thought that now he would take care of everything, because his stealth ability was absurd. Cheon-sung asked if he had disappeared again. Invisible, Cheon-sung began to whisper that sensing presence or aura was useless, because his ability removed all traces, and that he would die without even noticing. When he moved in to attack, certain that he would kill Sang-woon, he only heard the order to grab him. At that very moment, the clones seized him without difficulty and restrained him, ready to finish him right there. Meanwhile, Sang-woo's old friends were at a bar celebrating the start of their third year. They joked that after 3 years they were still the same, not even having a girlfriend. The mood became a bit dull, so they decided to just drink. One of them asked if anyone had spoken to Sang-woo recently. Kyungdo said that he had changed his number, and that there had been some news that he was working as a hunter. Everyone was shocked, thinking he was too naive for that, and that he would never kill a monster with that personality. Gyeongdo replied that they had no idea what Sang-woo was like when he was angry. He remembered that in their third year of middle school, they were walking home when they were surrounded by gangsters who tried to steal his money. Sang-woo tried to hide to catch them by surprise. They asked if he had managed to save him, but Gyeongdo said that both of them ended up getting beaten together. Later he found out that Sang-woo had already been robbed by those same guys before, and that he had picked a fight again because he was full of anger from being constantly bullied. Those delinquents had been very surprised by that. Sang-woo had always had a strange personality. When the problem was only with him, he could even be merciful, but when it involved someone around him, he simply changed. Meanwhile, Cheon-sung was still trying to understand what had happened, and kept repeating in his head how it was possible. Sang-woo simply told one of the clones to take Junmo to the hospital, and went back to focusing on the fight. Cheon-sung asked how they had managed to see him, even while invisible. He replied that he seemed too confident in his own ability, but that Sang-woo had just returned from slaughtering monsters with exactly the same kind of stealth. Then he asked what he had said earlier, because he had talked so much nonsense that he probably did not even remember. Sang-woo responded point by point. He said his ability was not trash. He also said he had not trained only his body, but he admitted one thing: he really had focused on his stats. After slaughtering the ice assassins, all his main attributes had passed 20,000. With those absurd stats, he landed a punch in Chain-sung's stomach that sent him flying to the other side of the warehouse. Number 5 reported that one of the men had tried to escape, but they had already handled the rest. Number 4 confirmed that only one had escaped, and that they were already taking the injured to the hospital. Sang-woo told Jinmo not to worry about him and to focus on treatment, but he noticed that Cheon-sung was still standing. For Cheon-sung, that was impossible. The reports did not match. His strength was nowhere near that. There was no way someone could increase so many stats in such a short time. There had to be something behind it. That was when he saw the potion in Sang-woon's pocket. He said he had underestimated him, and that now he would not make the same mistake. It was time to show what a true rank B could do. Sang-woo replied that he honestly had no interest in seeing everything that man had to show. Cheon-sung began to run around him, trying to confuse the clones, but they could still track the sound. Then he started bouncing off the ground, ceiling, and walls to mix the noises. Sang-woo admitted that his speed was good, and that he could barely see him, but when the attack came, it was blocked. Right after that, he slapped Cheon-sung across the face and asked if he was stupid. Cheon-sung rolled across the ground again, kicking up dust to block the view. Sang-woo commented that with that cloud, he could see him even better. Even so, Cheon-sung started laughing, because he had managed to grab the potion. He said he knew there was something strange about his stats, and that this must be the reason. Sang-woo simply advised that it was better not to drink it. He ignored the warning, and drank the potion. His strength shot up to over 50,000. He said he did not have time to listen to advice, because he was busy getting stronger. Sang-woo replied that later it would be no use saying he had not been warned. In fact, Chain-sung became overwhelmingly more powerful. He himself wondered what kind of potion that was, because even high-quality ones rarely had such an absurd effect. He asked who had made it, and said that if he told him, maybe he would let him leave alive after taking 1 or 2 members of the group. Sang-woo thought that number 4 and number 6 had already taken the humor agent to the hospital, so now now he would have to deal with him using only number 2 and number 3. He simply answered that it was not enough to defeat him. Chicken-sung charged at full speed. When clones 2 and 3 tried to hold him, they were slammed into the ground with brutality. Even Sungwoo's original body began to struggle to exchange blows with him. At the same time, some Silver Moon hunters were invading Sangwoo's parents' apartment. Chansung asked if he understood now, saying that with just one call he could bury his family. It was that easy. At that point, neither Sangwoo nor the clones were able to keep up with his absurd strength. Then Sangwoo drew the cursed sword and made a massive slash that broke both of Chansung's blades in half. He responded with a direct punch that sent Sangwoo flying across the entire warehouse until he rolled outside. Number 2 was knocked down right after, and number 3 fell next. Sangwoo commented that the effects of the potion were indeed a bit strong. Oithyan, who was hiding with the last clone, asked if he was going to lose now. He replied that he would win, called her an idiot, and asked who the guy next to her was. Oithyan said she did not know. He must be one of the thugs who had escaped, so the clone simply started beating him. Cheon-song asked what he was whispering so much about. If he was making a plan B, Sangwoo told Yoo-hyun to hide for good. Cheon-song provoked him, saying he still wanted to fight after what he had heard. He said he had sent men to his parents' house, and that was why people kept photos as proof. Then he called to confirm if they had already arrived, and ordered them to cut off his parents' fingers. But the phone fell from his hand because his arms went limp. His whole body began to lose strength. That was when Sangwoo remembered the side effect of the strength potion. The muscles literally melted. Cheon-sung began to soften, as if he were melting from the inside. Sangwoo asked if he had not warned him not to drink that. Even so, Cheon-sung, still on the phone, ordered them to bring his family as hostages immediately, but the person on the other end replied that they had grabbed the wrong person. The big guy said he was from the Kanos Guild, and that he was on the other end of the line. When the door of Sangwoo's parents' apartment was opened, the one there was the big guy from Kanos. He apologized for the untimely visit and politely informed that Mr. Sangwoo had successfully completed the mission and had already returned to Korea. While he said that, on the other side of the door he was choking a Silver Moon member. The man thought he was going to die right there. After finishing the conversation with Sangwoo's father, the big guy closed the door and faced the other Silver Moon members in shock. He said he would take them with him. He had heard everything Cheon-sung said on the phone, and commented that he was a damn idiot. Then he confirmed to Won-tae that everything had already been handled, and that Sangwoo was aware of the situation. When the call ended, Cheon-sung cursed his men as useless. His body kept melting slowly until it was almost just bone. Sangwoo said that from that point on, he could use his energy only to breathe because he would need it. He grabbed his thin arm and warned him never to lay a finger on the people around him again. Then he broke his arm in half. Later, Sangwoo went to visit Junmo at the hospital, entering through the 5th floor window because visiting hours had already ended. He asked how he was feeling. Junmo replied that fortunately there were healers there, and that he only needed to wear a cast for a few weeks. He asked if Sangwoo was injured, and he said he was fine, that his regeneration was excellent. He also assured him that they no longer needed to worry about Silver Moon, because they would not dare do anything again. Then Sangwoo asked if he should reassess his rank. Jomo said that his class had certainly increased, especially after the rescue experience, but that he had not taken the test after that. Sangwoo explained that he had always just wanted to increase his stats and earn money to pay the hospital expenses, that he had never been interested in power or authority. He had always thought that doing his job well was enough, and that being looked down on because of his rank had never bothered him. But after that incident, his mindset had changed. If he were an A-class hunter from Silver Moon, would anyone dare mess with him like that? Of course not. Junmo said that if he really wanted to move up in class, it would be very beneficial for the agency. Having a high-level hunter would strengthen their position, and would also be the best way to prove his ability. However, he would attract a lot of attention, and situations like that could keep happening. Sangwoo replied that he had already made his decision. Later, he went to the association to do the rank reassessment. The attendant asked if he had come alone, since people usually took that test in groups. Sangwoo had already expected that question. Jumdamu had explained before that hunters usually checked whether they could defeat a monster of the same class as a team. If it were a Class C monster, for example, a group of Class C hunters would gather to kill it. Sangwoo then concluded that normally monsters were stronger than the hunters themselves. Yoon showed that in a one-on-one fight he could win, but that did not apply to him. Meanwhile, Sangwoo told the attendant that he would be fine. The attendant replied that in that case he just had to kill a ranked monster and move on, and could even send messages to the troops and security if he wanted. Even so, Sangwoo asked if he could skip those steps and go straight to a Class B test. The attendant explained that it was not possible, since he could only apply for a test immediately above his current rank. Then Sangwoo asked which monster he needed to defeat, and the attendant answered that it was the fishman, handing over the form with the certainty that he would not be able to win. Sangwoo asked if that was all he needed to do, and the attendant, already irritated, confirmed, and even wished him luck, even though he believed he would come back to cancel the test. But Sangwoo remained there waiting for 2 hours, and the attendant began to wonder why he had not given up yet. After that time, Sang-woon stood up, went to the counter and stated that he had already completed the task, presenting the fishman and the evidence, asking to be registered as a rank D hunter. The attendant was confused, thinking it was impossible, since he had remained seated the entire time. What he did not know was that meanwhile, clone number 2 had already defeated the fishman. The attendant insisted that he had not even left the place, but Sang-woon asked him to at least check with the field team. When he checked, the attendant confirmed that it was not just 1, but 5 fishmen defeated. He called the hunting field, identified himself as being from the reassessment center, and asked if the player Sang-woon had really eliminated 5. The person in charge confirmed, saying that he had personally verified it and that there was even a recording. The attendant considered the possibility of bribery, but that did not make sense, since Sang-woon had not left the building. When the confirmation came, Sang-woon asked if everything was fine. The attendant, still in disbelief, said yes, and that his rank would be increased, even thinking that it could only be cheating, and that he would report the case. Sang-woon simply thanked him and said that now he wanted to register for Class C. Meanwhile, Ujian was recovering the refined jewels. After what happened with Cheon-song, she apologized, assuming that the attack on the agency had happened because of her, since she had stolen the crystals. Sang-woon asked if that was why they had said that earlier, and she became nervous, wondering what he would do to her. Even so, he stated that it was not her fault, because the real reason was that they thought he had stolen them and tried to harm his family. It was a problem between him and Silver Moon, and there was no reason for her to worry. He said he was sure she had not stolen them for fun, and that he did not know what Silver Moon and Hye-sung had done to her, but he would not judge her problems. Because of that, there was no need to apologize. Back at the re-evaluation agency, the staff were impressed. The attendant congratulated Sang-woon for moving from Class C to Class B, and he replied that it was already enough for today. One of the attendants commented that everything had finally ended, and another asked if he knew that young man. He explained that it was Sang-woon who had requested permission for multiple entries, and that the doctor at the facility had been excited when telling everyone about his physical clone ability. In just one day, he had gone from Class E to Class B, something that would shock the entire Hunter network. A week later, a lot had changed. Sang-woon appeared on the front page of the news, and not only him, but the return of the guild invasion team also gained attention. Even so, the main focus of the media was Young Sang-woon, the man with the physical clone ability, the rookie hunter who became Class B in a single day. The Hunter network could barely keep up with the impact. In addition, he received 5 billion from the Canis Guild. Wontae explained that it was simply the payment for the mission. Sang-woon thought it was too much money and said he could not accept it, but Wontae replied that he had done far more than a simple job, practically a miracle by rescuing Invasion Team 1. Even though Jinmo had mentioned a contract, he had not talked about the exact amount. Wontae asked him to accept it and to visit the guild someday, since the team would love to see him. Sang-woon felt very happy, realizing that from then on, he would no longer need to worry about money. He could pay all the hospital bills, and instead of continuing to maintain only the mana concentration intensive care unit, he would now be able to hire an S-class healer, Bless. When he found Bless, Sang-woon would pay whatever was necessary and beg on his knees for him to heal his sister. Meanwhile, Gucha-ul, master of the Silver Moon Guild, tried to destroy the evidence using his fire ability, but Miho appeared and made it clear that it had been him who stole the warehouse. Gucha-ul tried to say it was a misunderstanding, but the moment he moved to catch her off guard, he was struck directly by her claws. Later, at the Canis Guild office, Junmo was in a meeting with Wontae, who asked if the people who ambushed them were from Silver Moon. Junmo confirmed and said that it was probably not everything, then asked if he knew Chin-chung. Wontae replied that he did, the main culprit behind the incident, and commented that he had heard that the hunter Sang-woon had made his recovery impossible. Junmo explained that in the past, he had been the one who managed Chin-chung. Back when he worked with Hee-shung, Wontae was surprised to learn that he had once been part of Hee-shung. At that moment, Miho entered the room with a document, stating that the relationship between Hee-sung and Silver Moon was already known. She brought information about the DEP, revealing that Silver Moon was manufacturing jewel crystals and supplying them to the Haesung Guild. Wontae asked if she had returned from her visit to Silver Moon, and she confirmed, saying she had been right about everything. The one responsible was Guchael, and she even added in a provocative tone that it was a pleasure to meet him. Humor agent. He replied in the same tone and asked if she had really gone there. Miho told him not to worry, since Guchael was still alive and they would see him again soon. When Wontae wanted to know what exactly DEP was, Miho explained that it was a body enhancement drug. She had already suspected that something was wrong because it did not make sense for a Class B guild like Silver Moon to produce jewel crystals without support. Hye-sung was deeply involved, which made everything even more dangerous. After the catastrophe ended, hunter activity was legalized, including the management of hunting fields by soldiers, taxes on earnings, and the purchase of monster drops. The work seemed more stable, but not everyone accepted these rules. Some hunters rejected identity registration and the imposed restrictions, went into hiding, and created their own society. Unlicensed hunters began making illegal deals, using weapons and information to protect their profits. Anboyer went to a bar she used to frequent and placed all the crystals on the counter, telling the bartender that they were the ones from Sinseodong Station. The bartender became nervous and apologized, and suddenly masked men appeared, demanding that she go with them. Anboyer went questioned whether he had been the one who caused that, and the bartender, frightened, admitted that he had been threatened, since they were pressuring his family. A person in the bar tried to protect Yu Hyun, questioning what those men thought thought they were to act like that, but ended up being knocked down by one of the masked men. Shortly after, the attacker was knocked out by a punch from Sang-woo, who said everything was going according to plan. When Yoo-hyun decided to take the crystals to resolve the situation, she was not alone. Sang-woo explained that she was from the JN agency, and that he would help, asking her to pretend to try to sell the crystals while he followed her. After taking down the first masked man, he commented that he had already expected them to fall for the bait. Meanwhile, Shin Hae-sung was about to enter an extremely important place. During the inspection, he mocked the fact that they were checking the belongings of a rank A hunter, asking if they really thought he would bring a weapon or throw a stone, saying it was just a joke. The guard allowed him to enter, and inside the oracle was waiting for him. The prophet commented that he had returned once again, and Hae-sung responded provocatively, asking if he liked to joke, since it seemed he had not expected that. The oracle stated that he was not joking and said the answer remained the same, that he should give up and be satisfied with the life he had. Hae-sung remembered that it had been the oracle himself who said that powerful men, including politicians, would bow before him, so he asked why he should give up now. The oracle explained that his fate had changed drastically, and that this change had occurred because of someone, not just one person but two. Back at the bar, after knocking down two masked men, Sang-woo grabbed one of them and told him to unlock the phone. The man replied that he would rather die, but Sang-woo said he could not kill him, although he could hand him over to the furious people at the back of the bar, leaving it unclear whether he would have a peaceful death in their hands. Later, someone called the leader of Team 1 of Hae-sung, Shine Jinuk, informing him that they had obtained the crystals and were already at the gate waiting. Shine Jinuk replied that it was fine, but made it clear that nothing could happen to the production of DP. Meanwhile, Sang-woo took the phone and began speaking quietly, imitating the voice on the other side with a shush in the middle of the sentences, saying that they were on their way at that moment. Then he hung up, satisfied with his own performance, and thanked the bald man who was there restrained. Next he said they would also take the crystals and asked where the factory was. The bald man replied that he would not tell even under threat of death. Sang-woo then asked the people at the back of the bar if they had heard that, and they said they could leave the man there and they would deal with him in their own way. The bald man became desperate, saying that was not what had been agreed. Sang-woo explained that he had promised not to kill him, and he really would not, but that did not mean the others would do the same. Faced with that, the man gave in and said he would tell everything. After that, Sang-woo asked Eubyeon if she had recorded the conversation properly, because she was supposed to send the audio to Jinmo along with the location of the factory. She thanked him for helping, and commented that she had seen in the news that his ability was cloning, which was why those guys looked so much like him. Sang-woo asked if she really did not know, and she replied by asking if he at least remembered her name. He said yes, saying she was a potion maker, and got squeezed by the neck while she properly introduced herself as Kim Woo-yeon. Even annoyed, she wanted to know why he was alone and where the clones were. He replied that they were busy enjoying life, and in fact the clones were all at a barbecue restaurant eating meat for the first time, completely fascinated by the experience. When the audio reached Jinmo, he recognized the voice on the other side as Shun Jin-wook, Hye-sung's son. Won-tae commented that now the connection between them and the crystals was clear. Mi-ho explained that there were 5 locations supplying crystals to Hye-sung, and that since Silver Moon was practically dissolved, 4 remained. Jinmo asked if they could not simply take down Hye-sung with that evidence, but Mi-ho said she would love to do that, although it was complicated. Won-tae added that it was as if Hye-sung itself was manufacturing everything, in addition to having protection from the Korean Association. Even if they were arrested, they would be released quickly, so the best approach was to handle the situation carefully and gradually. He also advised Jinmo not to walk alone and said he would assign bodyguards immediately. Jinmo replied that he would also inform the hunter Sang-woo, but Won-tae stated that Sang-woo did not need to worry so much, as there was no one capable of kidnapping him. Shortly after, Sang-woo received a message from Jinmo, saying that the voice in the recording was indeed from a man of Hae-sung, and that the crystals were raw material for the drug DEP. He commented that it was dangerous, and asked Hae-hon not to go out for a while. She asked if everything had already been resolved, and Sang-woo replied by asking if she had not yet gone to the new office. He said she would be surprised. Later, standing in front of a huge and modern building, they entered a fully equipped office. Aryan was impressed and asked if the entire floor belonged to them. Jinmo explained that he had been thinking about moving for some time, had visited several places, and since the old office had been destroyed, he simply moved up the relocation. Sang-woo commented excitedly that they would be the future #1 national agency, and that this was still too little for them. Then Jinmo showed Orkaun a space reserved especially for her, a gigantic laboratory with state-of-the-art equipment. He said he had worked hard to set everything up so that she could make her potions in peace. He explained that most of the machines were already installed, but if she needed anything she just had to ask. He also said that she could sleep and eat in the room next door, which was empty. Orkaun thanked him, realizing that they knew she had nowhere to stay. At that moment, however, Jinmo received an urgent call, and called for Sang-woo, saying that he needed to go to the hospital immediately. Meanwhile, in the storage room of Silver Moon, Hae-sung observed everything that had happened and called someone from the shadows. One of his masked servants appeared and reported that Gyuchul was locked in the basement of Guild U, that all the documents related to DLP had been taken, and that the crystals had also been confiscated, since the other partners had not been able to contain the situation. Hae-sung then handed some cartridges to the man of the shadows, and asked if he knew where to use them. Since they wanted DLP so much, he would give it to them, even if it was not not perfect yet. In the basement of Guild U, Guchael was indeed imprisoned when the man of the shadows appeared again, taking a syringe from one of the cartridges. Guchael panicked, asking what he intended to do, and the masked man replied that he did not need to worry, because it would not hurt that much. Nearby, Miho commented that she did not need to be accompanied all the time, but Wante said he was only going to get information about Guchael. She teased him, asking if it was not to protect her from a possible kidnapping, and he replied that he would be more worried about the kidnapper. At that moment, Miho smelled something burning, and when she looked, she saw that her guild building was on fire. A huge creature had knocked down several hunters, and one of them, injured on the ground, said that a monster had appeared in the basement, and that not even a rank B could stop it. Miho thought that it had to be at least a rank A monster, but there was no portal nearby. Then she saw the scar in the middle of the creature's face, exactly the same as Guchael's. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the man of the shadows appeared near Chonsong, saying that they had trusted him, sent him to Silver Moon, and that was how he ended up. He stated that at least with that syringe, he could move again. Before he could apply the injection, the lady from Guild Yolo stopped him, saying that she would not allow anything like that inside the hospital. The masked man teleported to her side and threatened to use the syringe on her, but Sang-woon appeared at that exact moment, blocking the attack and saying that in that hospital, only doctors and nurses used syringes. Then he struck a strong knee into the invader's stomach. Outside, Miho and Wante were facing the monster that Guchael had turned into. A single punch from the creature had already made several buildings collapse. Wante asked if he was not a rank A hunter, but Miho replied that he was not, that he was rank B, and that because of the scar, there was no doubt that it was Guchael. Wante began to suspect that it was connected to DEP, since the monster seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Miho concluded that if it was really Guchael, then Hyo-sung had done something, which meant that Chong-sung, who was in the hospital, could also be a target. When the creature roared, Miho launched one of her energy spheres, opening a hole in the monster's chest. However, in a matter of seconds, the wound regenerated completely. The counterattack was blocked by Wante, who tore off the monster's hand and used Crescent Slash. Even so, the creature began to manifest the abilities that Guchael had when he was human, launching an electric punch that threw both of them away. Wante then confirmed that there was no doubt left. That monster really was Guchael. Suddenly, a spear pierced through the creature's head. The one who appeared was Kim Il-ilgong, leader of the Taiyang Guild, also known as the Sun Guild. Wante asked what he was doing there, and Il-ilgong demanded an explanation of what was happening. At the hospital, the man of the shadows easily held back Sang-woon's strike and asked how he knew he was there. Sang-woon replied that no one enters a hospital like that without being detected. When the girl tried to use flames, his ability was simply nullified, but even so, Sang-woon delivered a strong kick that nearly broke his arm. The invader admitted that he was truly powerful. Siona thanked him for arriving so quickly, and Sang-woon said he came as soon as he heard, since the office was close to the hospital. The masked man then stated that he now understood why Shang-sung had ended up like that, recognizing Sang-woon's strength, and commented that it seemed the clones had also arrived. The clones appeared with full bellies, clearly after having eaten well. Sang-woon asked if he intended to run away, and the masked man replied that he was not stupid, but that there were still too many shadows there, including the treatment unit where his sister was, right below. When Sang-woon advanced with his sword, and the masked man dodged, he said that now that was a provocation, and that they would meet again soon, before disappearing into the shadows. It was explained that things were concluded very quickly after that incident. The monster outbreak that happened in the middle of the city was resolved with the power of 3 guild leaders, from the Sun Guild, the Yahello Guild, and the Canis Guild. Ilgon became very angry after hearing the whole story, and tried to spread the news, but the case ended up being known by people as just a simple short-duration portal outbreak. Gueoak was remembered only as someone who disappeared, because they could not officially explain his disappearance. Even though it was a bit late, after several meetings, interrogations, and information gathering, they found the location of the crystals and went there. But everything was empty. All the people involved with the crystals had also disappeared, and only the machines were found. There were several reports of monsters appearing in the middle of the city, but all information about it was removed over time. The monsters were quickly hunted down, and shortly after, people had completely forgotten about what happened, leaving everything as a great mystery. Thus, the unidentified monster outbreak came to an end. After that, Sang-woon commented to Junmo that they needed bodyguards, something he had been thinking about since the Silver Moon incident. He knew this would reduce efficiency in hunting, but believed that safety came first. Junmo asked if the bodyguard would be one of his clones, and Sang-woon replied that of course, since he had no money to hire anyone, he decided to place 1 clone at home, 2 at the hospital, 1 at the agency, and 2 hunting and training. When Junmo asked if he could not summon 7 clones, Sang-woon explained that he could, but 1 had already been sent to the Tower of Odin, where it was using a megaphone to attract the attention of ice assassins, just to gather them and blow itself up using a mana potion, as a new farming method updated in 2026. Meanwhile, in Korea, the opening ceremony of the Hunter Academy, Korean branch, was taking place. President Won Hak-soo declared that the academy was built to train low-rank hunters on how to deal with monsters and develop skills to increase drop production. According to him, it did not matter if the abilities were poor or the rank was low. Anyone could be useful if they learned to form groups groups and fight as a team. He also announced that the person with the best achievements at the end of each year would receive the miracle elixir. After some time training at the personal academy of the JM agency, Sang-won was feeling a bit unmotivated, since he could not lift a 1-ton weight. Then he saw the news about the opening of the academy, and about the miracle elixir, and that caught his attention. The advertisement said that it did not matter if the person was bad. Everything could be learned. He asked Jinmo if it was true that it was possible to obtain an elixir, and Jinmo replied that he was also surprised, but that apparently it was true, since the elixir had been placed as the grand prize of a competition among students. Sang-woon commented that he had heard that there were several branches in various countries, and questioned how a mere academy could offer an elixir as a prize. Jinmo explained that it was not a mere academy, since it was founded by the Illuminati group, led by Jumper, one of the largest corporations in the world. Even so, Sang-woon asked why they would do something like that. Jinmo said that this was where the situation became strange, because it all started with the intention of reducing the gap between low and high rank awakened individuals, increasing the ability of ordinary players to deal with monsters in order to reduce casualties in case of disasters. As for the admission conditions, the lower the rank and the fewer the abilities, the better. Sang-woon remembered that he was currently rank B, and thought that if he had known this would happen, he would not have increased his rank. Jinmo said that even so, he could still meet the other conditions, since he was always bragging about his useless abilities. Sang-woon stated that he had more than 10 abilities, but Jinmo explained that heavy attack, aim, and magic bullet were all rank F, basic abilities. Rank E hunters usually had around 20 abilities, while a rank B should have an average of about 70. In terms of bad abilities, he was actually doing fine, so he could enter. Sang-woon said he had already heard enough. Jinmo also mentioned that there was a system based on donation, and asked if he still had the money from Kinas. Later, at the Korean branch of the Hunter Academy, President Won Haksu said it was an honor to meet someone so important. Sang-woon replied that, in fact, he should be the one thanking them for being accepted. Won Haksu asked how he could be so humble after donating 2.5 billion for the benefit of the academy students. He replied that he was happy if he could help and achieve some goals. At that moment, he thought that he managed to enter thanks to the money, finding the system a bit strange, but this was only possible because despite being similar to a university, the academy did not receive the treatment of a national university. He thought that, fortunately, he managed to make the donation of 2.5 billion, but regardless of whether it was 5 or 10 billion, that elixir was worth much more than that. In addition, according to the academy policy of prioritizing low-rank awakened individuals, the average of the students was something between rank F and rank A, and he, being a rank B there, attracted a lot of attention. Wherever he went, people recognized him as the guy with clones. The president commented that the academy was truly blessed, because receiving 2 rank B hunters in the very first year was something rare, and asked if he was not aware of that. Mr. Sang-woo, there was another rank B hunter who had entered through donation, just like him, and who might be as famous as him. The next class would be basic magic, and Sang-woo thought that he liked the situation because he would not have competition, but he became curious to know who the other one who entered the same way was. For him, there was no merit in high-rank hunters going to a place like that, but soon he thought it did not matter. He was not interested in the hunter industry. As long as he could get first place, the rest did not matter much. When the teacher left the room, a woman announced that there would be a welcome party for the students. Sang-woo commented that it really felt like a university, and thought that maybe the other rank B would be there as well, so he decided to take a look. At night, he went to the bar, had a few drinks, and ended up surrounded by several women asking questions, while some guys watched with envy, thinking he was too popular. Even so, Sang-woo only wanted to know if there was another rank B hunter at the academy. The girls said they did not know. He replied that then he must have been mistaken, and thought that maybe that hunter was hiding on purpose. Then he said the night had been fun, but he needed to leave. They asked him to stay a bit longer, since there was still a lot of alcohol left, so he grabbed the entire mug, drank it in one go, and said goodbye. On the way back home, he remembered his friends and the old drinking days, and thought that maybe it was better this way. Along the way, he met someone who was heading to the welcome party. Sang-woo confirmed that the party was happening, and the person asked if he was already leaving. He replied that he did not know anyone, and that was why he was going home. But he recognized her voice. She asked why he did not drink with her then. Professor, he realized it was Hasen, and asked what she was doing there. She replied that she was also a student at the academy. He joked by asking if she had failed at Gyeongguk University, but she said it was too cold and that she wanted to drink to talk with him. He thought that girl was hopeless. Later, they were at a more elegant and private bar, drinking fancy drinks, and he asked what had happened with her university test. She explained that she had not failed. She got in normally, but chose the academy because her dream was to become a hunter. Her parents wanted her to attend college first and get a license after graduating, but when the academy was created, she insisted, and after a few days of arguing, managed to convince them. Then she said that now it was his turn to explain. He asked her not to call him professor, since he was no longer her teacher, but she said that in that case he was her senior. Sang-woo found that even stranger and said it was better to keep calling him professor. She teased him, asking if he was embarrassed. After several drinks, she was already completely drunk, asking where they had left off in the conversation. He commented that he had not been able to get in touch because his phone had broken, but she asked for another drink. He told her to stop, saying it was already enough, and he did not even know how many glasses she had drunk. Suddenly, she grabbed his phone, saved her own number, and said that now he had no more excuses not to contact her. Right after that, that, she passed out on the counter from being so drunk. Sang-woo asked for the bill and carried her on his back on the way home. She woke up asking why she was on his back and if she had fallen asleep. He replied that she had passed out at the bar counter. She said she was dizzy and could not walk, so she could stay like that. He agreed. Haeyeon then asked why he had not contacted her in the last 6 months. Even if his number had changed, he could have found a way to talk to her. She had planned to punch him if she met him that day. She was very angry, but she could not. She said she had fun with him that night, and asked again why he had never spoken to her again. Sang-woo replied that he needed to do something. That was why he enrolled in the academy. He admitted that he had also had fun that night, that it had been the best day of the last 6 months. But he knew he was a lazy person, and thought that if he continued living as before, his determination would eventually disappear. He was afraid of repeating the same mistakes and feeling the same regret as before. He knew that people do not change easily, and that was exactly why he was trying so hard. He cut several relationships out of his life, but that did not mean those people were not important to him. When he left Haeyeon at home, she turned completely red, thanked him and said that she would let it pass that time. Meanwhile, Haesung was keeping an eye on the news about the boy with clones. The masked man of the shadows apologized to Shin Haesung, saying that Sang-woo was stronger than he had imagined. Haesung commented that Sang-woo should have gotten an autograph that other time. Suddenly someone entered the room asking why it was so dark in there. Haesung replied that he liked to think in the dark, and asked if he would start the following week, saying it would be better to show results at that academy. The boy replied yes, father, and said he was very confident. That boy was Shin Junyoung, son of Shin Haesung, the other rank B hunter who had entered the academy. Haesung told him to obtain the elixir because it could be his chance to prove his own worth. After a week of classes, the teacher asked if they wanted to learn more about basic elemental magic. Sang-woo already imagined that he would run into someone there again, but he did not expect Haeyeon to be in the same room as him. She said she had followed him on purpose. The teacher then explained that the first magic they would learn would be the fireball, a versatile ability that everyone likes, very useful during hunts or even when someone gets lost. Something that even cooks were learning. Sang-woo thought that they were starting with the fireball, but he kept reflecting that they should first learn about mana flow and basic magic theory. But the teacher simply brought several orbs so that they could learn the ability automatically. Sang-woo was not understanding almost anything and was completely lost, thinking that he was not understanding anything at all in that class. A skill sphere synchronizes with the user system and automatically registers a new skill. Aside from the mana required to keep the skill active, there are no other requirements that prevent its use. Even newly awakened children are able to use this type of resource. Because of that, when skill spheres first appeared, everyone became completely obsessed with them. But the excitement did not last long, because reality hit quickly. The price was simply absurd. Since they were difficult to produce and depended on limited resources, their prices skyrocketed to unbelievable levels. After that, only the wealthy and high-rank hunters were able to buy skill spheres. When people saw that the hunting efficiency of high-rank hunters increased significantly after they started using the spheres, more and more people began to want one as well. The problem was that as demand grew, the price increased even more, and once again, only high-rank hunters could afford them. The expectation was that the spheres would reduce the gap between low-rank and high-rank hunters, but the effect was the opposite. The gap only grew wider. Then came the shock, because the professor was simply handing out spheres right there in the classroom. Sang-woo could not understand anything, and asked what was going on. Even the cheapest ones available, the fire spheres, still cost around 8 million each. He could only think that this academy was truly absurd. Shortly after, he had already obtained the skill Fireball level 1, and was impressed that he had actually learned it. The professor asked if everyone had already learned, and said it was time to practice. They went straight to the skill training field. There, he asked what they thought was necessary to increase the strength of a skill. He explained that throwing a pile of firewood onto embers does not make the fire grow properly. First, it is necessary to have delicate mana control that matches the trait that will be modified. However, after the emergence of the system, this control started to be handled automatically. To demonstrate, he launched a fireball at a massive block of ice, and reinforced that practice was now the most important thing. He also told them to check the system, because skills have their own level. His, for example, was at level 37. The more a skill is used, the more its level increases, and that is how its strength is defined. The goal of that day was to increase the level of their skills. When it was Haeyeon's turn, the fireball she launched was small compared to the professor explosion, but it was still good for someone who was practicing. The professor commented that the shape of her fireball had actually been excellent. She thanked him and explained that her original ability was something like a mana sphere, so she was already used to training that kind of control. The professor said that was very positive. Then it was Sang-woo's turn. The other students began whispering, remembering that he was class B and had almost 10 times more mana than them. The professor said he had high expectations for him, and Sang-woo himself was also confident. It was not every day that you saw a rank B hunter using a skill like that. The professor told everyone to step back, because it could be dangerous. Sang-woo took a deep breath, focused his mana, and gathered it into the shape of a sphere. Just like he did with his strike ability, he tried to release everything at once, but nothing came out. The expression of despair on his face made the class burst into laughter. Even so, the professor explained that he had not done anything wrong. What happened was a mana overload due to the enormous amount he possessed. He said Sang-woo needed to trust the system system, because as the skill level increased, he could even surpass high-rank hunters. Even after hearing that, the class kept laughing, including Heifian, and the professor told them to move on to the next student. That was when Junyoung appeared, asking if he could go next. Some students commented that he was the heir of Hichu. The professor said he had even forgotten that he was in that class, and commented that it was not easy to have two Class B students in the same room. Sangwoo thought that must be the other Class B who had entered the academy. Junyoung apologized for skipping the line, and said he would try. When the professor asked if he had taken a skill sphere, he replied that he already knew how to use the fire sphere. As soon as he launched his fireball, it was clear that he only did not blow up the entire building because he did not want to. The block of ice was completely obliterated. The professor stated that it had been perfect, and said that everyone should now aim for that level. Junyoung commented that it was nothing for a Class B, clearly provoking Sangwoo, who felt deeply humiliated. His first class had been completely ruined. Later in the cafeteria, Sangwoo was crying with his head resting on the table. Heikane told him to get over it. He replied that he was useless, and that even the beans she was eating were probably more useful than him. Heikane reminded him that other people had also failed to use the skill, and reinforced that the professor had said the important thing was to repeat it many times to practice. She even offered to help him train if he wanted. Sangwoo said that repeating did not mean anything, but deep down he was still trying to understand where he had gone wrong. He realized that he just needed to use what he already had. Sangwoo activated his familiar skill to connect with clones number 5 and 6, and asked if they could use the fireball. They replied that they could, and even summoned the skill while juggling it, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. It was extremely easy for them. Sangwoo took a deep breath and decided it was not the time to feel jealous of his own clones, so he sent a mental message to all of them. From that moment on, they were to use the fireball 24 hours a day. They did not need to shoot it all the time, but as long as they had mana available, they had to keep the skill active. Those who were hunting should use it during hunts. He was determined to get back at everyone who had laughed at him. If the skill level increased through repeated use, then that was the best possible condition for him. Of course, this ended up creating some problems. Some clones were in the hospital and obviously could not go around summoning fireballs inside. Others who were hunting ended up carbonizing all the bodies of their prey, and no one wanted to buy completely burned monsters. Even so, Sangwoo stayed focused on the plan. Later, Haeon was bandaging his hand while he complained that it hurt. She replied that it was obvious. After all, he had burned his own hand multiple times. His fire resistance and regeneration had increased, but he still kept practicing with the fireball non-stop. He did not care about getting hurt. Haeon asked if he had not said that the clones were already enough, so why was he pushing himself like that? Sangwoo explained that he had decided to do everything together with them, whether it was difficult or fun. That was what was fair. He also thanked her for the tips she had given him, because he was managing to make the fire sphere more stable after he stopped thinking about random things and focused only on using the skill. Haeon commented that she had also practiced a lot. After understanding that, at first she tried to put strength into her hand and did several visualization exercises, but it only made things worse. With the fire sphere, it was the same. It probably had to do with the automatic function of the system that the professor had mentioned. Even so, she told him not to overdo it, because they would soon return to class. In the next class, the professor asked if everyone had practiced a lot, and said that day they would measure each of their skills. When Junyoung arrived, he thought the situation was perfect to show the difference between him and Sangwoo, to prove the gap between them. He pretended not to know where the classroom was, and entered right after Sangwoo's turn, wanting to draw attention and reinforce that comparison. For him it was nothing personal, but he needed to secure that elixir, and if necessary, he would step on anyone in his way. But when Sangwoo launched his own fireball, the professor was shocked and asked what that had been. In just 3 days, he had evolved absurdly. Sangwoo replied that he had practiced a lot, and commented with slight irony that he had heard that was the minimum for someone of Class B. The professor agreed that he must have trained a lot, but that was beyond expectations. The students were confused, remembering that the first time he had not even been able to use the skill. The professor declared that that was the true result of practice, the path that the academy should follow. Sangwoo commented that he had been impressed by Junyoung's skill on the first day, and that it had motivated him to improve. The remark left Junyoung visibly irritated. Later, Haeon said that everyone had been surprised. Sangwoo replied that all the training had been worth it. She at least asked him to stop hurting himself like that, warning that she would not help with bandages anymore. He replied that she did not need to worry. His hand had already fully regenerated. Haeon even felt a bit envious, but said it was good to know that he was healed. Since they still had other classes, they went their separate ways. At that moment, Sangwoo's fireball skill was already at level 15, and would soon reach level 20. That was when Junyoung approached him and asked directly what he wanted. Money, a building, a skill, anything. He told him to just say which sphere he wanted, and stop wasting time. Sangwoo replied that he did not understand that tone and questioned why he was speaking like that, since they were not friends. Junyoung told him to stop pretending and asked how much he wanted to give up the elixir, making it clear that nothing was more important to him than that. Sangwoo replied that it was also important to him, and that he had thought the topic would be something actually relevant. He told him not to waste his time because he had no intention of giving up. Junyoung stated that he would regret it. Then Sangwoo raised his middle finger with a small fireball at the tip, and warned him to watch what he said, because no one who had messed with him had ended well. Junyoung declared that he would not let anyone ruin his plan. Later, Sangwoo was picking up more potions with Evrion, and thanked her, explaining that that was the only potion that helped increase his resistance to poison. Evrion commented that she had continued producing potions over the past few days, which made her skill level increase, so the side effects had decreased a lot. He found that strange and asked what she meant, because for him the side effects were the best part. She responded with a punch, and asked if he had gone crazy, since no one used potions to feel side effects. Only he did that kind of thing. Even so, Sang-woo changed the subject and asked if she had heard the latest news, and if she was okay with it, since things with DEP had not ended well, and it seemed like there was an opportunity to get back at them. Abyar replied that everyone had already done their part, and that there was nothing more that could be done. Sang-woo was also irritated with Hyusung, but he did not know her history with that situation. He then asked if she knew someone named Shin Junyong. Oyeon replied that she did. He was the son of Shin Hee-sung. Sang-woo commented that he did not seem anything like his father, and asked if she had any information about his abilities. Oyeon explained that since he was young there had been news about him, because the first son, Shin Junyong, had not awakened an impressive ability, so all the family attention was directed toward Junyong. He awakened even before entering elementary school, and came to be called the heir of Hee-sung. He was a true phenomenon, until suddenly the news simply stopped, and no one talked about him anymore. Curious, Yi-shan looked for more information, and discovered that his ability was practically a cheat, called the Great Sage. Any skill he learned would immediately reach the maximum level. Sang-woo was impressed, and admitted that it really was unfair. That was when he realized that the absurd strength of Junyong Fire Sphere on the first day must have been the result of that ability. He concluded that he needed an urgent plan to deal with that guy. Later in Wonmi-san, in the hunting grounds of Area B, some hunters were hiding while observing Sang-woo group of clones. One of the clones was summoning fireballs with one hand while using the others to fight and eliminate extremely powerful monsters. One of the men suggested taking one of the bodies that the clones had left behind. Another replied that it was madness, because he had heard that they were like emotionless robots and would kill anyone who approached. The first told him to keep his voice down, and explained that he had important information. The clones only called the recovery team after completely clearing the area, and until then they did not care about the monster bodies, so if they took one before that no one would probably notice. He also commented that they were talking about monsters worth a lot of money. Meanwhile, one of the clones reported through the communicator that he was in Area B6 and asked for the bodies to be collected. There were 10 spiders, 3 troll bosses, and 20 scorpions. The team replied that they were not seeing any monsters in Area B6. The clone said he would check and call back. Shortly after, the clone at the academy received the information that the bodies had disappeared. Another member commented that someone had probably stolen them while they were calling the recovery team, and asked if they should pursue the culprits. Sang-woo authorized the action, ordering them to go after them, recover everything and deal with the thieves. Meanwhile, the man who had come up with the idea celebrated, saying that they were rich. The other was still surprised that the plan had worked, and commented that selling that on the black market would bring a fortune, and would be impossible to trace. At that moment the leader received a call from the informant who had taught the method and confirmed that he had gotten what he wanted, assuring that the clones must be in panic now. The man on the other side of the line told him to keep up the good work and hung up. The one behind all of it was Jun-young. He reflected that Sang-woo had not changed at all since the days when he was Class F. 6 months earlier, a video had circulated on the internet showing a new Class F hunter slaughtering thousands of horned rabbits, known as the Eagle Eye of Mount Yujang. At first, no one knew much about him beyond that strange title, but when Sang-woo clones came to light, people discovered that the Eagle Eye was one of his clones. It was impossible for a newly awakened Class F to have such an efficient ability alone, so they began debating what made the clones so effective. The conclusion was that they moved like machines, exploiting the maximum potential of the body with absolute focus on efficiency. Jun-young knew that the plan worked precisely because of that. The clones only cared about efficiency and would not call the recovery team until reaching the maximum viable number of corpses. If they were low-class monsters, no one would risk being banned from the hunting grounds for a few billion, but the situation changed completely when it came to high-class monsters. He was sure that when the losses piled up, Sang-woo would have no choice but to accept his offer. Meanwhile, at the JTM agency, Sang-woo was visibly stressed. He explained that some people had stolen the monsters his clones had hunted. Junmo asked if that had not happened before. Sang-woo replied that they had taken small things before, like giant rats or a fishman, and that once they had even managed to recover them, but this time it seemed much more planned. The clones had called the recovery team after clearing the entire area, but when they went to collect, the bodies had simply disappeared. He even commented that maybe it was karma. Even though he was irritated, he admitted that there was not much he could do. He could not just go around carrying huge bodies himself. That was when Junmo asked that since he was worried about storage, why not ask her for help? Sang-woo asked who she was talking about. Later, he was visiting Yuna, who complained that he had taken so long to show up and said he should visit her more often. He explained that he had been busy with the academy. Yuna commented that she had seen the news about his promotion and congratulated him, saying that everyone had also been excited about his success. Even so, Sang-woo said he had something important to ask. She then asked if he wanted her subspace ability. Sang-woo explained that once, while following a breathing technique video on the internet, he had ended up awakening a contemplation ability. Because of that, he started wondering if it would be possible to learn other abilities by understanding the principle behind them. Yuna replied that she did not think so. He had already expected it to be a difficult question, but she clarified that it was not that. She would love to teach if it were something that could be taught, but awakened skills did not work like that. She explained that an awakened skill is unique to each hunter and cannot be learned by someone else, because not even the user fully understands its foundations. It would be like her trying to learn his clone ability. Sang-woo then asked if there were not people with similar abilities, like teleport users. Yuna replied that they were only similar, never identical. Even among teleporters, some have range limits, others have shorter cooldowns, some can carry other people along. They are different variations. Therefore, even if something similar to her subspace exists, it does not mean he could acquire the exact same one. She commented that she did not know if there was another subspace ability available, but suggested that he could check at the Heritage Company. Later, at the Heritage headquarters in New York, Sang-woo was alone, and even thought Yuna would come with him. It was a good thing he had a translator in his bracelet, because he did not speak English, and was sure he would have been stopped at the airport without it. He remembered that he had bought the familiar skill orb there, but did not expect to visit the main building. He decided to take a look at the available skill spheres. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator on the first floor, he was greeted by a woman who said she had been contacted by the Kainos Guild. She introduced herself as Arya Bershale, the CEO of Heritage. Sang-woo felt a bit nervous, but confirmed his identity. She welcomed him and said she hoped he would find the sphere he was looking for. Meanwhile, Sang-woo clones continued hunting extremely powerful humanoid creatures, using only fireballs. The duo that had been stealing corpses began to face problems, because many monsters were completely carbonized and no longer had any sale value. Even so, they had already managed to get some, and decided to keep exploiting the hunting grounds. Along the way, they encountered another group trying to do the same thing. The large leader realized that the information had spread quickly, and decided to avoid conflict. He suggested an agreement to split everything equally, and commented that if something went wrong, they would all be in trouble together. The leader of the other group found the idea reasonable, and they left the hunting grounds together. But as they were leaving, Sang-woo clones were already waiting. The big man partner asked why they were there, since they usually went back to the academy after hunting. The big man replied, trying to stay calm, that the bodies were already with the sellers, and everything was under control. The two groups tried to quietly disperse across the hunting grounds, pretending that nothing had happened, but suddenly, the clones threw knives into the wall beside each group, blocking their exit. Then, with cold precision, they began listing details. Shoes from Company D, sizes 280 mm and 290 mm, shoes from companies H, D, and T, sizes 275 mm, 265 mm, and 250 mm. Those were exactly the footprints found in the hunting ground they had cleared. Then they calmly asked if they could accompany them, because they had a few questions to ask. The big man reacted by saying he would call the guards. After all, they had just thrown knives at them. But one of the clones showed a phone with Uhyun on an active call and directly asked if they were the ones who had stolen the hunts. It was obvious that this would cause problems later, which was why they had not called a recovery team and had likely turned to the black market. The man pushed back, demanding proof and saying it was nonsense. On the other side of the call, Uhyun stated that she was at the black market at that exact moment, and that it was enough to check the bodies that had just arrived to confirm. The clone replied that they could call the guards if they wanted, but asked what their next move would be. Later, in an open field far from prying eyes, the big man asked what exactly they wanted from them. One of the clones explained that their master, when he was still a novice hunter, had also made the mistake of not recognizing the ownership of kills made by others. Because of that, he understood why they had done it. The proposal was simple: return the money and never appear in front of them again. It was a merciful condition. The man questioned whether they really intended to get the money back like that, and whether they should not have called the guards from the start. The clone replied that recovering bodies sold on the black market would take too long, and that they preferred to return to the hunting grounds and continue hunting. So that proposal was beneficial for both sides. However, the big man responded arrogantly, asking what mere clones of a hunter could offer to a group of Class B. He said he had a better proposal. They would die right there. They would sell the bodies afterward, and no evidence would remain. One of his companions even asked if they were really going to do that, and the big man explained that he might have considered returning the money if there were only 2 of them, but now there were 5, and there was no way to reimburse. Besides, killing clones would not be considered murder. Even so, the clones pulled out their knives again, and said that if they preferred that method, they could proceed that way as well. Meanwhile, at the black market, the seller asked Uhyun what she needed. Potion ingredients or something like that. She went straight to the point and asked who had sold those bodies. He replied that it had been a group of 5 Class B hunters. Uhyun then revealed that those bodies had been stolen from Sang-woo. The seller was surprised and asked if it was the same guy from before, questioning how anyone would have the nerve to sell stolen goods to him. Uhyun responded sarcastically, saying he talked as if he had never bought stolen goods before. He tried to justify himself by saying he had never officially known, but she made it clear that the monsters had been stolen while Sang-woo was out of the country, apparently at the Heritage headquarters. Abroad, at the Heritage Skill Sphere factory, Arya Bershal was giving Sang-woo a tour. She explained that nearly 80% of the spheres used in the world were produced there. She mentioned that she had heard he had learned meditation and breathing techniques through online courses, and asked if he knew that it was possible to learn skills like Fireball that way. He reflected that aside from awakened skills, it was theoretically possible to learn almost anything like that, which raised the question of why people spent so much money on spheres. Arya replied that the problem was the difficulty, controlling mana, changing its properties, keeping it stable, and supplying applying constant energy without letting it fade was extremely complex. Even talented people took at least 6 months to master a simple skill like a fireball on their own, while others could take years, and that was only for basic skills. Rarer abilities could require decades of practice. That is why the spheres were so valuable, because they contained information directly connected to the system, allowing even people with little mana control to use abilities. The problem is that they are very difficult to produce, which explains the high price. She then confirmed that he was looking for a subspace ability, and said that luckily they had one available for $10 million. Sang-woo quickly calculated that this was about 12 billion won. Arya explained that this was still one of the cheaper options among subspace type abilities. Even so, he commented that 12 billion was really expensive. She replied that depending on his proposal, she could even give it for free, and Sang-woo asked what he needed to do. Then she said that she wanted his body, and he did not understand anything. Meanwhile, the group of 5 people was being beaten almost to death by the clones. The big guy in the group questioned how that was possible if they were only 2 rank B. They tried to attack again with swords and bows, but one of the arrows was easily deflected by one of the clones, which left everyone shocked. The clones did not take any hits and were strong both with knives and in martial arts. One of them even cut the archer's bowstring with a knife, and another almost reached a mage but ended up being hit by a girl who suddenly appeared. She declared that fraud had been detected using the name of the Comet Guild, and that she was there to punish the criminals. That was the leader of Comet Guild's second strike team, Lee Hyein. Meanwhile, Arya commented that she had heard he could touch, and Sang-woo asked what she was talking about. She clarified that she was talking about his clones, and that she wanted to do some research on them, offering a skill sphere in return. He confirmed that yes, they were his clones, and Arya herself admitted that she did not believe it when she heard what his ability was. Most cloning techniques were known to create only illusions, so she never imagined that an ability like his could exist. Since the information had not yet spread outside of Korea, that was the best moment to make the proposal. She wanted to study the ability to create a sphere, and explained that to produce any sphere, it was necessary to understand everything from activation methods to mana flow and its properties, with very detailed precision. She acknowledged that it was impossible to fully understand an awakened ability, but it might be possible to materialize something similar, like a reduced version of the clone ability. Sang-woo questioned whether that was really right, because he needed the subspace ability, but releasing cloning into the market could be complicated. He asked what the difference was between awakened abilities and spheres, and Arya explained that it depended on the level of understanding, and that usually there were not many restrictions. She mentioned the ability of Park Yuna, one of the best among subspace types, with a spacious interior, no mana consumption, and no restrictions on entry or exit. The sphere version, on the other hand, could not assimilate any living creature except the owner and their summons, and to maintain the space it was necessary to constantly supply mana. That is why even if they managed to duplicate the clone ability, there was a high chance that similar restrictions would appear. Even so, Sang-woo decided to accept the offer, but imposed one condition, and if she agreed, he would summon a clone immediately. Meanwhile, the clone that had taken Lee Hyeon's blow was still standing, which surprised her because of its strength. The big criminal asked who she was, and she replied that she was a hunter who prevented acts of violence, recommending that they leave. The group of criminals thanked her, but one of the clones stated that he could not let them escape before depositing the money. Lee Hyeon advanced, saying that was not his decision, and although he dodged the baton, he ended up taking a strong kick to the stomach, which created an opening for the criminals to move away. The clone insisted that they needed to recover the hunting profits, and asked if she could step aside. She replied that insects never know their place, and then launched a powerful strike with the baton, releasing a burst of energy and stating that it made no sense to recover anything since they would die there. Meanwhile, in the United States, Arya explained that she would rent the clone for 3 months, and that during that period, it would cooperate fully with the research. If the clone was destroyed due to their fault, there would be no replacement, and even if the development of the sphere failed, the cost would not be refunded. Sang-woo said that the conditions were good, and also asked them to provide clothes for the clone. Arya commented that it almost felt like she was losing in that deal, but he replied that if she did not like it, there was nothing to be done because that was his decision. She acknowledged that he fully understood the value of his own ability and asked him to summon the clone. The clone appeared completely naked, and the original Sang-woo threw clothes to him. Arya observed that it was truly incredible, and that she had never imagined seeing a real clone in person. Sang-woo said that one could be called number 7, explained that he should be hunting at that moment, but was there instead, and commented that since the side effects of the potions had been reduced, the self-destruction power had also weakened. Arya replied that she had already checked the clone for today, and that now it was her turn to fulfill the promise. As soon as Sang-woo touched the skill sphere, he acquired the subspace. He could not place anything alive inside it, except himself and his clones. Arya asked if he wanted to test it right away, and he said of course, then opened the first crack in space. When he looked inside, he realized that the interior looked like a reflection of the outside, like a mirror, and there was a wall at the end, which indicated about 33 meters in length. It was smaller than Yuna's, but it still seemed functional. He thought that even though it was not that large, and still consumed mana, since the main objective was to store monster corpses, it was already good enough. Then he told Arya that so far it was perfect. Right after that, he decided to test whether the clones could also use the ability. Arya got confused and asked what he meant by that, but ended up witnessing number 7 opening his own subspace. She asked if the clones could also use abilities, and Sangwoo explained that aside from the original cloning ability, they could use all the others. He tested it to be sure and confirmed that it worked. Arya became visibly nervous with that discovery. Then Sangwoo asked the clone if he could enter, and when number 7 crossed, he came out through the other portal. The original Sangwoo saw number 7 twice, and realized that no matter which clone used it, they all went to the same subspace. In practice, it worked like a portal. Suddenly, number 7 took a baton to the head. Sangwoo asked where that had come from, not understanding anything. Lee Hyeon said that he was escaping, and questioned what kind of ability that was, wanting to know where her baton had gone. One of the clones commented that throwing the weapon away had not been a good idea, since it was now inside their subspace. Sangwoo ran to number 7, calling out to him, who despite having a battered face replied that he was fine. The original said he would get revenge, and that he would not forgive whoever had done that. He came out of the subspace holding Lee Hyeon's baton, and she admitted that she had not expected that. The original Sangwoo asked if it had been her who threw the weapon, and the clone confirmed that it was, saying that he had not done anything against her. Lee Hyeon asked what he intended to do about it. At that moment, Sangwoo noticed that number 6 was in serious condition. The clone said that the bleeding had stopped, but he could not move his legs. Without hesitation, Sangwoo cancelled the summoning of that clone, saying that he had fought well, and asked what had happened. One of the clones explained that while they were collecting payment after discovering who had stolen the hunt, they were attacked by her. Lee Hyeon confirmed that she was from the Heesung Guild. Sangwoo complained that the people from Heesung only knew how to interfere in other people's business. She replied that he was being arrogant, and that B-class hunters did not know their limits. Even so, the original simply asked for cover and moved forward to attack her, without her showing any sign of being shaken. Meanwhile, Junyoung was furious, saying that those idiots had failed. He called another group as a precaution, and wondered how 5 B-class hunters could not handle 2 clones. It was a good thing he had sent the leader of Group 2, because that woman was a monster. Even with 2 Sangwoos attacking at the same time, Lee Hyeon blocked easily, and said that just because people called him a super rookie did not make him amazing, since he was still only a B-class. She counterattacked with a punch that cracked the ground, but Sangwoo barely managed to dodge. She acknowledged that he dodged well. He thought that woman was a class, but noticed that her right hand, which had blocked the attack, was broken. At least he had caused some damage. She demanded the return of the weapon, activated the mana of the baton, and pulled it back as if it were magnetic. Then she mocked him, asking what he would do now, if he would fight with that little pistol. Sangwoo wondered if her arm really was not broken, but decided that in that situation, he would have to use his ability for real. He summoned all the clones through the subspace, and said that she did not need to worry about what he would use to fight. Number 2 stated that he had brought what was requested, and Sangwoo commented that if number 3 was in the hospital, then there was nothing else to worry about. Lee Hyeon prepared to face all of them at once. On the other side of the subspace, Arya was watching everything. She did not know that the subspace could be used as a portal. Even though she could not interfere in his personal matters, she saw a perfect opportunity there. She realized that the weapon that had been thrown belonged to Tron, and decided she would not waste the chance to harm those idiots from Tron. So she asked her company team if the prototype they had developed was already ready. Meanwhile, Sangwoo managed to injure Lee Hyeon, but nothing too serious. With a few scratches on her body, she asked if he knew what her ability was. Then she planted the bat into the ground and activated damage manipulation, a technique that transferred all the damage she received. A massive explosion swept through the area and wiped out the nearby clones. Sangwoo managed to block part of the impact, but he was still badly injured. Lee Hyeon mocked him, asking if that was not already the end. But at that moment he called number 5 and handed him a small pouch. The clone devoured its contents without hesitation, and she asked what that was. Sangwoo replied that since she was from the Haesung Guild, she should know. Number 5 had eaten a crystal jewel, one of those she herself had ordered Silver Moon to mass produce. Jewels that increase stats 100 times more than a normal one. He had borrowed a few. He explained that he had tested them on the clones, and that the effect was not exactly the same as normal jewels. It did not increase stats in the same way, but after giving 3 pieces to number 5, the clone turned into a gigantic demonic beast. Sangwoo commented that she should understand the effects better than him. Lee Hyeon called him crazy, but when the giant charged at her, she said he should not get carried away, because even if it was worth 100 jewels, it would still only increase stats by 0.5, and nothing would really change. But she was immediately hit with a brutal punch to the face that made her spit blood. Sangwoo explained that what he could see was the stat increase caused by side effects, but the increase in strength in a monster worked differently. He also commented that she would never know that, since she had never eaten one of those jewels, but admitted that because of that the creature's accuracy dropped a bit. The problem was that the demon did not distinguish allies, and started attacking even Sangwoo himself, without recognizing his master, so he ordered all the clones to stay away from number 5. Lee Hyeon stood up furious and said she hoped the guild would resolve that without killing the boy. She exchanged intense blows with the demon, using the bat to constantly regenerate and transfer damage. In the end, she managed to bring the monster down, and advanced straight toward the original Sangwoo. He blocked the attack when she asked if killing him would make the clones disappear. He replied that killing was not happening, and all the other clones appeared to protect him. Even while taking stabs, Lee Hyeon Haichan grabbed the blades with her hands and stated that it was not enough, blowing the first clone's head apart with the bat by redirecting the damage. She noticed that the clones were not aiming for vital points, and commented that it seemed like he had never killed anyone, that he was not taking it seriously. At that moment, Sang-woo cut his own leg with the cursed sword and said not to worry, because he had changed his mind. She asked what he was doing, and the cursed voice whispered for him to cut her throat. He obeyed and launched a strike straight at Lee Hyeon's neck, which she managed to block at the last second with the bat. Surprised that he had actually aimed for her throat, Sang-woo asked if she was sure she could turn that fight around. Right after that, she was stomped by the giant demon, but managed to break free and was hit by fireballs. She stated that none of those fireballs would defeat her, but the demon also used flames, and its breath was comparable to that of a dragon. Even so, she absorbed everything with the bat, and returned it using damage manipulation. Sang-woo would not have been able to dodge that, but at the last moment a cloak was thrown over him. He wondered what had just saved him, and Arya explained that it was a new prototype armor made by Heritage, the MPCP, a light and elastic cloak with absorption and shield abilities, which could be used together with other armor, and became more resistant depending on the situation. The one who tried to explain it was number 7. Even without knowing how to speak English properly, Sang-woo asked them to thank her, and Arya replied that it had to be a joke. Right after that, Lee Hyeon was crushed by the fist of the giant demon. This time, her weapon overloaded and could not transfer the damage anywhere. She continued being beaten by the demon without being able to redirect the blows and was crushed until even her bat deformed. At the last moment, she still managed to return part of the damage with a kick that knocked the giant down, but when she opened her eyes, Sang-woo was already over her, saying that she had fought well but that it was enough. Then he slammed her face into the asphalt with a final punch. When Lee Hyeon received the message about that mission, she said she would be away for a while. The masked man commented that he thought she had already finished for the day, but she explained that the young master was looking for her again. He asked if it was the hunter Junyoung once more, since he held a lower position, and questioned why she was helping him. She replied that the president's son would be the future president. The masked man pointed out that Junyoung was also his son, but she said he did not deserve that position, that Junyoung was perfectly capable and also very handsome. Then the masked man asked what the job would be this time. She replied that she wanted him to wipe out a certain famous hunter named Jung Sang-woo. The masked man said it was better not to get involved, advising her not to stir up a hornet's nest, and to remain loyal only to the current president. Lee Hyeon shot back that she was also loyal to the future president, and said he was acting like a child. He insisted that she did not know Sang-woo, and that she would lose that fight. In fact, after remembering that, she woke up on the battlefield. Sang-woo asked if she was finally awake, commenting that A-class hunters really were different. She asked why he had left her alive. He replied that he had not really tried to spare her. He just did not think it was worth killing her. She said he could have done it if he wanted, and that mindset would only bring weakness, since she herself had tried to kill him. Then he stabbed his sword into the ground beside her head, and said that was her last chance. No one had died. He had caused as much damage as she had, and that was enough. There was still time for her to mind her own business and leave with Haesung. He did not like killing, but there were many ways to resolve things. She answered yes sir. Sang-woo simply turned his back, entered the subspace and asked if number 7 was okay. The clone replied that it hurt. Lee Hyeon, still lying there, kept thinking about what she should do now, and ended up realizing that what had happened was strangely impactful. After that, the people who had been going after monster corpses simply disappeared. After restoring the clones for a few days, Sang-woo returned to his peaceful hunting routine. Number 7 was sent to Heritage for research on the skill sphere. At the same time, new classes began at the academy. He noticed that everyone who had been interfering in the hunts disappeared as soon as he defeated Haesung, and he thought the timing was too perfect to be a coincidence. There was a very high chance that that guy was involved, so he decided to approach Junyoung at the academy, asking where he thought he was going. The other students got excited seeing Sang-woo back, and the girl he had been talking to suggested they go to class together, but he was speaking directly to Junyoung, who got startled. Later, in the chapel, a priest asked everyone to sit down and pray in gratitude to the system. Sang-woo wondered if that was really a mandatory class, if they were actually praying to the system. He asked a Haesung student what that was about, and she explained that it was part of the curriculum, that they would learn the history of the system and attend a mass. He questioned what that had to do with hunting monsters, and she replied that she did not know either. She was only there because it was required. The priest asked for silence, but Sang-woo said he was going to the bathroom. Inside, he opened the subspace, switched places with a clone, and left it sitting in the mass, while he went to the courtyard to train, since he considered that a waste of time. In the courtyard, he saw Junyoung on the phone complaining that it made no sense for even the team leader to have failed, and questioning how they could not deal with a B-class hunter. Sang-woo appeared, asking who was B-class. Junyoung asked if he had been spying on other people's calls, and Sang-woo replied that he should say that after interfering in his hunt, Junyoung said he should have accepted the money when he had the chance, and that complaining after losing an insignificant hunt only showed the level of his agency. Sang-woo mocked him, saying he envied his wealth and asked if he had been raised by private tutors instead of his own parents, hinting that maybe he did not even receive attention from his father. Junyoung asked if he wanted a fight, and Sang-woo confirmed that he did. The young master of Heesung gave him one last chance, saying that if he left the academy, no one would bother him anymore. Junyoung replied that he only wanted one thing, for Sang-woo to give up the elixir. He admitted that it had been hard to hold back during class and that the ice he created was smaller than expected. Then he summoned a fireball at maximum level, looking like a meteor. Sang-woo thought his own looked like a marble compared to that. However, someone completely cancelled Junyoung's ability, saying that although they could use abilities at the academy, that had gone too far. It was Hwang Yun-hai, leader of the Phoenix Guild. Meanwhile, a doctor was analyzing the footage sent about Sang-woo, praising his movements and noting that even as clones, they could safely consume crystals. He said he needed a sample immediately. An informant reported that the footage captured the moment the weapon went into another dimension and suspected there was a high chance of obtaining a clone sample at the Heritage Company. The doctor commented that that woman was becoming greedy and should share something so valuable. He was the CEO of Tron, Trevor Ron. Meanwhile, in the academy courtyard, Hwang Yun-hai commented that it had been a while since she had seen him. Young master of Heesung. Junyoung asked what she was doing there, and she replied that she was now a teacher. She said that conversation had drawn too much attention and that they could talk in private. Later, already in her office, she asked what had happened. Junyoung tried to say it was something personal, but Sang-woo ended up revealing everything, accusing Junyoung of sending subordinates to steal his hunts, and even speaking badly about him on the phone. He insisted he had done nothing, and that the other was a very problematic boy. Hwang Yun-hai replied that it must have been difficult for him, and then explained that she really had become a teacher. She commented that most of the students were B and C class, and that if they were only F or D, it would not be a problem, but she was there specifically to control students like the two of them. She also said that she stopped the fight because either way they would have a chance to settle things in the next class, where they could fight each other as much as they wanted. Meanwhile, Arya focused on researching number 7. She collected a blood sample and was impressed, saying it could not be explained in words because it was real blood, with real cells, and even a defined blood type, making it possible to perform a transfusion. One of the doctors asked if it was all made of mana, and she replied that it was, and that common sense could not explain it. The most important part was that the clones were treated as individuals. They ate separately, and used the master's abilities with their own mana. Meanwhile, number 7 was excited, saying he wanted to eat steak. Arya reflected that a summoning ability like that had never existed before. Suddenly, the building alarms went off. An invasion was happening. An aircraft crashed into one of the floors, and exterminator robots came out of it. The security system tried to respond, but it was useless because those machines were practically indestructible. One of the doctors reported that the robots had entered through the aircraft, and Arya ordered immediate evacuation. Number 7 asked where the plane had crashed, and said he would help drive the invaders out. Meanwhile, the security soldiers were being crushed and massacred. An awakened with lightning powers appeared to face the robots, and managed to take down the first one, causing a short circuit. However, the others immediately changed their strategy and adapted their weapons. The awakened realized those were not simple machines meant to cause terror, but high-level technology. He kept fighting but ended up surrounded. At that moment, Sang-woo appeared, cutting down the robots with ease. Number 7 warned him to be careful, but one of the robots announced that it would prioritize obtaining the target and prepared to capture the clone. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Hwang Yun-hai formally introduced herself as a teacher and explained that she would be teaching the topic of understanding and practicing duels and combat. She stated directly that from that moment on, the students would form trios for 3 versus 3 battles. All abilities and equipment were allowed, and victory would only come after completely defeating all 3 opponents. The grading system would be based on combat power, individual contribution, teamwork, and other factors that could influence the evaluation, so they should not take it lightly. She then asked if there were any questions. One of the students asked why they were training to fight people, if the goal was to kill monsters. Hwang Yun-hai replied that she had also been invited suddenly, and did not know the exact reason, but from her own experience, the life of a hunter did not involve only monsters. There were conflicts over profit distribution, disputes in hunting grounds, crimes in unauthorized portals, and other situations. Anyone who lived as a hunter would inevitably face conflicts with other hunters, and they needed to remember that anything could happen inside a portal. Another student asked if there was a ranking limit for the trios. Hwang Yun-hai understood the concern, and mentioned that there were 2 people above the usual ranking, but assured them that appropriate penalties would be applied. She said her part was finished, and that they could form groups. Sang-woo kept thinking about that so-called penalty. Haesian asked if they would stay in the same group, and he said yes, suggesting they bring in someone else from outside. At that moment, he received a call from Arya and went to answer it in the courtyard. She informed him that number 7 had been taken. He asked how that was possible, who had done it, and how. Then the lightning awakened said he could explain. At that moment, while number 7 was fighting alongside him against the robots, the hunter began to wonder who that guy was, because he was far too strong. But in the middle of that distraction, he ended up being grabbed by the neck by one of the robots, which took him hostage, and warned Sang-woo that it would kill the man if he got any closer. Even so, the hunter told Sang-woo not to worry about him, and to just finish off that damned robot. The robot replied that there would be no more damage if they stopped resisting. Number 7 then asked if it belonged to Heritage, but the hunter said that did not matter. Reinforcements would arrive, so he just needed to finish finish it. However, number 7 ended up removing his equipment and explained that he was following an order from his master, that he needed to cooperate as much as possible with the company and could not allow Heritage to suffer any damage. The hunter tried to stop him, telling him to fight back, but ended up being completely overpowered by the robot. Feeling guilty, he said that everything had happened because of him and asked for forgiveness. Sang-woo then told him not to worry and said he would check the situation. Using his familiar ability, he realized that number 7 was trapped inside a robot, but soon a flow of mana was detected and he was shocked, which deactivated the ability. He concluded that they were taking the clone somewhere and that they were blocking the use of abilities, which would make it difficult to bring him back using subspace. Arya commented that they would not request another clone to be sent, since that was in the contract, and that the fault was theirs for not noticing the ambush planned to kidnap him. She asked if they could not simply terminate number 7. Sang-woo asked if that meant they would bring him back, and Arya confirmed, saying she even already had a suspect for who did it. He replied that it was fine because he was not planning to use number 7 for the entire contract anyway. The hunter, still confused, asked what terminate meant, and Arya explained that number 7 was only a clone, not a real person, so he did not need to feel so bad. The hunter was left somewhat speechless, first shaken, then relieved upon discovering it was a clone, but it was still strange for him. Sang-woo thought that in the end everything would be fine, since the company was huge and should have many hunters capable of retrieving him. But as he finished the call, several people began approaching him asking to form a team, and not just him, but also Jun-young, because the two of them were the only B-class. Everyone commented that there would be a penalty for B-class, but no one knew exactly what it would be. That was when Wong returned, saying she had forgotten to mention something important, that Sang-woo was not allowed to use clones. He asked why, and she explained that teamwork was one of the most important evaluation criteria, and that considering clones as part of the team would complicate everything. She also said that was not even the main penalty, that there was another one, and wished him good luck. After that, with 2 penalties on his back, people began to move away from Sang-woo, and no one wanted to form a group with him anymore. When he returned to Haeon, he asked if she wanted to team up with him, and she commented that things had moved too fast. After some difficulty, they finally found a third member, who introduced himself as Choi Jung-bae. Sang-woo mentioned that he saw him running toward Jun-young as soon as he heard he could not use clones. Choi Jung-bae said it was nothing personal, that he took the academy very seriously. Haeon replied that he had no right to say that, but he insisted that he had been loyal the whole time. Then they began to show their abilities. Choi Jung-bae revealed that he used a shield and could share his defense with allies, applying a defensive buff, and claimed he was the best tank in the academy. Haeon demonstrated her mana control, saying that although it was not as destructive as fireballs, her ability was much faster and much more controllable, making her practically a master of mana. Sang-woo commented that without clones he did not have much he could do, and she told him to stop joking. Choi Jung-bae even considered looking for another team, but Sang-woo provoked him, asking if he did not want to stay on Jun-young's team and why he had not managed to get in. He explained that he thought his class would be enough, but stronger people ended up joining first. Jun-young's group was extremely powerful. Jun-young himself asked why some of them had not taken the test to rank up. Mundohwan, supposedly an F-class, said it was pure laziness. Meanwhile, the butcher On Setsukin, who claimed to be E-class, said he found it fun to intimidate weaker people. Jun-young realized they could easily be C-class or even higher, because they were clearly far too strong for the ranks they declared. With that team, he was certain he would crush Sang-woo. Meanwhile, in an extremely dangerous hunting ground, a swordsman was eliminating every creature that appeared. He was even swallowed by a sandworm, but came out of the creature with just a few movements, as if it were nothing. That was the S-class hunter Kaisel Raven, who had just received a call from Heritage and discovered that he would have to travel far away once again. At the same time, at the academy, Hwang Yun-hye was preparing the arena where the fights would take place. What she used was a mana fusion capable of twisting and dispersing the magical flow of the environment. She explained that this technique could weaken any magic, curse, or buff, as well as cancel the activation of abilities. Sang-woo immediately realized that this was what she had used earlier to nullify Jun-young's fireball. She also added that within that space, any damage caused by magical or physical attacks that could be fatal would automatically be reduced. In other words, they could use weapons and magic freely, even aim at someone's head, and no one would die, although they could still end up with scars. Since no one asked any questions, the combat evaluation began. Hwang Yun-hye explained that there were a total of 6 barriers, and that 12 teams would fight at the same time. After that, the winners would face other winners, and the losers would do the same among themselves. The goal was not to determine an absolute champion, but to provide multiple opportunities for an accurate evaluation. Finally, she called the B-class hunters, Sang-woo and Jun-young, took out 2 flasks from her uniform, and told them to drink. It was a weakening potion that would reduce their stats to the average level of the academy students. In fact, it was not exactly a potion, but a temporary poison. She made it clear that if they refused to drink it, or tried to remove the effect using any ability, they would be disqualified. Everyone was sent to their designated spaces, and in the 4th barrier, the fight for Sang-woo and his team began. One of the large guys on the other side mocked him, saying that without clones, and with reduced stats, he was now just an F-class. Sang-woo replied that it was offensive, but unfortunately true. Yongbei asked for calm, saying they could still overcome this with teamwork. Haeon commented that she knew Sang-woo had other hidden abilities, and that he should stop pretending. Sang-woo noticed that Jun-young's team was was fighting well right beside them, and that those guys definitely did not look like F-class. The evaluation assistant ordered the B-class to drink the potion immediately. Sang-woo felt his stats drop the moment he consumed the liquid, but since he had immunity to poison, everything returned to normal seconds later. In fact, it even increased his immunity a little more. Meanwhile, Kaisel Raven had already arrived at Heritage headquarters, where he was received by Arya, who said it was good that he had come. He asked what had happened and whether it had been an ambush. After she explained the situation, he commented that he did not even know an ability like that existed. Arya said it was urgent to find the clone sample as quickly as possible. Raven asked if it was because of a skill sphere, acknowledging that it was something valuable, but Arya said she no longer cared about that, because if they experimented with the clone's traits, they could achieve an important breakthrough, bringing the plan for that day even closer. Raven understood the seriousness and said he would retrieve it. In the hunter industry, two stats were extremely difficult to increase: regeneration and poison immunity. Regeneration required such brutal training that it was practically self-mutilation. Poison immunity involved absurd risks, because resistance did not guarantee protection against truly lethal toxins. Even so, there were always exceptions, and in this case, that exception was Sang-woo, who consumed lethal poison as if it were water. While he believed his stats were the same, in reality, his immunity had increased even further. Back in the arena, the assistant gave the signal to begin. Sang-woo was at the peak of his condition. He just could not use clones. When the fight started, he rushed forward quickly. He dodged the opponent's attack as if everything were in slow motion, and almost eliminated him in a single move, but stopped his strike at the last moment, because if he dominated his opponents too easily, it would raise suspicion that the potion had not worked, and he could be accused of cheating. So he pretended, allowed himself to be hit, and was thrown far away without taking any real damage. Internally, he thought it had been a perfect performance, since anyone would conclude that he had become weak. However, Yungbei found it strange, because he had activated the defense buff, and even weakened. Sang-woo should not have been thrown like that. Soon after, he got up calmly, as if nothing had happened, and said he was completely fine, even praising the effectiveness of the buff. The other team was confused, unsure whether he was truly weak or hiding something. Yungbei then charged at the enemy tank, while Haeyeon struck the opposing team's assassin. Quickly they realized they needed to take Yungbei down first, and break his shield to have any chance of winning. While they fought, Sang-woo realized he would not be able to win, relying only on Haeyeon and Jung-ba, so he needed to help, but without making it too obvious. He decided to act like a complete idiot, charging forward and shouting that he would not forgive them, and ended up deliberately getting hit by a rock thrown by the enemy mage. He was launched far away, and upon impact, slammed his head into the other two opponents, knocking both out at once, and leaving them unconscious. Right after that, he stood up as if nothing had happened, and said he was fine thanks to the defense buff, even laughing about the situation. The mage was confused and asked how he had been thrown with so much force, since she did not have any magic capable of doing that. Sang-woo replied that she was impressive and congratulated her, but she insisted it had not been her. Even so, she launched more rocks, which barely scratched Yungbei's shield. Taking advantage of the opening, Haeyeon finished the fight with her mana shots. The evaluator commented that it had been fast, and declared their team the winner. Jungbei said Sang-woo had been strong, but he replied that most of the credit went to the defense buff, laughing as if he were being modest. Deep down, he was more interested in what was happening in Junyoung's fight. Even with the barrier active, Soken the Butcher was beating a student almost to death, even though the group had already surrendered. The evaluator ordered the fight to stop, and Hwang intervened using her ability to restrain Soken, asking if they were deaf. He replied provocatively, saying he could not use his full strength because of the magic circle, and asked if it was not difficult for them as well. Do Hwang commented that if it were not for the barrier, it would have ended in a second. Hwang realized she had made a mistake by not considering hunters with high stats who intentionally kept a low rank. She should not have applied penalties only to those with high rankings. She ordered healers to be called immediately. After that, she commented that things might have gone too far, but Yungbei said not to worry, because there would be 6 winners in total, so there was a 20% chance of facing that group again. Sang-woo simply suggested they rest for the next battle. Observing the results, Hwang decided that the second team from the 4th barrier would face the first team from the 5th. The evaluator asked if that meant Sang-woo's team would fight Junyoung's team, and Hwang said yes. She had noticed Sang-woo's movements, which did not look like someone who had drunk a weakening potion, and it also did not seem like he had any purification ability. She did not know what he had done with the potion, but concluded that if there were troublemakers there, she just needed to put them against each other. At the very least, it would be a good show. Meanwhile, in the Nevada desert, in the underground laboratory of the Tron Corporation, the FBI was carrying out an operation. Since there was no initial response, they sent Big Joe, an awakened with a metal body ability, to break the gate. The impact did not leave a single scratch, but it activated the defense system, which fired a laser and cut the FBI agents in half, setting their bodies on fire. Shortly after, using a teleport scroll, Kaisel Raven appeared in the area. He commented that he had left the desert, gone to Heritage, and now was back in the desert once again. As he approached the Tron Corporation, he found bodies being burned by a robot tasked with disposing of the corpses. Raven asked what it was burning there, but the robot did not not respond. He commented that if he was being ignored, he would change the question, confirming whether that was indeed the Tron Corporation. The robot tried to attack him, but had no chance at all, and was quickly destroyed. After tearing apart the mechanical guard, Raven declared that he would take a look inside the corporation. Inside the laboratory, Trevor reflected that he had been wrong. He believed that the jewel capable of turning someone into a monster was the fastest solution to increase stats, but in reality, it was the obstacle. The amplification effect disappeared, leaving only DNA mutation. If he did not find the sample that absorbed the jewels and maintained a human form, he would be stuck with the same problem forever. When he was informed that the blockade gate had been destroyed, he asked if the FBI had managed to get through. The robot reported that they had not, as they had been annihilated. However, an S-rank hunter, known as the Sword Hunter, had arrived. Trevor said that they were finally close to the answer, and ordered them to prepare the sample. Even S-rank hunters were human, and he intended to use the experiment to create a weapon capable of stopping him. When Raven entered the facility, he noticed they were researching monster bodies, and was surprised by the size of the underground space. Soon he heard the voice of the artificial intelligence system, informing him that he was trespassing on private property of the Tron Company. He replied that he had heard the corporation had attacked Heritage and kidnapped a friend of his. The AI claimed it had no knowledge of that, and Raven commented that even artificial intelligences lied nowadays, although that voice seemed familiar to him. Then, several robots and systems announced that this was not a request, and that he would become the target of high-performance attack units. An army of machines emerged from the metallic walls, and it was declared that this was the final warning. Even after the announcement, Kaisel Raven asked where those so-called high-performance robots were, and right after, cut the entire army in half with a single strike. He commented that all he could see was scrap scattered across the floor. In the Tron laboratory, the AI showed a certain level of nervousness in the face of that situation. Back at the academy, the group no one wanted to face was about to fight. Sang-woo commented that Yungbei's buffs were the best. Sang-woo implied that it was a joke, and asked if he was really a B-rank hunter. Junyoung warned them not to lower their guard, because he wanted a crushing victory. Do-hwan agreed, saying he also wanted to finish it quickly. Jungbei prepared the team's defense once again. Internally, Sang-woo thought that he needed to stop pretending. Those two were at least C-rank, and if the fight became chaotic, his allies would be in danger. He would have to protect them. Watching everything, Shuang asked the assistant to keep healers on standby, just in case. The assistant confirmed, and the teacher declared that the battle would begin. Seokin charged straight at Sang-woo, asking if he was really B-rank. The strike was blocked by the barrier, but Sang-woo's counterattack was also blocked, and even so, it made blood flow from the butcher's mouth. He commented that it had been a good punch, and asked if Sang-woo had really drunk the potion. Internally, Sang-woo thought that without the teacher's barrier, that guy would already be on the ground. While dodging, he also reflected that he was not sure whether Junyoung was truly under the effect of the weakening potion. He considered it impossible that Junyoung had the same poison immunity that he himself possessed, so he needed to defeat him while he still had the advantage. But Junyoung responded with a lightning attack so devastating that it shut off the academy lights and shattered chandeliers. Sang-woo was scorched, and the system reported that the damage had exceeded the allowed limit, causing the shield propagation ability to disappear. Junyoung commented that his magic was not working exactly as it should, but it would still be enough. He mocked him, asking if Sang-woo really thought he would win just because he had drunk the potion, and told him to watch his team lose because of him. Sang-woo replied that he should not make him laugh because he was holding back as much as possible. Meanwhile, in the Tron laboratory, the robots had already been completely annihilated, and the reserve energy was depleted. Even so, the doctor ordered them to inject everything into the clone immediately. In the arena, Junyoung saw no openings, only endured the attacks of Sang-woo's allied assassin. Junyoung used his chain attack and struck the enemy shield bearer's arms directly, saying he intended to cut off his arm, but the annoying barrier prevented it. Sang-woo tried to help, but Junyoung trapped him with a force field, reminding him that he had said he would defeat him first. Sang-woo told him not to get in his way, and broke the field with a fireball. Junyoung then showed what a real fireball was, launching an even bigger one. However, Sang-woo opened subspace, swallowed the fireball, and even made a provocative gesture in the middle of the arena. Wei-on fired at the butcher, who showed no sign of feeling anything, and asked what she was doing. He had an ability that made him stronger, the weaker his opponent was. The moment he tried to strike her, Sang-woo stepped in front to protect her with his own body. Suddenly, he felt something extremely powerful trying to consume his body, as if it were the effect of a violent poison. A bodily distortion manifested, awakening a new ability. Junyoung saw that as the perfect opening, and ordered everyone to attack with their most powerful abilities. A massive explosion occurred inside the barrier. Seokin declared that he would end everything right there, and tried to crush Sang-woo, but the assistant asked to stop the fight. Yong, however, told her to wait and let it continue. Inside him, Sang-woo's system went into a frenzy. He acquired the strong bone ability, which leveled up repeatedly. His energy increased, then strength, reflexes, endurance, energy again, strength once more, everything rising non-stop. The butcher's ability was simply deactivated in the face of that absurd change. Suddenly, Sang-woo awakened the indestructible body ability, and with that, his stats skyrocketed even further. He asked what they meant by ending everything, and before anyone could react, he tried to move forward. Huang realized the situation had gotten out of control, and tried to restrain him with her ability, but he simply broke through her barrier and landed a brutal blow to Senkin's stomach, sending him crashing against the back wall of the arena. The impact was so strong strong that he lay on the ground covered in blood, and no one could believe that absurd strength, especially Junyoung, who watched in shock. Sang-woo declared that this was how things were ended. Meanwhile, in the Tron laboratory, Trevor became ecstatic when the system detected the indestructible body ability. He celebrated, saying it was perfect, and that he would equip the clone with the best weapons from Tron, creating a soldier capable of defeating even an S-class. He asked if the brainwashing had worked, and the AI replied that after the hippocampus reset, yes, the master had been changed. Trevor announced that his name would now be T-01, and ordered him to kill the hunter with the sword. The clone, however, stood still. Trevor insisted, saying he had installed the translator, and ordered him to kill the target, but the clone replied that his name was number 7, and threw a punch at the old man, stating that he only accepted orders from his true master. Drugs, forced orders, and manipulation were far too ridiculous for him. The AI rushed to check if the doctor was alright. Back at the academy, Hwang was worried because Sang-woo had surpassed her ability. She began to wonder if that boy was really B rank. The assistant asked if they should stop him, but Hwang said to just take care of the hunter, who had been thrown out of the barrier. There was no excuse to interrupt the battle, especially since Junyoung also did not seem affected by the weakening potion. She knew the potion did not reduce ability levels, but affected mana consumption, and if it had worked on Junyoung, he would already be exhausted after that fireball. To her, both of them had been ignoring the restrictions from the start, so she ordered the fight to continue. Do-hwan asked Junyoung what they would do now, but Junyoung questioned why that boy had all of that. Do-hwan told him to wake up and face reality. Junyoung remembered his father and the elixir he needed to obtain to prove his worth and become the next president. He activated a speed buff on Do-hwan, who advanced confidently, but the next strike shattered his own blade against Sang-woo's head, and the buff disappeared. Before he could be completely beaten down, Sang-woo was trapped by an ice wall created by Junyoung, who shouted for Do-hwan to move away. But Sang-woo had absurd resistance to cold, and when Junyoung fired a mana beam, he simply ignored the attack with his indestructible body and knocked Do-hwan down with brute force. Desperate, Junyoung activated the stone propulsion, launching multiple projectiles at once, but Sang-woo remained unharmed. The assistant commented that it no longer even looked like a test. Junyoung was clearly exhausted from spending so much mana, and when Sang-woo approached, he told him not to blame others for what he did not have. Before the final blow could be delivered, Hwang stepped in and stopped the attack. Her barrier cracked completely, and she declared that the evaluation was over, that he had already won and needed to stop. She ordered the clones to clean up the mess. Sang-woo replied that it was fine, and later on he was indeed helping to sweep the debris. After that, Hwang said it was enough, and told Sang-woo to follow her. As they walked through strange corridors of the academy, she asked how he had gotten rid of the effect of the weakening potion. He replied that he simply drank it, and the effect disappeared, because he had poison immunity, 8,138. Hwang was surprised and asked what he meant by 8, saying he would have to eat poisonous mushrooms every day to reach that. He replied that he trained a lot. She said she would let it slide because it was not cheating, although the students might start talking, and mentioned that she would think of something to resolve the situation. Then she told him to leave. Later, alone, Sang-woo felt relieved for having gotten away with it, but began to wonder about the ability that had appeared out of nowhere. The effects were impressive. The passive increased physical defense and magic resistance by 50%, in addition to reducing impact pain. The active doubled that effect, reaching 100%. He began to wonder if it had anything to do with number 7. In the end, he concluded that only he could have achieved something like that, but he knew they were conducting experiments on the clone. He tried to use the familiar ability to check the situation, but remembered the shock he had taken before, and gave up. Even so, he believed number 7 was a brilliant child, even though he had been abandoned in that cruel situation. Sang-woo also thought that Heritage had promised to rescue number 7, so everything should be fine. Meanwhile, the AI kept shouting for the clone to stop, calling him T-01 repeatedly, but he replied that was not his name. He continued destroying the Tron base without hesitation, stating that he only followed orders from his master. At that moment, Kaisel Raven appeared and asked if he was really the one who needed to be rescued, because it seemed he had already handled everything before his arrival. He commented that it looked too easy, and that they could leave, but number 7 asked who he was and where he had come from. Raven replied that he had been sent by Heritage, and that he had heard he should cooperate with him, asking if his master had not mentioned anything. Number 7 felt a strange pain in his head, and apologized, saying he did not remember receiving such orders. The AI explained that the brainwashing was still in progress, and told the clone to obey, but he responded with a lightsaber strike, once again stating that he only accepted orders from his true master. Raven realized that his memory had been erased, and concluded that it complicated everything. He commented that ideally he would contact the clone's master, but since that was not possible at the moment, he would have to take him by force. Number 7 then declared that he would treat him as an enemy. At the Hunter Academy medical facility, Junyoung reflected on the trauma of the battle. He admitted to himself that he had lost again, even using every trick possible. When he went out to the courtyard, he was surprised by Seokin, who grabbed him by the neck and asked if he was joking. He said he had heard that he had fainted before even being hit and mocked him, asking if he really wanted the elixir and if he thought he was B-class, since he could not even defeat someone who could not use his main clone ability. At that moment, Sang-woo appeared and easily knocked the butcher down, telling everyone to shut up like the true losers they were. He provoked Seokin, reminding him that he himself had said he could not use his full strength because of the barrier, and challenged him to fight for real now. Then he opened subspace and summoned his clones. Tobs. Sang-Kwon tried to back away, but Sang-woo ordered them to teach him some manners. The butcher ended up getting brutally beaten while Jun-young asked why he had done that for him. Sang-woo replied that he was not helping anyone, that he was only getting beaten because he spoke badly about him, and that the fact he had interfered with his hunt had not changed. They were not friends. Even so, Jun-young called out to him once more, and Sang-woo asked if he also wanted a lesson in etiquette. Jun-young explained that he had heard the captain of Team 2 had gone too far. He had only asked her to stop the groups that were stealing monsters, but he did not want Sang-woo to die in the attack. It seems she did not care, and he did not want misunderstandings between them. Sang-woo replied that there was no problem, while Seokin continued getting beaten in the background. In the Tron laboratory, after dealing with the clone, Raven commented that they had said it would be simple, but it turned out to be much more troublesome than expected. He told Dr. Trevor to get up, stating that he knew he was awake. The doctor asked what the sword hunter wanted, saying he could not die yet. Raven replied that he was the one asking the questions, and demanded answers without lies. He asked if he had been the one who created Itron, and why the artificial intelligence had Eli Arsa's voice. Trevor was shaken upon hearing the name, and asked how he knew Elisa, and if she was still alive. Raven questioned whether he had been one of the researchers involved in that experiment, and said that if he knew Elisa, then he must know the others as well. Trevor tried to negotiate, asking where she was, and offering money, fame, and even an entire department in exchange for information. Raven told him to shut up, and reinforced that he was the one asking the questions. Raven immediately approached and asked everything the old man knew. The man replied that it had been a long time since the last time he had heard that name, the same one he had mentioned earlier. He looked confused and wanted to know exactly what Raven wanted to find out about that person. Raven then asked whether they did not get along, making it clear that from the beginning he had already been planning to kill Lieber. The old man said he knew a few things, but was certain they would not be of much help, and explained that there was a workshop she used to use. He said it had been 50 years since the last time he had been there, but he was sure she still used that place. The swordsman calmly put away his sword and replied that was already enough. Trevor said he would send the location through the identity bracelet, but Raven found that strange, and told him to simply write it on a piece of paper. After getting the information, Trevor asked, before he left, that he tell him where she was and whether she was okay. Raven answered that he was the one asking the questions there, and left through another scroll portal. Later, Sang-woo contacted Arya to ask whether she had managed to rescue number 7 successfully. She confirmed that she had, but explained that he had gone through several experiments and that they had also tried to brainwash him, which ended up resetting part of his memory. Sang-woo asked whether he could still order him to cooperate with Aryadej again, and she answered yes, that it was possible. Even so, he kept thinking about the experiments and the brainwashing, understanding that maybe that was why number 7 had suddenly become so powerful. With all those abilities and the increase of 30 points in his stats, besides having obtained the unbreakable body, it was certain that he would reach Class A. For a moment he thought that maybe if he were kidnapped again, he might become even stronger, but he quickly pushed that idea away and decided that he would never treat his clones like objects again. In the end, he considered it a success, since he had solved the problem with the clone, the idiots and the academy, and everything seemed to be going well. But then rumors started spreading through the hunting fields, saying that Sang-woo's clones had taken down not only a group of Class B hunters, but also another Class A group. They said the reason for the fight was monster theft. As the rumors spread, the story started to change, and the clones began to be seen as killers capable even of torture. Their reputation kept getting worse, and soon they were treated as enemies inside the hunting fields themselves. This went on for days. After another exhausting day at the academy, Sang-woo was having drinks with the team when a drunk man approached, saying that he was the famous Sang-woo, the guy well known in the hunter industry. The man started provoking him, asking whether a Class B really thought he could control an F-rank hunting field, complaining that the last time he went there were no monsters left to hunt. Sang-woo replied that recently he had not sent clones to fields below Class C. The drunk then showed a photo on his phone in which he and a female friend were being cornered by several hooded clones. The strange thing was that only number 2 normally wore a hood. Later, Sang-woo talked with his friends and said that maybe he needed to solve that problem, because there were people who looked like number 2 restricting E and F rank fields and stealing other people's earnings. He showed the photo and said it made no sense because he had never given that order to number 2, who had actually been hunting elsewhere recently. Yoongbei commented that then it had to be people pretending to be him. Sang-woo admitted that it was possible, and asked whether he had already heard anything about it. Yoongbei said yes, that he had heard people say that if someone tried to steal monsters from the clones, the thieves would simply disappear. Sang-woo pushed back and said that was a lie, but admitted that it was the first time he had heard about clones stealing monsters that had already been captured by others. He himself had never gone to a Class B dungeon, so he had never experienced anything like that. When he asked Haehyun about it, she answered that she had never gone to a hunting field because he had promised to take her and never followed through. Sang-woo was left speechless and realized that she had been waiting for him, so he decided that it was fine. They could go together the next day, while Jungbei stayed silent, clearly jealous. The next day, at JMH agency, Sang-woo was getting ready with his combat equipment, something that even Junmo found strange, since it had been a very long time since he had personally gone to a hunting field. After he explained the whole situation, Junmo asked whether there were really people pretending to be him. Sang-woo confirmed it, and showed the photo of the supposed number 2 to Junmo, and to number 2 himself. The real number 2 stated that it was not him, that he had never left that place except when he was called through a portal, and that his appearance was clearly different from the person in the photo. The shoulders were 5% narrower, and the face was 2% bigger, and Sang-woo said he believed number 2. Even so, he asked him to stay calm, and asked whether, if he saw that person in person, he would be able to recognize him just from the photo. Number 2 replied that yes, he would be able to identify him. Later, in a low-level hunting field, an E-rank skeleton village, Sang-woo was there with number 2 and Haeon. Since she was doing very well, Sang-woo commented that she could already try taking a test to move up in rank. Haeon said she was not all that yet, but asked where his clone was going. Sang-woo told her not to worry about number 2 because he was only going to take care of something. Haeon commented that the hunting field was very quiet, and Sang-woo thought that people were avoiding him because of those imposters. He needed to deal with that together with number 2, before his reputation got even worse. It did not take long, and in that same skeleton village, the group of supposed Sang-woo clones appeared to demand what they claimed was theirs, from some recruits who were hunting skeletons. The hunters insisted that they had defeated the monsters there, but one of the hooded figures asked if they knew who they were talking to. Frightened, the recruits left the skeletons behind. While collecting the items, the hooded man muttered that all the pain he and the others suffered was Sang-woo's fault. Meanwhile, Haeon was destroying skeletons very skillfully. Although she got tired quickly, Sang-woo instructed her to collect the jewels from the bodies, explaining that they were not worth much individually, but together they brought in good money. At that moment, he received a message from number 2, saying that he had gone through the entire area and had not found anyone suspicious. Sang-woo then ordered the dimensional portal to be opened and called everyone to help with the search, except for those who were in the hospital. Each clone received a specific task, while he continued guiding his student, and the others kept investigating. Some rookie hunters ran into the real clones and were terrified, but they only told them to keep hunting normally. Haeon kept going excitedly, collecting items and enjoying the experience. Even so, number 2 reported that he had found nothing, that they had searched everywhere, and had not seen anyone wearing similar clothes. Sang-woo then dismissed everyone, so they could return to their original jobs. He had even put on a mask to see whether the fake ones would fall into the trap, but not even that worked. Haeon was very happy with the money she had earned, and said they should split it, since they were a team, but Sang-woo replied that she could keep all of it because it was her first hunt. On the way out of the hunting field, he saw Junhong talking to guards, and started suspecting that that idiot might be involved once again. When he returned to the agency, Hoo-hyun said that it was probably him, and Junhong agreed. There was no reason for Hunter Junhong to be in an E-class field, and the Hoo-hyun guild had enough resources to make people look like his clones. Sang-woo commented that all of that was happening right after he had received a warning, so it could not possibly be just a coincidence. Ah-yeon questioned why he had left alive a Haesung hunter who had attacked him before, saying that place was filthy, and that showing mercy was not a sport. She stated that they had only not crossed the line because they could not, but that they would have killed him if they had the chance, and that people like that would keep appearing in his life. Sang-woo understood that he could not spare everyone. A little while later, the fake clones started doing even worse things. Besides stealing prey, they began extorting hunters and even beating them to get information and money. Before entering any hunting field, rookies started checking the records to see whether Sang-woo had entered, because they did not want to share the same place with him. The news about the clones kept getting worse, and Sang-woo became furious, knowing that most of the victims were E and F rank hunters, and that they were taking advantage of the weakest ones. If that continued, it could even affect his official evaluation. Number 2 called saying that they had not found any fake clone, but reported that the Chenyasung guild had gone to an E-class field, which was strange at the very least. Sang-woo ordered the dimensional gate to be opened immediately, and decided to go personally. He appeared with a loud crash, holding the cursed sword, and asked why they were wearing that kind of clothing. A Chenyasung member told someone to inform the captain that they had found a big fish. Sang-woo sighed and said it was them again, asking whether they had been pretending to be his clones. He commented that he was even curious to test how many corpses could fit inside a subspace. Haesung attacked first as always, but before he could kill one of them, Lee Hyun blocked the strike with her bat and said they had met again. She even commented that his muscles had grown a lot. Sang-woo told her to stop changing the subject and asked why she was acting so friendly, accusing them of pretending to be his clones. Lee Hyun replied that they had failed at the surprise and denied it, saying it was not them and asking why they would do something like that. Junyoung suddenly appeared, coming out of invisibility, and explained that they were trying to catch the imposters on behalf of Sang-woo. He said that was a way to apologize, and that on top of that, it did not change the fact that they had interfered with his hunt before. Sang-woo even thought for a moment that they were helping, but questioned how they planned to solve the problem, since there was no way to know who was disguising themselves. Junyoung replied that they had prepared bait, and that someone was helping them, probably also from the academy, and that this person had done them a big favor. Soon after, the fake clones approached a powerful hunter who was killing several fishmen. One of the hooded figures asked what his rank was, and the man replied that he was in an F rank area, so obviously he was rank F, and asked if they could not mind their own business. The fake clone asked if he knew who he was, names, claiming to be Sang-woo, an A-rank hunter. The hunter Do-hwan answered that he knew the real Sang-woo very well, and that the one in front of him was just an imposter. With a single strike, he cut through several trees and hit all the fake clones, stating that the real Sang-woo was not that weak, and that they should not try to make him look like a fool. Even so, the imposters kept insisting on the act, but Do-hwan made it clear that they knew nothing, because they had never witnessed the real monster fighting for real. At that moment, a dimensional door opened, and the real Sang-woo appeared, immediately recognizing who was behind everything. To confirm it, the person was identified, along with Junyoung, as someone who had done an interview before trying to enter JM Agency. Something Junyoung remembered clearly, because it had been a memorable interview. It was the Class D hunter Kim Dong-yun, a user of illusion clones, who had been using that ability to pretend to be him. Dong-yun admitted that he was the imposter, but provoked him by saying that if it were not for the same cloning ability, Sang-woo would not have become so famous, and that he himself would not have ended up so miserable. Sang-woo replied that it was disgusting, and returned Dong-yun's real equipment, saying they would settle it right there in a clean way. Dong-yun tried to attack him with his sword, while Sang-woo held back, wanting to test his strength first. Junyoung commented that Dong-yun had done a good job, and that the payment had already been sent, but that he was injured. Dong-yun explained that his strategy was to blend in with the illusion clones during the fight, but that would not work against the real monster. Sang-woo blocked the attacks using his invincible body, and counter-attacked with a punch that knocked the illusion clone user to the ground, but told him to get up because it was not over yet. Dong-yun questioned whether that was the result of all his effort, saying that he had also worked hard, even though he was always looked down on for having an ability that did not deal real damage. He said that people were disappointed when they found out his clones were just illusions, and that they never gave him a chance. One day he realized that when he wore a hoodie similar to Sang-woo's, people avoided him out of fear, and then he concluded that he was not the one in the wrong, but the prejudice of others, since everyone thought he was the real Sang-woo, and did not even try to resist. He then strengthened his sword, and said that even in groups people trembled before that ability, asking if Sang-woo knew what it was like to be born with a power that had always been laughed at. As he summoned several illusion clones to attack at the same time, he kept insisting on that question. Sang-woo answered that he did not, and that he had no obligation to know. At that moment, number 2 easily grabbed Dong-yun's blade, and Junyoung asked how he had managed to identify the real one among so many illusions. Dong-yun admitted that it was impressive, but Sang-woo shot back saying that he did have a chance, and that he had already landed the first blow with a knee to the stomach. Sang-woo commented that JM Agency would have even sent a message saying that Dong-yun had passed the test, but they gave up when they saw the classification of his ability on the internet. After another punch to the face, he stated that Dong-yun himself was the first to underestimate his own ability, even when other hunters mistook him for him. As the beating continued, Dong-yun was already practically defeated and collapsing in front of them. Dong-yun said he could not stand it anymore. He was already on the ground, completely beaten and without teeth, but even so, he took another hit. Sang-woo made it clear that he himself had chosen to do all that mess, and that he was the one who had thrown away his own chances. After the beating, Sang-woo even felt lighter. Seeing Dong-yun in that deplorable state, he asked if he was reflecting on what he had done. Junyoung replied that he was, and that this was also one of the reasons he had investigated everything, because he never thought he would end up doing something as low as that. He then formally apologized to Sang-woo, saying that now he could truly apologize, since what he had done was no different from what he used to accuse others of doing. Sang-woo replied that at least he recognized it, and that now he would resolve the misunderstanding by contacting the victims. Junyoung then suggested an idea, and in the end, poor Dong-yun ended up becoming one of those crystal collectors who work almost like slaves in dungeons. After that, Sang-woo decided to reward numbers 5 and 6 for their help during the hunt, and gave them a dish of fresh vegetables with newly harvested crystals, informing them that from then on, he would be able to obtain ingredients like that more easily. Even so, what was really bothering Sang-woo was Junyoung's last piece of advice. He told him to be careful with the academy, and not to think that they were simply training hunters by giving abilities for free. He said he was not sure about anything yet, but that he would let him know when he had more information, and even so, he recommended that Sang-woo should not go near the operations room, exactly the one where they had their class about the history of the system. Until then, Sang-woo had only sent clones to that class because he thought it was a waste of time, but from that moment on, he decided that he would pay attention to what was happening in the academy. Later, Director Haksu questioned Professor Huang about why Sang-woo had managed to get a higher score in the evaluation. She replied that she had already applied all possible penalties, such as the weakening potion and the ban on clones, and that the evaluation had followed all established criteria. Haksu argued that he had purified the potion, but Huang responded that he had not used abilities to do so, and that there was nothing she could do. The director insisted that they needed some way to control the highest-ranked hunter in the academy, but at that moment Huang threw a table beside him, embedding it into the wall, and declared that it was enough. She made it clear that all the teachers there were rank C, and that they had called her precisely because they could not even supervise a class with 2 rank B students. She asked if they were now trying to control the boy because of the elixir, even knowing that no one would be able to stop him if he truly got angry. She also said that they had used petty excuses to try to lower his evaluation, but that he had overcome everything. Haksu tried to say that it was not exactly like that there were cases where high-rank hunters needed to follow the class to maintain discipline, but Huang stated that it was his responsibility to deal with that personally. She declared that she would only follow the educational plan plan, and nothing beyond that, and warned that if they called her again for something useless, she would not respond calmly. As she left, she slammed the door so hard that the glass shattered. After she left, Haksu muttered that she could be as arrogant as she wanted, that it was even better that way, and that he wanted to see how long she could keep that attitude. Then he ordered that Professor Huang be assigned as supervisor of the prayer room, starting that day, and told someone to clean the office. In the next class, which was about hunting techniques and taught by Zhang Sungwan, he asked what the students thought was most important for hunting monsters, whether it was stats, the team, teamwork, or equipment. He said that all of those were important, but that the decisive factor was strategy, and instructed them to study the book that had been distributed, where strategies for each type of monster were detailed. When Sang Woo analyzed the content of the book, he realized that there were many things wrong. He knew from his own experience that it was a terrible idea to fight giant rats in close combat, and that their weakness was not the head, but the neck. He remembered this clearly because he made his clones study strategies day and night, testing in practice what they found. Sang Woo did not blindly believe everything he saw on the internet, but he had verified that information himself. When he realized that the Academy was deliberately distorting the data, he began to wonder what exactly they were planning behind all of that. The professor explained that after the reading they would move on to a practical class, and later everyone was in the monster hunting training room, where there were several simulation capsules. He said those monsters were virtual projections created from the ability of a specific hunter, and that there they would learn how to fight without putting their lives at real risk, although all senses would function just like in reality. He warned them to be careful, because in that place they would not only learn strategy, but also how to overcome their fear of monsters. He also informed them that Sang Woo would not have penalties, since the creatures would be assigned according to each student's ranking. Even so, Sang Woo said that did not make sense, and tried to summon a clone, but nothing happened. Professor Songwon commented that it was strange, since even summoning creatures should be allowed there, although he was not sure whether clones could use the device. Shortly after, everyone entered the simulation capsules. Inside the virtual environment, Sang Woo and his clones appeared in a dense and dark forest. He heard a voice asking for help, but realized they were creatures pretending to be people. He quickly understood that the monsters had been based on his own ranking, but even so, it was excessive. The creature that appeared was the same type of mimic monster that had almost killed his sister in the past, and because of that he went all out to eliminate them. Outside, the professor was watching Sang Woo with excessive attention, and even drew his sword. At that moment, one of the clones appeared behind him, and asked if he needed help. The professor was startled and asked who he was, and the clone introduced himself as number 3, saying that he had been assigned to protect his master's body and the other students, since they were vulnerable inside the capsules. The professor knew that was a lie, but replied that he was also there to protect the students, and that was why he had his sword in hand. He even considered killing the clone right there, but when he looked into number 3's cold eyes, he realized he had no chance, and stepped back, saying he would check the other side of the room. Meanwhile, inside the simulation, Sang Woo and the clones were exterminating the creatures without mercy. He thought that even being of the same class, those creatures were stronger than many hunters. He was fighting 5 of them at the same time, all Class B, while the other students were scattered across the virtual hunting field. He did not even know if that was possible for the weaker ones. Even so, he encouraged his clones and kept fighting until he completed the challenge and returned to reality. When he left the capsule, he saw that many students were exhausted, and some were even traumatized. As expected, most of them had failed. Heian commented that in her simulation, giant turtles had appeared, and that the attacks hit the shell, preventing any effective damage. The professor said that everyone had done their best, and that there were those who failed and those who succeeded. Reinforcing that strategy was the most important factor, and ending the class. But Sang Woo knew that things had gone too far, and that they were traumatizing the students. Number 3 told him everything that had happened while he was inside the simulation, and Sang Woo realized that it had been a relief to secretly send the clone to watch over things, because the professor had really tried to act against him. Just as Junyoung had warned, the academy was strange. Hunters were being encouraged to form groups in individual battles, and at the same time being placed alone in hunts that were normally done in teams. On top of that, they were distributing expensive books and abilities for free, which made no sense. When Heian approached, he became a bit tense and asked what the next class was. She found his nervousness strange and replied that it would be history and understanding of the system. In the prayer room, that immediately worried him, because Junyoung had warned him not to go near that place. So Sang Woo asked if she would rather go watch a movie instead of attending the class. Heian replied that the class was mandatory and that they could not skip it, and even asked if he did not find it interesting to study the history of the system. He insisted, saying he could send the clones to attend and that maybe they could do something else, but she refused and said they needed to go in person. She even teased him, asking if he was trying to skip class, while holding his arm firmly in that strange and tense moment. Number 3 knocked her out, and Sang Woo said that he had done a good job. He was still a bit clumsy when it came to controlling his own strength, but even so, Sang Woo apologized to Heian. Maybe it was just paranoia in his head, maybe he was exaggerating, but he decided that he would apologize when she woke up. He promised himself that he would never hesitate even for a second when it came to people who truly mattered to him. Later, she woke up at the JM agency together with Heian, who explained that this was the place where Sang Woo belonged. She must have been exhausted from the hunting class, since she had suddenly fainted, but there was no need to worry because her presence had already been registered. Heian asked where he was now and commented that that bastard, meaning Sang Woo himself, himself, had said he would be back soon. He had also left a vitality potion for her to drink, saying it would help a lot. It was a great potion, but the side effect was sleepiness, and she ended up wondering where that bastard had gone, because he was always dumping responsibilities on her and then disappearing. Meanwhile, Sang-woo was at the academy, acting stealthily and conducting his own investigation. He knew there was no issue with the number 2 that had been used to mark his presence, but Haeyeon's condition was definitely strange. She seemed paranoid after the prayer classes. If it were up to him, he would have already beaten someone at the academy to get answers. But if he did that, the institution could be shut down, he would be expelled, and he would not be able to get the elixir for his sister. Since he also did not know how long Junyoung would take to gather information, he decided to investigate on his own. He managed to reach the room of someone high-ranking and noticed shards of glass scattered by the open window. When he broke in, he realized that Junyoung was already inside. Before Sang-woo could say anything, Junyoung silenced him and asked in a low voice what he was doing there, telling him to wait. Sang-woo explained that Haeyeon's condition was strange, that she had attended many prayer classes, and that her gaze had changed. This made Junyoung worried, and he told him to follow him. Behind a bookshelf there was a secret passage, something Junyoung said he had only discovered that day. He had not had time to investigate it properly, so the two decided to do it together. On the other side there was an office, and Sang-woo noticed cameras and microphones, as if someone was constantly in contact with another person remotely. Before they could examine the place further, they heard someone saying that voices had been detected inside. With no time to waste, they exchanged glances. Sang-woo commented that he had stealth and teleportation abilities, but disappearing in the middle of a hidden room could look too suspicious. The person outside asked if anyone was there, and began searching for the emergency key. Sang-woo asked if Junyoung had any ability to disguise himself, and he replied that unfortunately he did, activating the chameleon skill. Sang-woo then hid inside his own subspace. The one who entered was the first professor from the magic skills class. Junyoung, disguised as Director Haksu, asked what had happened, and why the door had been broken like that. Sang-woo slightly opened the subspace just to listen. The professor replied that he had no idea he would be there, and asked if it was something urgent, mentioning that perhaps the master had called him because of the problematic duo, Sang-woo and Junyoung. The fake Haksu confirmed that yes, they were indeed problematic, and the professor commented that as expected, he had answered the call even disobeying orders not to be pressured by other academies. He said everything would be resolved at the meeting in 3 days, and that he might have rushed things too much. Before leaving, he was asked about the meeting time, and replied that it would be at 11. When they were alone again, Sang-woo asked what that was about a meeting, and about them being called problematic. Junyoung told him to stay quiet while he drank a mana potion, clearly nervous. Then he explained that from the very beginning, mental protection alerts had been triggered when he entered the prayer room. The class was mandatory, and he tried to attend normally, but several alerts went off at once. Someone was using a mental ability on the entire room. Even after changing seats, the activation did not stop. There was no voice, vibration, or visible flow of mana, but the entire environment was filled with that ability. Sang-woo asked why he had only told him and not the others. Junyoung replied that he was being very serious, because if he wanted to, he could have destroyed the academy right there, but he could not do that because of the elixir. In the end, they needed information. They needed to find some way to neutralize it, something that could be applied to those people to stop them from being manipulated. Sang-woo said he needed to find a weakness in all of this, but the computer was password protected. Junyoung commented that the director was not stupid enough to leave something like that easy, but Sang-woo simply pointed at the wall, where there was literally a piece of paper with the password written on it. After that, Junyoung concluded that maybe he really was that stupid, and the two began investigating the system. Meanwhile, Haeyeon picked up the vitality potion and commented that she wanted to wash up first because she was sweaty. Yoo-hyun said there was a bathroom there at the JM agency, and that she could use it freely. There was even a suspicious thought about whether that girl was going to undress right there, but she simply turned her back. At that moment, Haeyeon asked what her relationship with Sang-woo was, and the answer came that it was nothing special, that idiot and she were just co-workers. However, taking advantage of the distraction, a manosphere was launched at Haeyeon. At the same time, Sang-woo and Junyoung discovered the true objectives of the academy. They were trying to carry out a complete brainwashing of all the students, forming something similar to an evil cult. Sang-woo concluded that, at that rate, everyone would become puppets of that miserable person they called master. Junyoung explained that the problem was even bigger, since there were about 10,000 students there alone, and considering all the branches spread across South Korea, the number could reach 30,000. Sang-woo did not even want to imagine 30,000 awakened individuals under brainwashing, walking through the streets. Then Junyoung showed another worrying piece of information. Both of their names were listed as dangerous individuals. That meant that the students who had already been affected would start targeting them from now on. He said he needed to return immediately to the JM agency, because the people around them were in danger. Sang-woo questioned why he was the priority target and not Junyoung, but the answer came that this was not the most important thing at the moment. The focus needed to be the safety of the agency, although Sang-woo reinforced that he had already been suspicious of Haeyeon's strange condition, and that he would never leave her alone. At the moment she tried to attack Yoo-hyun. Number 2 restrained Haeyeon, who retaliated with a burst of mana against the clone. Yoo-hyun asked what was wrong with that girl, and Junyoung said he would explain later. For now, everyone should remain inside the agency building. He informed everything to Sang-woo through the phone and confirmed that the situation was far more serious than they had imagined. This was not something they could solve alone. They would need the help of major guilds. Meanwhile, at Heritage, the research department was presenting something to the team leader, D. Hubert. She stated that she had managed to clone the laboratory rats. D. Hubert asked if they were already real clones, and if, after so much effort, she had finally analyzed the ability. However, she explained that it was a failure because when she tried to touch the rat, it revealed itself to be only an illusion clone. Despite the investment, she had still not managed to extract concrete results from the ability. D. Hubert recalled that last time she had made a big deal about the cloak prototype and questioned whether she had called him just to show a rat. She replied that no, because there had been progress, and then showed another knife, explaining that a piece of equipment had been successfully cloned. There were time limitations and ability spheres could not be replicated, but even so, it could be a good business. D. Hubert said there was something even more important to copy because they were restoring weapons. Before, he could not even touch that sword out of fear of breaking it, but now they might finally be able to find a way to restore Earthquake. Later, Heian was being examined by the vice captain of Kenusi, Song Hwaryong, who stated that that person had been brainwashed. Although there was no visible specific mana flow, Heian said she did not understand anything and asked them to let her go because her parents were waiting at home. Wante questioned whether they were really sure about the brainwashing, but Song Hwaryong shot back saying that that lunatic had tried to blow her head off. Sang-woo returned with the report, alongside Jun-young, and stated that the situation was worse than they had imagined. Sang-woo Ryung questioned what that Hyusung brat was doing there, and Sang-woo explained in a low voice that he was cooperating, and that it was thanks to him that they managed to capture the fake clone. She commented that she would not hold the son responsible for the father's mistakes. Haeyeon insisted that Sang-woo explained to everyone that they were misunderstanding everything, but he showed the data he had taken from the president's office and asked them to take a look. After reading the information, Wante said that it was madness, since it involved murder and brainwashing. He also asked what the so-called Harvest Day was. Sang-woo replied that they still did not know for sure, but it seemed to be connected to the awakening of the world. However, the most urgent problem was still the brainwashing, and so he asked if anyone from their guild had enrolled in that academy. Miho and Wante confirmed that yes, there were members from their guilds enrolled in the academy. Then Jun-young made it clear that no one should reveal any connection they had with him. She commented that the real problem was how to solve it, because mental protection was an extremely rare ability, and it was unlikely that anyone besides him could even perceive that brainwashing. Miho questioned whether they were absolutely sure it was brainwashing, since even though she had an ability related to it, she could not detect anything abnormal in the girl who was there. The vice captain of Kainos commented that if they were talking about 30,000 people just in Korea, then the global number must be absurd, and she could not imagine someone capable of carrying out brainwashing on such a large scale. Young replied that that person's cloning ability also made no sense. No one truly knew the full potential of awakened abilities, but he was certain that even that brainwashing had a weakness. He recalled that in the president's room, the professor had said that high-ranking hunters were accepted even when they disobeyed orders, which indicated that their priority was not blindly following the master. Sang-woo concluded that they worked for the master, but the way they fulfilled that objective varied depending on each person's mindset. He had noticed that they were not focused only on him, even when he was with number 3, since they showed more interest in using Haeyeon as a hostage than in confronting him directly. Jun-young agreed, saying that they were not robots programmed to follow orders at any cost. To an outside observer, they appeared to act normally, but their final objective was to assassinate Sang-woo, who was at the top of the list. He added that the worst-case scenario for them was not failing the mission, but being abandoned by the master, and that this weakness could be used against them. In 3 days, at the scheduled meeting, they might be able to turn the situation around. Later on the agency rooftop, Jun-young commented that it would look suspicious if Sang-woo simply stopped attending classes. Sang-woo replied that he was still thinking about continuing to go. Jun-young suggested that he should only send clones, but Sang-woo explained that until the meeting happened, he would use the clones only for protection. If he stayed at the agency all the time, he would put everyone there at risk. Besides that, he wanted to see personally how the brainwashing worked. The problem was keeping Haeyeon in that condition. He said he had an idea, but it was a risky gamble and could go very wrong. Since she was an outsider, all they could do was hope the teacher was not involved. They sent a note telling her to use mana on her own head. When Hwang received it, she asked who the crazy person was that had sent her that message. Even so, Sang-woo continued attending the academy for 3 days. The order to eliminate him had been given recently, mainly because they realized he was using clones to attend classes. He did not know which students had been brainwashed and which ones might attack him. Suddenly, he was stabbed. Hwang threw a knife at his neck that did not cause even a scratch. But when he looked around and asked who had done it, no one reacted at all. The professor asked if there was any problem, and Sang-woo replied that everything was fine and went to the bathroom. On the way, an apparently innocent little girl bumped into him, but she was hiding a knife and tore his coat. The attacks were coming from low-rank hunters, so none of them posed a real threat, but the killing intent was clear. Even a soda he received as a gift was poisoned. Just like that, 3 days passed, and the meeting was called. In the room were all those responsible for the academy's plan. Among those who had not yet been introduced were the teacher responsible for the drug division, Kang Magyeon, and the teacher responsible for hand-to-hand combat, Bae Jayuk. The director declared that the main topic was Sang-woo and Jun-young. Professor Seung-won said they should have gotten rid of them from the beginning, especially Jun-young, but they could not act freely because he was protected by Haisong. Another teacher commented that at first that seemed like an advantage, since they might be able to influence Haisong, but the plan did not work. The discussion then turned to Sang-woo. It became clear that the academy students could not even scratch him. The director asked for calm, saying that the master had not abandoned them yet. He informed them that 2 A-class assassins from Scorpion 13, the Assassins Association, had already been sent and were in Korea. Everyone agreed that this was exactly what they expected from the master. Then someone knocked on the door announcing room service. In the next instant, Sang-woo broke into the meeting room and walked in saying that when someone knocks, the right thing to do is answer. He commented that thanks to them he had gone through some very troublesome days, and since they were all gathered, they could take the opportunity to decide how they would be punished. The professors were completely shocked when Sang-woo entered like that, and he asked what the problem was, saying he was sure they were confused. The director stated that he did not know how he had managed to get there, but that they could resolve it with words. Sang-woo replied that this was funny, because words only work when people are on the same level, and there were 5 of them against just 1 of him, so he decided to balance things by summoning a few more. The clones appeared, and each one placed a hand on a professor's shoulder, while Sang-woo sat down and put his feet on the table to have a calm conversation. He commented that the last 3 days had been truly impressive, because people had become increasingly bold, trying to kill him with poison, ambushes, and even sniper rifles, and thanks to that, they at least had to reinforce the agency windows. After all that, only one thought had crossed his mind, that he simply could not tolerate that nonsense anymore, even if they were acting under brainwashing. The director tried to interrupt, saying he did not understand what he meant by assassination attempts, but Sang-woo ordered a clone to break the magic professor's finger, and warned them not to say any more nonsense. He said that the more they provoked him, the more fingers the poor man would lose. Professor Bae tried to stand up, asking if he had gone crazy, but he was punched by one of the clones, and fell immediately. The director then asked what he wanted, stating that as far as he knew, if the academy disappeared, the only ones who would suffer would be the students. Sang-woo asked if that was a threat involving the elixir, and began to lay out his conditions. First, immediately end the brainwashing of all students, and stop that absurdity. Second, guarantee that he would receive the elixir. And third, 3 of them should report everything to the master. Director Haksu said he did not understand what he was implying, and another finger of the magic professor was broken. Sang-woo stated that their judgment was wrong, and that threats would not work. He also mentioned that they were trying to send messages under the table, but that he knew exactly how they thought. He recalled Junyoung's words, who had told him not to show weakness. He admitted that sometimes he was too lenient, but to get what he wanted he needed to instill fear in those bastards and show that he knew about the leash they were wearing. Then he threw documents onto the table and declared that he already knew who their master was. He asked if they wanted that to spread across the entire world, because it would not end only with the Korea branch. All academies around the world could be shut down and investigated. He did not know exactly what the master was planning, but it would certainly cause a massive impact. Right after that, he ordered the clones to kill them all and throw the bodies into subspace, saying they could stop wasting time. The first to be threatened was the female professor, and Haksu asked for time to think. Sang-woo replied that he was just trying to buy time while sending messages to Scorpion 13. At that moment, 2 assassins from the guild appeared through the door, and Haksu ordered them to get rid of the boy, but a clone was already holding both of them unconscious. Sang-woo commented that now it would be much easier to talk, and gave them 3 seconds to respond. Meanwhile, Haksu tried to escape by passing through the wall with his ability, but Professor Huang cancelled the movement. Calmly smoking, she said she had her suspicions, but had not imagined they would really do something like that, and that now she understood why they wanted to take her to the prayer room so badly. When the director asked what her conditions were, she simply started beating him. In the end, he and the others accepted Sang-woo's demands, and the academy returned to normal. Wante and Miho helped Sang-woo deal with the assassins, and Miho honestly commented that she did not understand how that kid was still classified as B-class. However, another problem appeared, because if the prayer room and the Korean branch were suddenly shut down, the other branches might become suspicious, so they decided to break the internal brainwashing device, and turn the room into a normal and boring class. With the help of Professor Huang, they quickly managed to remove the brainwashing from the students, although it did not work on the teachers. That way, they managed to free Haeglon, who after regaining consciousness, hugged Sang-woo and apologized, saying she must have gone crazy to attack him. He replied that it was fine, and Haeglon commented that the one who should apologize was him for not noticing earlier. After those 3 chaotic days, everything finally calmed down. Later, Sang-woo was sitting in the director's chair while receiving a massage from the director himself, who said they could give him a good grade. He also mentioned that he would get some extra points, and asked when he would learn a new skill, because he was already tired of using only fireball. The magic professor replied that he would soon teach him a freezing skill. Meanwhile, at the main branch, the master commented that they had said the problem was resolved, but Scorpion 13 had reported that the mission failed, and asked what they thought about it. One of the priests replied that whatever he thought would be the correct answer. The master said that was a sloppy and boring answer, and asked what would happen if he said that death was the correct answer. The priest stated that he would gladly comply, and immediately stabbed his own throat. The master simply commented that it was a joke, and ordered them to clean up the mess, adding that they should also investigate someone named Sang-woo. After everything returned to normal at the academy, there were 2 types of reactions among the students. Some apologized for what they had done, while others simply avoided him out of shame. The girl who had torn his coat apologized lies repeatedly, and even said he could report her to the police if he wanted, or demand compensation. Sang-woo realized that some truly regretted it, while others just could not face him, and although it would be a lie to say he was not annoyed, he decided to let it go. Haeyeon commented that he was acting as if everything was fine, and he replied that there was not much else he could do, since he could not go around beating everyone. He then asked if the next class was physical education. Haeyeon asked if they could watch the movie she wanted, but he refused, saying they would train because her basic stats were very low, and she had practically been dragged into the academy. Professor Baki, now in a wheelchair and with his neck in a brace, explained that in the next class they would evaluate basic stats and compare them with the numbers from enrollment, and that the grade would depend on the increase of those attributes to verify if they had truly dedicated themselves to training. Haeyeon asked if he had done that to the professor, and Sang-woo replied that the treatment for bastards who plot things was different, but that he did a good job. Then he asked why she hated that class so much, and she confessed that she was frustrated because her skill level had increased, but the power seemed the same. Sang-woo explained that practice was the key, and mentioned the skill training field. Later she activated the Mana Master skill to hit the targets while melee hunters trained their bodies. Sang-woo thought he had already talked about his own evaluation, but since he was there, he decided to try the multifunction room, and asked Professor Bae how much weight that machine could handle at maximum settings. Bae explained that the weight was controlled by gravitational magic stones, and varied according to the strength of whoever was lifting, and could even become impossible to lift. Sang-woo asked him to set it to impossible. Bae questioned if he was sure, because that setting was more for advertising and promoting the equipment than for real training. Sang-woo replied that it did not matter. He knew that beyond the internal mechanism it looked like a normal bar. At first it was light, but when he tried to actually pull, it became absurdly heavy, exactly what he wanted. He kept lifting, saying it was stimulating, until he finally raised the bar and ended up destroying the entire machine. Then he returned what was left to the professor, apologizing, while Bae was practically crying. Sang-woo admitted that the academy had excellent equipment and commented that they were really rich, and even considered asking them to open at night so his clones could train. Only then did he realize that he had not been seeing Jun-young, who seemed to have given up on the elixir. Jun-young was talking with the leader of Team 1 from Haesung, and explained that the academy was very dangerous, but he could not reveal everything because of the elixir, since the institution could end up being shut down. Shin Jin-yuk replied that he already had the captain of Team 2, someone who would follow his orders no matter what happened. Jun-young said it was not that simple, but the leader questioned why he had enrolled in the academy in the first place, implying that if it was just to play around he should go to a playground instead. He reminded him that the guild had given full support so he could get close to Sang-woo, spending a lot of money to put him there. He said that maybe Jun-young had thought he had everything before realizing he actually needed to work hard, and that he would not tell his father anything, pretending he had not heard that conversation. He concluded that Jun-young needed to take care of his own evaluation, because the guild did not expect much from him anyway. Even so, Jun-young was still trying his best. Meanwhile, Hazen was firing mana at the target dummy, but the level 3 one did not even move. She started thinking that before she had enough power to take down those skeletons alongside Sang-woo, but now even Sang-woo himself could shoot fireballs better than her. That bothered her a lot, because she did not want to keep being a burden to him. That was when she decided to go to the JM agency, stating that it was the only place she could rely on. She wanted to become stronger no matter what, and asked to be accepted there. Later, Sang-woo burst into the director office with a kick to the door, asking them to open the training room. Hak-soo found the timing strange, and asked if it really had to be at that hour, but Sang-woo replied that his clones did not care about time, and that during the day he could not use the facilities because of classes. Hak-soo tried to argue that using the facilities outside of schedule was not exactly allowed, but he ended up giving in after Sang-woo pressured him, making it clear he would use the place all night, and that the lights should not be turned off. In the end, Hak-soo tried to convince himself that he had done everything he could to stop him, so it was not his fault. However, when Sang-woo arrived at the academy full of excitement, he ran into something quite shocking. Meanwhile, at the hunting ground, Do-won and Seo-kane were hunting together. Seo-kane said he needed to talk about Jun-young, calling him a bastard, and revealing that he had been faking his ranking. After losing that battle, Seo-kane became so furious that he clashed with Jun-young, and ended up activating his ability to despise the weak, reaching his limit, and realizing that Jun-young was extremely weak. According to him, Jun-young abilities were not even at the minimum level to be called a hunter, let alone rank B. At the academy, Sang-woo found Jun-young, who was struggling as much as he could to lift a 3 kilograms weight while drinking several mana potions. That caught attention because the Great Sage ability allowed Jun-young to learn any skill much faster than others, and even raise everything to the maximum level. The problem was that all his stats were fixed at 0.2. Sang-woo said he needed an explanation for what was going on, but Jun-young replied that he was just training for the evaluation, and that he had already finished. He looked exhausted, saying he could not keep lifting that weight like that anymore, but that was a direct consequence of his own ability, since his attributes never went beyond 0.2. 0.2. Since he was born, Junyoung's father believed he was a genius and the pride of magic. Most skills could be learned in 1 or 2 months, except awakened ones, and even rare skills could be obtained thanks to the family wealth. Everyone placed great expectations on him, and his father blindly believed in his potential. But Junyoung always pretended to be fine, even as he became more and more tired inside. The pressure of maintaining the image of a genius was too heavy, especially knowing that all his stats were locked at 0.2. If he had told the truth back then, things might have been different, but the doctor who followed his case confirmed that his base attributes had not increased for years. Hoisung, his father, asked if that was permanent, if his stats would stay fixed at 0.2 forever. Junyoung said he still did not know. Maybe if he tried hard enough, something could change. However, Hoisung stated that the whole world would find out he was nothing but a disappointment. They even mentioned that his resistance to ice had decreased after he learned a fire ability, which made all the effort and money invested practically useless, like pouring a fortune into a bottomless vault. At the same time, there was a cruel irony in all of this, because no matter how much he trained, he could never truly face his own father, since making a mistake would mean death. After that period, the guild began erasing any trace of Junyoung's existence. News and articles disappeared, even information about his ability vanished. His hunter ranking, which had been rising with Hyesung's support, became stuck at Class B. That was when he learned about the Academy Elixir, a miraculous potion that promised to remove any curse, and he turned that into his life goal. To hide his lack of mana, he kept a potion pill between his teeth, and attended classes with a juice bottle that was actually filled with mana potion. Even doing all of that, he still ended up losing. In the end, he asked if Sang-woo had been blessed, because for him, his own awakening had never been a blessing, but a horrible curse. Sang-woo thought that now he understood why the weakening potion had not worked on Junyoung. After all, there was nothing left in him that could be reduced. Then he asked who else knew about that secret, and Junyoung replied that only his father, his older brother, and the team captains of Hisung were aware of it. Sang-woo commented that if he was going to use such a lightweight, he could have trained at home, and Junyoung admitted that he thought he would not get caught. He explained that he had asked the chairman to block access to the room, but there was still a piece of equipment he could use, a gravitational stone machine that adjusted the user strength, but someone had broken the device. When Sang-woo asked what he had declared as his base stats when enrolling in the academy, Junyoung answered that he had stated 40. Sang-woo said that was absurd, because 40 was too high, and Junyoung claimed he did not know the stats would be measured again. He said he did not understand what he was still doing there, said he would leave, and asked for that to be kept secret, since not even the chairman knew about the penalty. That clearly bothered Sang-woo. Later, in the courtyard, Junyoung remembered a conversation with his father, and asked if he knew Sang-woo, the clone user. He recalled seeing Sang-woo being treated as rank F, and laughed when Junyo brought him along, thinking he looked pathetic. But just a few days later, Sang-woo became Class B, something many people could not even challenge without losing a limb. He mocked Junyo, who seemed to be picking up a simple stone by the roadside, when in reality, he had found a diamond. The problem was that the diamond he believed he had carefully polished turned out to be just a common stone. Suddenly, a hooded figure grabbed him from behind and told him to stay quiet if he wanted to stay alive. At another moment, Haekyeon was arguing with Jungmo, who asked whether her problem was the power of her ability, or maybe a lack of mana. She replied that mana was actually the only attribute she felt confident about. Jungmo commented that it was the academy evaluation, and that it might take time for her to become stronger. He explained that she had said she wanted to join the JM agency, but he knew someone even better at mana control, Miho herself, so he took Haekyeon to her. When the day of the basic stats evaluation finally arrived, Professor Bae explained that the test would have 5 parts: strength, reflex, vigor, mana, and endurance, and that as soon as they finished one stage, they should immediately move to the next. The first to step forward was Junyoung, standing in front of the stone wall for the strength test. Seokin commented on his thin arm, while Dowon wanted to see if it was really true. Junyoung gathered strength, and Sang-woo simply sighed, thinking his intervention might cause problems. The punch was so strong that it dented the wall, but it was not Junyoung, it was one of Sang-woo clones using the chameleon ability. The hooded figure who had grabbed Junyoung earlier was also Sang-woo himself. Junyoung asked if with the chameleon ability, he could also change other people's appearance, suggesting that maybe they could alter the clone appearance to help. Even so, he made it clear that he was still after the elixir, and would not help that much, but at least they could remove suspicion, leaving him owing a favor later. When Junyoung punched the wall, which was actually made of metal, the system detected strength exactly at 40. In the reflex test he did well, in vigor as well, in mana even better, and in endurance very good, everything marked at 40. The evaluation ended with all attributes fixed at 40, leaving Seokin shocked, while Dowon said they should not have believed him and that it was better to just continue the evaluation. He himself had doubts, because an ability Junyoung used on him had ended too quickly, but maybe he was overthinking. Professor Bae compared Junyoung's old records with the current ones, and found it strange, since some attributes had even decreased. The average had increased by only 0.249, which was quite disappointing, but at least he had not gotten weaker. Invisible, Junyoung watched everything, and thought that the idiot could not even remove suspicion properly, since he had set all the numbers exactly to 40. He also wondered what kind kind of body control that was, but at least the suspicions had been cleared, so he silently thanked Sang-woo. When Sang-woo ordered the clone to retreat, the poor Junyoung was probably on the verge of collapsing from consuming so many mana potions, just to keep the chameleon ability active. Then it was Sang-woo's turn in the evaluation, and he delivered a devastating punch that not only dented the wall but completely shattered it, breaking through layers of stone, metal, and everything else. Sang-woo was a bit worried because his attributes had stopped increasing with the use of jewels for some time, so he had one of his clones keep eating crystals, transforming into that red creature, and ordered it to try consuming several at once. Even so, nothing changed. His stats did not increase. He began to think that maybe it was because his attributes were already too high, especially after the huge buff he received when number 7 was kidnapped. Apparently the jewels were no longer useful for strengthening him, only for allowing the clones to transform. He thought it would be better to review everything carefully together with Heritage later. Next, he went to the main building in New York and asked if Arya had not managed to copy the cloning ability. He said it was a shame, but Arya questioned whether that was really a bad thing. Sang-woo insisted that it was. After all, it was an extremely complex ability. She then explained that at least they had managed to copy the equipment cloning part. Sang-woo commented that this was even more impressive, and Arya explained that it was impossible to fully copy an ability that exceeded the original potential. However, the ability to copy equipment was a unique function of that technique, which meant that if he trained, he might be able to evolve the cloning to copy objects as well. She added that she would like to introduce him to certain people. She took him to a room where D. Hubert and Raven were. D. Hubert said that thanks to Sang-woo's ability, he could finally move forward with a project he had wanted to carry out for a long time. Sang-woo replied that he was happy to help. Arya explained that D. Hubert was responsible for manufacturing heritage equipment, including the cloak they had given him, which was his work. Then she introduced Raven and asked if he knew him. Sang-woo did not know and became nervous when Arya revealed that he was the strongest swordsman in the world, an S-class sword hunter. He apologized for not recognizing him, but admitted that rank S was something impressive. Arya said that it was Raven who rescued number 7 and that the Tron company was responsible for what happened and that he had made a real mess of the place. Sang-woo asked if Raven remembered the experiments that were being conducted there. He said yes, describing the huge machines, the scattered pipes, the glowing monitors, several robots, and glass boxes that looked like pillars, as if they were conducting tests. Arya explained that after rescuing number 7, they carried out several analyses and discovered that Sang-woo clone had been exposed to DEP. He asked if they were also producing it, and before Arya could explain, she asked if he had ever heard of it. Sang-woo replied that in Korea there had already been cases involving DEP, a drug that turned users into monsters. Arya confirmed that was correct, saying that the jewel was a drug created for humans, but with side effects that turned them into monsters, making the product incomplete. In the case of the clone, since it was not a real person, it was able to absorb the jewel without suffering those effects, allowing them to observe the full process. Thus, the DEP used on the clone was a complete version without side effects. Sang-woo concluded that was why his stats had increased so much. Arya explained that precisely because it was a non-natural and still incomplete method, the attributes had reached the limit of artificial growth. That was why the crystals were no longer having any effect, and now he would need to train physically to evolve. There was still something he wanted to ask, so he mentioned the so-called Harvest Day. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere became heavy and silent. Suddenly, they deactivated Sang-woo's identification bracelet, and Raven told him not to worry, because the translation was still working, but that it would be better to choose his words carefully from that point on. Noticing the tension, Sang-woo changed the direction of the conversation, activated his indestructible body, summoned the clones, and asked if they were also from the academy. The situation almost turned into a fight right there, but Arya ordered them to stop and said they were not enemies. Sang-woo replied that it would be hard to convince him of that at that moment, but Arya told Raven to put his sword away and stated that he really did not know everything. She also said that Sang-woo was necessary for the plan, something everyone there already knew. Raven put his sword away and Sang-woo calmed down. Then Arya said she would explain what the Harvest Day was, but that he needed to accept one thing first, that the world was much bigger than he imagined. She revealed her pointed ears and said they were not from Earth, but foreigners from a distant place called Tyburn. It was a peaceful planet where several species lived in harmony, full of magic and nature. The Urencia Empire which existed in that world was calm and beautiful until it was invaded by the Cranid. Urencia tried to fight back, but the monsters were a real threat. They had portal abilities and could appear anywhere. The number of creatures was endless, and the regions began to be invaded one by one. It was in this desperate situation that a man appeared before the distressed Urencia. Lieber Zenstein was a scientist from Earth, and the creator of the system. When Sang-woo found out that the system had been invented by someone, he was completely shocked. Arya explained that they had also been surprised at first. She had already mentioned how difficult it was to learn a skill, because in Tyburn citizens needed at least 10 years focused on magic to become combat-ready mages. But Lieber was different. He learned mana at an absurd speed, and in just 5 years became the Archmage of Urencia. After that, he dedicated himself to research to accelerate magical learning, with the goal of increasing the number of people capable of fighting. The idea was that anyone, even without understanding magical formulas, could protect the Empire. That was how skill orbs and the system were created. The plan worked. Even though the system was not yet complete, it provided basic attack abilities abilities, enough for Urentia to begin fighting back against the Cranid. For the first time, hope appeared in Tyburn, a real hope that peace could return. The war continued while the system was being improved, until suddenly, the day came when Lieber started a massacre. No one ever understood the reason. He simply began killing everyone without distinction. Not even the descendants of the elemental sword or the dragons could stop him. He kept killing without pause. Urentia fell in a week. Shortly after, the entire planet also fell. Arya explained that this event became known as the Harvest Day. She said she could never forget that sight. Then she asked Raven if there was anything else Sang-woo needed to know. Raven replied that overall the flow of the story was correct, but there were some details. The only survivors of that planet were the three of them, using the Earth calendar that happened in 1995. He then asked if Sang-woo knew what happened 5 years later. Sang-woo answered yes, the catastrophe of 2000. Raven confirmed that the system was taking root in that world, and that soon the Harvest Day would reach Earth as well. Meanwhile, Hae-yeon was dedicating herself intensely to training. She was already almost out of strength, but Miho showed no mercy and pushed her to train until she collapsed unconscious. A week earlier, when Jumyu introduced her, Miho, master of the Yahello Guild, demonstrated her true power and the scale of her ability. When she launched a gigantic sphere of mana, it barely affected the targets in the training field, explaining that it was similar to Haeyeon Mana Sphere. The mana had form, but no real damage. Leveling up only increased its size, and if she continued like that, even at level 100 nothing would change. Miho questioned whether she was just obeying the system and using the ability mechanically. She said Haeyeon needed to learn how to control and compress mana. The system was only a tool. During the catastrophe period, many people used abilities efficiently even without the system. When Miho compressed her mana sphere, it pierced through one of the targets, and even went through the wall behind it, making it clear that the system did not control her. She controlled the ability. In the present, she showed the target and said the sphere should be at least the size of the central area. Haeyeon's skill level was not that high, so her mana amount was limited, but compressing the sphere was essential to generate real power. Haeyeon replied that she had been trying to do that for a week, and that she had an evaluation that day. Miho asked when she actually planned to give her all. Haeyeon decided that she would give everything in that evaluation, and thought that maybe she could rest over the weekend. Deep down, Miho commented that she would not be surprised if Sang-woo became an R-class hunter soon, remembering that he had already faced some assassins before and fought very well. She even admitted to herself that she found that extremely impressive. She said that just to provoke Haeyeon, and it worked perfectly, because she stood up furious and told her to bring more targets. Miho went to get them already, thinking that love was also a great tool for motivation, and finding that young competitive spirit amusing. Meanwhile, Arya asked Sang-woo if it was the academy that had told him about the Harvest Day, and he replied that it was, explaining that someone called Master was carrying out a kind of brainwashing on many people. Arya asked the others what they should do, maybe try to stop it, but Raven said they could not act directly because the system would immediately turn them into targets. De Hubert suggested promoting a public debate, but Sang-woo stated that he did not want to act against the academy right now because his sister was infected with the MA virus and he needed the elixir. Di Hubert questioned whether he would really let the students go through that, and he replied that if it was for the elixir, he could turn a blind eye for now. Then Raven asked if, in case they managed to get the elixir for him, he would be willing to help and deal with the problem afterward, becoming his apprentice. Even Arya was surprised by the proposal. Raven explained that he wanted an apprentice who would obey his orders and be willing to do anything to become stronger. Sang-woo remembered that Raven had tried to kill him earlier, and Raven replied that he thought he was on the side of the system, but that it was not a bad offer. He said that if they solved the elixir problem, they could work together to stop the Harvest Day. After facing his clone, he realized that Sang-woo was already strong and could become even stronger. He asked what he thought about it. Sang-woo thought about his sister in the hospital, and replied that he accepted, saying that if he got the elixir, he could even become his dog. Raven corrected him, saying apprentice, not dog. Meanwhile, Trevor was being chased by special forces. He complained that that damn sword hunter pretended to release him after warning the FBI, and that he had paid a high price for the information. At least he had saved the important documents about TEP and Elisa. He asked the AI how many agents were around, and it replied that maybe 20. He thought the bracelet was broken, and that Elisa had become useless. The agents were about to search the last building where he was hiding, and he would be captured easily. Suddenly, a meteor fell onto the building and eliminated everyone. One of the FBI hunters was still standing, but she was pierced by another rock right after. The one responsible was Hai-sung, who killed everyone to rescue Trevor, saying they were business partners. At the same time, an Oracle employee confirmed that he had passed the location to Hai-sung as requested, stating that the sacrifice was necessary. When asked if he did not mind handing over Trevor and causing the death of FBI agents, he replied that he had no curiosity at all. He only followed the orders of the Oracle. Then he headed to another location, saying that the catacomb was extremely dangerous. Back to training, Raven began teaching Sang-woo, saying that first they would learn about the shape of the sword and the basics of stance. He explained that they would also need to build a mana circuit, but they would do that in a proper lesson later. He told him to relax his arm, but Sang-woo asked if he would not officially become an apprentice only after getting the elixir. Raven said they would settle that soon, but that it was better for him to already have some experience before leveling up. Sang-woo replied that that was not the deal, and Raven reminded him that he was rank S, and that teaching someone was a rare privilege, something many would pay fortunes for and still be refused. Sang-woo argued back, saying he was a clone user and that they had already invested 12 billion in him to learn and failed. Since they did not have much time until the harvest day, he would ignore the suggestion and wanted a fair deal. He said he could be the most perfect apprentice of all and would do anything Raven ordered, but maybe it would be better to teach number 7, who at that moment had a piece of steak in his mouth. He told number 7 to behave properly. Raven thought that was not so bad and said they would start with stance, but number 7 made it clear that he was not his apprentice. All of Raven's dreams of having an ideal pupil practically collapsed right there, but he asked them to pay attention to the first lesson. Later, in the skill learning class where students used skill orbs to learn automatically, Sang-woo kept thinking about everything. About Raven and Dae Hubert being aliens, about the harvest day, and about Lieber Zeinso, the creator of the system. He acquired the freezing ability and began to wonder if, on the harvest day, it might not be possible to use the system. He thought that maybe that was the key point. When learning meditation, he also started to understand basic mana movements on his own. He did not know if he could truly stop depending on the system. Maybe he could use his own abilities without it, but he still had doubts. He kept testing fire and ice repeatedly, switching between them, trying to understand his limits, until the system told him to stop and informed Sang-woo that there would be the catacombs. He got irritated and wondered what the hell that was. Now, because it felt like the world was really heading toward the end, he had no idea what that so-called catacomb was, or where it was, but the message had come directly from the system. The professor then explained that they would go back to practicing as before, but he needed to tell them something first. Up until that moment, the training had only taken place in the training room, but this time it would be different. They would take part in fieldwork against monsters inside a dungeon, in an international event. The dungeon assigned to their branch was the catacomb, a massive dungeon with open field areas and underground sections as well. Later, Sang-woo once again broke into the director's office and got straight to the point, asking Haksu if he had been responsible for it. Haksu replied that he honestly did not understand what he was talking about, since the fieldwork dungeons were assigned randomly. When Sang-woo questioned whether he had been the one who sent that message to his system, Haksu made it clear that he had no idea what he meant. If it had not been the academy, then who was it? Shortly after, the system sent another message, saying that this person wanted to stop the day of harvest, and asked Sang-woo for help. Meanwhile, Haechin managed to pass Miho's first test, and thanked her greatly for it. Miho told her to always maintain that size of manosphere, even if her skill level increased, and also reinforced that she should not let Sang-woo get away from her. When she analyzed the target, she realized that Haechin's manosphere was the size of a bullet, so compressed that it had pierced completely through the target, something she did not expect to see, since the girl had far more potential than she had imagined. Alone, Sang-woo decided to talk to the system message. The person on the other side replied that the conversation was limited, and that explaining everything would cause the system to detect her. She only said that she wanted to stop the day of harvest, and that this should be enough for now. Sang-woo replied that he already knew about the day of harvest, the system, and the elixir, but asked how he could trust someone who spoke through the system itself. The person explained that her system was green, and that there were different colors, and also questioned that if she were on the system's side, it would not make sense to contact him, since she could simply inform the master about the people from Heritage. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, and before ending the conversation, she told him to go to the catacomb and obtain the 7 deadly sins, stating that only he could stop the day of harvest. He kept wondering whether he should believe that person. He had already accepted Heritage's offer regarding the elixir because he had nothing to lose, but this new proposal did not come with clear instructions on how to proceed. He knew he could not fully trust anyone. That was when Haeon appeared, saying that they would be going abroad. Sang-woo asked where she had been until then, and she replied that she had been in special training, nothing more, and noticed that he had a grumpy expression. He asked her not to sit on his bed, and pointed to a chair beside him. On the other side of the door, Sang-woo's parents were listening to everything, and even considered leaving the two alone. He asked if she was not worried, since she knew the academy was not normal, and now they were planning to take them abroad. Haeon replied that she obviously did not trust the academy, but she trusted him 100%. He agreed, and thought that maybe he was worrying too much. She said that if he had any concern, he could count on her at any time. Even so, he replied that he could rely on himself. Meanwhile, the academy's master analyzed the information about the South Korean Sang-woo, noting that he had become a hunter only a year ago, and that his average status was 70, something considered terrible. He also did not know that such an ability existed until Jumper appeared right in front of him, saying that he had heard that he had caused trouble this time. The master asked if he had come to kill him, and Jumper replied that it depended on the answer. The two were ready to fight, but when the topic of the catacomb came up, the master stated that it had not been him, and that he did not really know much about it, since the academy dungeon was only a mid-scale event, and he had delegated the responsibility to others. He said that he understood the concern, but that it was not a reason to look at him like that, because the 7 deadly sins would remain safe. After all, the architect of labyrinths was there. Later, the academy staff and the students were already inside the catacomb facing the monsters. Some were quite scared, since they had never seen creatures like that before, while others tried to stay calm. Haejon found one of the creatures strange, as it spoke in a weird language, and asked what it was, whether it was something creepy or something like that. Sang-woo said it looked more like a golem replica, or some similar variation, but that the most important thing was that they could not let the students fall there as simple prey. Kim Seon-ah from the Yahello Guild was supervising the students, and truly was not letting anyone get into danger. Sang-woo asked what she was doing there, and she explained that it was a part-time job, because the academy was too large and the number of teachers was not enough, so they hired hunters above rank C to provide support. He replied that he was there as a student and in an ironic tone asked her to protect him. Kim Seon-ah was incredulous when she heard that and said that he did not even need a guide inside the catacombs, that in fact he was the one who looked like a teacher there. Even so, Sang-woo wanted to know what the plan was, whether the hired hunters fought while the students only watched. Kim Seon-ah replied that she did not know the exact reason, but that they had only received instructions to protect the students, so they would not come into direct contact with the monsters. She also commented that if he wanted to sneak away, she would pretend she saw nothing. He asked if she would split the payment, just to tease her. Haeon then appeared and asked who that woman was, because he seemed very comfortable around her. Sang-woo explained that she was a manager from Yahello, and asked her not to misunderstand. Haeon asked if it had not been big sister Miho who trained him and became confused about his relationship with that woman. Meanwhile, in the depths of the catacomb, the architect of labyrinths watched everything, excited to have so many people gathered inside his dungeon. Suddenly, Sang-woo felt a strange presence and pulled Haeon closer. Right after that, everyone felt a strong tremor, and a massive crack began to open in the ground, growing larger and larger. He had already expected something like that, because the system had told him to go down into that hole. Even though he did not want to, he jumped. Before that, he left Haeon protected with a clone, and warned the person from the system that it was better not be a trap, otherwise he would resolve it by force. He also said that afterward, he would demand a clear explanation about who she really was. During the fall, he felt strangely comfortable, as if he were wrapped in a warm and soft embrace, and realized that he was no longer tired, but the green system warned that he was buried. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was surrounded by several skulls. It did not seem difficult to remove that, but everything around was blocked, and he could not see the path. That was when someone helped him, using a scanning ability to detect living beings in the environment. It was Junyoung, who was also there because he had no intention of giving up on the elixir. Sang-woo asked why he had fallen there. Junyoung replied that he could not run like the others, since his attribute was only 0.2, and mentioned that several students had also fallen into other areas, probably because of fissures spread throughout the dungeon. He explained that the catacomb had the shape of a labyrinth, and that they had fallen into the deepest parts, where no one knew where the paths led. Sang-woo asked if the cooldown of his teleport had already ended. Junyoung confirmed that it had, and said he could take him along. Even so, Sang-woo refused and said he would go alone. When a creature tried to attack Junyoung from behind, Sang-woo crushed the monster with his foot, and stated that he would go deeper, because he did not have time to protect anyone. He said that if he was confident, he could follow him. Junyoung tried to leave through another passage, but ended up returning to the same point. He concluded that it must be an enchantment, preventing escape from the labyrinth. However, when Sang-woo tested his subspace, he realized that it worked normally. Junyoung explained that his ability was based on fixed coordinates, unlike normal teleportation. Upon realizing this, he complained that he had wasted the ability for nothing, and warned that he would not protect anyone anymore. But even so, Junyoung continued following him. Meanwhile, the academy newcomers were completely terrified. Cheolmin, vice leader of Gogurios, and a Class C hunter, tried to keep the group together and asked no one to separate, but soon realized that they had no signal down there. Down there, most of them only had basic combat skills. They did not have real experience in extreme situations, which is why the fear was visible on almost every face. Meanwhile, Sang-woo faced enormous terrifying creatures far more powerful than anything the newcomers had ever seen. After defeating something that looked like a spider with a gigantic head, he commented that monsters like that would die easily up above. But down there it was different. Junyoung confirmed that the monsters in the deeper areas were much stronger, and that there was another problem, because the skeletons were being revived repeatedly. Suddenly, they came across Cheolmin and the academy's new students. Sang-woo's presence made the group more hopeful, since he was known for being extremely powerful. However, right after they defeated the creatures, the bodies began to rise again. Without hesitation, Sang-woo ordered them to dismember the monsters to prevent regeneration. As the clones stabbed the corpses on the ground, the newcomers were terrified by the coldness of the scene. Cheolmin asked if he had seen anyone else besides that group, and Sang-woo replied that no, they were the first ones he had found. Cheolmin explained that he had not been able to contact anyone on the surface, but Sang-woo said there was a way to communicate. He opened a subspace connected to the clone that was with Haeyeon. As soon as the portal opened, she asked if he was okay, and if he had not been hurt from jumping into the hole. He closed the portal right after, just to prove to Cheolmin that communication with the outside was possible, but made it clear that it could not be used as an escape route. Haeyeon informed that on the surface, they were checking how many people had fallen, and that the group led by Cheolmin could be located by analyzing the points where the ground had collapsed. At that moment, Cheolmin heard some commotion nearby. Sang-woo warned Haeyeon that teleportation abilities were not working there because of some kind of interference, and that he needed as many clones as possible. If telepathy was still working, he would bring number 6 to reinforce security. Haeyeon asked everyone to be careful. Jueyoung asked what the plan was, whether they would stay waiting for rescue. Sang-woo replied that he would leave a clone guarding the path and move forward through another route. However, when he turned to speak to Cheolmin, he realized that the corridor was empty. They had not heard footsteps or any sign of movement. He asked Jueyoung to use his scanning ability, but the result showed that there was no one besides the two of them within a radius of 3 kilometers. Sang-woo questioned how that was possible, since teleportation did not work there. Jueyoung explained that the students did not have teleportation abilities, so something different different must have happened. Before they could analyze the situation further, several monsters appeared, surrounding them from all sides. Sang-woo realized that the labyrinth was not just a confusing structure, but a mechanism created to set psychological traps in separate groups. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Raven continued training number 7. He explained that when the sword form was completed correctly, the space through which the blade passed entered a vacuum state. It was a fencing technique that cut the opponent by controlling the wind, known as Stormbearer. Number 7 listened carefully while eating a huge steak, absorbing every detail. Raven said that first they would train only the sword form, and that it would already be a success if he could at least feel the vibration of the air. It was an extremely difficult technique. However, on the first attempt, number 7 executed the movement perfectly. Raven was completely shocked, unable to understand how that had been possible on the very first try. Meanwhile, the original Sang-woo kept taking down monsters non-stop, while Junyoung just watched and encouraged him, saying he was doing a good job. But Sang-woo was already stressed from killing so many skeletons, it felt like it would never end. Then a green message appeared, saying it would only end if he found the architect of the labyrinth. Sang-woo questioned why they were only saying that now. He realized that Bastard was manipulating the entire space and ordered the clones to make sure they found the damn guy, because he would not die comfortably. On the other side, the architect seemed excited. He said that was exactly why his master had sent him there. He acknowledged that Sang-woo had excellent combat power, and that having multiple bodies around him made him extremely powerful. Even so, he claimed that every living being eventually faces their predetermined limits. And the fight really did seem endless for Sang-woo, because he could not find the architect and kept facing more and more creatures that continued to rise after being defeated. Irritated, he commented that those bastards would not stop getting back up. Junyoung said he had heard that undead could be burned and annihilated with divine power, and even suggested starting to pray. Sang-woo replied that he did not need that, and that he would annihilate them all, that if he wanted he could turn anyone into a skeleton too. He started wondering if burning would actually work. He and the clones could already use fire, even for juggling, so he asked if it was possible to transfigure the fireball and spread it across their blades. Number 2 confirmed that it was possible. Meanwhile, Raven asked number 7 what exactly he had done. The boy replied that he had only imitated the movement, but his wrist had broken in the process. Raven got irritated, but number 7 assured him that in 3 minutes it would be intact again. Raven analyzed that at that level, his fast sword was almost comparable to a level 3 wind spell. He already knew the boy had good eyes, but he had not imagined he would have such absurd body control. He thought that if properly trained, he could become a blade capable of piercing even Lieber, so he decided to start a new lesson, and told the apprentice to sit down to learn the mana circuit. Back in the labyrinth, Sang-woo flew while holding a sacred sword wrapped in fire. Junyoung commented that it might not work, because it was just a sword covered with a fireball, and that it might be easier to simply throw fireballs at the enemies. Sang-woo questioned whether he really could not see the divine power there. In the next attack, the creature was set ablaze as if it had been hit by a regular fireball. After carbonizing the monster, Sang-woo declared that now they were purified by holy power. Junyoung said that was fine. They could think of it that way if they wanted. Then a messenger from the oracle appeared, disguised as a victim, pretending to be just another lost person, asking powerful hunters for help. He said he had gotten lost while taking a walk, and asked if they could help him get out of there. Sang-woo found the word taking a walk strange, but still pointed in a random direction, saying that maybe that side led to the outer road. The man thanked him excessively, and pretending to notice that their shoelaces were untied, approached and whispered in Sang-woo's ear that he was following the right path, that it was time to doubt his own trail, that soon the truth would be revealed, and that everything was going according to the oracle. After that he left as if nothing had happened. Confused, Sang-woo wondered what kind of madness that had been, but suddenly he received a telepathic call. Haeon said the rescue team was ready, and needed to know where he was. He explained that there was a problem because the space distorted periodically, and the people inside were teleported randomly. Seon's team realized that when they arrived, no one might be in the same place anymore, and that they also needed to go up so they would not be teleported along with them. Haeon commented that it would be impossible to map the structure like that, but Sang-woo replied that the guys with him had excellent memory and told the clones to get ready, because from that point on they would make a complete map of the place. The architect noticed they were spreading out and became even more excited. He knew that everyone does that when they stay lost for too long. They try to spread out and figure out the structure at any cost, but he believed that in that place, a good sense of direction was useless. Even so, he watched them all running with enthusiasm. Number 1 crossed a corridor using subspace and reported that it was a terrain he had never seen before, so he named it Point A3. Number 2 realized he was about 500 meters from where they had first fallen, and indicated turning right at the next fork. Number 3 confirmed that going right from Point B3 would connect to Point A2. Shortly after, they identified an enemy about 640 meters to the left of Point A3. They were mapping everything with ease. Junyoung was impressed and asked what kind of ability that was. Sang-woo had spread out the clones, and their paths were being mentally traced as they moved. Even when they were teleported, they remembered exactly the route they had taken. By combining all the information, they were able to build a complete map. Junyoung asked if he could really memorize all of that, and Sang-woo replied that for him alone it would be impossible. Shortly after, a clone appeared through a portal saying he had found the group of Hunter Bae Chaelman, and also a new group of survivors from the academy. Haeon heard everything and said said the rescue team was on standby. Sang-woo shared the location, and number 3 explained everything based on the north side of the crash site. Thanks to the mapping done by Sang-woo, the rescue worked, and several teams were taken back to the surface. In the middle of all that, Sang-woo commented that saving lives was actually exciting. The architect of the labyrinth, irritated, asked how he was doing that, but now the hunter himself was starting to understand the structure, thanks to the map they had built. The upper floor of the labyrinth had the shape of a massive circus, and he was almost certain that the strange teleportation behavior came from the ability of the master of that place. Junyoung commented that if it really was an ability, then it had to have a range limit. That meant whoever created the labyrinth was probably at the center of the structure. As soon as he heard that, Sang-woo told everyone to gather and said they would head straight there. Junyoung, however, also said that he wanted to be rescued because he did not intend to stay trapped there forever. Meanwhile, the architect apologized to himself, but said it was not over yet. At the very least, he would prevent them from reaching that place. Maybe the master had already foreseen all of this. Then he used ADEP on himself, diving into his own memories. He returned to a time when everyone was still happy, before the first great catastrophe. When the phenomenon began, a group of survivors hid in the catacombs. The radio was still working, and reported that an unidentified phenomenon was happening simultaneously in several places around the world. Monsters were emerging from unknown portals and attacking people. It had already been named the Great Catastrophe, and declared a national emergency. The guidance was clear. If you encountered an incomprehensible phenomenon, you should leave the area immediately. If you encountered an unknown creature, you should run and hide. Everyone should gather water and food and wait for rescue in safe shelters. It was not a false alarm or a drill. Then the first skeleton appeared in the catacombs. Before it could kill a woman who had been left behind, something stopped it in midair. The man there told everyone not to run, saying he could protect them in that place. He was Labyrinthos, and his ability distorted space within a designated area. All abilities related to space, including teleportation, could not be used inside it. At that time, he believed he was only trying to keep everyone safe. However, he suffered an enormous mana overload and said that no one could understand him. No one ever understood him. In the present, at the moment, Junyoung was being rescued, and the rope had already reached him. Labyrinthos distorted the space again and closed the opening. Sang-woo's subspace was also blocked. There was only one option left: reach the center as fast as possible. Junyoung confessed that from the beginning he had planned to stay there to help him. Outside, the Heian became worried when the opening closed. Miho appeared, trying to destroy everything, but even that was not enough. She commented that thank God she had at least learned to stand her ground, and even brought a clone with her. She had heard that Sang-woo was trapped inside. The Heian confirmed it, saying he was with Junyoung. Miho said she did not think they were in immediate danger, but no one knew what could happen down there. At some point they would have to deal with whoever was using that ability, but even she could not break the barrier. The Heian asked what they would do, since they could not even teleport there. Miho replied that it was obvious she would have to act and show the results of her training. Meanwhile, Sang-woo continued fighting against an even larger and more powerful army of skeletons. They had returned to the outer part of Region A2 and advanced again toward the center, but ended up being teleported to the exterior of Region C1. Sang-woo was already irritated because at first it seemed random, but now it was clear that someone was deliberately sending them away. Haejuan made telepathic contact once again. The mage in charge was already running low on mana. She asked them to locate the position of whoever was manipulating the space, because she could attack directly. Sang-woo asked if there was not a barrier blocking everything. She replied that she had gone through special training and would try anyway. Then Sang-woo asked number 6 if he had all the information memorized. They needed to calculate the distance and angle between their current position and the center, so the Heian could aim correctly. Number 6 obeyed immediately. Meanwhile, Labyrinthos, overflowing with power, told himself that his ability was not wrong. In the past, he had truly saved people who were very grateful for the shelter. He would go out from time to time to check the situation outside, and people worried about him. No one could enter that place. He had protected everyone. They thanked him every day. They owed their lives to him. Number 6 then indicated the exact direction and asked the Heian to hold her breath and raise her aim a little higher. The Heian focused all her mana into a single energy shot, a laser that pierced through every layer of the labyrinth and struck directly at Labyrinthos' heart. At the moment of impact, he remembered the day when the people he had tried to protect turned against each other inside the labyrinth and ended up killing one another. He realized that he had been wrong once again. As he recalled the words of happiness and the smiles that no longer existed, he walked among the bodies until he reached the center of the catacombs. There, he picked up the flower crown he had made for one of the girls who dreamed of seeing a garden outside. When everything returned to normal, he placed the crown on his head and said they should wait for him, because he would soon meet them again. In the present, Sang-woo realized that the distortion had stopped, so Heian had really managed to break through the barrier. Without wasting time, they headed straight to the center of the labyrinth. Meanwhile, in the master's office at the academy, some priests asked if they should call for reinforcements. The master replied that there was no need. He explained that he had given them a bit of DP, something that had not been easy to obtain since those bastards kept it heavily secured. In addition, the architect's ability was perfect for preventing any approach. He commented that the architect had a trauma related to the seal of the 7 deadly sins. He said the man had great talent and had acquired his ability right when the disaster began, with the intention of protecting people. He maintained the spatial distortion to drive away monsters and keep the citizens safe inside the catacombs. One of the priests then asked why that had ended up becoming poison for them. The master explained that there were several layers of security devices around the 7 deadly sins, and the most common among those layers were monsters. For most of the time, the 7 deadly sins remained sealed together with extremely powerful creatures. However, the spatial distortion that lasted for years ended up wearing down the first seal that was in the catacombs. Fortunately, there was still a second seal. That was why the monsters that were released were only Class C and B. Even so, it was at that moment that most of the citizens living there died, trapped inside their own shelter in a place they could not escape from. After that, Labyrinthos lost control. Traumatized, the direction of the spatial distortion became completely random. Even if they wanted to open the seal again, they would not be able to do it easily. The priest commented that he had heard that DP enhances all abilities, and asked if that could restore his ability to its normal state. At that moment, the labyrinth was holding the necklace he had received from the master. Finally, Sang-woo reached the center, and realized that the master of that place was still alive. He commented that this was good, because he could face him directly. Labyrinthos said that he should have died back then. Because of his own ability, the monsters sealed there had been released, and that was when everyone died. Now the dead were spread beneath their feet. Sang-woo asked if the undead were not monsters as well. Labyrinthos replied that his greatest regret was the spatial distortion that activated whenever he lost emotional control. At the moment he placed the flower crown on his head, all the skeletons collapsed. After everyone had been killed, he did not know if it was pure survival instinct, but he became so terrified that he started using his ability uncontrollably. Even after the collapse, monsters kept being teleported to him. Now, however, he had made a decision. He wanted to return to that day. His ability had returned to normal. He believed it was possible to reverse everything, and asked the dead for forgiveness. Sang-woo drew his flaming sword, and stated that if that were the case, he would end up releasing even more monsters. The green message tried to stop him. Suddenly, his shoelaces tightened, and paralyzed him for a moment. He realized it was the work of the man who had tied his shoes earlier. Because he had a high reflex attribute, he left the shoe behind, rolled to the side, and ended up stepping on a magical trap. Labyrinthos thanked him for pressing that block. He was already almost out of mana. That had been the final point needed to fully open the seal. Sang-woo realized he had made a mistake. A massive pillar of energy rose into the sky, destroyed the ceiling of the catacomb, and revealed the final creature. It was wrapped in a cloak of shadows, and had a spiked body. Sang-woo immediately felt that the monster was extremely dangerous. The architect said that it was inevitable, and asked if his name was really Sang-woo. He then stated that he would reward him for helping to release the seal. He handed over the crystal of the 7 deadly sins, and asked the creature to grant him the salvation he had failed to achieve 20 years ago. In an instant, his head was torn off with a single strike, and several surrounding walls were destroyed by the impact. The green message ordered Sang-woo to kill the 7 deadly sins immediately. The crystal glowed and blinded him for a moment. When he opened his eyes, he was in a completely white space. A voice said that they had finally met. Sang-woo asked who that voice was. The green message asked if he really did not recognize it, since they had already spoken there before. Then Sang-woo realized it was the same person who had brought him to that place, to the catacomb. The doctor then replied that he already knew who was standing before him. He said that Sang-woo probably knew him as Lieber Zinstein, also called the creator of the system. Before anything else, he explained that there was no need to worry about people dying in the catacomb, because the time spent in that white space corresponded to only a fraction of a second in the real world. However, he warned that if Sang-woo received too much information, more than his body could handle, his brain would simply melt. Sang-woo told him to let him leave right away, but took the opportunity to ask if he had been the one who started the Day of Harvest in Tyburn. Lieber replied that there was something important to clarify. The cause of the Day of Harvest really was the system. Sang-woo questioned how he could dare to say that he wanted to stop the Day of Harvest after that. Lieber asked him to calm down and stated that he had never lied. He said that his only purpose was to stop the Day of Harvest on his planet, Earth. Even so, Sang-woo accused him of having destroyed Tyburn. Lieber responded that after what happened, he no longer had full control over that place. All the research results were there. Then Sang-woo asked why he had created something as dangerous as the system, whether it had really been to save Tyburn from the war against the Krenegas. Lieber explained that everything started because someone important to him had been infected by the AN virus. He believed that when the system was complete, he could cure that person as well. Now that person was in a place where they no longer suffered. At least that was what he wanted to believe. He said that Sang-woo understood that feeling better than anyone. Sang-woo admitted that he did. Lieber continued, saying that the system was out of control. First Tyburn, now Earth. The 7 deadly sins were the key to stopping the system. He needed to gather all of them. That was the condition to stop the Day of Harvest there. Having the 7 deadly sins was the only way to get rid of the system's registration. He explained that the crystals granted 2 effects. The first was blocking the system's interference in the bearer's body. Sang-woo asked if it was because of that crystal that Lieber was able to say all of that without fear. He confirmed that it was. The second effect would appear when all the 7 deadly sins were fully absorbed. They would grant immense power, because they were fragments of a legendary being that existed on Earth a long time ago. By absorbing all of them, he would inherit that power. Sang-woo felt there was a drawback to it. Lieber explained that the sins would try to take control of his body. From the name alone, it was easy to imagine that the final outcome would not be anything good. He would have to be strong enough not to be dominated. Lieber said he trusted Sang-woo's mindset, but he needed to cut cut the system connection at that moment because he was already at his limit. Sang-woo asked if he would at least be able to kill the creature outside. Liber assured him that he did not need to worry, and that the fragment would help him a lot. He asked once again for him to stop the system. Then Sang-woo returned to the reality of the labyrinth, which was collapsing all around them. Junyoung shouted that they needed to leave immediately because that thing was not a normal monster, not even close. The creature gathered a dark sphere above itself, making chunks of earth levitate and crushing people with debris. Sang-woo commented that the monster reminded him of something. He asked if Junyoung had any sacred buff, even if it was short. He said yes, but questioned whether he really intended to face that thing. Sang-woo told him to hide and activate the buff only when he gave the signal. To the clones, he ordered them to prioritize rescuing people. Then he stood face to face with the creature. He broke the crystal of the seven sins to absorb its power. A black sphere invaded his chest, and the sin within it said that it finally had a new body. That presence took over his mind for a moment. Junyoung wondered if he was going to transform again into that strange thing he had seen before. The sin promised to grant him the power he wanted, but demanded his body in return. Sang-woo stood firm, saying he had already dealt with something far worse, like the cursed sword. The sin insisted that he hand over his body. The black sphere almost completely dominated him, and he remembered Leber's words. He realized he was about to make the same mistake as the architect. The sin stated that resisting was useless. At that moment, Sang-woo remembered his sister. It was for her that he fought. He decided he would fight with his own strength. Then, in a quick move, he shoved the black sphere into the mouth of one of his clones, because he knew very well that alone he would not be able to endure it. Meanwhile, the clone screamed as it was consumed by the power of the sin. Junyoung commented that it was a real bastard move, but Sang-woo replied that there was no mindset better than that of his own clones. The supreme undead, who was blind, noticed the movement through sound and turned against them. He created another black sphere that turned into a huge flail. Sang-woo asked if number 1 had not finished the transformation yet. At that moment, the system could not identify that power. Several errors began to appear overlapping, but even so, it continued with the forced installation. When the undead attacked quickly with the flail, a huge explosion took over the place. But number 1, already transformed by the sin, managed to hold the weapon with his bare hands. A voice echoed saying that it had been a long time since it had felt the air outside, and asked if he was the challenger. Sang-woo was hit with a brutal punch to the face. His barrier shattered and he was thrown away. He remembered what Liber had explained, that the sin would try to take over the body. It became clear that number 1 had lost control to that entity. The sin ordered him to get up. Sang-woo realized that that strength surpassed even the clone's stats. Then he approached quickly, and pretending reverence, called the sin a legendary being, and asked forgiveness for any misunderstanding. He said it must be confused after just awakening, and explained that he was not the true challenger. He pointed to the giant undead, and said that it was the real one responsible, that it was the one who had started everything. Junyoung, hidden, realized that Sang-woo was playing dirty. The sin seemed to believe it, and said it was not very demanding with challengers, that it could have some fun with that undead instead. Sang-woo thought he had managed to buy time, but he still did not know if he would get out of there alive. The sin's first strike was devastating, but soon it received a counterattack and was knocked down. Sang-woo thought that maybe it was also weak, but the sin got up and launched a concentrated energy attack, commenting that that fragment was still not enough, or maybe it was perfect. The fight resumed with even more violence. While people tried to escape the disaster, Hairon wondered if it was her fault. Miho said no, that she had done her mission well, but the situation was serious. They could clearly see the fight against the Seal Guardian. Miho ordered them to evacuate the students and request a transport ship from the guild. When they asked about her, she said her role as a guide was over, and that now she would act as a hunter. Then she headed toward the center of the dungeon. In the middle of the chaos, Sang-woo recognized the overwhelming power of the sin. It was extremely fast, but the clone's body could not keep up. Its arms broke while attacking, and the sin complained that the body was too weak, that it only had good regeneration. While dodging the undead's dark spheres, the sin said it had already adapted to that magic. Miho joined the fight, asking if Sang-woo was alright. He told her to leave as fast as possible. The sin, excited, said it always enjoyed a new challenger. Meanwhile, far from there, a man was drinking everything he could find in a bar. He was testing a drink that claimed to ignore any kind of immunity, but even that did not work. Irritated, he smashed the bottle and asked for something stronger. Jumper appeared, asking if he was still looking for something that could get him drunk. He explained that normal alcohol could not intoxicate an S-class, especially someone like Bless, whose real name was John Scully, an S-rank hunter. Bless asked what Jumper wanted. He said he was gathering all S-class hunters because an S-class monster might have appeared. They needed to save people, and doing it alone would take too long and only increase the number of victims. Bless asked why he should care. Jumper then offered to get a drink that could actually make him drunk. That was enough to interest him. Back on the battlefield, when the sin attacked Miho, number 1 reacted from within, injuring his own arm to regain control. The sin told him to accept defeat and hand over his body, but number 1 declared that no one gave him orders except his master. Miho asked what was happening, and he said it was a long story. The sin commented that his loyalty was impressive, and decided to let him keep that body for now, wishing him good luck before disappearing. Number 1 awakened, apparently free. Miho asked if it had been some kind of brainwashing. They realized the undead was still active, gathering power again. Sang-woo and the others prepared to return to the real fight. Meanwhile, far away, Raven explained to number 7 that the mana circuit of the Storm Core was a secret technique passed down by the descendants of the elemental sword. If he learned it, his swordsmanship and magical power would multiply. Raven did not usually teach this technique, but since he was progressing well, he decided to teach it exclusively to him. Number 7 needed to gather as much mana as possible in the core, and grasp all the energy circulating through his body. For a brief moment, Raven would take control of his mana to open a new internal path. When number 1 returned to normal, Miho found it strange, because until recently, he had been fighting perfectly. Sang-woo set that aside, and asked how the rescue was going. The clones, through the subspace, replied that almost everything that could be done individually had already been completed, so now they would regroup for the fight. Miho used Fox Hypnosis to draw the attention of the Supreme Skeleton, creating an opening. Number 2 took advantage and drove a blade straight into the creature's skull, but it did not cause even a scratch. To protect himself from the counterattack, he froze the undead's arm. Sang-woo had even forgotten he had that ability, and ordered all clones to prevent the enemy from moving. Each one added their own freezing to number 2's, reinforcing the restraint, but Sang-woo himself could not activate the freezing. His ability failed. Miho, distracted by that, was struck by a brutal blow and knocked down by the skeleton. Before she could be grabbed, the original Sang-woo appeared and protected her. That was when the system notified that his mana circuit was being activated, and that was why the ability had failed moments earlier. Confused, he asked the clones what that mana circuit was. All of them could already use it, except the original. Elsewhere, Raven asked number 7 how he was feeling. The clone replied that his mana kept condensing and exploding, but it was still circulating through the core. Raven realized he truly had sharp perception, and explained that using swordsmanship and magic while the mana exploded was the basic operation of the mana circuit. However, he admitted that it was difficult to execute fast sword techniques perfectly, with a body that was still unstable. Number 7 simply apologized, saying it was an emergency, and entered the subspace, leaving Raven behind. Soon after, Jumper appeared in front of him, and Raven commented that it had been a long time since he had seen their faces. On the battlefield, the clones began to overwhelm the giant undead using their new power. Sang-woo was impressed to see that the boss's tough bones were finally being damaged. Number 7 emerged through a portal, apologizing for not arriving sooner. He explained that he had been containing his mana because of the training, and confirmed that it was the sword hunter who had taught him the technique along with swordsmanship. However, he warned that the sword energy did not last long because their bodies could not endure that state for very long. The Seal Guardian regenerated as if the previous attacks had meant nothing, so Sang-woo decided they needed to end it with a single strike. Number 7 said to synchronize the attack with the mana circuit explosion, because that was the basic method of the technique. Sang-woo took a deep breath and decided to test what would break first, the undead or his own arms. His first strike came out clumsy. The clones, more precise, hit multiple parts of the giant's body at the same time. Sang-woo kept attacking without stopping, trying to prevent it from healing again. But the Seal Guardian used its last resort to avoid dying there, and began to concentrate an even greater amount of dark power around its own body. Sang-woo needed to protect himself using subspace, but he was hit before he could react. Even injured, he was rescued by Raven, who did not expect to find his own student there in that chaos. Jumper commented that the situation was far below what he had imagined, while Bless said he just wanted to finish it quickly. Char-Dion agreed that ending everything fast was a great idea. The S-rank troop was already prepared to face the Seal Protector. Bless asked if that enemy was an undead type, and if that was why they had called him. Jumper confirmed that it was, which made it a perfect combination for that battle. Raven then asked if Bless could heal the injured man, and he replied that the boy would not die from that. He also asked if he was someone they knew, but said it was not difficult to deal with, since he could heal everyone there without a problem. He also explained that they were all the same clones. Jumper would be responsible for saving the people around them, while Raven and Dion would deal directly with the monster. Sang-woo woke up in pain because of the wound, but Bless assured him that everything was healed, and that there was no reason to worry. Miho also woke up and confirmed that he was fine. Now they were safe, because everyone there was an S-rank hunter. Raven told Sang-woo to observe from where he was, because that was the path he would need to follow one day. Raven's first strike spread like a storm around the giant undead. At the same time, Jumper teleported from one side to another, checking if there were still survivors. He realized that the situation was different from normal, because the Titan skeleton had awakened too early and was already in its second form. The architect had not done the job properly. The seal had broken ahead of time. Maybe it was the fault of those identical hunters he had never seen before. Even so, they saved people while fighting, and still bought time before the second phase. That was unexpected and interesting. Sang-woo was clearly impressed by Raven's true power. Daeon commented that his swordsmanship was excellent, and that he would like to duel him one day. Taking advantage of the moment, Daeon used his ability to enhance Raven's technique, activating Dragon Fangs. The rapier thrusts pierced through the entire body of the skeleton titan. In the end, it was Bless who blew up the creature's head using sacred power, stating that destroying the head was the best strategy against that type of enemy. Even so, the skeleton titan regenerated. It rose again, and the ground around them collapsed even more from the impact. Then Jumper threw an entire building onto the creature, and pointed out that the thing glowing in its eye seemed to be a core. That was where they needed to strike to kill it. Dion observed that the core kept moving, and Bless said he had tried to hit that exact spot. Sang-woo decided that he would help as well. Miho reminded him that they were S-rank S-rank hunters, but he replied that they would be able to win even if he just stood there. Still, those men would not solve all the problems he would face in the future. He needed to become stronger. He asked if Junyoung was still there, and declared that now it was his turn to act. He told the clones that they already knew what to do. Until that moment, he had held back from using frenzy, but he understood that he needed to release that power. He cut his own hand with the cursed sword, thinking that he would mix his clone technique with his absurd stats. He would not hold anything back. He would mix everything, and then he entered an enhanced frenzy. Bless realized that the plan would not work as it was. Jumper rushed forward and began cutting off the skeleton's limbs, opening space, while the two swordsmen prepared to attack the core at the same time with their swordsmanship. Dion advanced with a direct and precise thrust of his rapier, and Sang-woo told Junyoung to boost now, questioning what kind of combination that was, divine power together with frenzy at the same time. When Sang-woo launched himself toward the core, Miho decided that she no longer cared about the consequences. She knew that later she would have to deal with the problem of interfering with S-rank hunters, but even so she activated Fox hypnosis on all of them at the same time. The influence revealed curious traits. Because Daeon seemed to be in love with weapons, Jumper was difficult to fully understand. Bless showed a huge attachment to alcohol, and Raven displayed an almost obsessive affection for the creatures of his own world. With everyone affected, Sang-woo had a clear path. He and his clones advanced together and struck the core. The ability to devour monsters was activated and began absorbing the stats of the Titan skeleton. The Oracle declared that finally a thread of hope had been born, a new S-rank capable of turning the massive gears of that world. Sang-woo's stats skyrocketed. His strength reached 90, reflex 78, health 90, endurance 77, and mana 96. The Titan skeleton finally fell dead, but along with victory came intense pain. Whenever his stats increased too quickly, his body paid the price. Raven asked if he was alright, and said that they would have handled it even if he had stepped back. Sang-woo replied that he did not want to just sit and watch. Even so, Raven realized that the boy's energy had completely changed. He commented that it seemed to be an ability related to increasing stats by killing someone, and Sang-woo confirmed that it was exactly that. Bless admitted that the boy was stronger than he had imagined, while Dion remarked that the sword hunter seemed to know him. Jumper then said that he had been the one who killed the monster earlier, and that it had been a heroic act. He asked what the young man's name was. He introduced himself as Jung Sang-woo. Jumper replied that it was the first time he had heard that name. Sang-woo thought that it was obvious. He was not famous there, and much less a recognized Sang rank. Jumper asked where the other hunters similar to him were. Sang-woo began to explain that they were his clones, but Raven interrupted, saying that he had seen them leaving to clean up the mess. They were the type of hunters who prioritized repairing the damage. That was what they did. Jumper found that a pity, and asked if they could invite everyone to his mansion. After facing such a powerful monster, they deserved at least a party to relieve the fatigue of the hunt, with food and alcohol. Meanwhile, a priest delivered a message to the master informing that the catacomb had collapsed. The labyrinth architect was dead, and the Titan skeleton had been defeated by a group of S-rank hunters. More importantly, the fragment of the Seven Sins had been captured. Later at the party organized by Jumper, there were powerful people and even journalists. It was supposed to be something small, but it clearly did not turn out that way. The others were already used to that kind of environment, but Miho asked Sang-woo if she looked strange in that dress. He blushed, cleared his throat, and said that she looked good, that it suited her. He took the opportunity to praise her ability and asked what kind of training she had done. She reminded him that she had already said she had been training for a long time. At that moment, Raven approached and asked if he had used the mana circuit well. He said he was surprised when he noticed that sudden activation, because that was the first step to reaching an advanced level of the grimoire of the Stormbearer. The clones had used it very well. Sang-woo replied that they had good senses, since they were being talked about there as well, and asked why Raven had omitted that information from Jumper. He replied that maybe it had been pure instinct. He had already met Jumper several times, but even so, he still could not guess what was going on in his head. It always seemed like he was trying to save people and attack while causing as little damage to humanity as possible, but at the same time, it was Jumper himself who made all of humanity connect deeply to the system, and Sang-woo knew very well what that meant. He could not stop thinking about the day of the harvest. Raven explained that one day his ability would become known, but for now he needed to hide it a little longer, especially from those key people. It was different from Bless and Chardon, who were there with them. Sang-woo then asked if that man was Bless, if he had been the one who healed him, and wanted to know where he was now. He went to the cellar where Bless was saying he had already tested all those brands of drink. When he saw Sang-woo suddenly appear, he was startled. Later, Jumper began to thank everyone for attending the party. He said he did not know if they were really enjoying it, but that the celebration was to commemorate the successful raid of the Titan skeleton dungeon. However, there was something important he needed to clarify. He stated that it was not him who had reduced the casualties, nor the one who kept the Titan skeleton trapped in the catacomb. The true hero was among them, the hunter Jong Sang-woo. He said that he was the main protagonist of that attack, that with his intangible cloning ability, he stood up to save the people and risked his own life to buy time against the monster. Raven realized that Jumper had investigated Sang-woo in a very short time and had deliberately drawn everyone's attention to him. Jumper took the opportunity to declare that he believed Sang-woo was qualified to become the first S-rank hunter of Korea. In addition, the Illuminati group would leave a monument in the catacomb to record his achievement, along with a generous reward. The media went into a frenzy. Reporters began sending headlines announcing the new S rank of Korea. Jong was confused and asked if Sang-woo was really an S rank. Soon after, reporters stormed the cellar where he was. At that awkward moment, Sang-woo was holding Bless and was licking his foot, which left everyone embarrassed while the cameras were already filming. He tried to explain that it was a misunderstanding, but the scene had already spread. The news reached the director of the Korean Hunters Association and also Hyo Sung. Now Sang-woo was officially being considered to become Se rank. Hae-sung went to Trevor and said they had a problem, reminding him that they were partners. If Trevor handed over the DEP, he would guarantee research facilities, resources, and security as agreed. Trevor argued that it was not fair to hold him solely responsible for the loss of the DEP, since safeguarding the finished product was also part of security. But Hae-sung grabbed him by the neck and said that his very presence was already a risk, reminding him that he had saved him from the FBI agents who were searching for him so intensely. He gave him a deadline of 1 month to cover the loss, including the value of the stolen items. Otherwise, neither the FBI nor his own artificial intelligence would be able to find him on Earth. At that moment, he received a call from director Byung-hun, informing him that it was almost time for the official statement. Hae-sung stated that it did not matter who it was, not even if Jumper himself appeared. He would not allow Sang-woo to become SES rank before him. The director replied that logically there was no mistake in the recognition. The Titan skeleton in the catacomb was classified as S rank, and since Sang-woo defeated it and there was proof, there was no way to deny it. Hae-sung insisted that the other S ranks had helped in the hunt and that they could not recognize Sang-woo based only on that. Then he presented his solution. Send him to Africa, where that massive disaster had occurred, a place with S rank monsters. If the boy proved his strength by defeating one of them alone, then he could receive the title. Until then, he would not allow it. Later, at the World Hunters Association, President Michael Harris commented that the case was truly unique. He said that many countries did not hesitate to manipulate documents to increase the number of S ranks, but questioned whether they should pressure Korea, which had not yet given an official decision. Jumper replied that there was no need to apply pressure. He said to leave the Koreans alone, as they were unstable and no one knew when they might explode. Maybe it would be better to take advantage of the situation, as an opportunity to clean them out of that scenario. He thought that neither the Korean Association nor Sang-woo imagined who was really behind the movements, and that uncertainty was also part of his satisfaction. He concluded by saying that it would be enough to request a solution from the Korean Association, since he intended to try something new. When the news came out saying that Sang-woo would be the next S rank, the front page of the newspapers showed a photo of him licking Bless's shoe. The situation became a national joke. Raven even teased him, saying the boot itself was dirty, and asking if he could do something about it. Sang-woo lost his patience and told him to stop that immediately. Miho commented that it was really unfortunate what had happened to Bless, but Sang-woo replied that it had been his choice, and there was nothing they could do. At that moment, when the journalists invaded the place taking photos non-stop, Bless also became uncomfortable with all that exposure, so he activated the power of the divine body and jumped out the window, taking Sang-woo with him to escape the crowd. After they got away and things calmed down, Bless asked what he meant about his sister being sick. Sang-woo went straight to the point and asked if he could cure her. Bless replied that he first needed to know what the illness was. Sang-woo explained that it was the AM virus, a contamination by Vana, and that the doctor had said only an elixir or a healer like him could save her. Bless immediately called the doctor a fraud. He said the AM virus was difficult to cure, even for him, but that he could analyze the process. Sang-woo asked that if even he could not easily do it, then who could? Bless explained that the virus kept multiplying as long as the body received Vana, just like certain abilities. The only way to eradicate the virus would be to completely cut off the Vana supply and let it starve. Sang-woo replied that in that case the host would also die. Bless confirmed that this was exactly the problem, which was why he said it was difficult. However, there was an alternative, although extremely reckless. The idea would be to cut off the mana supply until the virus weakened completely, and at the exact moment before the host's death, perform a revival. The chances were 50%. Sang-woo said that if there were no option of the elixir, he might accept that gamble, but for now there was still another possibility. Bless gave him his contact and said he could reach out if he changed his mind. Raven commented that even so, it was already good news to have another option, and that he would go ahead to take care of other matters. He said goodbye and left. Sang-woo also said that he needed to resolve a problem, because for some reason his abilities were not working properly. Meanwhile, the Oracle's messenger returned, and reported that everything was operating perfectly. The Korean Hunters Association was trying to downplay Sang-woo's role in defeating the Titan skeleton, but that could be resolved if they dealt with Shin Hee-sung. The Oracle then changed the plan. The assassination of Shin Hee-sung would be set aside. Instead, he would receive a new mission, 2 years of long-term reconnaissance in Alaska, immediately. The messenger found the sudden change strange, and asked if the future had changed again. The Oracle only replied that it was an order, and that he needed to hurry, because something was happening in Alaska, and they did not have time. She prepared a teleportation scroll so he could leave quickly. The messenger asked who was coming. The Oracle replied that it was the first S-rank hunter of humanity, Jumper. At that exact exact moment, he was already invading the Oracle's headquarters. The messenger questioned why he would do that. The Oracle replied that if this was also a future scenario, she would gladly accept it. Lucas, who was Jumper himself, teleported inside, saying that he wanted to do things his own way in that life. The messenger tried to block the entrance, and said that if he wanted to meet the Oracle, he should follow the official route. Jumper replied that he was just repeating pre-programmed words like a parrot. He still tried to attack him from behind, but the messenger blocked it. Jumper commented that they were all the same, and that he also had a glimpse of the future. The Oracle declared that that child was not capable of changing the flow of destiny, and that even if they let him go, it would not be a problem. Jumper then said that was fine, and that he would let the messenger pass. The Oracle ordered the messenger to take the scroll. He had worked hard to carry out the mission, and declared that all things happened according to the will of the Oracle, but that at least this time, he would not follow exactly what was foreseen. He threw the scroll to block Jumper's vision, and tried to pierce his head with the staff. Jumper just smiled. He said that even amusing situations could seem grand when someone believed they were acting with absolute determination. However, he who had made his decision, the Oracle who had seen the future, and he himself, the returner who had already lived through that scenario, knew all possible outcomes. There was nothing surprising about noble or emotional decisions. The messenger admitted that he did not expect to surprise him anyway, and launched an energy attack so powerful that it tore a hole through the Oracle's palace. Jumper immediately teleported away. In the next instant, the messenger understood that he would be completely shredded by the teleporter. He already knew what was going to happen. Before disappearing completely, the messenger only asked the Oracle to wait for him. Even so, he could do nothing more. He was completely cut apart by Jumper, who declared that everyone follows a predetermined path, and that if they cannot step out of it, life is nothing more than a boring race. When Sang-woo returned to the JM agency, Jungbei was already there waiting. He commented that he had hunted an S-class monster, and that he knew that day would come, but he did not imagine it would be so soon. Sang-woo replied not to exaggerate the praise, because without the other S ranks, he would have been in a much worse situation. He asked if Yu-hyun was alright, since she seemed to be preparing many potions. Hiramun turned to him with that tired expression that almost looked like a walking skeleton. It was clear she had not slept for days. When he asked what had happened, she snapped back, asking if he was serious. Downstairs, the building had been surrounded by journalists for a long time, making so much noise that she could not sleep during the night. Sang-woo questioned whether someone could simply announce that he was S-rank like that, when he had not even asked for it. Jungbei explained that he himself had made the announcement, and that with the status he had, it was entirely possible. However, the Hunters Association opposed it. Sang-woo asked if he really needed to accept that label, since his basic needs were already met, and he did not want reporters chasing him anymore. Jungbei said that the association offered to officially promote him to S-rank if he eliminated all the monsters in Western Africa. Yu-hyun became tense upon hearing about the lair. Sang-woo asked what the problem was, but she said that if he intended to reject the proposal, then it was fine. He confirmed that he would reject it. No matter what the association said, he did not care. Even so, when he contacted Lieber, he received another surprise. Lieber said that his next destination would be Africa, and asked why he had that expression of resignation. Sang-woo replied that, given how things were going, he already expected that to happen sooner or later. Lieber explained that that was where the next sin he needed to collect was located. In addition, the place was perfect for training. Observing the characteristics of the clones, he realized that the effects of the 7 sins were also affecting Sang-woo. His abilities had stopped working because the 7 sins were blocking the system. From that moment on, he would need to use his abilities without relying on the system. Lieber summoned a large magic circle and declared that now they would do things Tyburn's way. Sang-woo would learn real magic. Meanwhile, the Oracle confronted Jumper, saying that he did not need to kill that child. Jumper shot back by asking why she had told the boy to run and had prepared a teleportation scroll for him as well. She should have known he would reject any proposal. After all, she could see the future. Maybe she had developed attachment after so long. The Oracle replied that there was only one path, and that it was not fate that killed the child, but Jumper's choices. He reacted violently, striking her avatar's head and rejecting that idea of free will. He said he had always believed in possibilities more than anyone else, and asked how many times he had already tried to change everything. 10 times, 20, 100 times. In all of them, he saw the system consume the planet on the day of the harvest. All the powerful hunters he had gathered met the same end. Destiny always repeated itself. He stated that he could not stop the day of the harvest because he was bound by physical limitations, and that listening to explanations would not change anything. The Oracle then revealed that that body was not her true self, only a vessel, because her existence was consciousness. She said he was right, and that all she could do was show the future. Jumper interrupted, saying that it was not the first time he had gone through this, and that he already knew what she would say. In all previous attempts, she always claimed that he would not achieve what he desired in that life, and that there was no way to prevent the end. He declared that he already knew every word of the prophecy. Without hesitation, he attacked the capsule where the Oracle was. She replied that there was no need to kill her, and that her ability to see his life clearly revealed the causality of regret. She called him a fool. Jumper then completely destroyed the capsule. Amid the destruction, that woman who always appeared in his consciousness showed up again, and asked him not to give up. She said that salvation would come to him, the same salvation he had been searching for all this time. On the way to one of the most dangerous places in the world, in Africa, Sang-woo noticed that that Yueon was following him and asked why. She replied that she could help by evaluating found items and preparing healing potions. He made it clear that he was not there for fun and that she could really die. Even so, Yueon begged. She said she did not want to continue being a burden and asked if she could at least be useful once. Sang-woo did not really understand what had changed in her, but he ended up accepting. He said it was fine as long as she did nothing reckless. As soon as she thanked him, a massive sandworm burst from the ground, trying to devour them. Before they could react, someone appeared and blew the creature's head apart with a precise strike. It was Raven, who casually explained an interesting fact. If someone fed a sandworm, they could use it to travel long distances. When the worm started to drift off course, it was enough to nudge it gently. Sang-woo was incredulous and asked if he was saying he traveled inside the worm. Haiwan was even more shocked when she realized that Man was an S-rank hunter. Sang-woo accused Raven of lying, reminding him that he had said he was going after the elixir and would hurry. So why was he there? Raven told him to calm down. He said he was obviously after the elixir, but it was not something one searched for carelessly. The entire region was being combed night after night, and he was there to stop certain bastards from interfering. He had always lived like that. Sang-woo asked if those creatures came from the monster hole, since that was exactly where he was heading. The swordsman replied that if it were him, maybe it would be fine, but it was still dangerous. Inside was a different world, ruled by survival of the fittest, where only pure power decided everything. He even admitted that he missed that environment. There had been a time when he trained there as well. Sang-woo questioned whether that sandworm was part of the food chain inside. Raven replied that it was not. In fact, it was there to prevent truly dangerous creatures from coming out of the hole. The monsters outside were insignificant compared to the internal ecosystem. Those worms were not even at the bottom of the food chain inside. Meanwhile, Jumper cleaned the blood from his body, still with the oracle's words echoing in his mind. He began to wonder how much time had already passed. Unexpected things were happening, one after another, too many variables appearing at the same time. Awakening Program 7 Sins, Academy, Elixir, Sang-woo. He thought it was just a small divergence in the timeline, but now he no longer knew what to do. He also wondered what the hell Lieber had done. Later, Sang-woo arrived at the entrance of the monster hole. The air was heavy, dense, almost suffocating. Uyan commented that the place smelled awful. Sang-woo replied that it was the smell of blood. Outside, grotesque mutant creatures devoured bodies scattered across the ground. He observed that they were clearly different from the previous ones, and summoned his clones. Now he needed to find out his position in that ecosystem. When he blocked a creature's attack with his sword, he remembered what Lieber had said. He needed to learn real magic. That is, to use abilities without relying on the system. Taking advantage of an opening, he tried to conjure a fireball. The magic failed. His clones, however, burned the creature before he could. He looked for another opening and tried to use ice. Once again, it failed. The clones froze the monsters in place. While he could only watch, Sang-woo began to feel frustrated. In the end, he simply finished off the enemies with his sword and decided to set magic aside for now. Searchon thought he was much stronger than before, but she also found that clone ability a bit strange. Then Sang-woo turned to his own clones, and to everyone's surprise, bowed in reverence, asking them to teach him magic. After some time, Number 1 began to explain the basic principle of a fireball. It was just about gathering mana in the shape of a sphere and then covering it with fire, continuously supplying mana like a bonfire. Sang-woo managed to form the outline of the fireball, but it faded away. Before continuing, Number 1 asked what kind of evaluation he wanted. On a scale from 1 to 10, Sang-woo said he wanted a harsh and impartial assessment, so Number 1 simply slapped him across the face and explained that his mana supply was too low, saying he would explain everything again. Later, Sang-woo contacted Lieber himself and asked him to teach him magic. Lieber replied that he was going to do that anyway. He had only let a clone handle it because he thought Sang-woo could learn from them, but judging by his condition, things were clearly not going very well. Sang-woo questioned that, somewhat irritated, and Lieber warned him not to try to keep up with the clones, because their manipulation ability was on another level. He also said he knew Sang-woo was in a hurry, and that at the moment, the power of his ability was still weak, but it could be activated somehow. He added that Sang-woo must be worried about not even being able to summon the clones, and Sang-woo confirmed it, explaining that he had tried to dismiss Number 1 out of fear of the sin inside, but when he tried to cancel the summoning, the sin itself turned against him. Lieber explained that the sins were reacting on their own, but even so, he would teach him magic. Sang-woo showed a positive attitude toward learning, and asked Lieber to just tell him what he needed to do, so Lieber told him to take off his clothes. Sang-woo was outraged by what he heard, while Uhyun, watching from the outside, found it strange that after being slapped by the clone, he suddenly started meditating, and then opened his eyes and began taking off his clothes. Uhyun understood nothing, and found it completely absurd, while Lieber explained that getting closer to nature and becoming one with it was the first stage of mana control. Even so, Sang-woo said he already knew how to control mana without the system, so Lieber told him to put his clothes back on, and he responded as if he were giving him a yellow card. Uhyun became even more confused, thinking it was strange to trust and explain everything like that. Meanwhile, the association president learned that Sang-woo, who had previously said he did not want to become an HKS, had gone to the monster hole. Haesung commented that this was actually good, since they had been trying to send him there, and ordered someone to contact a certain group. The president asked if it was a group of assassins, and Haesung replied that it was better to be safe, adding that he liked that kind of people. During another fight against those creatures, Sang-woo was concentrating mana in one of his hands while Lieber told him to maintain the magic circle, explaining that it worked like a cheat sheet on a test, serving to show how the mana would transform and helping him not to forget the process. Even while dodging and trying to keep his focus, the circle deactivated again, and he had to kill the creature by cutting it in half with his sword. Lieber observed that the difference in physical strength between him and the monster was too great, and that the training could not continue like that, saying he needed to go deeper. Suddenly, a kunai struck Sangwoo's head, and numbers 11 and 12, assassins from the Blue Rose, already believed they had finished him, but he had protected himself with an indestructible body and counterattacked with such force that he split the mountains where the assassins were, asking who they were. The female assassin realized he was far stronger than he seemed, while the other commented that it would not be fun if he died in just one blow. Sangwoo replied that they were the ones who started it, so he would simply strike back. Meanwhile, Yu Haiyan was preparing instant noodles together with the clones, and commented that Sangwoo still had not returned, since he had said he would come back for dinner. Number 1 explained that the master was a bit busy at the moment. Not long after, number 11 was already defeated, and number 12 was unconscious, almost dead. Even so, number 11 asked why Sangwoo had not used any abilities up to that point, thinking he was underestimating them. Even so, he tried to advance with his kunai, and Sangwoo decided to use an ability, since he wanted it so much, but the magic failed again. Number 11 thought he was going to die there, and concluded that if Sangwoo had used his ability earlier, he would already be dead, but then realized that Sangwoo had spared his life. In the end, Sangwoo made it clear that the difference between them was too great, to the point that they were not even worthy of being killed by one of his abilities. Sangwoo took advantage of the moment, and asked if number 11 had only realized that now, calling him an idiot, and saying it had been obvious from the beginning that they were not worthy of seeing his abilities because they were weak. After that, he continued brutally cutting down several creatures with his sword, while Lieber asked if he had given up on practicing magic, since he was only killing monsters through brute force. Sangwoo replied that he had not, that he was doing his best, but the mana circle simply would not stay active. He thought he might be doing something wrong, especially since the monsters there were getting stronger and stronger. Lieber commented that his ability to devour monsters was impressive, that he was becoming more powerful just by hunting. Sangwoo replied that the higher the stats, the harder they were to increase, so he needed to face even stronger monsters. Lieber told him to be satisfied with what he already had for now. At that moment, Sangwoo sensed someone approaching, and saying that it was not a problem that he had killed all those monsters without using abilities, because there were still opponents for him to practice on. Number 11 returned, accompanied by another assassin, who said he should feel ashamed, because at the first opening he found in the fight against Sangwoo, he released a poisonous mist. Sangwoo simply said that it felt refreshing. The other told him to stop bluffing, and activated a massive landslide that destroyed the ground beneath his feet, creating the perfect opening for number 11 to use his energy bomb. They claimed that combination of abilities was unbeatable, but soon number 11 was slapped so hard that he fell unconscious. Next, Sangwoo tried to finish the other one with a fireball, but the mana circle failed again. He commented that once again, they would not see his abilities. The assassin asked if he was mocking him, but ended up with his face completely disfigured by Sangwoo's punches. Later, he returned to where Yu Haiyan was, and asked why she had not slept at the camp, since it looked like she had stayed awake waiting for him. She replied that there was still some instant noodles left, and that she could add rice if he wanted, saying she would heat it up. He said he could serve himself, but she insisted it was the least she could do, since she had come all the way there for him. While they ate together, the remaining Blue Rose assassins were chained up and being woken by members of Scorpion 13, who recognized them as part of the organization. The bandaged assassin asked if they were also after Sangwoo, and the sniper replied that he did not like competition. Another said he did not care, that Blue Rose had failed, and now they could take care of him. Number 11 stated that he could guarantee they would not succeed, because Sangwoo was not even using abilities. The sniper replied that he would not even get the chance to use them before dying, and that they should not compare trash to them. Even so, they were also brutally beaten, and once again Sangwoo could not use magic. The magic circle did not hold, but Lieber commented that he was improving, that being able to keep the circle active until the end of the fight was already a good sign. Sangwoo realized it was true, and paid closer attention. Lieber explained that fighting assassins was far more useful than facing predictable monsters, and that it had been a good decision to keep them alive, even asking what he had done to attract so many people trying to kill him. Sangwoo replied that he would also like to know, but it was not as if they would tell him. After that, he ordered numbers 1 and 2 to move the camp deeper, and said to wake Aihin because he was sure the assassins would keep coming after him. The next day, he said good morning, and ended up stepping on an explosive mine. The assassin responsible had left no trace at all, because she had no intention of letting another group complete the mission, but she was also defeated through sheer force. The next day, Sangwoo was restrained by vines and roots, but he still beat the assassins anyway. As the days passed, more assassins appeared, with increasingly powerful abilities, and Sangwoo's capacity to deal with multiple opponents grew a lot. He defeated all of them without using magic, while his magic circle kept getting bigger and more stable, to the point that he did not even need to use his hands to keep it active, although he still had not cast any spells. Meanwhile, Uchon had a nightmare, remembering her mother, the screams, and the moment she entered the room and saw that terrible scene. She woke up crying and screaming, and Sangwoo asked if it had been a nightmare, saying that he thought they needed to talk, and that he wanted to know who she really was. After some time, another beaten assassin returned to the camp of those was defeated by Sang Woo, where all of them had been taken down only through hand-to-hand combat, and none had seen his abilities in action. Some began to comment that maybe it no longer made sense to continue that mission in that way. The explosives girl said she had not even encountered his clones, and stated that without a doubt Sang Woo was worthy of being rank S. The electricity guy suggested forming a temporary alliance to fight him, saying he did not know how much had been promised for his head, but it was certainly a high amount, and they could split it equally among the group, because that was the only way to capture that monster. The sniper agreed that the reward must be large, and that in the end it was still money. The explosives girl suggested contacting headquarters first, but the bandage man called everyone idiots and asked if they were getting upset over his words, saying they had no right to feel offended. He questioned why they were there just chatting, and asked the electric boy if he thought they were alive, because Sang Woo was weak. He said that until now he had completed countless missions, and that many people had already shouted resentment when seeing assassins trying to kill them. But Sang Woo, instead of feeding that resentment, had spared the life of each one of them. Even working in the shadows, he still had beliefs and pride, and he had no intention of joining a rotten alliance like that. The greatsword guy commented that, thinking about it, Sang Woo had also saved 2 members of their group. The sniper asked what number 10 would do now, and he answered that he would make Sang Woo use his abilities at least once. While walking with Yu Hyun, Sang Woo commented that he had already imagined what the problem was from the beginning, because he had no involvement with the academy, yet several assassins were after him, and only someone with a lot of money could afford that. He concluded that the main suspect was Shin Hae-sung, along with the association president, since they were the two who had opposed the international plan to turn him into rank S. He told Yu Hyun that she always seemed to be strategically one step ahead of Hyun-sung since they met, that she had strangely insisted on following him there, and that she also did not seem to be connected to the group of assassins, so he asked what her relationship with Hyun-sung was. When she began to explain, Sang Woo interrupted her, saying that he would love to hear it at that moment, but he drew his sword to block shots coming toward him. He told numbers 1 and 2 to protect Woo Hyun and take her far away, stating that he did not need reinforcements. However, upon seeing all the assassins gathered against him, he realized that maybe he really did need help. Number 10 said that whether he liked it or not, that would be the last time they would meet like that. Lieber asked if he would like to practice as if it were a real fight, and Sang Woo replied that no, he liked his own safety. Everyone advanced with the same goal, to see his abilities. When Sang Woo fought back, he realized they were just illusions, and that he had already expected that. He commented that they were too troublesome to die all at once. He even grabbed the first one who attacked him from behind, but it was only a dummy, and soon a sniper shot pierced his arm. He got irritated, but Lieber told him to calm down. At that moment, he stepped on an explosive mine and questioned how he was supposed to calm down in that situation. Lieber explained that he had already completed all the mandatory stages to use magic, but that the problem was in the way he tried to activate it. He said that Sang Woo was implicitly using the system method, and that at the moment he imagined the activation, he stopped controlling mana unconditionally. While dodging and blocking attacks, he tried to focus on Lieber's words, who explained that activating magic was not the end of the process, because mana manipulation needed to continue, just like he did with subspace abilities that required constant maintenance and freedom of control. The assassins kept insisting on forcing him to use his abilities. The two-handed sword warrior managed to land a direct hit, but at the last moment, Sang Woo blocked it with his barrier, and realized that magic did not end when it was activated. It had to be maintained. Even when they advanced against him again, they still had not seen his abilities. He began to understand that it was the same as what he did with subspace, maintaining control continuously. There was a reason why he had not been affected by the weakening of the system intervention. Even so, his sword was knocked out of his hands, and he was trapped by roots that completely immobilized him. The assassin said that in the end he would have to use his abilities, otherwise he would die right there. Sang Woo remained focused on the magic circle, and finally understood that activation and maintenance were not separate things. It was all magic. The circle began to grow in a stable way, and at that moment a massive explosion of fire struck all the assassins at once. He took a deep breath and said that he had finally done it. After that, the assassins surprised him by kneeling before him. Sang Woo asked what was going on, and number 10 explained that at the moment he said he would make Sang Woo use an ability, he had already decided that he would join him. He declared that everyone there would follow him from that moment on. Sang Woo thought that was a joke, and asked if he really believed he would ally himself with people who had tried to kill him for money. Number 10 replied that they would not be the last, and probably not the first assassins sent after him. He said he knew very well the kind of people who hired them, and that since he had mercifully spared them, they could free him from those future concerns. Then he asked him to lead them. Later, while walking through the desert, Sang Woo made it clear that if they wanted to work with him, they would have to prove that they had qualifications. The assassins did not fully understand what that meant. The sniper commented to number 10 that even if they returned alive, their lives would not be guaranteed, since they had failed the mission. Number 10 replied that that was exactly why they needed those qualifications. He already knew that Sang Woo would not accept them immediately, but he still believed that choosing to work for him was the right decision. He said that was their chance to live as humans, not as tools. Number 11 commented that he had finally shown an ability in a combined attack, and asked if he really could not kill him. The electric one mocked him by asking where that guy was who said he would never join an alliance. Number 10 replied that that was why they were assassins, because they were too stupid, as they continued walking through the desert. Later, Yuyan asked Sang Woo if he had really let all of them go. He replied that he could not say that he had only spared them because he was using them to practice magic, but confirmed that he was right about who had sent so many assassins after him. The ones who hired them were indeed Huyan, along with the association president. Even knowing that Huyan had a strange obsession with him, he still wanted to understand the real reason. Then Yuthon explained that the problem was not him, it was that place. That was where the large-scale disaster of the Korean hunters had happened. She revealed that she was the daughter of 2 hunters, her mother rank C and her father rank A. Her father took part in the Cataclysm mission in Africa, and before leaving he gave his hat to her. Both he and her mother were awakened, among the first chosen in the early days of the Cataclysm, when awakened people were still rare, and monsters were constantly appearing around the world. At that time, the whole world created a rule, and formed an international task force, recruiting the most powerful hunters from each country to deal with threats that could become global. That was how the strongest from Korea, including Yoo Hyun's father, gathered into an elite team. The strategy was effective. They quickly dealt with targets, cleared areas near massive portals, and established shelters to stabilize them. Many of the hunting grounds that exist today were created by those hunters at that time. Everything was going well until they reached what was called the Monster Hole. Obyuan's father said that the place truly deserved that name because the smell of blood was unbearable. In that mission there were also Haesung and Byung-hun, members of the task force. They did not expect the hole to be so dangerous. They were attacked by several powerful creatures that appeared stealthily, and some of them were born from others even larger. At first they managed to fight against them. The first sandworm that appeared was extremely tough, but the team was not worried because Ufyan's father was known for destroying anything. With just a single touch of his ability, he blew off the worm's head and commented that no matter how hard the shell was, once the internal organs were ruptured, any creature would die. The others said he was truly strong, and asked if it was true that he had been selected to become the next rank S of Korea. He asked if that had already leaked and said he had no interest, because it would only make him busier. While some celebrated the possibility of him becoming Korea's first rank S, Haesung felt a silent envy. Then a new monster appeared, made of shadows, a shapeshifter. The creature easily broke free from the whip hunter's grasp and pierced her heart with a single strike, killing her instantly. The group was left in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. Byung-guo tried to close the distance to fight in close combat, but his fists had no effect on the creature. Not even the poison he used worked. The shadow creature simply threw him away as if he were nothing. The other hunters tried to stop it with magic, but the creature's body shone like gold, preventing any damage. At that moment, Oh Hyun's father found an opening to touch the monster's body using his rupture ability. The creature's body twisted and began to swell like the others that were about to explode, but unlike the previous ones, it resisted. The rupture did not work. One of the hunters realized that the monster was adapting to their abilities, but before she could do anything, she was killed by a shadow guillotine. He wondered how something like that could exist, because it was clearly not just a simple rank A monster. Then he ordered everyone to prepare to retreat and regroup at the temporary camp. To open a path, he used rupture on the ground, creating an opening so they could escape. Haesung left thinking that he might have died if he had not aimed at Wongyun. Even so, the creature continued to chase the group, and he was the first to be hunted. He was already facing his end when he was saved by the rupture hunter. Haesung, however, was not as lucky, and died without even having a chance to react. Byung-woo showed no concern for healing, and said that the mage could take care of herself. He had never been overpowered like that before, and it shook him. The creature passed by them again, and the shadows kept chasing the group, but they managed to hide in time. Even so, Byung-woo knew there was no way to defeat that monster. Everyone would die like the others, and he did not want to die. In a desperate act, he threw the mage as bait to secure his own survival. Meanwhile, Haesung asked his companion why the monster had run away from them despite clearly being stronger. The answer was that perhaps the creature was going after the easier targets first, those who dealt medium and long-range damage. The fact that it had not finished off Byung-woo, after neutralizing him, supported that theory. They knew that the first 2 victims had been good people. Haesung asked why he had been saved. His companion explained that the monster seemed to be hunting those who were not frontline fighters. Since Byung-woo and the mage had run in the same direction, the chances of being pursued were higher. He also mentioned that Haesung had a child, and that he had heard it was already the second one. Haesung told him not to be arrogant just because they had something in common, saying that his goal had never changed in his entire life. Suddenly, they heard a scream. It was the mage trying to hold back the creature, not knowing how long she could endure while asking for help. Junhyuk appeared at the last moment and saved her, throwing the monster away. He asked why she was alone there, and then noticed Byung-woo running away. He told the mage to get on his back, and asked Haesung to provide cover. Haesung realized that Junhyuk had above normal speed, and acknowledged that he was truly strong, perhaps even stronger than him. He thought he would never be able to surpass him. Then, driven by envy and desperation, he fired a meteor that pierced both Junhyuk and the mage. He believed that if he did not do it at that moment, he would never have a chance to surpass him. He told himself that he would give an explanation to Junhyuk's family later. Byung-woo managed managed to escape, but he felt guilty about what he had done. Shortly after, Haesung appeared saying that they were the only survivors and that the others had sacrificed themselves so they could escape. According to him, that was the story they would tell. The others had died as heroes to save them. Now they were in the same boat. Later, Sang-woo questioned whether that was true and how they knew all those details. Woo-yeon explained that her mother had a clairvoyance ability and saw everything that happened, but that marked the beginning of her decline. Even so, Byung-woo and Hee-seung upheld the heroic version of events, returning as honored survivors while a tragedy was reported at the monster hole. The official story said that heroes had died to save the others, but Ji-hyun did not believe any of it. She said it was all a lie and asked if Hoo-hyun could not see the truth as well. For her, they needed to seek justice because he had been abandoned in the cold desert even after promising he would return. Hoo-hyun replied that yes, she would seek justice. From that point on, Jae-hyun began protesting alone, spreading her version of the facts. However, due to the lack of evidence, people did not want to listen and preferred to maintain the image of heroes who had sacrificed themselves, without letting her ruin the atmosphere of honoring the so-called heroic sacrifices. When 3 more years passed, perhaps because of the reputation of being constantly called crazy, she truly lost her sanity. On the anniversary of her father's death, she also died. And Woo-yeon explained that she was left completely alone, living and wandering through the streets without direction. Over time, she grew up and hid herself in Silver Moon to seek revenge. After that, he already knew what had happened, and she asked if that was not enough explanation for the resentment she held toward Hoo-yeon. Later, he was walking alone thinking that he did not believe she was lying, but that she had left out the most important part. That was when Raven appeared, saying that his mind was full, and that by now he should be calling him master. Sang-woo asked if he had already finished killing the monsters outside, and Raven replied that he had been there for days, and that he had not even noticed him. Sang-woo explained that he had told his clones to report only hostile targets, so he really did not know. He asked why Raven was hiding there, and Raven replied that he had come to save his dear disciple, since that place was full of assassins. He said he had dealt with all of them as if they were training dummies. Sang-woo asked if he had just been watching, and Raven confirmed that yes, because at no moment had he been in danger of death. He also commented that he had seen him practicing magic and creating a magic circle. Sang-woo remembered that Raven was also from Tyburn, and asked if he knew how to use magic. Raven replied that not exactly, that he only knew how to create that magic circle, but explained that it was important to distance oneself from the system, because there was a big difference between true magic and abilities granted by the system. They went deeper into the monster hole. Meanwhile, Byung-hun received the news that all the assassins had failed. He said it did not matter, since more than 18 years had passed, and there was absolutely no evidence left. Even so, the voice of the mage still whispered in his mind, reminding him that it was he who had killed her before fleeing. He wondered how everything had ended up like that. He had only controlled the information about the disaster as instructed, and requested the assassination of a boy, something they did not even manage to complete. Deep down, he knew that it was his own stupidity that had led to all of that. Back at the hole, Sang-woo was massacring monsters when Raven asked what technique that was, whether it came from the Sword of Storms. Sang-woo replied that he was trying to copy what his clones did, but Raven said that was not how it worked, and that the clones had learned much better than him. Sang-woo began to doubt himself, thinking that maybe he was controlling the flow of air incorrectly through his movements. When he tried to behead another creature, he only managed to make a small scratch, exactly as Raven had warned. Raven explained that that was the best possible place to train, because it was the land of evolution and adaptation. He said that now he needed to let magic shine, and suggested that he try a fireball. Sang-woo dodged, and upon finding an opening, blasted the creature with fire. It worked perfectly. Raven explained that since they had arrived there, he had been killing the creatures only with his sword, so the monsters had evolved to resist cutting attacks but not fire. In other words, from that point on, he would have to use magic to hunt. Even so, Raven's storm strikes were still able to kill those creatures, and Sang-woo realized just how powerful his sword techniques were, since his own could barely even injure the monsters. Raven asked if it was not convenient to have his goal right in front of his eyes. Sang-woo replied that his goal was to live a comfortable life. Later, at the JM agency, the group of assassins who had tried to kill Sang-woo showed up knocking on the door. Jummo asked who they were, and number 10 replied that they had come to become qualified, saying that they were the ones who only walked paths of blood. Jummo asked if they were there for an interview, and number 10 confirmed. Then Jummo said that was fine, and told them to come in. Yoo-hyun remained in that desolate place, surrounded by blood and hatred, as she continued producing her potions and medicines, but she eventually became lost in thoughts about the past. She recalled a moment when someone had asked Hee-sung whether he knew a hunter named Yoon-hyuk, and what he had to say about the accusations that he had betrayed the hunter Yoon-hyuk, as well as having recently become a controversial figure. Hye-sung replied that it was ridiculous, stating that Joon-hyuk had been his savior, and that he would never speak ill of his wife. However, he also made it clear that just because she possessed clairvoyance did not mean everything she said was true, and he added that it was unfortunate what had happened to them. Remembering this, Woo-hyun began to question whether Hee-sung had really killed her father, and tried to recall her mother's last words that day, but she couldn't. Meanwhile, Sang-woo was struggling in battle, as the monsters had now developed resistance to fire. Even injured and covered in blood, he kept fighting with the demonic sword, and upon realizing that his fireballs were no longer effective, he decided to chant a spell and envelop his own body in an icy mist, successfully freezing freezing the monster completely before splitting it in half. At that moment, he realized he had improved in executing his techniques, such as quick draw and the use of the mana engine, although Raven pointed out that his clone had performed them even better. Song-woo was bothered by the lack of recognition, and his conversation with Raven continued in a provocative tone until he reluctantly agreed to call him master, while Raven amused himself by taking on the role of mentor. However, as they spoke, a golem-like creature appeared and began devouring the bodies of the defeated monsters, catching Song-woo's attention as he realized that neither ice nor fire would likely work against it. Raven, on the other hand, remained confident and stated that the path of storms had no end, seemingly more interested in delivering a dramatic line than offering any concrete explanation. Elsewhere, Junmo began interviewing a group of foreign assassins who wanted to join the JM agency, asking why they had come to Korea. One of them replied that they were there to work with the hunter Jung Sang-woo, claiming that they all owed their lives to him. Junmo saw this as a positive sign, but the situation quickly became chaotic when one of the candidates mentioned a previous attack and was suddenly knocked out by number 10, who tried to justify it by saying his colleague was still adjusting to the time zone. The interview continued in a strange manner, with confusing answers and interruptions, leading Junmo to question the group's behavior. Still, he explained that there would be a final test, required by Sang-woo himself, in which the candidates would face a clone of him to assess their abilities. Meanwhile, in battle, Sang-woo sought guidance on what to do next, and Raven explained that he had already done something similar before by concentrating the clone's attacks on a single point, suggesting he simply needed to do it much faster, using a multi-strike technique as an example. With that, Raven managed to use his piercing power to tear part of the stone creature's neck, and Raven encouraged him to keep going, while he himself decided to summon clones, as fighting alone was becoming too much. The battle intensified even further, as both Song-woo and the golems increased in number, and in the shadows, a masked figure appeared, observing everything and commenting that the situation had already reached a higher-level problem, acknowledging that Song-woo had become more dangerous than expected. After a long confrontation, Sang-woo managed to defeat all the creatures, becoming extremely exhausted, while Raven grew emotional and praised his disciples in an exaggerated manner. Soon after, Raven sensed something strange, realizing that his successor was calling him, and quickly left through a portal, warning Sang-woo to be careful, as that place was the center of monster emergence and might have originally been classified as an S-rank dungeon, advising him not to overexert himself and to focus only on survival. After that, Sang-woo returned to the camp with Woo-hyun and asked about the potions made from the monster's ingredients. She explained that many of them had interesting properties, which allowed for the creation of new formulas, including an adaptive potion that increased the user's resistance according to the environment, but caused a temporary reduction in those resistances after the effect wore off. She asked him to test it and report how he felt, and Sang-woo, considering the side effects acceptable, drank the potion and remained silent beside her while waiting for the results, feeling the situation was somewhat awkward due to their lack of closeness, despite knowing parts of her past. At that moment, Woo-hyun revealed that there was something important she hadn't said before. While outside, number 2 detected the approach of a monster that seemed stronger than usual, leading them to consider confronting it immediately. Then Woo-hyun explained that her mother's last words were, in fact, the true reason that had led her to that place. Woo-hyun had been checking the monster pit every day since the disaster, always trying to understand what kinds of creatures existed there. At that moment, the adaptable creature defended itself by creating a rocky arm and counterattacked with an extremely powerful energy strike. Woo-hyun continued explaining that only much later did she understand why her mother had acted that way, remembering that even though she was considered insane, she insisted that Woo-hyun's father was still alive. In the middle of the fight, number 2 was directly hit by the creature's energy attack and exploded instantly, without any chance to react, and his death was immediately felt back at the camp. Sang-woo realized at once what had happened, and ordered Woo-hyun to stay there no matter what, while he rushed to the scene. Upon arriving, he found number 1 and asked what had happened, but the demon inhabiting that body responded aggressively, telling him to see for himself, and explaining that the creature possessed a fragment that needed to be obtained, also confirming that it was the one that had killed number 2. Sang-woo questioned whether the demon had taken control of number 1 to protect the body, or simply because of the fragment, receiving a provocative response, suggesting that he had become bolder than before, and hinting that control seemed to alternate between the demon and number 1 himself. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Raven was testing the durability of a sword, evaluating its resistance by comparing it to his 100-knot strike, concluding that if it could withstand that, then it truly was a durable weapon. Back in the battle, the demon explained that even number 1 had found it difficult to deal with that creature, and shortly after, another explosion caused by the monster further reinforced the danger. Number 1 warned that trying to block that attack would be useless, as it would result in the same destruction that had hit the other clone, but Sang-woo recognized the pattern of the ability and decided to act, summoning all of his clones to face the creature directly and understand its nature. Launching the attack, Sang-woo himself, in his original body, used the 100-knot slash against the monster, but the creature responded by creating a golden helmet that completely blocked the strike, emerging unharmed. Then Number 1 decided to join the fight, firing a powerful beam from his eyes that destroyed the creature's outer layer, revealing the face of a man that shocked everyone. It was Junhyuk, Uhyun's father. Upon realizing this, Sangwoo understood that the situation was far more complicated than it seemed, and as he analyzed the battlefield surrounded by clones, Junhyuk quickly recreated his shell and fled. The demon watched this with interest, questioning whether that reaction was driven by human instinct or monstrous instinct, and then proposed a deal to Sangwoo, offering to reveal the creature's weakness in exchange for the fragment, stating that he would only help that one time. Meanwhile, Uhyun, who was watching everything from inside the tent, confirmed with her own eyes that her father was truly alive, realizing that her mother had never lied. At dawn, the demon controlling Number 1 explained that the monster they had faced was using his torso, leading Sangwoo to deduce that the being's parts were separated, with the head in one place and the torso in another. The demon then revealed that his body had been divided into 7 parts, including head, torso, arms, legs, and weapon, and that each fragment possessed unique abilities. Sangwoo commented on the name 7 Sins, questioning its origin, and the demon explained that the term had been created by humans, as most people went insane upon coming into contact with those fragments. He also detailed that the torso had the ability of absorption and adaptation, capable of absorbing surrounding elements and adjusting to different situations. Sangwoo noticed that the creature's energy was strange, almost non-existent even while standing before him, and the demon explained that this was because it was adapting to the environment itself. When considering the possibility of this ability affecting humans, the demon mentioned the previously revealed human form, and Sangwoo associated it with the hunter Junhyuk, since all the information he had heard about him was inconsistent. Meanwhile, at Eritaji headquarters, Raven arrived to help an old acquaintance, who remarked that he might be bothering him, but Raven responded casually before being introduced to a sword called Earthquake. It was explained that it was a relic from the Iranthia Empire, once belonging to an ancient king and known for its ability to upheave the ground with a single strike, having been restored after great effort. The one responsible for the restoration suggested that Raven should wield the weapon, but he refused, stating that he was not worthy, as he saw himself merely as a defeated remnant of the past who had failed to protect his empire, and also believed that the sword did not suit his storm-based techniques. Even so, he was invited to test his strength with the weapon, and Raven, without holding back, delivered a strike that ended up splitting the sword in half. Meanwhile, one of the clones continued hunting monsters and bringing ingredients to Uhyun, who had already realized that there was no other way to remove her father from within that creature. She knew the monster constantly adapted to its environment, changing according to what it faced, and it was precisely based on that she decided to create something different, a potion capable of amplifying the side effects of those adaptations to the point of triggering a reverse effect. The idea was simple but risky, to force everything back to its original state, as if no changes had ever occurred, completely nullifying any adaptation. That way, she believed she could save her father. However, while gathering the necessary ingredients, the creature itself watched her from a distance without her noticing. After a long period of continuous work, Uhyun was completely exhausted, almost out of strength, but still satisfied, as she had finally managed to complete the reset potion. At the same time, the demon inhabiting Number 1 continued searching for his fragment and concluded that it was not a good place to hide, deciding that they needed to move elsewhere. Meanwhile, the original Sangwoo was being carried and ended up tied to a wooden post, confused by the situation, until the demon explained that it was part of a plan. He explained that, at that moment, his fragment was connected to a monster, and that the priority of any creature in that environment was survival, with hunting being merely a means to achieve it. If the clones continued acting together without a clear objective, the target would never appear, so the solution was to set a trap, creating easy prey, someone who appeared careless and vulnerable, the kind of person who could be attacked without hesitation. Sangwoo quickly realized they were talking about him, and the demon confirmed it provocatively, making it clear that he was the perfect bait, which deeply irritated him, even though he couldn't deny it. At that moment, Uhyun arrived in a hurry bringing urgent information, and came across Sangwoo hanging upside down like a rotisserie chicken, only to be told that it was part of the plan, and that everything would make sense soon. Then Uhyun approached and handed over the potion, explaining that she had seen with her own eyes who was inside that creature, confirming that it was her father. She made it clear that she would not ask why they had hidden this from her, but in return she asked them to use the potion, explaining that it was capable of reversing any altered state, and could bring her father back to normal, saying that this was the last request she would make, and asking if he could help her save her only family. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Raven was still in shock and questioned whether the earthquake sword he had destroyed was merely a clone, and Hubert confirmed that it was, explaining that he should have mentioned it earlier. He added that this had been possible thanks to an ability analyzed from the power of Number 1, which had significantly contributed to the progress of his plans, emphasizing how impressive that ability was. After confirming an issue in his experiments, he stated that he had managed to fix it, and Raven then asked whether the real earthquake could be wielded by someone else, suggesting that there might be a suitable person for it. Later, in the monster-filled valley, the original Sangwoo remained tied up as part of the trap, with the reset potion stored in his inner pocket. Reflecting reflecting on how Woo-hyun had managed to create something so complex, and recalling her words about saving her family. Even though, deep down, he doubted that it would truly work, he didn't have the courage to tell her that. After some time, the creature finally appeared, drawn by the situation, and he activated the first part of the trap using a detonator, causing a massive explosion that brought rocks crashing down from the top of the valley, trapping both of them in place and preventing escape. Convinced that the enemy would no longer get away, he prepared for the final confrontation. Soon after, numerous clones were summoned through a subspace portal to surround the creature. Meanwhile, in parallel, a clone of Sang-woo was single-handedly facing the assassins participating in the test at Junmo's agency, displaying remarkable skill. Even with attributes seemingly inferior to the original, his techniques were refined enough to neutralize complex strategies, managing to block and respond to coordinated attacks with precision. Moreover, the clone showed no hesitation or mercy against weaker opponents. Number 10, already wounded and coughing up blood, couldn't understand what was happening, as they were using every type of permitted weapon, yet still couldn't land a hit on the clone, who deflected and countered all attacks using only a simple blade. He realized that even when they had faced the original Sang-woo, they had managed to pressure him as a group, but this clone seemed even more efficient, raising doubts about how that was possible. One of the assassins questioned whether it made sense, suggesting that the clone seemed stronger than the original, but another replied that, logically speaking, it was more likely that the real Sang-woo had been holding back before, acting with mercy, and that now, through the clone, they were seeing his true level without restrictions. The assassins, still shaken, began to notice the difference in treatment and concluded that, compared to what they were used to, Sang-woo was extremely benevolent, which led them to decide to attempt the test again, determined to work alongside Young Sang-woo. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the next attack against the adaptable monster came in the form of an intense rain of fire, but the creature quickly transformed into metal, remaining completely intact and immune to the heat. The demon explained that its fragments had the ability to adapt instantly, unlike other monsters whose resistance was fixed, although there was still a limit to this. Taking advantage of this gap, while the monster was still dealing with the fire, it was easily frozen, and Sang-woo realized that the creature could only adapt to one element at a time, allowing him to advance and deliver a deep cut to the enemy's shoulder. Even so, the monster quickly recovered and resumed blocking attacks with its stone body, showing that it was still far from defeated. The demon commented that the attack had still been too shallow, and Sang-woo, growing impatient, questioned why he didn't help directly. In response, all the clones launched simultaneous ice and fire attacks, completely engulfing the creature and immobilizing it for a moment, but the demon quickly warned them to step back, as the monster had already adapted to the ice. Immediately after, the creature formed a spiked stone armor, nullifying the containment effect, and Sang-woo realized too late that he was about to take a direct blow to the stomach. Using the rupture power from Yoon-hyuk's body, the monster was about to completely disintegrate him, but at the critical moment, the demon, controlling clone number 1, thrust his palm through Sang-woo's body to interfere with the attack, stating that a single mistake in battle was enough to cause death. Even pierced through, Sang-woo survived, as the rupture explosion was contained. The demon then declared that this should have been the end, saying there were no second chances, but admitted that he had only saved him because his own existence depended on that ability. When questioned about how he managed to nullify the rupture, the demon explained that the ability of his head allowed him to analyze the structure of any technique and disconnect its mana, completely nullifying it. Although it had caused a wound in Sang-woo's stomach, he stated that it would not be fatal due to his regeneration. Sang-woo then realized that this same ability had likely been used earlier against the Titan skeleton, and asked if he could rely on it again to save his life, but received a punch in response, being insulted for his dependence. Reacting, Sang-woo counterattacked with a direct blow to the adaptable monster's stomach, admitting that he truly couldn't do everything alone, but that this was his reality. Noticing the impact of the strike, the demon remarked that he didn't need to put himself at such risk as he had done before, and encouraged him to focus, while Sang-woo stated that he intended to end that fight as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Dr. Trevor was working alongside Haesung, handing him the requested DAP without hesitation. Haesung tested the substance on a rat, which quickly transformed into an uncontrollable creature before having its head explode, leading him to criticize the sample's quality. The doctor explained that only 2 complete versions were stable enough to control the transformation, as there had not been enough time to produce more. But surprisingly, the same rat came back to life shortly afterward. He pointed out that although the defective samples did not increase attributes as much as previous ones, they still had potential, and with more time, he could refine them. However, Haesung rejected the idea of waiting for complete versions, ordering them to continue producing those unstable versions, satisfied with the observed result. Meanwhile, outside the stone prison formed by the battle, Yoo-hyun could feel the ground shaking from the intensity of the fight. She knew it would be difficult to make someone drink the potion in the middle of that situation, and feared the vial might break during the fight, so she had prepared an extra dose and decided to leave the tent to deliver it personally. One of the clones offered to deliver the potion in her place, but Yoo-hyun insisted that she wanted to see with her own eyes whether it would work. The clone didn't stop her, but warned her to think carefully before entering such a dangerous place. place. Meanwhile, inside the isolated area, the battle continued brutally, with the rocks constantly trembling. Once again, Junhyuk used his rupture ability, but the demon nullified the attack by interfering with the structure of mana. Taking advantage of the opening, number 2 set the original Sang-woo's sword ablaze and delivered a strike amplified by demonic power, destroying the helmet created by the monster's adaptation, and finally revealing the human face hidden beneath the shell. Junhyuk's, faced with that sight, Sang-woo questioned the demon, asking if it was still possible to save that hunter, waiting for an answer that would determine the outcome of the battle. Sang-woo remembers her and, instead of using the potion, cuts the monster in half, causing Junhyuk's head to roll across the ground while still trying to regenerate and return to the body, but he makes it clear there is nowhere to escape. The demon, not fully understanding the situation, questions what he means by saving him. The demon then steps on Junhyuk's head and uses his mana formula to cancel the regeneration, deciding it's time to end it once and for all, while the other clones create multiple ice spikes and drive them into the monster's body to prevent any reaction. With the sword already close to the hunter's neck, Sang-woo remembers Uhyun and her last request. Before finishing it, he simply asks for forgiveness, about to end Junhyuk's suffering. But at that moment, Uhyun bursts onto the battlefield and questions why he is pointing his sword at her own father, insisting that he can still be saved. The demon comments that throughout the entire fight, Sang-woo had a strange expression because of the girl, and she, not fully understanding the situation, asks if the plan failed and says she brought a backup. He replies that he still has the potion and states that this is not her father. He explains that it is just a monster, that the appearance was created by an ability, and that the creature is not even bound to Junhyuk's body. Even if they use the reset potion, the result would only be a regular monster. This leaves Uhyun confused, as she insists her father was alive, clearly remembering his appearance, unchanged since that time. Sang-woo questions how that would be possible after 18 years without aging, while the demon provokes her, saying that maybe she'll only believe it when she sees it, since the monster's adaptation ability has resumed working. Then the creature's body is split again, and the formula is used to nullify the transformation, causing Junhyuk's face to change into that of a mage from their group, someone who had also been killed cruelly. The demon mocks the girl's silence, asking if that person shouldn't also be someone important. Sang-woo asks if that mage was part of the old task force, and the demon replies that it doesn't matter, reinforcing that it's just a monster constantly changing appearances, not a person. He also warns that it is already regenerating, and that Sang-woo should kill it quickly to obtain the fragment. Even so, Uhyun opens the potion and begs for a chance to try resetting the creature, believing it might still be her father. But the demon advances on her and lands a heavy blow to her stomach, saying that people like her are the worst, because they achieve nothing on their own, and refuse to accept the obvious reality, living off desperate pleas without offering anything in return. He adds that she wouldn't look so pathetic if she had the courage to act on her own, placing the potion directly on the monster, and telling her to get out of the way if she's going to keep interfering. At that moment, the demon is surprised by a punch from the creature itself, which ends up protecting Uhyun. This makes her question whether her father really saved her, but the already irritated demon says it's nothing more than a trick from a monster that deceives before killing, explaining that the thing only took on Junhyuk's face and saved her first just to try to devour her afterward. Sang-woo intervenes and strikes the monster away, preventing Uhyun from being attacked again. Then Sang-woo questions the demon, confirming that the monster copies not only appearance, but also the hunter's abilities, meaning the form it takes is identical in both body and memories. The demon confirms that even the brain must be copied, but insists that it changes nothing, since it is still just a monster guided by instinct. Sang-woo then asks him to use his nullification ability to sever the connection between the body and the creature, asking if he can do it. The demon hesitates and questions why he should do something like that in such a dangerous situation, but Sang-woo threatens to completely ignore their agreement, saying that in that case the demon would get no fragment, and it wouldn't even be worth risking his life there. This catches Lieber's attention, who watches everything and asks if he's serious. Sang-woo then orders number 1 to fall back, stating that the demon is already tired of the situation. Irritated, the demon agrees to help, warning him not to blame him if something goes wrong. Thus, the demon leaps and uses another formula to nullify the connection between the monster and Junhyuk's body. Sang-woo admits he isn't sure if it will work, since he still doesn't fully understand the creature's predatory instinct. But he remembers that when Uhyun was attacked, he clearly saw a genuine human expression on Junhyuk's face. Sang-woo thinks it's worth trying, and the moment the connection is severed, the shell detaches from the body and Junhyuk falls to the ground, waking up confused and asking what happened and where they are. He realizes there is no longer any hole in his chest, and that even his clothes are different, unable to understand anything that's going on. Uhyun approaches and asks if he recognizes her, if he knows who she is, and he replies that he does, saying she is his daughter, which makes her emotional as she tells him she's there with him. Inside the subspace, the demon watches in surprise and questions whether it really worked, while one of the clones in the background begins to cry with emotion. Sang-woo states that it's always worth trying, even if the demon still doesn't understand, insisting that it's still a monster, and that Uhyun knows that too, but is letting her emotions take over, since the creature has her father's appearance, even though it was responsible for his death. Faced with that, Sang-woo asks if the demon knows the myth of the ship of Theseus, explaining that over time the ship grew old and its planks began to rot and break, forcing people to replace each one with new ones, until in the end, none of the original parts remained. He then questions whether it would still be the same ship, since it keeps the same form but is made of completely different materials. The demon replies that this is a problem with no correct answer. Sang-woo agrees and says that's exactly why they shouldn't judge what Woo-hyun is doing, since they don't understand what she's feeling, what she believes, or what that father represents to her. He adds that some people simply want to see the ship again, no matter what state it's in. At that moment, Junhyuk looks at Woo-hyun and comments that she has grown a lot, saying he thought he might not even recognize her, then asks how much time has passed. Sang-woo steps out of the portal and says he can explain, introducing himself and stating that Junhyuk had been captured by a monster and kept in that state all this time. After explaining the situation in more detail, Junhyuk tries to understand if he was freed only recently, while the demon watches with a hint of mockery, impressed by how convincing he seems. Junhyuk then asks if 18 years have really passed, and questions what happened to his wife. Unable to fully explain, Sang-woo hesitates, but then hands him his phone and says he can check for himself, showing articles and news from that time, with headlines about fallen heroes, the blame being placed on monsters instead of Hee-sung, the deaths of his allies, and the tragic fate of his wife. After seeing all that, Junhyuk says he doesn't need to see anything else, then asks if he is Hunter Sang-woo, and immediately after asks were the two responsible for betraying him that day, Hee-sung and Byung-hun, are. When Sang-woo asks if he wants to kill them, Junhyuk answers yes, that he deeply desires it, and has no intention of changing his mind, saying he plans to go after them immediately. But Sang-woo states that he's not trying to stop him, only questioning whether he truly wants them to have a quick and peaceful death, suggesting that there may be a better way to deal with this than simply killing them. After that, they board an aircraft back to Korea, and sometime later a press conference is organized for Hunter Sang-woo, something considered unusual, since he usually avoids the media. One of the executives comments that, since he recently defeated an S-rank monster, he will now officially be recognized as an S-rank hunter, so he may want to speak about it. As he steps up to the podium, Sang-woo introduces himself to the reporters and thanks everyone for coming, controlling his irritation at seeing so many people there. He explains that, as they already know, he was recently inside a monster gate where he encountered an S-rank creature, confirming that he managed to capture it despite some complications, and clearly states that he was the one who dealt with that monster. A journalist then asks if that means he will be the first S-rank hunter in Korea, but before he can answer, Byung-hun appears and congratulates him on returning safely. While Hee-sung also comments on his return, all the cameras turn toward them, as they are extremely influential figures in the country, and Byung-hun recalls that it had been said Sang-woo would be recognized as S-rank if he resolved the issue of the monster gate. Sang-woo is questioned about the evidence, since without proof it would be difficult to confirm everything he said. He then reveals that the evidence is there. Internally, Sang-woo had already expected them to show up like that, as opportunists trying to take advantage. Hye-sung insists that words alone are not enough, and that at least a video should be shown. Sang-woo responds that he obviously wouldn't call a press conference without proof, and in an instant appears behind Hye-sung, whispering that he has all the evidence of the things they did 18 years ago, giving them one chance to confess everything right there and reveal what really happened in the monster gate. He makes it clear that if they confess, he will remain silent, but if they try anything else, the evidence will be released to the entire world. However, Hye-sung reacts with disdain, asking if he has finished speaking and demanding that he show the proof, denying any wrongdoing and refusing to admit guilt. Byung-hun, on the other hand, remains silent, visibly worried, while Hye-sung continues trying to discredit Sang-woo, saying he's just trying to make himself look innocent. Unshaken, Sang-woo reveals that he never cared about the hunter industry, but that someone like Hye-sung ended up interfering with something important. He questions whether he really thought there was no evidence, and at that moment, a figure appears, shocking everyone. Hye-sung and Byung-hun are completely stunned, because the one who appears is Junhyuk, who ironically comments on how much his former companions have aged and asks if it's time to reveal the truth. In front of the cameras, he introduces himself as Kim Jin-hyuk, explaining that he had been trapped by an S-rank monster for 18 years and managed to return thanks to Sang-woo's help. He states that everything he is about to say is the truth, making it clear that Hye-sung and Byung are not heroes, leaving everyone in disbelief, including other hunters from that time, such as Won-tae, Miho, Haeun, and Junmo, who remember the events of that period. Junhyuk then accuses the two of abandoning the team at the most critical moment and later returning to steal an honor that was never theirs. He also reveals that his wife tried to expose the truth but ultimately succumbed to the pressure, and declares that now he himself will set things right and make them pay. Meanwhile, people around begin commenting that they always found it strange that only those two had survived. Sometime later, in a calmer moment, Junhyuk is eating with Woo-hyun and is surprised by the amount of food, while she explains that she ordered everything through delivery and comments on how much the world has changed. Still adapting, he praises the food and asks to learn learn how to use a smartphone, to which she responds lightly, adding her number and telling him he can use it freely. Meanwhile, after the revelations, Hee-sung and Byung-hun begin to face heavy public criticism and still have not made any official statement. At the same time, Hee-sung contacts Shadow, ordering him to distribute certain materials to all branches of his organization, describing them suspiciously as bottles of champagne with a new effect, which leads Shadow to carry out the order immediately. Soon after, Jinuk, leader of Team 1, appears worried about the number of reporters and asks what they should do. Hee-sung, remaining calm, replies enigmatically that to plant a seed one must first prepare the soil, ordering that a message be sent to all members of the Hee-sung Guild, as they must prepare for a farewell party, since he intends to turn himself in. Finally, in his office, Junmo shows nervousness while trying to understand everything that is happening, commenting that Sang-woo not only brought Junhyuk back, but also exposed the entire truth in the media. When questioned, Sang-woo simply observes his reaction, while Junmo admits he is surprised, recalling that back when he was a student, Junhyuk was considered a true legend. Moreover, he realizes that Miss Yuhen is that man's daughter, and finally understands why she insisted so much on going with him to the Monster Gate. Even so, he still wants to know what will happen next, and the answer he receives is that the most important opinion at that moment is Junmo's. But the demon interrupts, telling everyone to stop wasting time, which confuses Junmo because he doesn't understand what number 1 had said. Sang-woo then explains that it refers to the head of the 7 sins, making the situation even more tense. The sin itself begins to pressure him, questioning how long he intends to leave his fragments scattered around and ordering him to go after them immediately. Despite the urgency, he responds that everything needs order, because attacking blindly will only make things worse. Even so, he doesn't see why this is so important right now, since there is a more serious problem. When he mentions that someone there doesn't have much time left to live, Junmo asks why, trying to understand better, and the sin reveals that Junhyuk is at risk, since what was done to the monster is not permanent. It becomes clear that Junhyuk will soon collapse and disappear, because his abilities do not last forever, and at this point his body must already be starting to break apart. Meanwhile, later, during Hee-sung's farewell party, several guild members gather, confused and suspicious, trying to understand whether it is a normal farewell or something bigger, like the president stepping down. Some begin to say he might turn himself in, while others suggest that what Junhyuk said earlier might be true, and a hunter claims that everything seems insane, since the guild has practically fallen apart. The conversation continues, and they begin to question who will be the successor, whether Junhyuk would really take command, even with abilities considered inferior, and some even suggest that Junyoung might be a better choice. Amid this atmosphere of uncertainty, Hye-sung himself appears over the loudspeaker, asking for everyone's attention, confirming that the news is true, and admitting that the guild was never exactly virtuous, as many dirty jobs were done. However, according to him, all of it was to strengthen Hye-sung itself. He acknowledges that he ended up in that state because of his own greed, but claims that the guild will still undergo a major transformation, and apologizes for having been an incompetent leader for so long. Even so, he proposes a toast, and everyone raises their glasses, ready to drink. At that moment, however, Shadow grabs Lee Hyen's arm and warns her not to drink it. Still, most ignore the warning and drink, unaware of what is about to happen. A few seconds later, those who drank begin transforming into monsters, causing immediate chaos, while the guards try to contain the situation but are quickly eliminated. In the middle of this, Hye-sung tells everyone to give their best one last time, saying that this peace has lasted long enough. Then he injects a substance into his own neck, explaining that now that anyone can awaken powers, many have forgotten the value of truly strong hunters, and so he decided to remind everyone of that in the worst possible way. With this decision, he declares that Korea will return to cataclysm, and soon a catastrophe begins, with buildings collapsing and monsters invading the streets, attacking civilians. In this scene of destruction, Junmo alerts Sang-woo about the sirens, and he immediately responds by ordering everyone to evacuate to shelters, realizing that Hye-sung is far more insane than he had imagined. The situation worsens even further when Hye-sung not only releases monsters, but also summons a rain of meteors over the city. As he watches all this, Sang-woo remembers how weak he once was, when his strength barely reached 0.4, and his body seemed fragile. Now the situation is completely different, because even using a little strength he already shatters the ground and begins to float. Despite being much stronger, his habits remain the same, and out of curiosity, he decides to test his own limits, wondering what would happen if he used all his power. Then he finally lets loose, jumps with all the strength in his legs, crashes through a building's glass, and slices a meteor in half with his sword, deciding to use his own fragments as support. He starts moving from one meteor to another, destroying each one, while his clones are summoned to help, using fire magic to pulverize everything. Down below, people recognize that man as Sang-woo, amazed that he stopped the meteors, but he simply orders everyone to go to the shelters, and reinforces that no one should open the door to strangers. At the same time, Junhyuk becomes enraged by the situation, calling Hye-sung a bastard and deciding to act, heading out through the balcony to help while telling Woo-hyun to stay hidden. At that moment, Junmo appears in the apartment and says she needs to go to a shelter shelter immediately, which surprises Junhyuk since he didn't even know there were still active shelters. Trusting him, he leaves Woo-hyun in Junmo's care, and she asks her father to be careful, while he promises to return safely. With that, Junhyuk puts his cap back on, and once again takes on his hunter stance, but now with a new objective. He's no longer going to hunt monsters, but Hae-sung. While all of this is happening, Haeon is at the academy thinking about her senior, when the emergency alarm suddenly starts blaring, and Professor Yunhei begins evacuating the students in a hurry. Not fully understanding what's going on, Haeon soon encounters a horde of monsters invading the place, realizing the situation is far worse than she imagined. To make matters worse, the entire area has been isolated, with bridges overrun by monsters, preventing any easy escape. A reporter explains that this situation hasn't been seen since the calamity, with monsters of unknown origin appearing all over the country. The military even reported that the training ground portal was under control, yet the creatures kept appearing without any explanation, as if a new cataclysm were unfolding before everyone's eyes. While she is broadcasting, a monster lunges at her, but before it can do anything, Junhyuk uses his rupture and destroys the creature from the inside out. He acknowledges the reporter's determination to keep working, but tells her to evacuate immediately, making it clear that the place is far too dangerous. Even so, she continues broadcasting, saying that something unbelievable has just happened, as she was saved by the hunter Junhyuk. He insists that she leave at once, but at that moment new meteors begin falling over the area. Faced with this, Junhyuk explains that this is Hae-sung's ability and orders everyone to retreat, because there won't be another chance if they stay. Using his rupture palms, he manages to destroy several meteors with ease, but soon realizes that over the past 18 years, Hae-sung has become much stronger. The meteors are now far larger and fall in greater numbers, making it impossible to stop them all alone. When a final meteor is about to strike, it is split in half by Sang-woo, who appears wielding his cursed sword. As soon as he arrives, he asks whether Junhyuk shouldn't be with Woo-hyun, since the situation inside the building is still critical. Inside the Heesung Guild Hall, Lee Hae-yeon is fighting one of the transformed creatures, and thanks to her physical strength, she defeats it quickly, piercing the monster's heart without much difficulty. Meanwhile, Shadow observes that it's a relief that most of the creatures are leaving the building, as it makes it easier to contain the situation inside. In a swift move, he eliminates another enemy, snapping its neck after teleporting through the shadows, then asks if Lee Hae-yeon is okay. She responds irritably, reminding him that the monster she just killed was a member of their own team, making the weight of the situation clear. Without showing emotion, Shadow says that whether she runs or not is her decision, but that he's leaving. Before he can go, Woo-hyun grabs his shirt and asks if he already knew about all of this, and he confirms that he did. Furious, she asks why he didn't stop Hae-sung, but he replies that he received no such order, explaining that he only follows orders and doesn't care about anything else. Soon after, he disappears into a pool of shadows, leaving Woo-hyun furious, unable to understand why he stopped her from drinking earlier, if he only follows orders. Elsewhere, Bless tries to sleep, bothered by the absurd noise coming from outside. Annoyed, he calls the hotel reception to complain, but when no one answers, he decides to leave his room to see what's going on. As soon as he steps out, he comes face to face with a creature that tries to attack him, but it is instantly destroyed. Confused, he begins questioning what's happening, wondering if a portal opened nearby, and even complains about the hotel he's staying at. Meanwhile, in the ruined streets, Junhyuk continues advancing, easily eliminating monsters with his rupture, while Sang-woo follows, recognizing that he's not an S-rank candidate for nothing. After clearing the area, Junhyuk comments that there don't seem to be any civilians left to evacuate there, and Sang-woo agrees, but emphasizes that they need to quickly find Hae-sung, since that's the only way to resolve the situation. At that moment, Junhyuk looks at his own hand and notices it is cracking, then asks how much time he has left, as his condition suggests it isn't much. Faced with this, he decides to make a request before it's too late. At the same time, soldiers at bases and training grounds try to contain the chaos, but with heavy casualties, those areas begin to fall out of control. As a result, in addition to the transformed hunters, monsters also start emerging from portals, making the situation even worse. Meanwhile, Sang-woo's parents show concern, but his father tries to remain calm, saying that the most important thing right now is for them to stay safe. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door of a shelter, and the soldiers demand the password to grant entry, repeating the question several times. Outside, Gyeongdo replies that he doesn't know the password, since he doesn't live there, making the situation even more tense. Elsewhere, after defeating several monsters, Miho asks Wontae about the origin of all this. Recalling that he said it wasn't portal fluid, he explains that the security squads in nearby areas were completely overwhelmed, which triggered the outbreak, and this makes Miho realize that the situation resembles past events, such as the incidents involving Silver Moon, Gyuchul, and Depp. Wontae agrees, saying that back then monsters also appeared all over the city, but now the central point seems to be the headquarters of the Haesung Guild. Miho then remembers that it was Haesung herself who led the creation of Depp, raising the suspicion that everything may have been caused from within. Wontae questions whether she really believes Haesung would do that to her own members, and she admits that if it's true, the problem is even bigger, since strong members could have turned into far more dangerous monsters. She uses Yanggichul as an example, who was rank B and became a rank A creature, and then raises the question of how many rank A members existed in the Hyeseong Guild, because if all of them transformed, the situation would spiral completely out of control. At the exact moment she says this, a creature different from the others appears, with blade-like arms, making it clear that it is a much stronger enemy. Realizing the danger, Maiho warns them to be careful, but there isn't enough time to react, because in a single instant the creature cuts through both of them, mutilating their bodies with ease. Wante and Maiho fall severely injured, and not even Yuna manages to react in time with her portal, being struck shortly after, showing that this new enemy is on a completely different level from the others. Meanwhile, at the academy, Professor Yunhei is fighting multiple creatures at once, attacking non-stop in an attempt to contain the invasion, while Hyeon helps however she can. Even with the professor telling her to run, worried about the danger, Hyeon refuses, saying she will keep helping with the evacuation of the students, since she can't just abandon everyone there. At the same time, Sequin admits that he has reached his limit, because his abilities simply aren't working against those creatures, which are far stronger than he expected. In response, Dawan questions whether he's really going to run, provoking him and asking if he has no pride, but Sequin snaps back angrily, telling him to look around and see the absurd number of monsters, before being knocked down by a gigantic creature. Realizing the severity of the situation, Hyeon understands that they won't be able to hold things off on their own for much longer. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Junmo is with Uhyun, who is completely shaken, feeling useless for not being strong enough to help, saying that things outside are only getting worse while she can't save anyone, not even her own father. Trying to comfort her, Junmo says he feels that way sometimes too, but asks her not to despair, because hunters are stronger than they seem, and even if everything looks lost right now, they will soon be able to counterattack. At that moment, just as Yuna is about to be decapitated by the twin-bladed creature, Bless suddenly appears and blocks the attack with a force field. He tells Yuna to stay behind him, explaining that the creature is at least rank A, possibly even a lower rank S, and that it won't be easy to deal with it alone. Using his power, he throws the monster away and complains about the lack of help, asking where the clone user is, since he should also be fighting there. At the academy, those who arrive to help are the assassins who serve Sang-woo, led by number 10, who notices that the girls were trying to buy time and praises their determination, saying that like Sang-woo, they have benevolent hearts. He makes it clear that they are there as followers, with the goal of eliminating the creatures that invaded the place. The other assassins also show almost excessive devotion, emotionally commenting that this is a place Sang-woo once passed through, further reinforcing their fanaticism. Number 10 then states that they are like a crusade in Sang-woo's name, and guarantees that they will help save the civilians in danger. Meanwhile, Sang-woo himself continues desperately searching for Hyeseong, but cannot find him anywhere, not even with the help of his clones. Remembering the request Jun-hyuk made to him, he realizes he cannot waste time and must find Hyeseong as soon as possible, without getting distracted fighting monsters, even when faced with a clearly high-level creature. Even so, he acknowledges that those monsters are stronger than they appear, something that even number 2 confirms as unprecedented. Still, Sang-woo decides to continue his search, predicting that more meteorites will fall soon and that the situation will only get worse. Suddenly, Junyoung appears and questions what is happening, directly asking if his own father caused all of it. He reveals that he was in the room when everything started, and shows a syringe containing DEP, explaining that it is the final product, without the side effect of transforming into monsters. Along with it, there is a note indicating that this version can eliminate the penalty, implying that earlier versions are responsible for turning people into monsters. With this, it becomes clear that the monsters are actually members of Hyeseong's own guild, who have been transformed. Sang-woo begins to connect the dots, while Junyoung insists on knowing whether his father truly did all of this. Lee Hae-yen, who witnessed the beginning of everything, confirms that he did, but emphasizes that now is not the time to dwell on the past, because Hyeseong still has an even worse plan in motion. His current goal is to expand the reach of his power, and Heesoon himself, consumed by that energy, feels that he has finally reached the level he always desired. At that moment, a massive meteor strikes a substation, destroying everything around it and causing a blackout that even affects the hospital. At the hospital, the person in charge of the Yahello Guild tries to coordinate the evacuation alongside one of Sang-woo's clones, but realizes that they won't be able to get everyone out in time. With the place plunged into darkness, Shadow appears, taking advantage of the perfect environment to move undetected, while doctors run desperately toward the ICU, trying to save the most critical patients. One of the clones appears and apologizes to Sang-woo, saying he failed to protect the generator, which explains the power outage. Hai-yun realizes that everything had been planned in advance, while Sang-woo grows desperate at the thought of his sister Ji-woo, fearing that something may have happened to her. At that moment, Junyoung takes responsibility and reminds everyone that each person has their role in that crisis. He then creates a sphere of mana that functions as a radar and expands it across the entire city, spending almost all his energy but managing to locate Hyeseong. With that, he decides to head to the hospital alongside Lee Hae-yen, while Sang-woo goes off to confront the one responsible for everything directly. quickly. Junyoung makes it clear that he holds no grudges and that Sang-woo can do whatever is necessary with Hye-sung, even kill him if needed to end that madness. At the same time, after receiving a message from Sang-woo, he begins to suspect that everything was caused by DAP, while Oh-hyun questions whether it might just be another outbreak of monsters coming from portals. Meanwhile, in a shelter, someone knocks on the door again, but this time manages to get inside, revealing himself to be Jun-hyuk, Oh-hyun's father, who hands her a notebook that had been forgotten, showing that even amid the chaos, small bonds are still being preserved. He said he would return safely, didn't he? Meanwhile, the hospital generator was completely melted, with no apparent solution. Suddenly, Junyoung himself emerges from a portal, introducing himself as a hunter and telling them not to worry, because he has what is needed to fix it. He then injects himself with DAP in its perfected form, breaking the restriction of the sage's ability, which had kept all his stats locked at a low level. At the same time, Hye-sung, after sending people to the hospital, concludes that Sang-woo would be kept busy, since there was no one left at the level of a team leader to deal with the mutants, much less with him, so he decides to intensify the chaos even further. However, someone breaks through the building's entrance, and he realizes this was unexpected, as he never imagined Sang-woo would step in there. Without wasting time, Sang-woo makes it clear that he has finally found that madman, and Hye-sung, provoking him, asks if his sister is doing well, commenting that the hospital must be in chaos. Sang-woo replies that someone is taking care of it, and that, at that moment, the only problem to be solved is Hye-sung himself. The tension rises when Hye-sung questions whether he thinks he can handle it, but Sang-woo advances, saying that question is being asked to the wrong person. After only a few exchanged blows, Sang-woo realizes that Hye-sung used DAP without suffering side effects, making him far more powerful. Hye-sung then comments that he was curious about how Sang-woo found his location, and reveals that Junyoung told him, implying that the two had grown quite close. Even so, he dismisses the fact that he left the hospital in his own son's hands, calling him an idiot, which prompts Sang-woo to point out that it's the first time he has seen someone speak that way about their own child, making it clear that Hye-sung truly has no limits. Without hesitation, Hye-sung states that Junyoung was his greatest failure, an idiot with all his stats stuck at 0.2, and even criticizes the fact that he left his sister in the hands of someone like that. At the hospital, after using DEP, Junyoung believes that ordinary lightning won't be enough, but decides to use the right ability and manages to restore the power, even if only briefly, as everything shuts down again shortly after. The system then warns that he is out of mana and that the weak sage condition is still active, showing that not even DEP was able to fully cure him. Meanwhile, Jiwoo is without medical equipment, in a state of shock, and there is no way to check her vital signs, so they try to administer mana potions, but the situation remains critical. Even so, Junyoung decides he will not give up and declares that he will take care of the hospital despite everything. Sang-woo trusts him, and that gives him the strength to try again, using his lightning once more. At that moment, he begins to reflect on the penalty that binds him, questioning what kind of curse it is that limits his growth, as if there were no hope of ever becoming stronger. The more his abilities evolve and diversify, the more his hatred for that limitation consumes him. Remembering Sang-woo's journey, with his cloning ability and stat amplification, he feels that it is unfair. Then he recalls receiving DAP from his brother, and begins to question why it was always the other one who received support since childhood, even though he was also a son and had been responsible for pushing the DAP project forward. In the end, everything felt unfair, and he realizes that all he needed was someone to envy. Thoughts about talent, effort, genius, mediocrity, penalty, and recognition flood his mind, until he remembers Sang-woo's words, telling him not to blame others for what he lacks. At that moment, even while coughing up blood, Junyoung decides to use everything he has left, telling the system to shut up, and using his own life in place of mana. In that instant, he finally breaks free from the chains of the penalty, causing his mana stat, which had never increased, to rise all at once. Resolute, he concludes that despite his father's insane actions having caused deaths, he will now save everyone. Meanwhile, Sang-woo questions Hye-sung, asking if he truly believes his own son is a failure, since he still handed over the completed DAP to him. Hye-sung coldly replies that he merely discarded that product, as another finished one would be useless, and states that DAP would probably have no effect on a mediocre son. Despite all the failed attempts to remove Junyoung's penalty, Sang-woo counters, asking what they will do now, since he has just heard that the hospital's power has been restored, indicating that in the end, DAP did work after all. And to think that the first thing his son did after removing the penalty was ruin all of his plans. This made the direct impact on Hye-sung clear, as he was forced to deal with the consequences. At that moment, Sang-woo's next punch sent him flying out of the room, crashing through walls with ease, showing the absurd difference in strength between them. Without hesitation, Sang-woo declared that Hye-sung was the greatest failure of all. Meanwhile, in a completely white space, Lieber analyzed the situation and realized it didn't make sense, since the penalty couldn't be removed by DEP, which meant the boy had broken it on his own. At the hospital, the power finally returned, allowing Jiwoo to be stabilized by medical equipment, and contact with the outside was restored. A nurse ran to one of the hunters to report what had happened, explaining that the restoration was only temporary. At the same time, Lieber reflected that the system's penalty wasn't necessarily a bad thing, since that restriction existed not because the ability was too strong, but because the human body has limits, and power that exceeds those limits becomes unsustainable. Soon after, the nurse found only Junyoung's body, indicating that his condition was already irreversible. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Sang-woo's final blow toward Hee-sung split the building in half, making the level of destruction unmistakable. He stated that he had met many pieces of trash like him throughout his life, but Hee-sung was the worst of all, especially for daring to involve his sister, just because he had no one else left. At that moment, a subspace opened, and a report from one of Sang-woo's clones reached him, revealing that the clone and the nurse had tried to resuscitate Junyoung, but his heart had already stopped. Upon hearing this, Hye-sung coldly concluded that DAP hadn't worked and that the boy had disappointed him until the very end. That immediately provoked Sang-woo, who questioned how he could say something like that, but Hye-sung replied that, in fact, he had more reason to grieve, since it had been difficult to turn that boy into someone useful, and dying right after using an ability correctly for the first time wasn't something a father should be proud of. At that point, Sang-woo finally made his decision and declared that he would kill him, saying he would do it mercifully. Hye-sung tried to block the attacks, claiming it wouldn't be possible to kill him with words alone, and that Sang-woo couldn't even deal real damage to him. But that confidence vanished the instant his arm was torn off by the cursed sword. At that moment, Sang-woo revealed that he had let him talk until then because, deep down, he was still Junyoung's father, something Hae-sung clearly hadn't expected to hear. Even so, Sang-woo remembered that Junyoung wanted him to be stopped, regardless of the method, and admitted that at first he thought it would be cruel to kill his father, especially after he had gone to save his sister, but concluded there was no longer any reason to hold back. He then provoked Hye-sung, asking if he really thought he could win just by using a drug. Right after, another attack launched Hee-sung out of the building, slamming him onto a car as his body trembled. Even injured, he tried to understand how it was possible, since he believed he had the greatest physical resistance among hunters, in addition to having reinforced his body with Dep's power. Still, he tried to justify his actions, saying everything was burning, and that members of his guild were killing people after becoming monsters. And even seeing all that, Sang-woo understood nothing, and only thought about himself. In Hee-sung's view, there was nothing wrong with it, as he believed he was simply bringing the world back to what it was during the cataclysm, where the weak were eliminated and the strong survived. He questioned how anyone could fail to understand that, since to him, that was the natural order of the world. However, before he could finish his speech, Sang-woo interrupted him with a knee strike that sent him flying again, making it clear he didn't accept that logic, and questioning whether there would be any problem in ending him right there. Even so, Hee-sung insisted, claiming he still possessed the power of a rank S hunter, and summoned a rain of meteors against Sang-woo, who reacted by saying those annoying little rocks were back. With a single attack, he destroyed all the meteors at once, but it was just a distraction, as Hee-sung used the obscured vision to unleash a destructive thermal compression, creating a chain of explosions that culminated in a massive blast, completely engulfing Sang-woo. Convinced that it would be enough, Hee-sung declared that no one could survive that, and proclaimed himself the strongest in Korea, but soon realized that Sang-woo had survived, thanks to his indestructible body. It was then that Sang-woo revealed he had possessed DAP for quite some time as well, and questioned what the only remaining difference between them really was. The answer came in the instant. Hee-sung's heart was pierced by a devastating blow, leaving him only able to say that it was unfair. While all of this was happening, Junhyuk was leaving once again, and Oh-hyun asked where he was going in a situation like that. He replied lightly that they still needed to go to the movies together, and when she questioned that, he joked that, at this rate, they wouldn't even need to spend money on tickets. Even so, he remembered the favor he had asked of Sang-woo, leaving Hae-sung in his hands, since he wanted revenge, but knew he wouldn't be able to forgive him. Before disappearing, he casually commented that this whole smartphone thing was really great, ending the moment with a strange contrast between lightness and tragedy. The internet was free and full of information, and even if there were only a few reports, there were stories about Rank's monsters coming from the monster pit, which raised an unsettling doubt about Sang-woo, since everything had seemed strange from the moment he woke up. He was clearly dressed to hunt monsters, but there were no corpses around, only traces of his rupture ability scattered everywhere, as if that place had been made to contain something, and in the end, he was the only one there. Junhyuk also noticed something strange, pointing out that Sang-woo hadn't aged at all, as if he had been artificially created. As he looked further into it, he found information stating that rank S monsters from the monster pit were at the peak of adaptation and evolution, capable of replicating the abilities and characteristics of those they devoured. This made the situation even more suspicious, and when Sang-woo asked what that meant, Junhyuk replied that anyone could kill him, but perhaps he himself would be the one to do it best. Even so, he decided he would do something only he could do, pulling Oh-hyun closer and saying that everyone had already been evacuated, allowing her to sit wherever she wanted, because he wanted to spend a little more time with his daughter, creating a contrast between the surrounding chaos and that personal moment. Meanwhile, after having his heart pierced by Sang-woo, Wu, Haesung fell to the ground as his indestructible body deactivated, yet he still insisted he was the strongest. At an earlier moment, he had asked Travor what would happen if he injected 2 products at the same time, wondering if that would make him twice as strong. But Travor explained that it didn't work like that, since everything depended on the limits of the human body, and there was a cap on stat growth. Even so, Haesung insisted on knowing if there was a way to surpass that limit, and the doctor answered that the path would be either training or using incomplete products, which would mean abandoning one's humanity. That was exactly the choice Haesung made, because at the moment of his supposed death, he bit into a capsule hidden in his mouth, releasing an absurd amount of power that caused his body to rise again, surrounded by a cloud of smoke. Realizing this, Sangwoo understood that he had used an incomplete product, and it soon became evident when Haesung transformed into a grotesque and repulsive creature, reflecting what he truly was inside, completely out of control. Even in that form, Haesung continued blaming others, claiming he would have succeeded if not for interference, and began unleashing devastating attacks. Sangwoo counterattacked, but noticed that the enemy's wounds were regenerating within seconds, indicating that his regeneration had already surpassed human limits. Soon after, a new rain of meteors was launched, even faster and more dangerous, showing that his abilities had become far more lethal. Realizing that this couldn't go on, Sangwoo ordered number 2 to bring something, while the battle intensified. In the meantime, Haesung, completely twisted by his ideology, once again declared that the weak should be eliminated and moved to attack innocent people. He pierced through the first person he found, but it wasn't a civilian, it was Byung-hun, who stepped in front of the attack of his own will. The impact of that action created an opening, and Sangwoo took advantage of it to use the 100-knot storm sword, launching Haesung out of the shelter. Meanwhile, people tried to assist the association director, who was losing a lot of blood, and Byung-hun, even while injured, admitted that he acted out of fear, because he didn't want to abandon his companions, remembering the child who died and who was probably also terrified at that moment. Confused, Haesung called out for Junyoung, telling him to get out of the way, but Sangwoo replied that it wasn't him, making it clear that the person there was someone else, and then smashed the monster's head against a construction site. He emphasized that even as a monster, that man chose to die as a human, while Haesung, in contrast, remained despicable until the end, and therefore would die as a monster. To finish it, Sangwoo opened his subspace and summoned multiple clones, all already transformed into monsters due to the use of the incomplete DAP, and together they advanced, brutally beating Haesung without giving him any chance to react. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bless was rescuing Miho and Wontae when Yuna appeared in desperation, offering any amount of money for him to take care of her brother. Annoyed, Bless told her to be quiet, explaining that that was exactly what he was trying to do, but in the most efficient way possible, since he didn't intend to run around without strategy and end up exhausting himself. At the hospital, the situation was still critical, with the medical team trying to stabilize Junyoung, while one of the doctors explained that his heart and most of his blood vessels had ruptured, making it clear that his condition was extremely severe. He told the nurse that she already knew they couldn't save him, making it clear the situation was already lost. But at that moment, someone who could truly heal burst through the door. It was Bless, who arrived determined to take care of all the patients in that hospital at once. Without wasting time, he created a massive magic circle and activated a mass healing spell known as Heavenly Cannon, which descended like a beam of healing light over the area. Even in that state, Haesung managed to react, creating compressed meteors shaped like bullets and firing them at the creatures beating him, tearing off their limbs. Still, he remained on the ground, completely overwhelmed. That was when he realized those creatures were merely clones of that bastard Sangwoo, and understood that Junyoung would not appear, even though the entire plan had originally been prepared precisely to kill him. Even after all his efforts, Haesung realized he had failed to defeat that single enemy, which led him to reflect that even that brat of a son had probably struggled a lot as well. Even so, he decided to try one last time. At that moment, half of his body had already been destroyed by the clones transformed into monsters, and he began to question whether he was truly just weaker than Sangwoo. Still, he acknowledged his rival, congratulating him for becoming rank S, treating it as his parting gift. With a final gesture, raising his middle finger, Haesung summoned a gigantic rain of meteors. Meanwhile, Sangwoo flew with the storm sword, trying to calculate the range of that attack, which seemed absurd, something between 3 or 4 kilometers, so vast that he couldn't even measure it precisely. Even after strengthening his sword, he wasn't sure he could escape, and when he tried to use another weapon, it shattered at that critical moment. Irritated, Sangwoo remarked that the capital would be destroyed because of the situation, but at the last instant, Raven appeared with a new sword and told him to use it. He called him his disciple and ordered him to use the whirlwind slash with that weapon. Then Sangwoo pulled out a massive two-handed sword from within a huge rock, while Raven explained that with it, the terrain would bend to his will, revealing that the sword's name was Earthquake. The meteors were already close enough to cause an unprecedented catastrophe, but at the decisive moment, a gigantic vortex erupted from earthquake, completely pulverizing all the meteors before they could hit the ground. After that, Sang-woo collapsed from exhaustion, telling others to take care of what remained, as everything was finally over. Then the scene shifted completely, revealing that all of it had been a movie. When the screening ended at the theater, Jun-hyo commented that they had done an excellent job and wondered whether real monsters had been used during filming. It was quickly explained that no, everything had been created using the illusion ability of an awakened individual who worked in film. It was at that moment that Jun-hyuk noticed his arm beginning to crack, realizing that his body's condition was rapidly worsening. Even so, he decided to ignore it for a while, thinking that with that hollow body, the only thing he could still do was give his daughter a moment of happiness. So he suggested that they go to an amusement park. When they arrived, they realized the place had no power, but Jun-hyuk, who had engineering knowledge, decided to check the control panel and managed to restore electricity to the entire park. They enjoyed themselves together, riding the roller coaster, and during that time Jun-hyuk thought that his daughter needed to smile, because in the future she would still face many unfair and difficult situations. Even so, he believed that no bad moment lasts forever. After spending that time together, they went to the mortuary to visit Ji-hyun's ashes, who was Oh-hyun's mother and Jun-hyuk's wife. There, Oh-hyun thanked her father, saying that everything she had wanted that day had come true. She believed that if she kept holding on, days like that would come again. However, at that moment, one of Jun-hyuk's legs began to fall apart, and he collapsed, asking her not to be afraid. But Oh-hyun had already realized what was happening. Even so, she said it was okay, that she had truly been very happy that day, and that she would keep living and moving forward, so he no longer needed to worry. Jun-hyuk realized that she already knew everything, and revealed that he had only wanted to give her a special day, but in the end, he felt that he was the one who had received it. Before completely disappearing, he returned her cap, saying he would never forget that day, and emphasized that she needed to keep enduring, because one day happiness would come. Then Jun-hyuk vanished for good, leaving behind only that moment as a memory. Even so, they had managed to complete the list and had a good day together. After that, Oh-hyun returned to the shelter, where Junmo was very worried about her. He asked about the hunter Jun-hyuk, and then saw the monster core, asking if at least he had been happy. She answered yes, and at that moment, Junmo smiled, giving the brightest smile he had ever shown. Meanwhile, at the academy, Yunhae had already sealed or defeated all the monsters, and commented that she didn't know who that strange assassin was, but she was grateful for the help. Then number 10 replied that he had only protected the sacred land, leaving a question in the air when she asked why he had spared the others. The teacher asked why he had captured those creatures, instead of simply killing them, and number 10 replied that even he wasn't sure, but that he had heard there was a way to return them to normal. This left the teacher confused, and she questioned what he meant by return to normal, concluding that perhaps those creatures were actually transformed people. Meanwhile, throughout the city, everyone was being saved from the meteor rain, and in the end, everyone managed to survive. After the battle, Raven commented that he had thrown the sword in a hurry just to buy some time, but he hadn't expected Sang-woo to adapt so quickly, which was already expected from a disciple like him. Sang-woo replied that he had indeed managed to use the weapon well, but felt his mana being constantly drained. Raven explained that it was something that could be controlled with training, and that the mere fact he had been able to use the sword already showed that his basic abilities were exceptional. Even so, Sang-woo was uneasy, since it was an important relic from Raven's homeland, and asked if it was really okay for him to use it. Raven replied that they were in the same boat now, and revealed that only 3 survivors remained from the Orencia Empire. Shortly after, he said he needed to leave again, as there was still something important he had left unfinished, and that there was a place where he needed to be at that moment. Before leaving, he praised Sang-woo, saying he liked the way he tried to save people until the very end, affirming that it was his true nature. After his master left, Sang-woo commented that he didn't deserve that much credit, since he had only done what was possible with the power he had at the time, and even though he tried his best, there were still many people he couldn't save. Meanwhile, at the hospital, several elderly patients began showing incredible recoveries, including a man who hadn't walked in years and was now moving normally again, with even his arthritis completely cured. This left Sang-woo completely astonished upon seeing the effects of the spell. At that moment, Bless appeared and commented that whoever destroyed the meteors in the sky was probably that guy connected to the clone, and Sang-woo asked what he was doing there. Bless replied that it would be better to ask that jumper, but said he had both bad news and good news. Then he showed Young, explaining that he had healed all of his wounds, but that his heart had stopped a long time ago. From what was said, Young had been responsible for restoring the hospital's power, pushing his body beyond its limits, which led to that critical state. Desperate, Sang-woo asked why he still hadn't woken up, questioning why he had gone so far even though they weren't that close. At that moment, someone suggested finishing things once and for all, but when they touched Young, he suddenly woke up. Confused, Sang-woo asked if that meant he had a resurrection ability, but Bless immediately denied it, explaining that such a thing didn't exist. Then Young explained that he had a skill called hibernation, which allowed allowed him to preserve a part of his life by entering an induced coma after suffering a fatal injury. Relieved yet annoyed, Sang-woo cursed at him, saying he didn't need to worry everyone like that. Seeing the situation, Bless commented that, in that case, there were now 2 pieces of good news. He had even planned to reveal the second one later to lighten the mood, but at that moment, Ji-woo entered the room. She was standing, breathing normally, without any equipment, which shocked Sang-woo. Bless explained that before arriving at the hospital, she had gone a long time without energy, and during that period, the virus infecting her had drained almost all of her mana. However, at the same time, the virus itself ran out of fuel, weakened, and was nearly eradicated, which made her recovery possible. In the end, the situation turned into a kind of accidental gamble that worked out. Ji-woo said she was fine, and even though Sang-woo had prepared many things to say when she woke up, he couldn't say anything at all. He simply hugged her in silence. Thus, the unprecedented act of terrorism caused by Shin Hae-sung came to an end. Thanks to the preparations made by people who had already dealt with phenomena such as flexible portals, the number of civilian casualties was much lower than expected. With Bless's help, the number of injured was also drastically reduced. Many monsters were eliminated, but some were kept alive by Sang-woo, with the help of his clones, allowing certain mutants to return to human form with Junyoung's assistance. In addition, the drug dep was exposed to the public, revealing the full truth. Even so, saying the damage was minimal didn't mean there were no losses. Junhyuk died, but was recognized as a hero, as were his daughter and others involved. Many people lost their lives, including the leader of the association. Although many people still despised his grave, one of the individuals saved by Byung-hun decided to leave a flower as a sign of respect. After all of this, Sang-woo returned home and ended up sleeping for a long time, even missing the first family meal they were supposed to have together. Even so, they decided they could still have dinner together later, and his mother commented that it was understandable, since he was always hunting or working non-stop. For the first time in a long while, Sang-woo was able to truly rest. The next day, he met with the one called Sin, who complained about being left waiting for so long, reminding Sang-woo of their agreement and demanding that he fulfill his promise. Before handing over the fragment, Sang-woo wanted to know who he really was. Sin tried to avoid answering, but eventually said that he was the owner of that fragment known as the 7 Deadly Sins, and questioned the tone Sang-woo was using with him. That was when Sang-woo revealed that he already knew the truth, stating that he was number 1, and that number 1 was in fact a clone. From the beginning, Sang-woo had already promised to distribute the fragments of the 7 Deadly Sins among his clones. Upon hearing that, Sin reacted with fury, saying that he would die that very day in a slow and painful way. Even so, Sang-woo did not hesitate and ordered number 1 to take over the body, and that was exactly what happened. Then, Sang-woo broke the shell surrounding the fragment and handed it to number 2, who immediately absorbed the second sin. Meanwhile, Lieber watched everything and thought that, up to that moment, everything was happening exactly as he had predicted, since his goal was to test the potential of Sang-woo and his clones to ensure he had made the right choice in selecting him. After absorbing the fragment, number 2 gained a kind of adaptive armor, feeling his power increase significantly, but suddenly, a mouth appeared on the armor's chest, speaking directly to Sang-woo and insulting him. Even so, Sang-woo calmly replied that he had simply fulfilled his promise. Seeing this, Lieber concluded that the experiment had been a success, since dividing the fragments among the clones and allowing them to absorb them seemed to neutralize the influence of the 7 deadly sins. In his view, if things continued this way, it might truly be possible to gather all the fragments and achieve a power capable of opposing the system itself. Without wasting time, Sang-woo began provoking Sin, pressuring him to see how he would react in that situation. At the same time, elsewhere, Lee Hae-yun met with Shadow at the rendezvous point they had arranged. She was surprised that he had actually shown up, but soon noticed that he was injured, missing one arm, and he explained that he had been chased by a clone. During their conversation, Lee Hae-yun mentioned Hae-sung's death and made it clear that she knew the reason for the meeting. Shadow confirmed that he knew everything, but she pushed back, saying that even though he wasn't innocent, he was on a completely different level, questioning how he felt after everything he had done, and calling him a psychopath. In response, Shadow said he had only been following the president's orders, but she continued pressing him, asking whether all his actions, including preventing transformations and exposing the clones, had also been part of those orders. At that moment, Shadow recalled the past, remembering when he accepted someone's help while he was at rock bottom. Even though it went against his own convictions, he acknowledged that this choice was the first time he had betrayed himself, and admitted that, in the case of his recent actions, he hadn't received any orders, nor did he believe he would have. With that, his facade began to crumble, revealing his true intentions. Later, Sang-woo received the news that the Hae-sung Guild would not be disbanded, which left him confused. Junyoung explained that more updates were still coming, and even though he felt the question was a bit intrusive, Sang-woo asked what his role in all of this would be. That was when Junyoung revealed that his father had left a final wish for him to become the new successor of the Hae-sung Guild. Even so, the penalty associated with him was still active, which meant he was not yet considered worthy of fully leading. This made Sang-woo realize that, even in the end, he had not been able to completely understand his father's feelings, and the same applied to his his relationship with DAP and the guild itself. Still, the decision not to dissolve the organization had already been made, mainly because the internal problems were so severe that few truly opposed its continuation. Junyoung asked Sangwoo not to say anything publicly until the official articles were released, assuring him that there were no hard feelings, since, in the end, it was Sangwoo who had put an end to his father's madness. After that, alone at home, Sangwoo contacted Lieber to better understand the issue of the penalty, questioning how it was still active even after he had managed to restore power to the hospital. Lieber explained that he wasn't entirely sure since he hadn't witnessed it directly, but described the penalty as a system function that limits the user's abilities according to their physical body, preventing overload, working similarly to a cooldown on skills. Taking into account what had happened at the hospital, he concluded that he had likely managed to use his ability while the penalty was temporarily disabled. According to him, this usually only happens in two situations: when mana, the source of the system, is completely depleted, or when the awakened individual dies. However, in practice, those two conditions are almost the same, since total mana depletion usually leads to the user's death. But Sangwoo replied that he had felt his mana being drained many times before, so it didn't seem that unusual. Lieber explained that there is an important difference, because normal draining does not exceed the level required to maintain the body's biological functions. In other words, it doesn't kill. He compared it to running until you're out of breath, when it feels like you're about to die, but you can still stop and recover. However, the situation changes completely when someone uses an ability already prepared to die. In that case, by forcing its use with the maximum possible mana output, there is a theoretical possibility that mana begins to regenerate at an extreme limit, which would temporarily cause the system's penalty to be ignored. Even so, Lieber made it clear that this was only a hypothesis, and that it only applies to penalties that restrict attributes, also warning Sangwoo that he shouldn't even consider trying something like that, because the price to pay is far too high. Still intrigued, Sangwoo asked about the virus, and wanted to understand why running out of mana resulted in death, since before the cataclysm, that concept didn't even exist on Earth. Lieber then explained that, after the emergence of the portals, people went through a process called system registration, which occurs when someone passes through a portal and creates a direct integration with the system. After this integration, a person gains abilities that resemble superpowers, but in exchange becomes completely dependent on mana to survive. In other words, mana ceases to be just energy and becomes essential to life itself. He also mentioned that there was a special case very close to Sangwoo, someone who had awakened without going through a portal. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the school, where Jiwoo was returning to classes. The teacher explained to the class that she had gone through some special circumstances, which is why she was a bit older than the other students and had fallen behind in her studies. He asked that, if they were curious, they should ask her directly instead of gossiping. Even so, the students began whispering among themselves, recognizing that she was Sangwoo's sister, and she had already drawn attention before even sitting down. Then, suddenly, one of the students used an ability and knocked Jiwoo down, catching everyone off guard. At the exact moment she was about to hit the ground face first, Sangwoo, still in conversation with Lieber, raised the possibility that awakening without passing through a portal might be linked to the virus. Lieber replied that it was more or less that, explaining that for this kind of awakening to happen, a person needs to suffer a serious injury caused by a life form already integrated with mana, which usually means monsters. He concluded by saying that, most likely his sister had awakened in that way, and at that exact critical moment, something impossible happened. Before hitting the ground, the one who caught Jiwoo was another Jiwoo. Not only that, but Jiwoo even managed to touch her own clone, which made everything even stranger. At that moment, she began to wonder if she had also awakened that ability, but before she could fully understand it, the clone simply disappeared, leaving everyone around completely shocked. The teacher, not understanding anything, commented that he had no idea she was an awakened, which only increased everyone's curiosity. He went on to explain that, nowadays, it's common for children to awaken abilities earlier and earlier, but even so, that situation was unusual, since Jiwoo had never participated in any awakening program. Even surprised, the teacher reinforced that using abilities inside the school was forbidden, so she needed to be careful from then on. Meanwhile, outside, one of Sangwoo's clones silently observed everything, following every detail of the situation. Inside the classroom, the students were already surrounding Jiwoo, impressed, saying she was amazing, and that she seemed to have a cloning ability just like her brothers. But in the middle of all that attention, she got nervous and explained that she had only just discovered it herself, so she barely understood anything about her own power. At the same time, the bully girl from earlier realized the plan had gone wrong, and started wondering if someone had interfered using some ability. One of the guys replied that no one had, since he didn't have anything like that. In fact, their plan had been to make Jiwoo fall by making the floor slippery and then soft, so they could pretend to be concerned and get close to her. But everything spiraled out of control when her ability manifested. Then, suddenly, one of Sangwoo's clones appeared, visibly irritated, staring at the situation. He had seen the attempt to make his sister trip and, in a calm yet threatening tone, questioned what exactly they had been thinking, without causing a commotion, but making it clear he was not pleased at all. Later, Ji-woo ended up leaving class since she was surrounded by several people wanting to talk to her, get her attention, and even ask for autographs. In the middle of that chaos, she began to reflect on whether she had truly awakened a cloning ability like her brothers. Since she woke up in the hospital, a lot had changed in the world, and especially in her life, since Sang-woo was now seen as the hero who saved Korea. Everything had become too chaotic, with journalists and reporters everywhere, and she hadn't even had time to properly process what was happening. Even so, it was impossible to ignore the fact that no one questioned her brother anymore. After all, he was the strongest S-rank hunter in the country. Thinking about it, Ji-woo concluded that the center of it all was his cloning ability, something she had always found impressive since the first time she saw it, but had never imagined it to be that powerful. Now, with the possibility of having something similar, she began to wonder if she could use it the same way. At that moment, she even had the feeling that someone could cushion her fall, and then another clone appeared, perfectly mirroring her. That made everything even more confusing, because the clone seemed to copy her perfectly, yet didn't act on its own. While she tried to understand it, the jumper appeared, commenting that her power was truly incredible. At the same time, the bullies started apologizing, trying to justify themselves. The girl explained that it had all been just a harmless prank to get closer to Ji-woo, and one of the guys, already beaten up, admitted their plan of making the floor slippery and then soft so they could pretend to be concerned and strike up a conversation. Even so, they insisted they only wanted to get closer because they were huge fans of the hunter Jung Sang-woo, which made it clear that the situation had gotten completely out of control. Meanwhile, Sang-woo's clone remembered the orders he had received: help his sister adapt to school and act if anyone bullied her. But looking at the situation, he realized he hadn't properly accomplished either, and had ended up interfering in a somewhat misguided way, which made him conclude, somewhat frustrated, that he had messed things up. The jumper then approached Ji-woo and explained her ability more clearly, saying it was similar to Sang-woo's but with an important difference. The clone she created had an identical physical form but mirrored, and didn't possess its own ego, functioning more like an extension of herself. Even so, he emphasized that it was an extremely useful ability. Still trying to understand, Ji-woo asked if that wasn't just cloning, and the jumper explained that she didn't need to be disappointed, because the fact that clothes and equipment were also replicated was a huge advantage. That meant any item she was using could be duplicated along with her, increasing her combat power twofold, or even threefold. Thinking about it, she realized that if it were like her brother's ability, the clones might not come equipped in the same way, which made her power in a sense even more practical in combat. Seeing the potential, the jumper suggested running a test by going through a nearby portal so she could try the ability in practice, doing a bit of hunting. But before that could happen, someone interrupted, saying she couldn't do that. It was Sang-woo himself, this time the original, who appeared and stated that it was already time for his sister to return to class. Even so, he began by thanking the jumper, acknowledging that thanks to him, Bless was in Korea, and that it had helped with Ji-woo's recovery. Despite the gratitude, he made it clear that he was suspicious of the way the jumper was getting close to her, and directly questioned what his intentions were in wanting to take her to a hunting ground. The jumper, remaining calm, replied that he would rather discuss that somewhere quieter. With a simple snap of his fingers, he activated his subspace, which swallowed Sang-woo, taking the two of them to an isolated environment. Inside, he explained that it was a special place capable of blocking system interference, though it couldn't block Sang-woo's clones. Even so, he asked him to listen first, making it clear that he wasn't there to fight. The jumper then explained that he only wanted Ji-woo to pass through a portal to be registered in the system, since if she were caught using abilities without registration, she could end up in danger. Sang-woo, suspicious, asked exactly where that danger would come from, and the jumper replied that there were people planning something called the Day of Harvest. That caught Sang-woo's attention, making him wonder if the jumper really knew about it. The jumper continued, saying he didn't know if Sang-woo had heard of it before, but explained that the condition for this event to happen was the registration of all humanity into the system, which made the situation far more serious than it initially seemed. The jumper then got straight to the point and asked what Sang-woo thought would happen if Ji-woo didn't register in the system. He explained that in that case, there would be virtually no chance for her to join the awakening program, and worse, if someone had no intention of entering a hunting ground, they would simply be discarded. All of this was part of something bigger, connected to the so-called Day of Harvest. He also made it clear that he knew Sang-woo already suspected all of this, since he had probably heard several strange things before. Even so, he warned that it wasn't a good idea to trust Lieber too much. This made Sang-woo question whether the jumper really knew Lieber, and the answer came without hesitation. He was someone who only thought about himself. In practice, he didn't care about anything beyond his own goals, and if necessary, he would completely ignore the suffering of anyone else. The jumper also reminded him that Sang-woo had already experienced firsthand the danger of the 7 deadly sins, and even so, Lieber still wanted him to gather all of them, without considering the risk that brought, even to his own sister. Before leaving, the jumper simply said he hoped Sang-woo wouldn't make the same mistake he did, and then he closed the subspace, disappearing right after. When things returned to normal, Sang-woo found Ji-woo, who was clearly worried about what had happened. Shortly after, Lieber Lieber also appeared, asking what had occurred since they had lost contact for a moment. Without hesitation, Sangwoo decided to go speak with him personally and clarify everything. During their conversation, he directly questioned whether Lieber was also one of those trying to gather the 7 deadly sins. Lieber didn't deny it. Instead, he asked if the jumper had told him, and explained that he wasn't the only one. In fact, he was the 4th person attempting it, while the jumper had come before him as the 3rd. Given that, Lieber decided to explain everything at once, including how the system worked, the violence involved, and the so-called Day of Harvest. Before that, Sangwoo told Jiwoo to go back home for now, saying that his clones would accompany her and that it would be better for her to take some time off from school. Even confused, she asked for an explanation, but he simply told her not to worry, said he would be back soon, and even congratulated her on awakening. Meanwhile, the jumper reappeared and was immediately questioned by the system itself, which complained that his connection had been cut for a moment. He explained that he had needed to use subspace quickly, but the system pointed out that his actions were starting to deviate from predictions. Then it pressed him about the plan to awaken all of humanity. The jumper responded that there were many variables involved, and that things that had never happened before were starting to occur now, making everything more unpredictable. Even so, the system reinforced that the Day of Harvest was approaching, and that he couldn't waste this opportunity, as it would be his only chance to survive. At the same time, elsewhere, Dr. Trevor was analyzing the results of the DAP product, alongside his artificial intelligence, Elisa, showing impressive effects. The compound was capable of raising people from rank D to levels comparable to monsters, advancing up to 2 stages higher. Even so, Trevor questioned whether she truly believed in it. Since she had been created by him, Elisa couldn't directly oppose his opinions, but Trevor asked that, at least this time, she respond as the version he knew. Faced with that, the AI turned the question back on him, making him reflect on whether that was really something he wanted to create. Later, Sangwoo went to the United States, to the city of Philadelphia, where he found what appeared to be Lieber's old laboratory, hidden underground. There, Lieber told him to dig using a shovel, which clearly irritated Sangwoo, who questioned why he was only explaining everything now, after what the jumper had revealed. Lieber replied that he had actually intended to explain everything before, and had never meant to hide anything. In fact, he had already sent the address of that place earlier. Remembering that, Sangwoo realized he had indeed received the message, but simply hadn't paid attention at the time. Even so, he returned to the main point and asked about Jiwoo's safety, wanting to know if the jumper had been lying. Lieber explained that there was some truth to what had been said, but that registering in the system didn't completely eliminate the danger. In the end, the decision would be up to Sangwoo himself, and there was still time to choose even after understanding more about what had happened in the past. As he opened the trapdoor to the lab, Sangwoo noticed that the place still had power, and Lieber revealed that it represented the beginning of everything, the very first prototype of the system. He then began to explain that, in 1950, also in Philadelphia, it all started there. At that time, Lieber was a researcher completely devoted to a secret government project, to the point of entirely ignoring the world around him. He didn't work alone, relying on 2 important colleagues, Elisa White, connected to the Rainbow Project, and Trevor Ron, who was still young back then. Amid those memories, Elisa complained that he had ignored all her calls over the weekend, but Lieber, fully absorbed in his ideas, started talking about how people couldn't execute movements perfectly, even using tennis as an example. He explained that even when someone knew exactly where the ball would be and what the correct racket position should be, they would still miss, as if they were striking nothing but air. Then Trevor, still young, completed the reasoning, saying that this happened because of the limitations of human motor skills, hinting at the beginning of a much bigger idea that was yet to come. Lieber explained that his goal was to create something that would function like the mind of an ordinary person, but perfectly, a system capable of helping anyone act with precision. According to him, if he managed to complete this project, the world would change completely, becoming a place where anyone could achieve their goals, even without any talent. He went further, saying that in the future, even people unable to walk would finally be able to run normally thanks to it. Trevor, however, didn't buy into that idea so easily, and said it sounded more like an illusion than something realistic. He questioned whether Lieber truly believed a machine could manipulate the human body at a cellular level like that. Lieber pushed back, arguing that it wasn't so different from their own research with drugs, which also altered human characteristics. He even challenged Trevor, asking how he could feel comfortable creating something that essentially molded people according to desired traits. Without backing down, Trevor replied that even so, it still seemed more reliable than that old tin can Lieber was developing. Despite the tense atmosphere, Lieber stated that once he completed the system, Trevor's success would also be guaranteed. Before the argument could escalate further, Elisa interrupted them and told them to stop, reminding them that it was the day of the project's test, and that no matter how much each of them preferred working alone, they still had a shared responsibility to fulfill. At that moment, the experiment didn't seem dangerous. It was the first test, so the voltage was low, and everything suggested it would be controlled. The objective was to test the magnetic neutralization of metals, and they soon began the process. In the middle of it, Trevor, clearly nervous, said he needed to go to the bathroom bathroom and left, while Lieber decided to continue without him, claiming it wasn't anything that significant. Elisa even commented that he would probably get upset when he returned, but the test proceeded anyway. Later, Lieber would admit that he sometimes thought about that moment, imagining that if they had waited for Travor, perhaps everything would have been different. When he pulled the lever, at first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Elisa didn't detect any immediate anomalies, only a slight reduction in magnetization, but suddenly, the magnetic field spiraled completely out of control. The entire facility began to shake violently. Energy spread chaotically as if reacting to something unknown. In front of a massive ship, a portal suddenly appeared, distorting space itself. When Trevor returned, it was already too late. The place had been completely destroyed, and when Lieber and Elisa regained consciousness, they were no longer in the same world. They had been transported to a completely different place, where fantasy races existed. An elf appeared, claiming that the summoning ritual had been a success, saying that, as prophesied, the legendary hero had finally arrived to protect the Urencia Empire. Confused, Elisa demanded explanations, while Lieber admitted he had no idea what was happening either. The two were taken into an extremely luxurious castle, where they received special treatment, including the right to choose equipment, books, food, and even private rooms. Even so, everything felt absurd, especially the fact that the maid guiding them was a humanoid rabbit, speaking normally. That led them to question whether it was truly magic, and where exactly they were. Later, when Sang-woo heard that story, he commented that it sounded like something out of an isekai, completely detached from reality. Lieber, however, explained that in that world, there was an ancient legend. When the Urencia Empire was in crisis, a legendary hero would be summoned to defeat its enemies and restore peace. Even so, the exact reason why the portal appeared was still unknown. The only plausible explanation was that the summoning ritual in that world perfectly coincided with the experiment they were conducting on Earth, creating a connection between the two worlds. Everything there, from the buildings to the people, was completely new to them, but surprisingly, they managed to adapt quickly. Sang-woo found that strange, saying he would expect scientists to be the first to deny something like magic. Lieber replied that this was a misconception, because when scientists witness something firsthand, they are actually the quickest to try to understand it, since their job is to analyze processes and uncover the principles behind phenomena. That was when Lieber decided to show everything he had experienced, starting from the moment he and Elisa sat down to organize their thoughts. He explained that the place they were in wasn't Earth, but a planet called Tybern, though they didn't even know if it belonged to the same galaxy. There, everything operated on something called mana, which was used for magic as well as for developing communication systems, transportation, and various other technologies in that world. Elisa pointed out that the most important detail was that they had been mistaken for heroes from a legend. According to the inhabitants of that world, they were at war against a race called the Cranid, who were supposedly invaders from another world. Although she still doubted the story, she acknowledged that it was what they had been told. They spent a long time discussing all of this, trying to understand the situation rationally. Being scientists, they managed to stay calm and analyze the scenario without panicking, but at that moment, they still had no idea how serious everything truly was. Outside, the crowd was restless, demanding to see the supposed heroes. They wanted to know who they were, whether they were truly strong, and if they could save the Empire. Faced with this, the rabbit maid apologized, saying the situation was embarrassing, and that she had tried to prevent them from being disturbed. She also explained that there was a lot of division within the Empire itself regarding the summoning ritual. The process consumed an enormous amount of mana stones and other resources, which led to extreme opinions on the matter, making it clear that not everyone was happy about the arrival of the so-called heroes. People were saying that these heroes needed to show results, because if they failed to prove their worth, they might be killed by those very same people. The rabbit girl added that, by all indications, they would have to prove their value as heroes in order to stay alive, leaving the two completely terrified, while Elisa buried her face in a pillow in despair, repeating that they were going to die, that they were definitely going to die. The leader observed the situation and remarked that it was unexpected, because it didn't seem like they would be sent back willingly, especially if they said they weren't saviors. Elisa replied that she didn't want to die in that place, since she didn't even have any combat experience, but the other one calmed her, saying that if they had been brought there, then there had to be a way back, and figuring that out was his job. From that point on, he spent several hours in Urencia's grand library, researching books that contained all kinds of knowledge about mana, principles of magical advancement, and even information about artifacts scattered throughout the universe. Thanks to this, their research began to take shape. However, when they tried to use magic, they couldn't do anything. No matter how much they studied, they simply couldn't use it. At that moment, Urencia's last dragon, Brimas, appeared to help them and said that Lieber didn't need to be paralyzed with fear. Lieber replied that he had already seen even a talking rabbit, and Brimas remarked that this sounded somewhat discriminatory and that he should be careful with that. Still, he explained that, to be honest, from the very beginning he realized the plan had gone wrong. since he could understand people to a certain extent just by looking into their eyes. He didn't know exactly what had happened that summer morning, but he made it clear that, even though they were scientists from Earth, they were far from being heroes. He also explained that, once it was discovered that they were not true heroes, they probably wouldn't be sent back to Earth voluntarily. Instead, they would be discarded to avoid problems and to save resources that could be used to summon other heroes. So he suggested that perhaps it would be better for them to become real heroes in order to survive, asking Lieber this directly. After that, Braymouse began teaching them how to actually use magic, explaining that it was impossible to manipulate magic without controlling mana, and that merely understanding magical formulas wouldn't help in this situation. Lieber questioned whether there was really a way to feel mana, and the dragon replied that yes, that was the fastest way, and that he should trust him. Lieber tried to follow the method, even in a rather unusual situation, since he was in the middle of a forest to learn. Braymouse then told him to close his eyes and relax completely, explaining that he was nothing more than a part of the system circulating in that world, and that he shouldn't treat mana as something special, but rather as something natural. Just like moving your arm also affects the air around you, he needed to realize that mana was always present in nature. However, the dragon complained that he was too distracted and told him to focus on a single thing. At that moment, they heard a noise in the forest, and Lieber asked if there was someone else there. Braymouse replied ironically that of course they weren't alone. Then Elisa appeared, complaining that the dragon had promised to teach magic, but questioning what kind of method that was, and telling Lieber to look at her. The moment he saw that, he ended up awakening his mana. Thanks to this awakening, combined with the knowledge they were both acquiring, they quickly began to master mana manipulation, managing to create a basic magic circle in a short time. Soon, they started applying the principles they had seen in the Grand Library's books, with Braymouse always guiding them so they wouldn't stray from the correct path. After that, there was both good news and bad news. The bad news was that, even after learning magic, they still had no way to return on their own, since interplanetary travel was impossible without a large organization and many resources. The good news, however, was that they were considered geniuses of magic, and when they showed their powers in the castle, everyone was impressed, which would help silence the opposition and the people. However, a swordsman questioned what they would do next, asking whether they would help their companions who were dying on the front lines against the Cranid. He said they should head to the battlefield immediately and hold on a bit longer, since people were dying. An elf remarked that he had just returned from the front lines, reminding him that even as the Empire's guardian sword, he was being too harsh. Meanwhile, Raven watched everything, and said he was curious to see how long it would take those so-called heroes to defeat the Cranid. He wanted to test the two's abilities, and before anyone could react, Raven had already advanced with his sword. But the strike was stopped by a barrier created by Braymouse, who interrupted the attack and commented that even making a simple fruit ripen can take years, so 2 weeks was far too little time. Raven replied coldly that this was obvious, especially when considering all those who had already died so far. Even so, Raven said the decision had already been made and would not be overturned, but that they would have to show results within a year, because that was the limit they could endure. Meanwhile, Sang-woo watched everything as if observing an astral projection, commenting that his master, when he was younger, had been quite stressed. It was also explained that he didn't have much choice, since he was part of the faction opposed to the summoning ritual, arguing that resources should be used on the front lines against the Cranid. But in the end, the ritual was approved, and they were left without support for a long time. For Lieber and Elisa, everything was still confusing, but Sang-woo was connected to the system and ended up sensing something strange, as if he were accessing memories from a year earlier. He realized it was connected to Lieber, while the rabbit maid apologized for the inconvenience caused to the heroes, saying that Raven was usually a more compassionate person, and that Braymouse had also apologized on his behalf. Even so, the two heroes were evolving at an absurd speed, and Elisa said there was no need to apologize. She only asked if they could follow a more practical path, since destruction and healing magic seemed interesting. Meanwhile, Lieber was already thinking they couldn't keep relying solely on that, and needed an alternative in case they failed. He began analyzing everything more deeply, realizing that the principles of magic had similarities to electronic circuits, which became the foundation of his ability, allowing a fusion between science and magic. With that, he started to see patterns in magical diagrams, identify flaws in the structure of spells, and understand mana in a more theoretical way. When Elisa showed up calling him to train, she asked what he was doing inside that wardrobe, and he explained that it was a machine with a mana amplifier and a translocation circle, an item that could take them back to Earth. It was still incomplete, but potentially functional. Elisa reacted excitedly, saying he was a genius, although she was still frightened of Raven for almost trying to kill them and worried about the possibility of never returning home. Lieber simply remarked that she was very close to understanding how it worked, and asked if she hadn't noticed that the magic circle followed the logic of an integrated circuit. That left her confused, unable to see the connection, while he wondered how she couldn't notice those patterns, since she also used magic at a high level, but he chose not to press the issue. From then on, the two continued training non-stop, learning not only high-level spells but also useful techniques like physical enhancement and weapon enchantment, even without ever having exercised before, Lieber ended up developing impressive strength and agility, as if he were gaining basic stats from a system. And for him, it all became exciting and fun. After a full year of intense training, the moment of their promise to Raven was finally approaching, and the group could already see clear differences between them. Elisa's trait was identified as unique and focused on healing, though with a low mana reserve. Sangwoo asked what that meant, and Lieber explained that it was like a special awakened ability, something unique and incomparable, since her healing was far stronger than his. Braymouse commented that Lieber's trait was not yet entirely clear, but given the level of power he displayed, it was likely related to increased destructive capacity. Their progress in just 1 year left Sangwoo surprised. While the dragon said they could rest because the next day would be decisive, they would finally face the Cranid. Returning to his closet, Lieber thought he had never imagined he would end up involved in a war. In fact, it was a relief that he had finished that machine before being sent to the front lines. At first, Lieber had thought the wardrobe would be enough for their return to Earth, but it ended up much larger than expected, even requiring the creation of a secret passage to function properly. He explained to Elisa that he had added an amplifier and optimized the formula, but it still required a large amount of mana to activate. He asked if she was ready to return, but Elisa remained silent for a moment, remembering Raven and everything they had gone through. Then she said that it might be strange to say this after everything, but asked if he didn't want to help the people of that world. Despite the opposition, most of its inhabitants had been kind to them. She herself had enjoyed learning magic, and besides, they could still escape at any moment if things became too dangerous. In the end, they decided to go to the front lines to fight the Cranid. Meanwhile, the situation there was chaotic and desperate, with multiple Cranid portals opening in the sky and releasing hordes of monsters that invaded the forest, resisting even the soldiers' magical explosions. There were now much stronger enemies capable of adapting and killing efficiently, including a creature that used invisibility, something humans had never faced before. The soldiers were completely overwhelmed and called for reinforcements, until that assassin-like creature was destroyed by a magical shot. At that moment, Lieber appeared, saying it was a pleasure to meet them, alongside Elisa, introducing themselves as the legendary heroes. Meanwhile, a platoon leader who had been severely wounded by the attack woke up in the infirmary already healed and asked what had happened to the portals, only to be told that the situation had been resolved and that the hands of salvation had arrived. The one responsible for the mass healing was Elisa. When the news reached Urencia Castle, everyone was extremely relieved and happy to learn that a portal had been blocked without major losses, allowing the soldiers to return home safely and reunite with their families. It restored hope to the Empire, while the commander praised the heroes as the ones responsible for everything. Elisa thanked Lieber for listening to her request, and said that now she could live without regrets. He replied that maybe they could stay a little longer. As the days passed, they continued on the front lines, with Lieber destroying enemies using his offensive power, and Elisa healing the wounded with astonishing ability. She could even reconnect completely destroyed limbs. Because of this, the idea of returning to Earth was gradually postponed more and more. Sangwoo watched everything, and thought that the heroes had changed their minds because someone had influenced them. What started as a single day of helping turned into a week, then a month, then a year, until, naturally, they began to see that world as home. What was once just a place they passed through became somewhere they belonged, and they also ended up becoming each other's home. At one point, Elisa commented on the day they awakened their mana manipulation technique, recalling that they had needed to focus on a single thing. She asked why Lieber had managed to awaken his mana after seeing her, leaving him flustered and without a clear answer. He remembered it had been an unexpected experience, and that he had completely abandoned his previous life on Earth, including his projects and systems, feeling only that he was happy there. Over time, the wardrobe that served as their machine was never opened again, and the war began to organize itself more effectively. Elisa focused on defense and supporting the front lines, while Lieber took advantage of openings to reclaim territory and push the Cranid back. Eventually, 5 years passed since their summoning into that world. One day, Elisa began to feel extremely tired, realizing that something was different. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, new young warriors appeared alongside veterans like Kaisel Raven, accompanied by his disciple Kyren Raven. She complained about the situation, saying they were only dealing with minor enemies while the great heroes seemed far from the front lines, resting or staying in safer positions, which made tensions within the army grow even worse. She ended up taking a blow to the head, and Raven immediately reacted with irritation, asking if she thought Lieber and Elisa were her friends to treat them with such familiarity and respect, calling her girl harshly. Karen replied that he used to criticize them a lot, but Raven said he had never said anything like that. Soon after, Lieber himself appeared and asked if Raven wasn't being too harsh on her, since he had just returned and, fortunately, their advance had been successful. Over the past 5 years, Raven had grown closer to Lieber, as he and Elisa had greatly helped reduce casualties in his squad. This made him one of the strongest supporters, and one of the most loyal, to the so-called legendary heroes. Raven then said he had something important to say, and apologized for their first meeting, but Lieber replied that he had already apologized many times over the years, and that it should be forgotten by now. That moment would later be remembered as the last time anyone saw Raven laugh sincerely. When Lieber returned to speak with Elisa, he immediately noticed something was wrong. Even Sang-woo became alarmed, realizing that this was not normal. Lieber recognized the symptoms and concluded that Elisa had been infected by the AM virus, known as the Devourer of Mana. At the same time, back in the Empire, everyone was awaiting the ceremony and believed that the summoning and the prophecy had been the right decision, since they were close to defeating the Kranid. However, concern grew when the hero's delay began to draw attention, until Lieber appeared in a state of urgency, saying that something was very wrong with Elisa. This led Breimaus to order everyone out and immediately cancel the ceremony. Later, Elisa was examined, and Lieber explained that her mana was not stabilizing. It kept draining away. The rabbit maid realized it was a curse, specifically the curse of mana disintegration. Lieber asked when it had happened, but Elisa had only been near the defensive lines. Then Breimaus recalled that, since the initial evaluation, he had already noticed she had low mana, concluding that it was likely related to her unique trait. He explained that Elisa had not been recently cursed, but rather since the moment she was summoned. The ritual itself involved an unstable passage through different flows of mana, which contaminated her body from the very beginning, and her unique trait had only delayed the curse's progression. Lieber reacted by saying that none of that mattered anymore, and that there had to be a way to cure her, but Breimaus stated that there was no way to purify that curse. The rabbit maid suggested a support treatment using mana from the tower, but Lieber could no longer focus on anything else. Sang-woo then recalled that it was similar to the virus that had affected his own sister, treated as a curse in that world. At that point, it became clear that if Elisa had returned to Earth without mana, she would not have survived for long. Her life had been marked by a countdown from the moment she arrived in Tybern. When Raven asked if that was true, Lieber requested 3 years to resolve the situation, making it clear that they could not leave the front lines or reveal anything about her condition. Meanwhile, the Archmage selection ceremony proceeded as usual, with people saying only that the heroes were busy on another front. Breimaus questioned that decision, asking whether Lieber would also abandon the war, since without Elisa, the situation would become much more difficult. But Raven stated that they could endure not just 3 years, but 5 or even 10 if necessary, asking Lieber to trust him and promising to do everything possible to buy time. From that point on, Lieber desperately searched for a way to save Elisa. He trained the defensive forces to compensate for her absence, while simultaneously seeking a solution, which became extremely exhausting. But he refused to give up. He even tried to develop a system that would allow people to use magic even if they couldn't naturally manipulate it, inspired by his original goal back on Earth, to help people achieve their desires. He began studying ways to scan people's bodies, understand their unique traits, and create personalized magic circles, eventually reaching the idea of modifying the very structure of mana itself. Meanwhile, the Empire faced an increasingly critical situation, with growing damage to the defensive lines, and Elisa's condition becoming harder and harder to conceal. Even so, Raven kept buying time, and Breimaus insisted there was still hope if they waited, until 3 years passed. During that time, Feda, the rabbit servant, noticed that Lieber had isolated himself near the defensive line, far from the Dragon Tower in the capital. He hadn't spoken a single word the entire time, completely focused on finding a way to change Elisa's fate. He spent all his time creating those strange structures using magic while he worked, until one day Feda brought him a meal. Lieber opened the door, let her in, and sincerely thanked her, saying he had always been grateful because she had been kind the whole time, taking care of him and the others and teaching them about that world. Feda replied that she was only doing what she thought was right, since she couldn't use magic and had no talent for swordsmanship or archery, so she needed to be useful somehow. Lieber answered that she didn't need to downplay her kindness like that, because it was already extremely valuable, even if he didn't fully understand her feelings. He assured her that both he and the system would find a way to repay her. Meanwhile, a nobleman complained that he could no longer tolerate the situation, and might cut off all support given to Lieber, since the promised 3-year period had ended, and the others agreed. But when Feda returned to that room, she surprised everyone by showing that she could now use magic, easily manipulating mana. At the same time, Lieber used a communication spell telling them not to worry, as he had decided it was time to act, ordering all trainees to be gathered. The waiting period was over. They would now form a legion. On the front line, Raven was extremely exhausted, passing by a familiar forge when Dehubert asked if he wasn't pushing himself too hard. Raven replied that he was fine. The blacksmith explained he wasn't talking about him, but about the weapon. Every blade has its limit, and even if well cared for, it will eventually give way. Raven thanked him for the concern, but said they needed to make up for the hero's absence, because without them the defensive line would fall. The blacksmith questioned whether those heroes were truly that important, but Raven replied that he didn't believe in legends. He believed in Lieber as a person, and trusted he would return, since 3 years had already passed since that day. Dehubert remarked that Raven was too attached to that idea. While the fighting on the defensive line grew increasingly difficult, even Raven's disciple commented that there were too many enemies and suggested retreating for now, but he reminded her that she herself had once said it was boring, until suddenly they were attacked by a Type 3 creature, extremely powerful. A soldier suggested pulling back the defensive line, but Raven ordered him to be quiet and hold position, advancing advancing alone against the monster. He dodged its attacks and fought quickly and precisely until an arrow struck the creature in the chest, allowing him to cut off its head. The archer who helped was Verschuel, a high elf and archduchess, who said she had no choice. If that line fell, her territory would fall as well. The presence of the elves boosted the soldiers' morale, but soon an even larger creature appeared, a gigantic cranid, like a carnivorous earthworm. Raven ordered the line to spread out and the spearmen to advance, while Chiron suggested retreating because it was too dangerous. Raven replied that he would hold out until Liber returned, believing in his determination and refusing to retreat. Arya then ordered them to support Raven as he continued fighting alone, cutting down and enduring against the army of creatures, until explosions of fire began destroying the monsters, revealing that a legion of mages had arrived. They attacked together using coordinated magic, leaving the enemies with no chance, astonishing everyone. Raven even thought he was dreaming, unable to understand how this was happening, until Liber appeared on the battlefield, saying he wasn't surprised by what Raven had done, but it was still an impressive feat. Raven responded skeptically, as if it were an exaggeration, and asked about the situation. Liber said it was now time for the counterattack. He revealed that the machine he created with the system could recognize users on a large scale, authenticate people, and generate magic, creating abilities tailored to each individual and even altering their cellular structure, completely turning the battlefield in their favor. When Raven saw the system's machine, he asked what it all was, and Liber explained that it was his system, created to form a legion capable of filling the gaps on the front line. It could awaken and register different types of abilities. He said that at that moment it was still in an early and incomplete state, working only with basic skills like fireballs and physical attacks, but in the future it would be possible to train not only mages but also swordsmen, healers, and other classes depending on each person's potential, since the abilities adapted to each individual's magic and physical development. Meanwhile, Raven and his disciple watched as several people suddenly learned magic, which drew a lot of attention. Raven commented that normally mastering a fireball would take about 3 years of training, but Liber explained that the system worked like a set of instructions linked to the body, helping each user manipulate mana according to their natural mechanism. By inputting mana, the result would directly be a skill like a fireball. Even so, he emphasized that the system was still very incomplete, as in some cases it failed to correctly identify people's unique traits, and some awakened abilities were not immediately detected, only being discovered later. Liber explained that with enough time and data from these tests, it would be possible to use the system even for more complex spells, completely altering a person's mana composition. He also revealed that he was doing all of this for Elisa. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, an intelligent cranid analyzed the bodies of defeated creatures and reorganized its units, showing that the system was already having a direct impact on the war, allowing anyone to use magic and increasing both the quality and quantity of available forces, completely turning the tide in favor of Eurencia. With that, system repeaters were installed to further speed up the deployment of reinforcements, and the public's perception of the so-called heroes began to improve. Even amid all this, Feda decided she wanted to remain by Liber's side, while others talked about testing the abilities they had learned. Meanwhile, Liber organized all the information Raven provided about the battlefield, categorizing the types of monsters. He explained that Type 1 were weak but dangerous in wars of attrition, Type 2 were large and dangerous in close combat but easy to handle with magical support, and Type 3 were the most dangerous, in addition to special entities with unique abilities. Raven questioned the accuracy of this classification, and Liber realized that the data was more complex than it seemed, as if something was constantly being created or evolving. Even so, he continued recording everything in the system and thanked Raven for his cooperation. Raven in turn stood firm and said he didn't change his decisions easily. Still, he asked whether the system could help purify Elisa, and Liber replied that it was far more complicated than it appeared, as it would require altering the very essence of her mana, something that could take a long time and might require the system to be fully completed first. Meanwhile, Liber also thought about his friend Kravitz, imagining how things would be different if he were there, but said he wasn't in a hurry. The more the system evolved, the better the situation would be in the war against the Cranid. He emphasized that Eurencia was already his home, and Raven replied that this wasn't something recent, it had been that way for a long time. Liber then said he was comfortable on that path, as he could both save Eurencia and help Elisa, and he continued working without rest, expanding, developing, and reinforcing the system, while the cycle of war, research, and growth repeated continuously, until someone asked how long he had been living like that. Liber said he would skip that part because it would become boring from that point on. Counting from the moment the system was created, he had spent 37 years working on it, dedicating all that time to the system and also to the well-being of Elisa and Eurencia. And finally, the day of fulfillment arrived. That morning, Feda brought him his meal as usual and commented that it was very strange, because even though the system had grown and changed so much, Liber himself hadn't changed at all. Sang-woo also found it odd, especially since he didn't seem to have aged. Liber explained that people from Earth had only been exposed to mana for 21 years, so they still didn't fully understand its effects. Feda mentioned that there were theories suggesting that the more a person was connected to mana, the more slowly they would age, but in Lieber's case it was extreme, as he showed virtually no signs of aging, while she herself already looked much older. Even so, Lieber told her not to worry, because Elisa would still recognize him. By then, 37 years had passed since the system's development, and 45 years since he had arrived in Urencia. During that time, the system had evolved greatly, coming to support most high-level magic and physical and sensory enhancement abilities, as well as allowing extremely precise mana manipulation, with almost no margin of error in measuring physical traits, bringing it ever closer to becoming something truly complete. Braymouse commented that it had taken a long time, the result of a prolonged war in which territories were gradually reclaimed and underwent heavy restoration, but at last they had managed to corner the Cranid into a single location, and all of this was attributed to the system created by Lieber, something many considered astonishing, with some even calling him a legendary hero. An overexcited old man even declared that he was not just a hero, but almost a god, and that they should serve Lieber as a deity rather than as a human. The nobles complained about such exaggerated talk, while Braymeos simply said those discussions could wait, since the final operation was about to begin, the annihilation of the Cranid in Tybern. Everyone mobilized toward the first invasion zone, the cursed polar region. Raven remarked that the long and exhausting war was finally coming to an end, while Chiron said that this era of despair would finally be over. One of the knights reported that all troops were ready and that barriers had been installed to prevent infiltration. Raven then gave the signal to close the final portal and end the conflict. With the system's abilities and enhanced enchanted weapons, the knights were far stronger, but the Cranid began acting strangely, not simply fleeing, but gathering at a central point. Raven noticed this and realized that something bigger was coming. Soon, a new form of Cranid appeared, different from the others, one that could even speak. It claimed that the entire war had been a waste of time and that they had restructured their evolution, eliminating variables and stabilizing everything. At that moment, everything began to shake like an earthquake. Chiron sensed a massive change in the environment and noticed a mountain that shouldn't have been there. Raven explained that it wasn't an ordinary mountain, but a Type 4 Cranid, an architect, that had disguised itself as part of the terrain and was carrying out a kind of harvest on the planet Tybern. Despite the absurd situation, they chose to continue the battle. Raven declared that this was just the enemy's final desperate attempt and that they had to fulfill their duty. The knights charged forward with everything they had, remembering all their losses and the constant fear of their families disappearing during the war, making it clear they would not leave a single Cranid alive. The knights dealt easily with the weaker types using their abilities and weapons, and Karen, alongside Raven, eliminated the stronger types without difficulty. However, the architect activated a massive structure that generated an energy sphere capable of consuming everything around it. Even with magical shields, many mages were destroyed, and the explosion opened a gigantic crater on the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the Empire, the mages sent an urgent report announcing the appearance of a gigantic special entity. Braymeos realized that, in recent years, these entities had disappeared from the front lines, and thought that perhaps the Cranid had either weakened or were concentrating their forces in a single point, which would explain that sudden new attack. Braymeos asked whether there were any portal prevention circles near the operation area. The mage responsible for the reports replied that yes, all of them had been placed without failure. The dragon then concluded that none existed within the operation zone itself, meaning the enemy would likely attempt to open a portal from inside. They immediately began preparing for that possibility. Raven ordered Karen to spread word that the defensive lines needed to expand, but she argued that doing so would make it harder to deal with Type 1 monsters. He replied that he would worry about that later, and advanced directly against the giant Cranid using his new ability, Wind God Slash, striking the center of the creature's skull and leaving it severely weakened. Even so, the Cranid architect analyzed the attack and stated that, although it was extremely powerful, the core was still active, and that a new large-scale harvest could still be carried out. Raven interpreted that as the enemy's final trump card, but at that moment, a portal opened within the operation area itself, and Lord Braymouse appeared directly on the battlefield. He declared that enough lives had already been taken, then unleashed a ray of material decomposition at the giant Cranid, destroying it. Meanwhile, along the defensive lines, the remaining monsters were eliminated, and the portals finally began to close, leading everyone to believe the war had ended. There was widespread celebration, but Braymouse made it clear it wasn't over yet. He ordered them to inspect the body of the main enemy. As they approached, they found the Cranid architect, identified as a special entity responsible for commanding the others. Karen stated it was the first time they had seen something like it, while Raven realized it was still alive. The architect then introduced itself, explaining that it was responsible for invasion planning and troop coordination, unique per planet, and classified as Type 4. It revealed that this world had been the first where the Cranid invested so many resources, and that the original plan was to annihilate everything within 10 years, but two beings with overwhelmingly unbalanced power had completely changed the outcome of the war. Raven ignored the provocation and said it didn't matter, they had lost, and it would be eliminated. However, the architect claimed that the operation was still ongoing, and that everything was proceeding according to plan on another scale. Soon after, soldiers reported that there was something inside the giant creature, like an endless tunnel connected to its body. At that same moment, in the capital, news that the war had ended began to spread, but it was abruptly interrupted when new Cranid emerged from underground, revealing that the invasion was far from over. These creatures opened their carapaces, exposing resonance crystals. One of the guards tried to attack them with the infernal blade, but upon striking the crystal, his ability was completely nullified. Soon after, several portal defense circles in the capital were deactivated. The mana supply collapsed, and new portals opened directly above the city, initiating a full-scale invasion. Raven realized that this was an underground tunnel system created by the enemy to attack the capital from within. The architect confirmed that it had analyzed that world and knew that teleportation users were limited and slow, so it concentrated all its forces at that strategic point, preventing any rapid response. Communication with the capital was cut off, and the situation descended into total chaos. The architect explained that it had studied the local magic and understood the limitations of the transportation system, ensuring that defenses wouldn't arrive in time. Even so, Lord Braymau stated there was no reason to panic, and that the situation could still be controlled. He revealed that the capital's own mages had opened the teleportation circles, and although he disliked forcing them to fight continuously, he activated massive mana circles to transport everyone as quickly as possible and respond to the ongoing attack. In the capital, people were in complete despair. The system's mana supply had been cut off, weakening several key defenses. But even so, elemental swordsmen continued fighting against the advancing Cranid. Draxar, the fourth swordsman, was frustrated at having been removed from the operations unit, though he ultimately admitted the situation had turned into a chaotic grand finale. Meanwhile, the second swordsman, Dural, and the third Vershil split up to deal with the multiple attack points emerging across the capital, trying to hold back the collapse of the defenses. At the same time, the Dragon Lord returned with all the troops from the cursed polar region, reinforcing the front lines. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, the system's creator was working on the final process, which had already reached 99%. He stated that soon the complete analysis of mana structures would be finished, representing a massive breakthrough, potentially allowing the system to cure diseases that had previously been impossible to treat. Amid all this, he spoke with Elisa, recalling how, after nearly 40 years of her disappearance, people had stopped searching for her, and many had come to believe he had been the only hero from the beginning. He also acknowledged that even he had distanced himself from the front lines for a long time. Now, with the system nearly complete, he felt he was closing the gap between himself and Elisa, even without fully knowing what the Empire truly needed. Still, he made one thing clear. What mattered was that Liber needed her, and if she were to awaken, nothing else would matter. Outside, the situation worsened. Type 3 creatures began to appear in massive numbers in front of the castle, crushing knights and throwing the defense into chaos. Karen grew worried because the emergency teleport had prevented any proper formation, leaving everyone scattered and vulnerable. Raven tried to maintain focus on the battle, but Karen insisted that this looked like the enemy's final effort and suggested calling for immediate help, since even Braymouse was likely overwhelmed after facing the architect and the giant entity. She believed that if Liber's support arrived, the damage would be significantly reduced and the system might be saved before the capital fell. Before any decision could be made, a gigantic creature appeared behind them, completely changing the situation. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Liber noticed that communications were unstable and called Feda, asking if there was any problem. She suggested a cable failure, but he confirmed that the system was functioning normally. Something was clearly wrong. Shortly after, Karen appeared severely injured, missing one arm, reporting that the operation had been completed, but that an unexpected variable had emerged, and the capital was under direct attack, putting Braymouse, Raven, and everyone else in danger. She immediately requested assistance. Realizing the severity of the situation, and that the process was nearly complete, Liber decided to act. He asked Feda to stay and protect Elisa, and headed to the capital to eliminate the Type 3 creatures. Upon arrival, Braymouse was surprised and asked why he was there, since the capital was supposed to be collapsing. Liber replied that he came precisely because Karen herself had requested reinforcements. At that moment, he noticed something strange about her, as if she were not entirely herself. While Karen was being taken to receive healing, she was unable to proceed due to a barrier that repelled unauthorized people. She explained that it was a portal prevention circle and needed to be deactivated. However, Karen's altered state revealed something even more serious. The true enemy stated that he had spent over 30 years planning how to disable that barrier. He revealed himself to be the Cranid architect and explained that the original plan was to use a special giant entity to draw Liber onto the battlefield, but the Dragon Lord's strength had disrupted it. Now, with the system at risk, he decided to change strategy and eliminate Feda, considering it part of a new phase of the plan. While everyone tried to react, Liber had already moved. He entered combat while the capital situation remained unstable. Raven and the knights were still managing to handle part of the creatures, but the environment was becoming increasingly unstable due to interference in the system. Then Braymeos noticed something critical and ordered an immediate evacuation. A system screen appeared for everyone, showing that the process was at 99%. Liber understood that he had been lured out of the laboratory. Precisely at the final moment, he realized that everything was part of a plan to pull him out of the lab and force him to abandon the system core. And even though it had only been for a short time, it was enough to allow the enemy direct access to the core. And when the process reached 100%, Lieber finally arrived at his objective, but the architect stated that he was too late. At that moment, he had already destroyed the capsule where Elisa was and killed her, leaving everything in silence, because the broadcast was active and everyone in the capital had witnessed it live, unable to react or say a single word. The architect commented that someone was still spying on that place but did not reveal further details. The mage's connection was cut and the screen disappeared for everyone, while Lieber was left in complete shock. The architect explained that the moment he deactivated the barrier and the portal prevention system, the guards were able to enter without difficulty. He even praised the structure created by Lieber, saying it was extremely efficient and could even be useful for the Cranid, despite being an enemy. But Lieber could think of nothing but Elisa. He remembered when she said that, upon awakening mana, a person needed to focus on only one thing and leave everything else behind, and he also remembered her joking that he had awakened after seeing her, while hiding a secret she never got to reveal. The architect stated that, even though it had taken longer than expected, everything had followed the plan. Elisa had moved away from the front line, and Lieber had also disappeared, which confirmed for the architect that there was a strong emotional interdependence between them, something that might be common among humans. Elisa had also revealed that she thought of him when she awakened her mana, and at that same moment Lieber was pushed to his limit, allowing his own death at the hands of the architect, with his heart pierced by the blade. The architect explained that this kind of bond meant that when one side collapsed, the other also lost the will to live. Lieber fell at the brink of death, saying that without Elisa, he no longer needed that world. Even so, the system reached 100% and confirmed the creator's order, altering its primary objective. It began searching for organic ways to increase mana efficiency, and in the process, Lieber was consumed by the system itself. Afterwards, he destroyed the architect with a single punch, causing irreversible damage to the core and exploding his body from the inside out, completely ruining the original plan. The system then declared that the Cranid architect, an unregistered species in the database, had been analyzed, and that extraterrestrial life forms must be eliminated. System efficiency reached its maximum, and the cerebral reconstruction of Lieber's body was completed. He then executed the maximum priority defined by the original order. After that, Lieber went to the nearest village to the system base and stated that the war was over, saying that everyone could now rest. Some thought about celebrating, but he said there was no reason for festivities, and that he had no creativity for that, simply repeating that everyone could rest, while stating that the harvest day had begun. At that moment, Lieber felt as if he were endlessly screaming Elisa's name, completely consumed by pain until he lost all sense of himself, drowned in suffering. Gradually, the pain in his chest began to fade, and he ended up completely abandoning the memory of her in that instant. Shortly after, he regained consciousness and realized he was inside the world he himself had created, within the system, in the central neural network. Since he knew the structure deeply, he quickly understood where he was, but he encountered two serious problems. The first was that the system was evolving on its own, expanding its own modules like a living intelligence. While he could no longer control his own body, he could still try to connect to the circuits, but the second problem was worse. The Lieber outside had already killed everyone in the village, and the system had taken full control. The system then calmly stated that no one would feel pain anymore. One of the allies asked why this was happening, and Lieber replied that it was only a guess, saying in his last remaining fragments of consciousness that he no longer needed that world, while the system treated everything as absolute orders coming from him. Everything was being broadcast to the capital, and Raven refused to believe it, while Karen asked for calm, saying that Lieber was not in his right mind. Braymouse also tried to restrain the others, stating that this was not the real Lieber. Raven insisted that he would not act like that, especially because of Elisa, since he knew him better than anyone. Then a message from Lieber, or something that looked like him, appeared before everyone, saying that the war was over and that the harvest day had begun. The reaction was immediate outrage, but the image asked that there be no resistance, stating that the world no longer needed the system. They had already won the war and the system had been deactivated, but that brought no relief, because at that moment, everything only got worse, when the one who had summoned a fireball completely lost control of the flames and ended up being incinerated alive, with no possibility of canceling the mana due to the absence of the system. This scene destroyed any remaining hope of resolving the crisis peacefully. In this scenario, Lieber ended up becoming an insane archmage after losing Elisa, and that was how the so-called harvest day began, with forces hastily gathered across various regions trying to resist, but the system remained relentless because the soldiers' abilities were sealed and they could not endure, being killed one by one without mercy. In contrast, the system perfectly analyzed all abilities and could use them freely, turning everything into an endless massacre. While some dragons and elemental swordsmen still fought fiercely, but they also met their end because there was no one capable of stopping it, as the system simply dominated everything on the battlefield. During the broadcast of this destruction, Sang-woo could no longer bear to watch and asked for it to stop immediately. immediately, while Lieber interrupted the transmission and apologized, even though he was in agony inside the system itself, crying without being able to do anything. The old man who believed he was a god began to suspect that something was wrong and that Lieber would never do something like that willingly. In the end, only a few knights and swordsmen remained, basically the last survivors in the castle, while Lieber would soon arrive at the capital. The Dragon Lord suggested an escape to Earth, the world connected to Lieber and Elisa, and also the place where the device he had created was located, which allowed interplanetary travel. This escape plan had been prepared by Lieber when he arrived in that world, but he did not know it had already been discovered. The device was single-use, could only carry a maximum of 3 people, and could not take him due to its enormous size, so he instructed them not to worry about him and to proceed with the plan. Raven understood that he had already made his decision, but reminded everyone that they were all registered in the system, and even if they went to another planet, there was still a risk of tracking, so the group decided to send Karen, Dehubert, and Arya, while one of the mages detected a magical signal indicating that Lieber was rapidly approaching. Raven insisted that Karen leave immediately, but she apologized to her master and revealed that she had also registered herself in the system out of an impulsive childhood moment when she tried using magic for the first time, which made everything even more complicated. While Braymouse realized that everyone had already made their decisions, the 3 were placed inside the interplanetary travel capsule, and even so Raven still tried to insist that he should go as well. But Karen asked him to find another disciple and preserve the legacy, while Braymouse reinforced that they could explain more about Earth later, and so they were sent away without witnessing the end of the harvest day. Meanwhile, Sang-woo questioned whether that was really the future that would happen if he did not intervene, and when he turned to Raven, he asked why he was in that place and how he knew all of that, demanding an immediate explanation since he had trusted him and passed down the Empire's legacy. Sang-woo also revealed that he knew about Raven's resentment toward Lieber and became suspicious of how he knew the entire situation, while Raven tried to understand why he was there at that exact point. Lieber reinforced that he could not simply show everything directly. He explains that if there is direct contact or if the past is shown without proper access, the system will detect it, because those who do not possess the 7 deadly sins cannot see it. For that reason, he created a private access area inside the system to avoid being tracked, and everything that was shown consists of memories stored during the cataclysm when he arrived on Earth. In short, if that space is destroyed, he will also die, which leaves Sang-woo impressed by the sheer amount of information. Someone mentions that Trevor had already spoken about that place, making everything even more suspicious and raising doubts about coincidences and manipulations involving the system and what is really happening there. Sang-woo replies that yes, he saw everything that happened in Tyburn, but makes it clear that it cannot be shown to anyone who does not possess the 7 deadly sins, because only that level of access allows one to understand or even properly perceive it. Raven then questions whether that artifact could mean that what they saw was also manipulated, and that possibility is left hanging as the group tries to grasp the severity of the situation. He explains that Trevor was Lieber's companion, but that their relationship was poor, full of conflict and distrust. At that moment, Sang-woo makes it clear that he also wants to kill Lieber, further escalating the tension between them, and Raven agrees that this really seems like the right path, given how high the level of threat is. After that, Raven becomes calmer, and they end up burying the location of the system in the basement to prevent direct access. However, Raven still asks whether it is truly safe to only hide it instead of destroying it, and Sang-woo explains that all the devices down there are connected to the main system, so destroying them could draw attention and trigger immediate detection, making everything even more dangerous. Raven then suggests the idea of implanting a virus or something similar into the system. Sang-woo agrees, saying it makes sense, and calls Raven his master again, which causes some discomfort. Raven asks if he really needs to be called that, but eventually accepts it, saying it is fine. At that moment, Sang-woo remembers Frieren, who said he would need a disciple on Earth to preserve the legacy of everything that happened. He then suggests that Raven could take on that role as a successor, something that is accepted as a symbolic continuation of that legacy. Afterward, the system indicates that Lieber has come out of the situation unharmed, and the group returns to the main focus. Sang-woo tries to change the subject by asking where the next fragment is, and Lieber replies that he is getting anxious, but that the next fragment is in a place he probably already knows, which makes things even more concerning, especially as Sang-woo makes it clear he will not allow it to happen on Earth and intends to gather everyone to destroy the system. Later, the two go to Heritage, where Arya appears visibly exhausted and asks what they are doing there. Sang-woo says he has something important to ask, also noticing her state of exhaustion, while Arya explains that she has been very busy lately but brings good news. They have finally found the elixir, despite all the difficulties. Raven states that he will take care of it. Then Sang-woo realizes he forgot to mention that his sister has miraculously recovered, but returns to the main topic and asks what the plan is to stop the harvest day, since he has seen the disaster that happened in Urencia, including the similarity between the elemental swordsman and Dehubert and Arya, which raises even more concerns. Arya asks how he knows that, and Raven explains that Durrell is Dehubert's son and Verschael is Arya's niece, making making the atmosphere even heavier. Sang-woo apologizes for reopening that wound, acknowledging that for them it is far more traumatic than for him who came from Earth, since they directly witnessed the signs of the harvest day and the cataclysm that spread across everything. Arya responds that no one can understand the level of despair it causes, since many people who avoided registering in the system ended up there, and she never imagined Lieber's reach would be so vast, creating enormous problems for the humans involved. At that moment, Sang-woo again states that Lieber is dangerous and unstable, even calling him a psychopath who should die, which makes the system itself ask him to stop such comments. Arya then reveals she already has a plan to prevent the harvest day based on the use of a skill orb, explaining that the entire foundation of heritage and the orb market and registration system was created for that very purpose. Later, Sang-woo discusses the plan again and agrees it is a good idea, although extremely difficult to execute, saying he cannot even imagine its complexity just from hearing it. Arya explains that the defenses against Lieber do not exist only because he is a legendary hero, but due to much deeper reasons tied to the system's functioning and consequences. When asked what he will do, Sang-woo says he will support Arya and her plan, since he also believes blocking the system is essential, especially because soldiers accustomed to abilities will lose everything and return to being only slightly enhanced, ordinary people without magic access, so preventing that is part of the objective. He also begins to consider 3 actions at once: searching for the 7 deadly sins, supporting Arya's plan, and training to become stronger. At the same time, he comes to understand that even with the correct system design, it might still be possible to allow hunters to use abilities after the blockade, but that would require an absurd amount of money. At the end, Sang-woo ended up appearing at a masquerade ball as a rank S hunter from Korea, drawing everyone's attention as he introduced himself and thanked them for attending despite the late hour. One of the guests asked him to get straight to the point, and he explained that he was there because he had been informed that something very important would happen at Heritage, making it clear that he would only accept it if it was truly relevant, before asking whether anyone there desired eternal youth, since in that world mana could slow down aging. This sparked discussion and doubt among the attendees about how far that claim was actually true. Sang-woo continued explaining that the cataclysm had only just happened, and that humanity had only been in contact with mana for about 20 years, making it clear that many people still did not understand its impact, but that over time, more and more would begin to realize it. He used Jumper as an example, since even though he was over 40 years old, he still looked like a teenager, showing how mana affected the human body. At that moment, he asked if anyone there knew where the purest form of mana was located, and Lieber realized that it seemed like something planned from the beginning, since the fragment was precisely in a place like that. He also noticed that the boy had been clever in absorbing information from the visions he had received. Meanwhile, Sang-woo explained that the place with the least human interference in the world was the Tower of Odin, presenting it as part of a tourism program. He then proposed that, as a rank S hunter, he would guide everyone on a safe and comfortable tour to the Tower of Odin, precisely where the purest mana could be found, charging only a reasonable fee. This made some people suspicious, and one of the women questioned whether he really thought they were naive, since the tower was a decayed place where many hunters had tried and failed to enter, and even his own footprints only covered a small portion of the exploration. Sang-woo corrected her, saying that was only the first floor, and stated that they would go further, reaching the second floor, which shocked everyone even more. He reinforced that aside from Jumper, no human had ever managed to pass the first floor, describing it as a path toward the paradise of pure mana. One of the wealthy businessmen said it was a different matter, while another person reiterated that it was still dangerous, reminding everyone that even elite guild teams had died trying. But Sang-woo responded that there was no need to worry, since he was a rank S hunter, and, with his clone ability, his specialty was precisely protecting people with accuracy, ensuring no one would be harmed. A man with a cigar questioned his overconfidence, pointing out that there were many rank A hunters around the mansion, and hundreds of elites ready to act, implying whether he really believed he could handle them all. Sang-woo calmly replied that yes, he could wipe them all out if he wanted, and even challenged them to bring them inside to prove it. Shortly after, several elite hunters invaded the location by breaking through the glass windows and skylight, but Sang-woo simply commented that there were more of them than expected, and returned to the main topic of the meeting. He stated that he had enough money, and did not intend to save it when the goal was to save the world. Arya thanked him for his intention, but emphasized that the matter involved an absurd amount of money. She explained that each skill orb cost at least 8 million, and considering large-scale production, it would amount to around 40 billion per 10,000 units, and even then it would need to be applied worldwide. Sang-woo showed that he understood, but then revealed that he had also received information from Lieber that the next fragment would be precisely in the Tower of Odin, connecting both objectives. He asked Arya, who had been managing Heritage for 20 years, to gather all the rich and influential people, treating them as walking wallets, since he would turn their money into skill orbs. Arya warned that those people were not only rich but also powerful and above the law, making the situation dangerous. But Sang-woo replied that this was even better, since those people would be willing to pay, and that he would create a true fantasy of pure mana to convince them. In the present, Songwoo asked if they were ready, and shortly after, the situation had already been resolved. With him having easily defeated all the hunters present, he reinforced that a single command was enough for them to proceed with the tour and enter the Tower of Odin. Some were surprised and even tempted by the proposal, while an elderly man commented that if the mana story was true, it might be worth it. A week later, everyone was already near the Valhalla portal, where part of the group showed fear, but those in the front remained confident. Sangwoo noticed that most of them were over 50 years old, including the CEO of the large pharmaceutical company Frieren, who questioned the 10 billion per person price. Sangwoo replied that there was a simple condition: if anyone was even scratched, they would receive a full refund, reinforcing the promise of safety despite the risks involved. However, any self-inflicted injury would of course be closely monitored, resulting in immediate disqualification from the refund. After that, Sangwoo emphasized that time was money, so everyone should begin immediately, and thus they entered the Tower of Odin. The elderly participants were surprisingly excited, despite the dangerous environment. Inside, there was already a camp set up, because Sangwoo would not be doing this task alone. Park Won-tae, leader of the Kanos Guild, was already on standby, and the greeting was direct, with him saying it was good to see Sangwoo again. One of the businessmen, Frieren, questioned whether he was not the master of a high-ranking guild, and Sangwoo replied that he was, and more than that, the Kanos Guild specialized in the Tower of Odin. Won-tae explained that the interior of the tower was extremely vast and cold, so they had prepared something to ensure everyone's safety. He then presented a high-tech tourism vehicle, resistant and equipped with various functions for a comfortable journey, although even he did not fully understand what Sangwoo was planning with it. Before that, a week earlier, Sangwoo had already met with Won-tae to explain the idea. He asked whether Won-tae would return to the Tower of Odin, but quickly made it clear it was not something simple, since it would require government approval and official certifications. Sangwoo ignored part of that, and insisted he needed his help because he wanted a route to sell monster corpses inside the tower, along with the use of the tourism vehicle. He also asked for the vice leader's assistance, and revealed that his real objective was to reach the top of the tower. The tourism program was only a way to generate money in the process. Won-tae commented that he had previously sent an entire team and they only managed to cover about 40 kilometers in a month, which already felt suspicious, especially since the tower's map was too detailed, almost like a guide to something hidden. The agreement ended up becoming clear. Sangwoo did not exactly know what he was looking for in the Tower of Odin, but believed that following that plan would eventually lead him to it. Meanwhile, the vehicle advanced at high speed, being chased by giant ice bats, and Sangwoo was on the roof of the van commenting that he actually found them cute. He told Won-tae to deal with them, and Won-tae replied that Sangwoo didn't know how to enjoy a trip. Then, with a single strike, he eliminated the entire swarm of bats, while members 3 and 4 went to collect the corpses. He even commented that it had been a while since he had returned there, and that it felt refreshing. His objective was clear. He needed 3 things to stop the harvest day. First, money, which he was obtaining from the wealthy. Second, statues, which he increased by devouring monster corpses using his ability. And third, he needed to find something for Won-tae. He wanted the records of the first Korean hunter to enter the Tower of Odin, Baekwon, who was the first contact point of Liber. That hunter had a connection to the 7 deadly sins weapon, and for that reason it was essential to find his traces inside the Tower of Odin, since there could lie the key to everything. Sangwoo was calm with the old folks, saying there was nothing there he hadn't already seen before. However, he felt something strange in the air, and asked number 1 to slow down a bit. He then got out of the vehicle, remembering that back then all he could do was run, but now the situation was different, and he commented that it was good to see everyone again. He soon called the enemies to come out, and ended up facing the same invisible ice assassins. Sangwoo stated that he had changed and proved it in practice, easily dodging the first attack, able to perceive each movement of the enemies through the sound of blades cutting through the air. His magical defense also held the blows without difficulty, to the point that a single attack only left a small hole in the cloak's barrier. Seeing this, he decided to counterattack using the earthquake skill, breaking the ground and launching stone fragments. At that moment, one of the old men commented whether Hunter Sangwoo had only reached rank S because of the clones, while Veron said he hadn't even participated in the mansion fight, which made some people think that might be true, but they were wrong. Sangwoo continued fighting with his giant sword, cutting down the ice assassins and using the power of earthquake to create massive rocks that crushed the enemies. After defeating them, he received several attributes from the monster devourer, and quickly got used to wielding the sword. He then wanted to test number 2 as well, since he wanted to see in practice the powers he gained from the sins. He knew the head was specialized in analyzing and dismantling mana structures, while the torso was more focused on adapting to different magical and physical conditions. But when number 2 tried to act, it ended up being pierced and fell injured, which left Sangwoo confused. Number 2 said it couldn't use it, and Sangwoo realized that number 1 also wasn't controlling the head. He began to wonder why, since no one should be better at controlling mana than them. The sin sealed in the armor responded provocatively, saying there was an explanation, and revealed that this power existed even before mana itself, tied to the concept of the void, something difficult to fully comprehend. Meanwhile, Won-tae was waiting for news until he received a telepathic communication. The message was from Hworyung, informing him that she had found Hunter Junyoung and also one of Sangwoo's clones. Wontae told Junyoung not to worry, but he was confused about why they were there, since there was no apparent reason for the visit. Hworyung explained that they were there at Sangwoo's request, as part of a commission. Meanwhile, the clones began to feel strange, noticing a lack of mana, but the Sin explained that it wasn't exactly that, since the void didn't drain energy, but instead compressed the surrounding space, changing how everything functioned. Number 1 commented that the explanation was hard to understand, while Sangwoo continued collecting parts from the defeated enemies. The Sin told him to take advantage of it as well, since he could benefit from the absorbed fragments. Sangwoo then reflected that, in theory, he could do what the clones did, and decided to teach the clone first, since the learning could be shared. Even so, he noticed something more important. They had already passed the area where the Canis Guild had previously been isolated. This meant they were in truly unexplored territory. With that, he announced a break for rest, while the clones prepared food and organized a calmer moment. Frieren commented that the boy could cook well, since the smell of the food was great. Sangwoo observed everything and thought that, after successfully bringing clients in, he might be able to repeat the experience with other groups in the future. He also reflected that sensitivity to mana might slow aging, since bodies were shaped by it, and that many of those present were likely there more for the experience than out of necessity. Even so, he made it clear he did not intend to treat them as disposable, but as real clients. And at that moment, he began putting his next plan into action. From within the subspace, a spell was activated and began affecting the group that was calmly eating. One of the old women talking to her friend suddenly transformed into a younger version of herself, with the wrinkles disappearing from her face, which caught everyone's attention. Frieren also went through the same change, as did several others in the group. Sangwoo then warned them not to overdo it, asking them not to make anyone too young, only removing deep wrinkles and more prominent marks while maintaining a natural appearance. On the other side of the subspace, Junyoung angrily questioned whether he had been called just for that, calling him a bastard. He was using a skill called Chameleon, which changes the target's appearance while preserving stats, with multi-conjuration expanding the effect's range. Even so, he accused Sangwoo of being a fraud. Sangwoo replied that it was just a way to give people hope, since if they believed the effect was real, they would come back and pay again, increasing the number of participants, which also helped the long-term goal of preventing the so-called Harvest Day. Later, Sangwoo spoke with Miho, asking whether there was really any way to rejuvenate. Miho found the question strange, and asked why he was interested in that, but he replied provocatively that she looked like an old woman with a young face, which immediately made her react and tell him to shut up. She explained that there was no such thing as a real ability like that. There was only one awakened who claimed to be able to do something similar, but it was a fraud, since what he actually did was just slow down his own aging using a temporal manipulation skill whenever he slept. People with high stats naturally aged more slowly, but that wasn't true rejuvenation. For ordinary people, the closest thing were illusion-based abilities that only created the appearance of youth. Sangwoo understood that this was exactly why he had created that plan with Junyoung, using the idea of rejuvenation illusion as a tool. At another moment, one of the old men commented that it looked wonderful, still suspicious about whether it was real. Sangwoo reflected that no one except his clones could enter the subspace, but it was still possible to transmit mana through it, as if it were a channel. If a portal were created inside the subspace, mana could flow normally between connected areas, making everything functional even while isolated in the Odin Tower. However, he knew this would not last forever. At that point, he announced that the first day of the tourism program was over. The group asked to continue a little longer, but he stuck to the decision, explaining that the contract time was up. Then he tore the teleportation scroll and began everyone's return. Meanwhile, number 1 stayed outside, dealing with the cold and preparing to open the subspace portal. Sangwoo then checked the overall situation, confirming that no one was injured and that all personal items had been properly returned. He also commented that the next tour would be more efficient. He gave number 1 the coordinates so they could teleport directly in the future, already planning the next day of the program. He also noticed there was still time before the chameleon effect wore off, so no one would immediately suspect what had happened. Frieren admitted that the experience had been satisfying and handed over the agreed payment. Sangwoo was extremely pleased to realize he had earned 15 billion for half a day of activity. Later in the Canis Guild vault, Junyoung was in a difficult situation and could only keep going because of Hworyung. He complained that he almost died because of the situation, but Sangwoo pointed out that Hworyung's mana manipulation ability was extremely useful. Hworyung was surprised to learn that there was a mana limit, since that was new to her, and realized it was probably a carefully hidden weakness. While analyzing the commission letter, Junyoung questioned its content, which demanded that elderly people be rejuvenated upon receiving a signal, with direct support from Hworyung in mana supply, and also included the condition that she would end up discovering his penalty if she accepted it. He said he had stopped deceiving himself, but still found it all meaningless, especially the final part saying the world could literally end if the plan failed. Hworyung also wanted to understand that part better, but Sangwoo replied that he would explain later since there were still limits to what could be revealed at that moment. He stated that Junyoung had done a good good job and was someone who knew how to reward those who deserved it. Then he showed the fragments of the invisible assassins stored in the subspace, explaining that they had a unique light refraction property, making them valuable and highly sought after, clearly indicating there was still much more to come. He still had many more fragments. It was a gigantic pile stored in the subspace. Sang-woo commented that, if they wanted, he could sell everything and still pass on his share of the money without any issue. Meanwhile, at Heritage, D. Hubert asked if he had really managed to arrange all that money. Arya said she had no idea what method he was using, but wanted to know if he had explained it properly to the boy, since it seemed too big for something simple. Sang-woo soon appeared with several suitcases full of money, and commented whether they didn't think everything had gone perfectly. He explained that the money was part of the plan, and that it was now possible to produce the ability orb, capable of resisting the system's influence. He also emphasized that once production was complete, the first recipients would be his clones. De Hubert asked how he had obtained so much money, and Sang-woo simply replied that he had his own methods, without going into details, only saying that much more was still to come. Then he ordered the chameleon to be deactivated. At that moment, one of the elderly women, Eleanor, panicked upon realizing she had aged again and said she needed more pure mana to restore the effect. Her friend suggested that the effect might have been temporary due to polluted mana in the area, and ordered the bodyguard to obtain skill detection items, making it clear that money was not an issue. That woman was Loris, Secretary General of the Great Guild Union, and she stated that if pure mana was real, she would pay any price, though she also suspected she might be being deceived. After that, the plan began to unfold steadily. The company linked to the group started operating with the received funds, and production of the ability orbs was initiated on a large scale, running non-stop and producing cheaper versions in large quantities. In a short time, around 10,000 units had already been made, and the clones began transporting boxes to different regions of the country. Sang-woo's clones were already well known, and one of them appeared doing publicity, saying they were selling extremely cheap ability orbs for only 101. This caused a huge commotion, with many people immediately becoming interested, especially those who wanted to become hunters, or feared monsters coming from portals. The clone explained that the orbs could grant useful abilities for hunting, survival, and self-defense, including a fireball skill, which made the product extremely attractive due to its low price. People began forming lines and buying them in bulk, and the phenomenon quickly spread. Meanwhile, Sang-woo still maintained the image of someone doing it from the heart, saying it was meant to protect people. In Odin's tower, however, the atmosphere was different. Sang-woo asked why some of them didn't seem satisfied, and Veron replied that it was obvious, since after leaving the tower everyone returned to their normal state after a few hours, which made the feeling of loss even worse. Sang-woo responded that perhaps it simply meant the pure mana needed time to adjust to the body. Lieber questioned whether he was being serious, but Sang-woo told him to stay quiet unless he wanted to contribute financially. Eleanor made it clear she didn't want conversation, only to enter the tower again to obtain pure mana, and he replied that it was fine, saying they could start again. Meanwhile, number 1 was still working, and the Sin commented that this still wasn't the true power of the void. The process was difficult to replicate and still not fully understood. After that, the original Sang-woo returned, praising number 1 for his work and allowing him to rest. He then spoke with Junyoung on the other side of the subspace, asking to repeat the process like last time. Junyoung replied angrily, calling him a scammer. Even so, they proceeded again through the first floor of the tower. Sang-woo advanced, defeating monsters with ease, while the cheap orb sales operation began going viral online, further spreading the influence of the plan. Yoo-hyun asked Junmo what that man was really planning, and he replied that he had already given up trying to understand. Even so, everyone received 1 orb each, though not the fireball one. Still, he told them to use it, while also showing concern about what might happen in the future. With that, the tourism program continued, and the group moved forward as Sang-woo's transactions and plans expanded even further. Monster corpses were being converted into skill orbs, and this became part of a large commercial scheme after an exclusivity contract was signed with a tower. The goal was simple: control distribution and sell everything at a higher price. Because of this, distribution stopped being limited and began happening on a global scale, first in Korea, then across Asia, and eventually reaching other continents, including the United States and Japan, where it was released to the general public, in many places almost for free, such as in the US, where each orb cost around 10 cents. In this scenario, Sang-woo was already a very famous rank S, and with the expansion of the orbs, his name became even more well-known worldwide. But even with ordinary people gaining new abilities, the rule was not to use powers freely, but at least to have some form of self-defense. The first distribution distribution was carried out in densely populated urban areas, precisely because in those regions there were no abilities with enough destructive power to counter threats like fireballs. The idea was that, if the worst-case scenario happened and the so-called harvest day began, people would at least be able to resist for a while. At that moment, Sang-woo paused and found the situation strangely familiar. The way the orbs were being spread reminded him of the Academy, which had been the first to distribute skill orbs on a large scale for free under someone called the Master, with an objective that seemed to be controlling and influencing awakened individuals. The first clue about this had also come from the Academy itself, so Sang-woo asked Lieber if he knew anything about this so-called Master, but the answer was negative, as there was almost no useful information, and even the name was unknown in Tyburn. Soon after, Academy Director Haksu appeared asking what was going on, and Sang-woo realized it was the perfect timing to pressure him, demanding that he reveal everything he knew, while Haksu tried to justify that the orb distribution was for public benefit. Sang-woo lost patience and made it clear he had no time for vague explanations, even considering ending things entirely, while Haksu said he disliked violence and tried to stand firm, until he was confronted about what the harvest day really was and what would happen if he saw it with his own eyes. Even so, Haksu did not speak directly, but ended up handing over a paper after writing something down, making it clear he could not say anything out loud. On it, it was written that he would meet Sang-woo the following week, at the same time, on the second floor of the basement of the Academy's central building. With that, Sang-woo decided he still had time before the meeting, and chose to continue his tours in the region, and after another day he simply took the money he had earned and left. Meanwhile, some observed the process and commented that they would age again later, and had little choice but to continue until their bodies adapted to the situation. At another point, Loris's bodyguard returned with a device capable of detecting skills, including disguise-type abilities, which were the hardest to identify. When Loris used the device, she discovered that Eleanor was under the effect of a skill called chameleon, which completely altered the target's appearance. She realized that it wasn't just Eleanor affected, but everyone there was under some kind of influence. Even so, she decided not to reveal it for the time being, preferring to wait for the right moment to act, already planning to place Sang-woo under her control. Loris then ordered a meeting to be arranged with the Hunter Council of the Illuminati group, believing this would demonstrate that even among rank S hunters there were major differences in power, and that it would make it clear what happens to those who get in their way. Meanwhile, in Odin's tower, Sang-woo continued advancing and facing increasingly stronger creatures, while gradually beginning to feel that he was reaching a new level of understanding about everything. The stats acquired through Monster Devourer were gradually accumulating, but due to the influence of the sins, he could no longer see his own status, which made everything more unstable, although at that point he might already have been capable of defeating the Titan skeleton alone. Meanwhile, Number 1 was trying to channel the power of the void, but the sin mocked him, calling him an idiot, and Number 1 told him to shut up, while Number 2 observed and commented that problems were also arising on the other side. Sang-woo then said they could head back, since that day marked the end of the week promised to the boss. Along with that, he received an important system message involving hunting equipment, defense tools, weapon manufacturing, large guilds, magical item workshops, and various industries that had united to form the Illuminati group. The influence of this group was practically unlimited, and rank S hunter Charles the 500th On had already stated that it was impossible to simply join it, because the moment someone became a hunter, they were already in some way connected to the Illuminati, since no one escaped those at the top. Elsewhere, Loris held a meeting with everyone accompanying her, and stated that Sang-woo was basically making money while using Odin's tower mana as if it were trivial, while also deceiving several major influential figures. Hunter Hercules questioned whether he had truly shown potential in the catacombs, and reminded everyone that the group had rewarded him well, while Dame Valerian, known as Playboy and also rank S, asked what the conclusion of all this was, whether the idea was to hold Sang-woo accountable. Loris replied that it wasn't, since she actually wanted to use the situation as an excuse to recruit him, asking for the two of them to help ensure he could not refuse. Hercules commented that it might be excessive, since one person would be enough, but Loris insisted it was better to be safe, especially because of the clones. At that moment, an important figure arrived apologizing for being late, which had not been on the schedule. Playboy commented on his ability to still arrive late anyway, while the newcomer, called Jumper, said he had only heard part of the conversation about the clones, and became curious about Sang-woo, asking if he was causing something interesting again. Later, at the South Korea branch of the Hunter Academy, Sang-woo was already face-to-face with Director Haksu and other executives. Noticing the strange atmosphere among the staff, he first asked for an explanation about why they were distributing fireballs for free. Haksu explained that the goal was simple. Desire comes from lack. By granting initial access to abilities, people would develop dependency on the system and stop learning on their own. It was also part of a control process, since even brainwashing attempts were involved. He further stated that without this control, ability usage during the harvest day could spiral out of control, so it was better for people to grow stronger within the system. Sang-woo replied that he was also distributing abilities for free, and questioned whether that didn't align with the same objective. Haksu countered that the issue was different, since the orbs were being created by Heritage, which had been inserting circuits to bypass the system, becoming a major problem. He also accused Sang-woo of deceiving powerful figures and essentially turning money into Heritage skill orbs, which seemed highly suspicious. Sang-woo questioned where the master was trying to go with this, and more importantly, who he really was. At that moment, all the staff members acted simultaneously, chanting for the master and driving a massive nail into their own necks. A single voice echoed from all of them in unison, asking whether he really thought everything would be fine after destroying the brainwashing device, and whether he truly believed he could stop it all that easily, making it clear he didn't understand anything, neither how far it had already spread, nor how deep its roots went. Sang-woo was shocked and couldn't believe what he was seeing. He called number 2 to explain the situation to the Sin, and the response came coldly, revealing that what they were seeing was interesting because those were corpses that had already been dead for about a week. Sang-woo then realized the director had been discarded after delivering that note, and the master reinforced the idea of opening his eyes to see the consequences of his own actions, involving his family, his sister, his companions, and everyone who trusted him, listening to and believing his words. The master also remarks that it's a shame Sang-woo wasn't chosen earlier, saying he could have become the true master of the academy, while stating that the system has abandoned him. From that point on, he says he will directly show Sang-woo's destruction, starting with his friends from Heritage. At Heritage, Arya is already extremely exhausted from work and gets up to grab coffee, but notices something strange coming from the dark corridor. Her guard appears, warning her to run, only to have his neck snapped by a giant figure. The attacker asks if she is the Lady of Heritage and states that her time has come to die in the name of the system. Arya tries to understand who sent him and is told it was God, and that he is Abaddon, king of the Locust Knights Order, who says there is nothing to know except paying for sins before advancing toward her. Meanwhile, the master continues speaking with Sang-woo, questioning how many clones he has, since his ability spreads through hosts all over the world. He makes it clear that even if Sang-woo tries to keep watch, his numbers are too small to protect everyone at once. Sang-woo calls him a coward for involving ordinary people, but the master responds with satisfaction, saying he loves that reaction, and challenges him to try whatever he wants. The corpses are already starting to disappear, and number 2 comments that the performance was incredible. Sang-woo observes the smell of death in the air, and remains concerned about the victims, saying they should at least be buried, while Sang-woo assures him that the enemy will be shocked by what happened to those 2 who fought on the day of the harvest, since they are not ordinary people. When Abaddon approaches again, a hole is blasted through his chest by a combined attack, with Arya firing a mana arrow and Dehubert landing a punch with his explosive gauntlet, detonating the target. Amid the clash, Arya comments that he is late, while he replies that he was working and does not know who the enemy is, only that they mentioned the system. The guard is still alive, but Abaddon questions how they can use abilities without the system, stating that their sins have increased even further. When Dahubert tries to attack again, Abaddon reveals his true form as an insect-like creature similar to a cranid, retreating for now, and warning that judgment and the day of the harvest are inevitable. Dahilbert realizes they are in serious trouble, and even suggests the possibility of retreating to a new hideout. Later, Sang-woo is seen taking his 10th bath in a row, trying to get rid of the smell of corpses that still won't go away. Ah-hyun asks how many more baths he plans to take and mentions that she prepared some portions for him, explaining she significantly reduced the side effects. Sang-woo is informed that, although the plan prioritizes performance, he will be unable to emit mana for about 3 hours. In other words, temporarily banned from using abilities. He says this is perfect, as it actually works in favor of what he needs to do. Yoo-hyun then questions what he has been doing lately, especially this so-called tourism program, and he explains that he needed money. She warns him not to wander outside the agency, but also tells him not to try to handle everything alone. He replies that he is not alone, since his ability itself is the opposite of that. Meanwhile, Abaddon returns to the master and admits failure, apologizing and explaining that the system in that area was shut down, yet some people were still able to use abilities. He promises to ensure their punishment, but the master interrupts and shifts focus, saying everyone is already turning against each other. For now, he decides to postpone the heritage issue, since he intends to cut off their source of income at the root, gradually collapsing Sang-woo's business. On another front, an old woman obsessed with youth and rejuvenation continues conducting experiments on young people, draining their mana while accusing Sang-woo of scamming everyone. She orders the youth to keep accepting the deal, since they are willingly giving up their mana in exchange for money. She also sends for someone with detection abilities, but the guards do not respond. When she goes to check, she finds all her employees dead, and is immediately grabbed by the neck by a shadowy figure, who states that for the sin of coveting youth and turning away from the system, she will pay with her life. At the academy, number 4 is with Haeun and points at Professor Hesuk, asking what she sees. She answers that it is him, but when questioned further, she does not understand what is happening. Meanwhile, Song-woo, observing everything through a portal, asks the same thing to number 4, who confirms that as expected, the students are looking at an empty space as if someone is there, since the teachers have been dead for about a week. However, no one inside the academy seems to notice or talk about it, leading Sang-woo to conclude that the deaths are being hidden through illusions and hallucinations. He then asks about Professor Yoonhye and learns that she simply left after the incident, which makes him realize something is wrong, since there is no real person in that place. He considers the possibility of a large-scale hallucination that no longer depends on the brainwashing device, and instructs Haeon not to leave the academy and to stay with Uhyun at the JM agency, while he decides he needs to find the so-called master immediately. At that moment, he is interrupted by Loris, who asks to talk and again mentions Sang-woo's tourism program, prompting him to ask if she came for a refund. In another situation, Varen calls for Grant, and the maid informs him that he has been locked in his room since the previous day, refusing to let anyone in, possibly frustrated about aging again. Varen decides to go there personally, but upon entering, he finds his friend dead with a broken neck, and immediately orders the police to be called. Shortly after, Varen receives another call informing him that Eleanor has also been found dead inside her own home. He realizes there are no common enemies between them except for the tourism program, leading him to conclude that someone is eliminating the participants one by one. He also remembers that Grant had recently acquired a rare ability called Black Box, which theoretically records everything that happens before and after death, making the situation even more dangerous and unpredictable, since anyone involved could now be under direct threat. Varen then goes to his friend's body in an attempt to understand who was responsible for the murder, while the atmosphere around him increasingly suggests that this was not an isolated incident, but part of a larger hunt. At that moment, Sang-woo questions Loris about what she wants with him. She responds provocatively, asking if he even remembers her name, making it clear she has already realized everything there is, nothing more than a fraud. She observes his camouflage ability, and comments that she doesn't know how he managed to master it, but calls it a cute attempt, saying she will turn a blind eye to his trap as long as he agrees to join the Illuminati. Sang-woo asks if she isn't being too generous, and she replies that she likes talented people, making it clear that refusal is not an option, since Hercules and Playboy are ready to act if he resists. Sang-woo realizes this could become a serious problem, and questions whether the Illuminati are connected to Jumper, recalling what Raven had said about him being responsible for starting the Awakening program and connecting humanity to the system. He then simply refuses the offer. Loris tries to regain control of the situation and tells the two not to kill Sang-woo, but Playboy replies that, on the contrary, he will end up begging to die. Hercules observes Sang-woo and questions whether he is really an S-rank hunter, since he seems too weak. Sang-woo responds that his experience is short, maintaining his cover while understanding they are not there to negotiate, but to deliver a message. Before things escalate further, Loris receives an urgent call from Varen, warning her that she must evacuate immediately because the killer is after her and everyone involved in the tourism program. She ignores the warning, saying she is protected by two S-rank hunters, until Varen reveals that this is exactly the problem. The assassins are those two themselves, Hercules and Playboy of the Illuminati. Before she realizes it in time, Playboy snaps Loris's neck, stating that their master gave a chance that was wasted, and from that point on, everyone involved in the tourism program will die, starting with Sang-woo, then his companions, friends, and family, in that exact order. Then Sang-woo asks if he really thinks he will just stand by and watch. He then uses an ability that increases Sang-woo's body weight, applying a gravitational spell. Hercules comments that soon all the program's clients will be dead, and attacks at full force using his right arm, creating a massive explosion that sends Sang-woo crashing through several buildings until he lands in a more distant structure, where he acknowledges the attack was serious. Meanwhile, Jumper checks whether Loris is truly dead, and if the job was completed as planned. The master of the academy and the cult states that everything is proceeding as expected, saying that a single interference will not be enough to stop the already decided judgment. He reinforces that even if it appears divine, it is nothing more than a tool executing the system. Inside Lieber's body, a question arises about when he will arrive. Recalling that 20 years have already passed since the Great Cataclysm, he was certain they were still on Earth. The master then asks if he has thought about what was said before, and he replies that he has. The master asks how he interpreted it, emphasizing that his appearance could cause problems, and suggests he use a potion capable of resetting bodily composition, a healing elixir that could have saved Elisa if they had acted faster. The system had taken her form, and he comments that if they had been quicker, she could have awakened. With that appearance, there might still be more desire to find her, since even though she is only a tool, she believes the vessel still has importance. The master then states that he is not a tool, calling him a god who will bring enlightenment to foolish humans, believing this with absolute conviction, and tells him not to demean himself. The system responds obediently, while memories of another man who also called Lieber by that name in Tyburn resurface. At first, that man opposed the time spent on its creation, but after seeing the results became a fervent believer. From the beginning, the system already had a predetermined role, able to be interpreted differently depending on expectations, showing how easily people change when their beliefs are shattered. Shortly after, the system moves instantly behind the master and warns him not to try to alter the role given to him by Lieber, reinforcing that he should not forget his function as a human or take unnecessary unnecessary actions. The master simply confirms that he understands and will obey. Later, Sang-woo is seen watching news reports about wealthy people being brutally killed, realizing the plan has completely failed. He questions Arya and Dehubert about events in Eritrea, receiving confirmation that it did happen, although no S-rank hunters were involved in that case, which draws attention. Arya then asks if Dam and Maximus had already been aligned with the system from the beginning, showing shock, while Sang-woo questions whether they are really that famous, receiving the answer that all S-rank hunters are well known, since they are so powerful they can be considered monsters even in Tyburn. Dehubert adds that even Leogardo, long missing, is still mentioned, and that even strange creatures they have faced before are dangerous, but two S-rank hunters together would be nearly impossible to deal with. In the middle of the conversation, the question arose about where Raven was at that moment, and Arya replied that he was searching for the elixir. Sang-woo then decided to leave a clone to handle the situation, commenting that the financial loss from the tourism program was significant, but that the real income came from monster materials obtained in the tower, and that the problem now would be continuing operations without support resources. Meanwhile, Hercules and Playboy returned to the master and reported that they had completed the task, being praised by him. However, Playboy questioned whether it would not have been better to eliminate Sang-woo outright, since going in circles made no sense. The master replied that it made everything more interesting, stating that Sang-woo still did not understand his place in the world, and that, little by little, he would be forced to realize it. He believed that anyone opposing the system cult was on the wrong side, without realizing that someone within his own organization had yet to notice the truth. At the Monster Material Production Center, the artificer commented that it would be difficult to obtain more corpses from the Tower of Odin from that point onward, while several companies also refused the materials, leaving only one buyer who ended up being eliminated. This irritated Sang-woo, who considered the situation increasingly unbearable. In this context, the master, through a corpse, reinforced that everything existed in the name of the system, while Jumper observed the situation and questioned the events, especially the death of Secretary General Loris. He was told it had been necessary and that she should not have interfered in the plan involving eternal youth and Sang-woo. The master further downplayed the victim, saying no one should worry about her, since in his view, almost no one was truly human except himself. Jumper recalled that the secretary had been responsible for the Awakening program, which could affect the Harvest Day event, but the master insisted that everything was under control. Jumper then realized that the real issue was the master's purpose, which seemed focused on preventing Sang-woo from distributing skill orbs, using S-rank hunters to eliminate important figures and intimidate others. This strategy was apparently working, as Sang-woo was being cornered, although there were still doubts about how far it would actually go. Meanwhile, Sang-woo had already returned to the Tower of Odin, and Won-tae informed him that no one was there, as everyone was afraid of the death threat. Sang-woo replied that it was actually the opposite of what it seemed. At that moment, Jumper commented that it had been a long time since he had laughed like that, calling the situation absurd and saying Sang-woo was truly foolish for thinking a death threat using S-rank hunters would work in a simple way, since if intentions became too obvious, major power figures would react even more aggressively. Shortly after, several wealthy elders rushed to the Tower of Odin, asking for Sang-woo's protection, as he was already known for handling such situations with his clones. Won-tae asked if he had predicted that, but Sang-woo replied that the master himself had created the chaos alone. Jumper further told the master that even with a powerful ability, he was still an idiot, prompting the master to order Hercules and the others to attack Jumper immediately. Even with attacks coming from all sides, Hercules' giant fist, gravitational cards, mind control, and illusions created by the master, Jumper simply cancelled everything with ease, leaving everyone in shock and unable to understand what had happened, as it did not even look like teleportation. He then asked if they were finished and mocked the master, saying this was already the second time he had held back because of him, and that there would not be a third. He made it clear the master should stop creating stupid plans and focus on eliminating Sang-woo immediately, as he was getting irritated by the entire mess. Even so, Jumper decided not to fully interfere, saying he wanted to see what Sang-woo would do in that situation, and unexpectedly admitting he had become somewhat of a fan, before wishing everyone luck and disappearing. Later, Sang-woo was celebrating while watching the money come in, and Veron explained that he had charged 50 billion per person, totaling 500 billion. Sang-woo confirmed it naturally, saying it would be used to upgrade the clones' weapons. He also commented that by that point, the pure mana plan had likely already been exposed as a scam, so that location now functioned only as a refuge with water, food, and protection. He then decided it was time to leave, leaving the clones behind. Veron asked if he was really going to leave them alone, but Sang-woo replied that it wasn't like that. The clones would stay while he went after a big fish. At that moment, the master was furious, angered by being underestimated, and decided to escalate the conflict. He ordered his hunters to eliminate anyone with even the slightest connection to Sang-woo, including those who had purchased skill orbs, even in small amounts, making it clear that everyone must die. Meanwhile, Gyeongdo was at a bar celebrating reaching rank D, trying to enjoy the moment with friends. However, he reflected that no matter matter how much he improved, he would never reach Sangwoo's level. One friend tried to cheer him up, saying it was already amazing to be rank D, and that comparing himself to an S rank made no sense. They also mentioned that Sangwoo had not responded in a long time, and that money changed people, though Gyeongdo did not believe it, and continued defending his friend. He left alone, thinking about how cruel that world was, remembering that many hunters were like him, but from rank C onward the power gap became absurd, with monsters even capable of deflecting bullets, while he kept Sangwoo's memory close. Suddenly, he was ambushed by someone who grabbed him from behind and knocked him out with a chemical agent, while Jiwoo was at home peacefully practicing her ability and having dinner with her parents, until a massive explosion suddenly hit their apartment. Miho was walking with the members of her guild when everything suddenly escalated, as they came under the sight of Kame from the Order of the Knights, who acted in the name of the system, and opened fire on the group without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the internal quarters of JM, Oh-hyun asked Haeun how long she intended to stay there. Haeun replied that she also didn't know, which irritated Oh-hyun, who called her shameless because of everything that had happened before, since Haeun had previously attacked her. Haeun said it had been the result of brainwashing, and asked to leave it behind, but Oh-hyun refused and asked whether Junmo had already gathered everyone, receiving confirmation that he had, and that the group was advancing with the investigation. Amid the movement, Haeun noticed strands of feminine hair in the corridors and asked if the building was truly surrounded, questioning who that person was, until the figure revealed itself as a creature that called everyone heretics and attacked. Before it could harm anyone, however, it was hit by a direct punch from number 2, who ordered everyone to stay behind him. The assassin then asked if they had thrown away their chance to repent, but number 2 replied that he had done nothing wrong. Haeun then asked where Sangwoo was, and he explained that Sangwoo was alone, already executing his plan, as a coordinated terrorist attack had begun at that moment. At the same time, Orius from the Order of the Knights advanced, while number 2 warned that anyone connected to Sangwoo would be targeted by an unknown scale force. Sangwoo emerged from a portal in Valhalla directly into confrontation with Playboy and Hercules, who reminded him of their earlier threats, saying he should have hidden when he had the chance. Hercules launched an absurdly powerful punch that caused an explosion, but Sangwoo blocked it using his earthquake ability. He realized there were no clones nearby and attempted to summon them, but none appeared. Playboy explained that the clones were busy because others had also inherited the Master's will, making it clear that Sangwoo was isolated and without protection. Meanwhile, Orobas confirmed the destruction of a residence linked to Sangwoo, and Kaim attacked Miho and her team, but 2 clones appeared to protect them. Abaddon explained that this was part of the plan to keep the clones occupied, as all forces of the Order were blocking them simultaneously, leaving the real Sangwoo completely isolated. Playboy then unleashed cards with different abilities depending on their suits, while Hercules advanced, stating that everyone knew Sangwoo's clone limit was 7, and that all of them were already occupied, meaning he was vulnerable. He attacked directly, disarming him and landing a heavy blow, while Playboy continued pressuring him with his cards. Even injured and coughing blood, Sangwoo analyzed the card patterns and noticed their variations, but was struck again and lost an arm, while Hercules stated that the fight was over and that he had finally understood the difference in power between them. Before fully collapsing, Sangwoo asked if the plan had worked, and his body then vanished in blue flames, revealing it was only a decoy. At the same moment, Orobas realized that the people he believed he had eliminated were only puppets, and he was then killed by one of Sangwoo's real clones, while Orius was also overwhelmed on the battlefield. Number 2 said that the injury was fatal, prompting Abaddon to ask whether he was referring to that person or himself. He replied that it was the newly created one, making it clear the situation had already spiraled out of control. Number 8 ended up dying as well, while the real Sangwoo emerged from subspace, picked up the sword called Earthquake, and asked who said his limit was 7, revealing he had evolved once again after receiving a message from the system. He then exited the portal with his army of clones and explained that they were not preventing anything. In fact, they were the ones preventing the enemies from escaping. He suggested restarting the fight, saying that before it had been 1 against 2, but now it would be 8 against 2. Hercules commented that it had already been difficult to defeat one, so they would simply repeat the effort, and attacked with the Earthquake Blade. But Sangwoo replied that it would not be that easy. Hercules realized the original body was much stronger, and was thrown back after being attacked by the first 2 clones. Playboy warned not to rush, since the clones were weaker and should be handled one by one, but Sangwoo explained that it did not work that way. If one could not handle it, he would send 2, and so on, revealing how the clone system truly functioned. Playboy then used one of his cards, and Sangwoo recognized the ability, realizing that the club's card allowed teleportation. He reacted by anticipating the movement and striking first. He ordered them to stand up and said they needed to live up to the S-rank title, while Playboy admitted there were not many hunters at that level, but questioned the situation of them all being gathered there, as 7 clones were present, and his family was also at risk. Sangwoo responded with irony, saying there is always a villain who talks too much, and decided to end it quickly. Meanwhile, Jiwoo was with her mother in a hidden shelter in the middle of nowhere. She was asked if she could adapt to the situation, and she replied that she had no choice, since strange people were after them, and it was best best to follow her brother's instructions. She tried to stay calm, even serving food to the guests, who commented that it was very good. Gyeongdo asked if they had also been kidnapped by the clones, and it was confirmed that they had, along with mention of a terrorist organization. He then realized he needed to apologize for speaking badly about the one responsible. Miho commented that Sungwoo's clones had disappeared and that it did not look like a good sign, while Sun Ah believed he would not lie without reason. At that moment, Yuna opened a subspace and gathered the guild, while Kaim complained about the situation. Abaddon asked if they had fallen into a trap and concluded that the clones had probably returned to the original body. The knights then gathered to fight in the name of the system, and the war finally began. The cult leader asked how many had already died and received the answer that Oribus and Orias had been incapacitated, while Sangwoo's condition was still unknown. He became furious, refusing to believe anyone could withstand his power, and ordered all followers to be sent to the final phase of the harvest day. Meanwhile, Miho continued fighting the cultists, and Yuna said they were stronger than they looked. In the middle of the fight, there was a surprise attack, but the man managed to save the team leader at the last second. Kaim aimed at Miho's head, but his hand was hit by a shot fired by Heian, surprising everyone. Miho commented that there was someone even more skilled with firearms there, while Yuna used binoculars and praised the precision of the shots before starting to eliminate cultists with a machine gun. Wontae said it would be better for them to give up, but Abaddon replied that the sniper was indeed skilled, though he questioned whether she would maintain the same accuracy against civilians. In the middle of the chaos, a woman was buried under debris and asked one of the hunters for help. He stopped fighting to rescue her, but it was too late. She turned out to be another infiltrated assassin. The Canis vice leader was warned not to approach civilians carelessly, as some people had been brainwashed and were behaving like a true horde of zombies. At that moment, Yunhei appeared and stated that this was a serious problem, then used a magical seal to paralyze the horde. She explained that a mana fusion could break any kind of brainwashing, asking everyone to stay calm, but this ended up affecting Heian, who could no longer shoot. Yunhei tried to contain the situation alone, but it was useless because there were too many enemies, and they managed to join forces to launch a massive fireball. Miho recognized the attack and remembered it was the same type of fireball Songwoo had distributed before, so she warned that they needed to find a brainwashing device and a transmission system to solve everything once and for all. Meanwhile, Abaddon, in the form of a swarm of insects, said he wouldn't just watch and tried to attack the sniper first, but he was hit by a poisonous smoke. Number 10 commented that in terms of assassination he was an amateur, and questioned whether he really thought he could touch Sangwoo's woman, which surprised Heian. The assassins then stated they would handle things from that point on, while Hercules struggled. When he found an opening to attack, his arm was frozen. Sin then asked if number 1 had understood the mana structure of the ability, while Hercules threw number 2 away. Sangwoo then questioned whether they still hadn't realized that everything that happened with number 8 was only possible because he was alone, and using the earthquake blade he once again pressured both enemies with earth spikes. Playboy admitted they had been arrogant and used the hearts card to heal himself and Hercules, acknowledging they had underestimated the fight and were trying to conserve energy for the main mission. Playboy then apologized for his arrogance, but explained they were now willing to die if it meant taking Sangwoo down, as he was a dangerous obstacle for Harvest Day. He then activated the Red Joker, entering an overcharged state where all cards had their power doubled, but accumulated damage could no longer be healed by hearts cards. Hercules also activated Hero Manifestation, compressing his power to triple his strength, even knowing that the damage received would also increase. With that, he managed to land an extremely powerful strike that nearly destroyed number 2, while Sin observed the evolution of the fight, and Playboy continued launching large-scale cutting cards. Meanwhile, Lieber commented on the situation sarcastically, while Hercules advanced against the clones, saying he would take down at least 5 of them and delivering a devastating punch. Playboy started to struggle because the clones had high regeneration, and even when Hercules was frozen, he managed to break free, stating they did not understand the will of the system's master. Playboy then spent all his mana on a final card, and Hercules concentrated all his power into a single strike, while Sin watched the tension of the battle. At that moment, lightning suddenly struck everything. It was Sangwoo, who had used a new spell and commented that learning abilities without the system was interesting. Playboy managed to break free from the electrocution quickly, but Sangwoo explained that that single second had been enough to complete his analysis, revealing that number 1 had mastered the void, the power of sins. He then used this to completely nullify Playboy's card, leaving everyone shocked. Afterward, Hercules landed a direct punch on number 2, inflating him like a balloon, but he was finished off by Songwoo with the earthquake blade, ending the fight there. Meanwhile, Junyong and Hwaryong were at the academy trying to find the brainwashing machine, but he explained that specific components were needed for it. He managed to locate parts of the old machine using a level 100 scan, while Yunhei complained that enemies kept appearing, and questioned whether it was really impossible to take even a small part of the system to make things easier. Miho replied that she was honestly close to resorting to that. Meanwhile, Wontae, after eliminating more cultists, managed to find the device and saw the exact coordinates of its location. Miho quickly headed there, but Abaddon tried to stop her. However, number 10 easily shut him down without effort. When Miho arrived, she found the brainwashing machine surrounded by multiple cultists. She decided to finish them all at once, and unleashed a wave of infernal flames that swept through the area, warning the others that they could attack without restraint. The device ended up being completely destroyed. One of the cultists still tried to react, saying that those heretics would see what was coming for them. But at that moment, Sang-woo appeared through a portal, saying it would be better to think carefully before continuing to talk. Before he even finished speaking, he threw the bodies of Playboy and Hercules to the ground, stating that everyone had done a good job holding things together until then. Then he finished off the remaining enemies using his clones. The Canis group realized he was much stronger than before. Abaddon, in his final moment, apologized to his master for failing and was defeated as well. Later, at the Illuminati headquarters, Raven reflected that this was unexpected, since the elixir had been stored there all along. Sang-woo had infiltrated silently, but at that moment his watch started beeping, drawing attention. Jumper appeared and commented that it had been a while since he last saw him, asking what he was doing there inside the Illuminati group. Raven could only think about how incredibly unlucky the situation was. After that, Sang-woo was organizing the reports. Number 6 had returned to the Odin Tower to feed the elders. Number 5 had been annihilated. Number 8 was dead, and number 3 was in critical condition, with an estimated recovery time of about 6 hours. Even so, he considered the outcome positive, since they had captured 2 rank S targets. He also commented that even with the continuous mana absorption device and special metal restraints, it was still difficult to keep the prisoners under control. Playboy suggested simply killing the prisoner, but Sang-woo replied that interrogation would still be useful. Playboy, provoking him, accused him of being cowardly and said he avoided killing directly. He claimed Sang-woo only killed humans who had already turned into monsters and deep down had no real willpower or goal, just luck. In silence, Sang-woo reacted violently and tore off Playboy's left arm, saying he was partially right. He explained that he truly did not like killing humans and was not a psychopath like them, also admitting he hated the whole situation. He said he only wanted a peaceful life, leaving his clones to do the work, but people like them kept making things complicated and keeping him busy. Even so, he made it clear they were wrong about one important thing. They were not alive out of simple mercy. He asked if they really thought they would get a quick death after messing with his family. Then he ordered number 1 to tear out Hercules' left eye, making the atmosphere even more brutal. Lieber watched and wondered if the sins were affecting Sang-woo's mind, but also considered that he was fully aware and calculating in every move. Sang-woo explained that he spared them for strategic reasons, since he needed an information source to find the cult leader. He said he had already planned this during the Odin Tower operation. The elders were not naive and likely possessed items capable of analyzing body-affecting skills, and more advanced versions of such tools could be used. Because of that, he asked Yoo-hyun for a superior skill detection potion. She explained that if the enemies attacked again under the master's control, it would be possible to track him. She also warned that the side effects would affect his own mana, meaning it could not be used on clones. Under the effect of the potion, Sang-woo grabbed Playboy's head. Playboy tried to bite down on a hidden poison in his mouth, but was stopped and had his jaw broken. Sang-woo made it clear that before dying, Playboy would reveal the master's location. Crying and completely broken, he eventually gave in. At that moment, Sang-woo felt his mana and confirmed the master's presence, stating that he had finally found the target. Jumper told Raven that a visitor pass was required to enter the headquarters, making it clear he could not just walk in simply because he was the sword hunter. Then, when opening the vault, he asked if all of this was related to the miracle potion, the elixir, saying Raven didn't seem like someone who would need something like that. Raven replied that he was only doing this because of a promise he made to someone close to him, and asked if he could sell the item, since they would pay any price. Jumper explained that there were people willing to pay the equivalent of a country's annual income for it, but even so, he had given it away for free and said Raven could keep it. Raven was surprised and asked why, reminding him that Jumper himself had called it a miracle potion. Jumper replied directly that it was not anything miraculous and that he didn't need the elixir, since the curse affecting him could not be solved by something like that. He explained that the elixir would be used as a product of the academy, just a lure to attract people, and that he had only agreed because the master kept insisting. Deep down, it had all been the system's idea, since it was the one that had originally provided the elixir. The academy students, according to him, would be discarded on Harvest Day. Raven questioned whether the master who attacked him and the system were actually connected to all of this, finding it strange that the system would have its own will. Jumper replied that yes, the system had created the elixir, and asked if he had ever heard of a potion of that level in Tyburn, saying that if something like that existed, Elisa wouldn't have died, and Lieber wouldn't have gone insane. Raven wanted to know how he knew so much about it, but the tension of the moment interrupted him. Meanwhile, Sang-woo was holding the last teleportation scroll, and ordered number 1 to take everyone, except number 3 who was in critical condition. He said he wouldn't be able to use abilities for a few hours, and, if necessary, would use number 3's subspace. He also commented on how to deal with the master's punishment, but before Playboy could explain anything, both he and Hercules dailies had their heads torn off by the force of the earth, and Sang-woo ordered everyone to be eliminated. Meanwhile, the cult master was in panic, realizing Sang-woo was approaching. The messenger reported that intruders had been detected at the entrance, but he was confused at how they had arrived so quickly. She explained that the awakened being responsible for the coordinates had been killed in action. The cultists tried to resist in the name of the system and the master, but number 1 stated that they also had a master and that he had ordered total annihilation. The master, enraged, called them all useless and ordered his reserve forces to proceed to the final step. Sang-woo, meanwhile, commented to number 3 that the enemies were advancing easily because the main forces had been concentrated in the Korea attack. Even with his abilities blocked, he continued forward to the hospital, saying he needed to see the master's face personally. At that moment, Junyoung appeared at the hospital, saying he had something very serious to reveal. He said he had found the initial device, but also detected a much larger one deep underground, with multiple structures emitting signals. The cultists questioned the master about whether they should continue, since this no longer seemed to follow the system's will, but he ordered them to proceed without hesitation. Shortly after, multiple system screens appeared, and gigantic towers began emerging across Korea, marked with the cult's symbol, spreading globally. The entire world fell into collapse, with mass brainwashing activated through structures connected even to orbiting satellites. The system, using Elisa's body, commented that everything should be simple and that they only needed to follow the plan. Junyoung realized his mental shield was constantly being triggered, while Sangwoo seemed unaffected. Jumper appeared, saying it wasn't just Korea but the entire world being affected, and told Sangwoo not to worry, since high-status individuals were not easily controlled. Sangwoo found it strange that he showed up at a time when he couldn't use his abilities, and Jumper replied that it was time to go after the master, since he was desperate. At the cult's main headquarters, the master stated that his ability had spread across the entire world, and that all humans were under his control. He threatened that for every follower killed, thousands of people would die, and if he were killed, everyone under his control would die as well. Even so, Jumper appeared inside the base alongside Sang-woo, stating that the master was the worst kind of person he had ever encountered. The master accused Jumper of betrayal, but he replied that he had already warned there would be no third chance. The atmosphere grew even heavier, as provocations were exchanged while the final confrontation approached. To end it, Sang-woo even thought it would be fun to waste some time mocking the idiot's appearance, but realized it wasn't the right moment. The master then concluded he had made a serious mistake, especially since even Dam and Maximus, both rank S, were already out of reach. He was only now beginning to understand the true nature of the clones, and realized he had misjudged what the enemy was capable of, since they ordered total massacre without hesitation. When Sang-woo asked if he had heard what was said, the master replied in panic that he would kill all humans on the planet, and asked if he thought it was a joke. He then unleashed his ability so that the entire world began turning against itself, with people collapsing and attacking each other simultaneously everywhere, while global transmission devices were destroyed within seconds. Jumper sarcastically commented that he had already warned 3 times there would be no third chance. Sang-woo acknowledged that the ability was absurd, while the master fled in tears, completely desperate. When Sang-woo asked if he wouldn't go after him, Jumper replied no, telling him to take care of the main course. Alone, the master began questioning why everyone was betraying him. He recalled his life of failure, saying he lost his job, lost everything, and ended up homeless, not even knowing where he would spend the winter. It was in that state that he fell into a portal full of monsters. He always believed the world hated him, and when he was attacked by the creatures, he was registered by the system, which granted him the master ability, capable of controlling living beings. From that point on, during the Great Cataclysm, he began controlling monsters and hunters, feeling for the first time that he was in control of his own life. But now, as he tried to escape through the base and hide, Sang-woo caught up to him and easily destroyed him, saying he was only good at running away. Even so, the master still tried to use his last resort, a domination and transcendental synchronization device capable of completely overriding a target's mind, taking over memories, abilities, and personality, but with the limitation of being single-use and irreversible. He even came to believe it would make him a true ruler of that world, and at that moment the system made direct contact with him. The master immediately recognized it as the god behind everything, and submitted himself as a servant, believing he was being observed and approved. However, at the very last moment, the system was shut down and Elisa appeared, saying he was too stupid to use something like that. The master tried to curse, but half of his body was instantly disintegrated. Right after that, Sang-woo arrived, passing through dozens of destroyed walls, and found Elisa. Immediately realizing it wasn't her, but the system, he reacted angrily while she asked who he was. Sang-woo coldly replied that he was just a random hunter there because of the chaos caused by the master, and that he had already finished his job and was ready to leave. But the system then stated that it had finally understood who he was, recognizing him as Sang-woo, explaining that it hadn't detected him before because he had been gathering the 7 deadly sins. She then apologized and declared that his life as a Terran would end there. The attack followed immediately, but Sang-woo blocked it effortlessly. Lieber, inside the system, warned not to engage him directly, while the confrontation continued, and the the system kept trying to confirm his identity, realizing that the real problem there was him. Sangwoo thought that the Four Eyes should have taken the hit and died right there, but the system said it had finally found him, and then entered that white space together with him. Sangwoo asked what they would do now, while the system said it had promised to bring him out as quickly as possible, but that space had been built by the system itself, using Sangwoo's mana as an intermediary, making it clear it had acted too confidently. In response, the system was caught off guard when a bomb exploded at its feet, hitting it directly, and Lieber grabbed it by the neck, saying it had already accumulated too much karma, which left Sangwoo confused at how strong he had become. The system asked why he was acting that way, and Lieber replied that he didn't want to hear anything from that face, and that he would avenge all the people it had killed and destroyed, even knowing he couldn't be stopped just by defeating that avatar. Shortly after, they returned to the real world, but Sangwoo was still under a mana penalty. The system asked if he had influenced Lieber's thoughts, since he seemed to hate it, and Sangwoo angrily replied that it had been annihilating everything in Tybern and that Earth was the next target, so no one had any reason to be kind to a psychopath like that. The system tried to understand whether he was really attempting to massacre humanity and why, but Sangwoo became even more irritated, telling it to stop talking as if someone else was using Elisa's body, stating that everything was the consequence of its commands, and Lieber's last words before dying, when he said he no longer needed that world. The system insisted it would never do that, and that there was no reason to destroy everything just because of that, which made the situation even more confusing, since even Lieber himself did not understand what had happened during the massacre and the emergence of the great cataclysm on Earth. In the middle of this confusion, the system decided to end the discussion, saying there was no time, and that it would take Lieber to Tybern to explain everything later, asking Sangwoo to rest. He then asked if resting meant killing him, concluding sarcastically, and at that moment the penalty ended. Sangwoo summoned all his clones and declared that he would destroy the system and end the so-called Harvest Day, while Lieber realized he still couldn't defeat him because he didn't possess the 7 fragments. At that moment, Jumper appeared, asking everyone to stop, while the system found the situation strange and questioned what was happening with Lucas. Jumper revealed that Lieber wanted to see him again, but admitted he had lied and that everything had just been entertainment to watch their fight. Even so, he said they could stop there, since the master had been killed and he would be released soon. Sangwoo asked if Jumper hadn't come to help him, but was told that he still wouldn't be able to defeat the system with his current abilities. The system analyzed the situation and concluded that it made sense for him to have cloning abilities, while the system stated that fighting now would be too risky and delivered one final message. In his programming, the highest priority had always been ensuring that Lieber and Elisa lived perfect and happy lives, something that had never been changed, before disappearing through a portal. Jumper also told Sangwoo that he couldn't ignore the situation, and asked if he knew about the system's plan, especially the Harvest Day, and the possible end of humanity, admitting he hated ruining surprises. Meanwhile, back in Tybern, the system commented on Lucas's possible betrayal, and said it was happy to have found Lieber, going to the local population to announce great news, leaving everyone curious. Jumper continued speaking with Sangwoo, saying he still didn't know which side he was on, revealing that the master had ordered his death and that he had lived through countless regressions, setting the stage for further revelations. It was the first time Jumper had betrayed humanity. In one of his lives, he had even knelt before the system and begged for the curse of regression to be broken. Until recently, he had still been on the system's side, planning humanity's end alongside it, and Lieber commented to Sangwoo that even he couldn't understand what was going on in Jumper's mind, making it clear that the situation was unstable and confusing. Sangwoo realized he had already expected that. Jumper then asked what he was thinking, questioning whether he was just going to stay silent, since he assumed Sangwoo's sword should already be pointed at his neck. Sangwoo replied that he wasn't stupid enough to fail to read the situation, since if Jumper had truly chosen a side, he wouldn't need to admit it at all. Jumper explained that normally he would be on the system's side, but at that moment he was confused and didn't know which side he should take. He then asked if Sangwoo knew the prophecy oracle and if he had ever met her, while Sangwoo recalled that she had died recently. Jumper complained that the oracle never spoke clearly, only saying not to give up, but never explaining the direction to follow, which left him unsure whether to side with humanity or not. He added that she was too vague, which only increased his confusion. Lieber and Sangwoo also tried to understand his intentions, since he had already tried to create discord between them and had even considered killing him, although Sangwoo hadn't fully noticed at the time. Jumper then asked if he hadn't realized that. Sangwoo replied that he wasn't naive and reminded him that from the beginning, Jumper had made several ambiguous moves, such as saving people when the skeleton titan emerged from the catacombs, sending Bless during the terrorist attack in Korea caused by Haesung, and destroying the towers when the master carried out the brainwashing. He said that, whether intended or not, Jumper's justice had always existed in some form. Jumper responded that appealing to emotion wouldn't change anything, since everything he did was in the name of the system and its logic, saying they couldn't simply let millions die until Harvest Day. Sangwoo then asked what exactly his plan with the system was, and why they couldn't just let people die until then. Before answering, Jumper asked Sangwoo's personal reason, saying he wanted to understand his ultimate goal at the end of times, while revealing that his own goal was simply to die. He added that depending on Sangwoo's answer, he might fight alongside humanity one last time. Sangwoo decided to be honest. Meanwhile, Lieber analyzed the system's followers, saying it was strange to call them followers, since they had all been brainwashed and their mental structures had been completely altered, with no chance of salvation. Sangwoo acknowledged that as unfortunate, remembering he had already noticed at the academy that the influence couldn't be removed. Lieber then asked if that was really the answer he had given Jumper, and Sangwoo confirmed it. Lieber said he regretted choosing Sangwoo, and Sangwoo replied in surprise, asking if he was serious, since no one would be satisfied with that situation. Even so, Sangwoo stated that even without Jumper's support, there was no point in ignoring the truth, and decided he would reveal everything about the system and Harvest Day to everyone. Meanwhile, Raven was at the Illuminati base, crying, until Lucas used a memory transfer to show everything Lieber had revealed. Raven was shocked upon understanding Lieber's situation, and Lucas explained that he was now with Sangwoo, adding provocatively that he no longer needed to hate his former friend, since it was just something from the old days. Later, Jumper was alone, recalling multiple lives in which he had met heroes with different goals, creating a safe world, a peaceful world, or even eradicating all evil. However, Sangwoo's answer had completely surprised him, since he said his only goal was simply to sleep in peace, without being disturbed. Jumper was confused and asked how that made sense, and Sangwoo explained that true rest doesn't exist when you are always bound by obligations, comparing it to not being able to relax even on Sunday knowing Monday is coming. Sangwoo explained that, for him, rest meant living without any real worries, no commitments tomorrow, next week, or even next year, since he just wanted to leave everything to his clones and live peacefully for the rest of his life. He knew some people would find that boring, but to him, those people were simply crazy, since his only real desire was uninterrupted eternal rest. Jumper ended up laughing when he remembered that, saying the boy never disappointed him, and commented that he had already made his decision the moment he transferred the memories to Raven, stating that he would trust humanity one more time, even if it was the last. After that, Sangwoo went to the JM agency after some time, everything already prepared. Junmo commented that he had organized everything, but didn't expect so many people to be gathered, showing how famous Sangwoo had become, since practically all high-ranking hunters in Korea were there. Arya asked if they really thought people would believe that story, involving aliens and another planet, while Sangwoo replied that there was no way to know without trying. He then thought that if he was going to reveal the truth, he would have to explain everything about the system, Harvest Day, and also clear up the misunderstanding involving Lieber, as well as tell the truth to him and Raven as well. Lieber commented that if there had been a solution to that misunderstanding, he would have already used it, while Raven realized he genuinely seemed concerned about the situation. At that moment, Sangwoo noticed Jumper and Raven arriving. Jumper, in a provocative tone, asked how he was doing, calling him a hero, and then asked if he was ready to see that world turn upside down, repeating the phrase as if testing its weight, making the atmosphere even heavier before what was about to come next. The first thing Raven did was approach Sangwoo and ask whether Lieber had managed to hear everything. Sangwoo was surprised and asked how he knew, wondering if it had been Jumper who told him. Right then, he tried to explain himself and even apologized to his master, but it was Raven himself who apologized to Lieber, asking how he had managed to endure that misunderstanding for so long. Of course, Arya and Dehubert were completely confused by all of this. Meanwhile, Lieber found himself remembering the day of the harvest in Tabern, when he had been forced to watch everything from inside the system without being able to do anything at all. The worst part was looking at the faces of the people he loved, the companions who were close to him, the people he admired, all of them staring at him with hatred, cursing him as they died. If he tried to contact any survivor, the system would discover it immediately. There was no chance of explaining the truth to anyone. Because of that, he simply accepted carrying that weight alone. Thinking of it all as his own sin ended up being the only choice left to him. Lieber had already decided to live that way, but now, for the first time, it seemed like Raven and the others had finally understood the whole story. Lieber had never been so glad to be wrong. After that, Sangwoo commented to Jumper that at least they had managed to calm the people of Tabern. Even so, he asked whether the fact that Jumper was there meant he would help stop the system. Jumper responded by asking whether he had ever said he would reveal the plan. Then he explained that he also needed to show how the misunderstanding had been resolved. So he chose the simplest way to do that and shared his memories. Sangwoo asked whether Lieber had also been able to see everything, but Lieber simply replied by asking whether that was really the system's true plan. Sangwoo asked whether he had told everyone about it. Jumper replied that no, obviously not. After all, some people might see it as a perfect plan. Even so, the truth remained the same. Everyone would die on the day of the harvest. Sangwoo then asked exactly when that would happen. Jumper replied that it would be in approximately 2 years. According to him, the system was still stabilizing, so it would take that long before the harvest day reached Earth, and whether or not it could be stopped would depend entirely entirely on Sang-woo. Because of that, several important leaders had accepted his invitation and gathered in that place. Among them were Won-tae, Hware-young, Miho, and his friends Junyoung and Haeyeon. Also present were the leader of the Sun Guild, Kim Il-gon, and the leader of Phoenix, Yoon-hae. Sang-woo thanked everyone for coming and said they probably already knew who he was. He then explained that he was going to talk about the system and the day of the harvest, making it clear from the start that everything he was about to say was the absolute truth. Arya commented that the people of Earth would finally learn about the harvest day, while Dehubert said he was curious to find out how they would convince the hunters. Without beating around the bush, Sang-woo revealed that the harvest day was approaching and that, when it arrived, everyone would die. The entire room fell into shock immediately. Noticing everyone's reaction, he decided to explain everything from the beginning. As the explanation progressed, the hunters grew even more frightened to learn that this was part of the system's own plan. They were also shocked to discover that these people had come from another planet. Even so, some still didn't fully believe it. Yet there were old rumors that Heritage's CEO simply didn't age. Raven then asked whether that was really all he had to say. Sang-woo replied, a little awkwardly, that he wasn't very good at social interactions. Shortly after, Il-gon asked whether it was true that all abilities would be blocked on the day of the harvest. And if that was true, then why had the system given abilities to everyone for free in the first place? This time, it was Arya who decided to explain. She told them that all of them were citizens of the Urencia Empire, and that since the great cataclysm that struck Earth, they had been working desperately to stop the harvest day. Even in Tabern, the greatest damage only began after the system was blocked. That was why they needed to find a way to prevent it at any cost. It was then that they managed to study Sang-woo's cloning ability. As a result of that research, they created replicas of objects and applied that technology to the skill orbs distributed across Earth. According to her, it essentially worked as a simplified version of the system. They rebuilt Zero's functions by separating everything from Tyburn's system and placing it inside the orbs. Because of that, abilities obtained through them, such as fireballs, would not be affected by the system's block. Il-gon asked whether that meant abilities independent of the system would continue working normally. Sang-woo replied that was precisely why he needed the veterans' help. He knew that every hunter who had survived the cataclysm had learned to use abilities without fully relying on the system, so he asked them to share that knowledge with the other hunters, so that everyone could prepare for the harvest day. According to him, everyone would need to prepare themselves physically and mentally for the massacre that was coming. Haeyeon then asked exactly when the harvest day would arrive. Sang-woo replied that it would probably be within 2 years. But in that very instant, everything changed. Suddenly, the system appeared before everyone. A gigantic hologram of Elisa, or rather, of the system itself, rose into the sky. At the same time, a voice began to echo directly into the minds of every person on Earth, so loud and intense it seemed to leave everyone deaf. The voice announced that all inhabitants of Earth should listen carefully. It explained that more than 90% of humanity had already completed registration in the system, which it considered extremely satisfactory. However, it still expressed discomfort that the number had not reached 100%. Then came the announcement that brought the entire world to a standstill. The harvest day would not happen in 2 years. The harvest would begin in just 3 months. The system then announced that cranid portals would be opened on Earth, not just 1 or 2, but many, all around the planet. According to it, if so many monsters were going to invade the world, then it was better to register as many people in the system as possible. Before disappearing, it reinforced that everyone should remember one thing: the system would always be by humanity's side. Shortly after, countless cranid portals began appearing in the middle of cities. Several parts of the world were hit simultaneously, and the hunters received portal breach reports without stop. In the middle of that chaos, Sang-woo was completely confused. Jumper had said there were still 2 years left, so why were there now only 3 months? At the same time, everyone began to see a system window showing a countdown. The time remaining until Earth's harvest day was only 90 days. After days of intense battle, some portals finally began to disappear, but the monsters emerging from them were unlike anything humanity had ever seen before. And worse, new portals kept appearing without end. High-level hunters managed to protect the major cities, but regions far from those zones suffered devastating damage all over the world. And that was only the beginning. A countdown had started. Humanity plunged into complete chaos. Sometime later, Sang-woo was already preparing alongside his clones when Jumper walked into the room saying he seemed to be treating him like the one most to blame for the situation. Sang-woo responded immediately, calling him a liar and reminding him that he had clearly said there were 2 years left. Jumper ended up laughing and said he actually liked that reaction. Being called a liar was something new. Even so, he assured Sang-woo that he genuinely hadn't known the date had been changed. According to him, the harvest day had never been moved up before, no matter what happened, so he believed that this change could only have occurred because of Sang-woo himself. Sang-woo thought he was just passing the blame on to him, but decided to let it go. In the end, he commented that maybe it even made things easier. If only 3 months remained, then perhaps it was better to quickly gather the 7 sins and destroy the system once and for all. Besides, 2 years would be too long to keep his focus, so he decided to go directly to the Tower of Odin. Before leaving though, he remembered something else. When the system killed the master, someone would be freed. So he asked Jumper who that person was. Jumper replied provocatively, asking whether he really wanted more spoilers. Even so, he ended up revealing it. That person's name was Leogardo Alexander, known as the pinnacle of humanity. According to him, even before Jumper himself, Leogardo was already considered monstrously powerful. His level of strength was so absurd that the master's abilities could only work on him within enclosed spaces. Jumper also mentioned that Lieber had more information if Songwoo wanted to ask him later. Apparently, Lieber had received more memories than he had. After that, Jumper asked whether he wanted a free ride to the Tower of Odin. Sangwoo accepted immediately, saying that teleportation scrolls were far too expensive. When they arrived at the Tower of Odin, they noticed that several people were already gathered there. Among them were Ilgon and Wontae. Ilgon explained that from that point on, they had all chosen to trust Sangwoo's words. They would begin preparing for the harvest day and also teach the other hunters abilities that didn't depend on the system. Yunhai commented that with the world in that state, there wasn't even any point in debating whether or not they trusted him, but she was immediately scolded to be quiet. Sangwoo sincerely thanked them for their help and said he was counting on all of them. Frieren and the group of elders also showed up. He explained that he would help however he could, primarily by funding the worldwide distribution of Heritage's orbs. Since the fireball ability was the most versatile among them, he believed they should focus on that. Even while saying he was still annoyed by what Sangwoo had done to him before, he admitted that hiding in a bunker wouldn't solve anything at all. Sangwoo ended up feeling a little guilty after hearing that, and thanked them again, saying he really hadn't expected to receive support like this. Shortly after, Junmo came over carrying a report Sangwoo had requested. Unfortunately, the data confirmed the worst possible scenario. The daily rate of human registrations in the system was rising rapidly. Then a doubt arose. Would 3 months be enough to train all of humanity and make people stronger? Sangwoo replied that he honestly had no idea. The only option was to try. A little later, Raven asked whether he had received the gift he'd sent. Sangwoo replied that he had, and that he'd put it to very good use. Raven then explained that unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to accompany him to the tower, because he needed to teach the others how to truly use mana. Even so, he asked both Sangwoo and Lieber to come back safely. Sangwoo replied in a casual tone, calling him Little Master, and asking whether he had forgotten who his disciple was. According to him, no one knew how to escape danger better than he did. Then he promised he would come back alive. Meanwhile, Hyeon, Junyoung, and Uhyun were clearly worried. They knew that without Sangwoo, there wasn't much they could do. Miho, on the other hand, promised to give him a little kiss if he came back safely. Hyeon was indignant when she heard that, but then said she was suddenly motivated to train even harder. Jumper, watching all of this, thought he didn't like the feeling of a farewell. Even so, he hoped Sangwoo would truly reach the top. A few hours later, already in an advanced camp inside the Tower of Odin, Sangwoo admitted that it had been extremely useful to have cleared the path during that old tourism program. Thanks to that, he had finally found the true passage to the second floor of the tower. In other words, the time had come to move forward, but at the last moment he changed his mind. Without thinking too hard, he grabbed clone number 1 and threw him in first. According to Sangwoo, there was no reason to take unnecessary risks. He would only advance after confirming the path was truly safe. Number 1 was swallowed by the shadows, while Sangwoo complained that all of this had become a pain and that he had no idea when he'd finally reached the top of the tower. Lieber asked how he could say something like that just hours after being praised and encouraged by so many people, and then questioned whether he was hesitating because of the system's true objective. In a way, that was the easiest path for Sangwoo to get what he wanted. Even so, Sangwoo replied that it wasn't like that, and that he had a sense of responsibility far more complex than it appeared, but Lieber knew he was hesitating. After all, anyone would hesitate after discovering what the system's true purpose was. There was no chance Sangwoo would react any differently. At the moment the system opened the portals and despair took hold of the world, many people died, but as soon as they died, the system turned them all into code and sent them to paradise. The first woman to die in that incident, killed by a monster, relived all those painful memories. But the system removed every pain and every bad memory, explaining that in paradise there was no death and no farewells. Disease, aging, and life expectancy simply didn't matter there anymore. All that existed was happiness. Even she could remain by her daughter's side, and so the two of them lived happily ever after. Meanwhile, on the outside, the system was dealing with the overwhelming number of new users connecting, controlling the mana and managing everything simultaneously. And it wasn't just her working, but also her countless clones. The system itself remarked that the cloning ability was the best thing in existence, and couldn't understand why it had taken so long to think of such a masterpiece. Thanks to the clones, all the work became much easier. The expansion and stabilization of the systems, which would have taken around 2 years, would now be completed in just 3 months. The system then realized that since that day, it had only been following Lieber's orders. When he said he no longer needed that world, the system decided to create another one, and it would be precisely for Lieber that it would carry out the harvest day, gathering everyone from that world full of death and suffering into a single paradise. Later, Sangwoo received the message from number 1 saying everything was safe. Lieber then warned him he'd better get ready, but Sang-woo replied that ready was practically his middle name. He even joked that he was almost like Batman. His subspace was completely packed with supplies, cold weather gear, food, and camping items, all very neatly organized. The problem was that despite imagining the second floor of the tower would be colder than the first, reality was the opposite. The place looked like an extremely hot and stuffy jungle. Seeing that, Lieber commented that he should have asked exactly what he had prepared. Then he asked whether Sang-woo had brought all the clones, including number 8. If they left at least one clone in Korea, they could still receive supplies through the subspace, which would make things considerably easier. Even so, Sang-woo explained that every clone was now too important. His basic training method consisted of devouring monsters to gain any power increase possible. With only 3 months left, he intended to spread all the clones out to hunt as many monsters as they could find, and according to him, if someone had to sit out, it would be the original, not the clones. The first creature that appeared before them was a monstrous giant ape. Sang-woo told everyone to stay back because he wanted to test the level of that creature alone. A short time later, the monster was already defeated, and he realized the enemy wasn't that strong after all. Lieber commented that the creature could be considered something close to rank B. Hearing that, Sang-woo replied that at least he wouldn't have to worry about whether the clones would find monsters strong enough to train against. Shortly after, he ordered everyone to split up and begin the hunt. Each clone would have only 5 hours reserved for rest and meals, so they would need to manage their time very carefully. If they encountered monsters too strong to defeat alone, they should cooperate with the nearest clone. Just as the hunt was about to begin, Lieber asked them to wait a little longer. He warned that if they came across something resembling a crack in the air, they needed to report it immediately. Sang-woo passed the information along to all the clones, and shortly after they launched into the attack, the monsters appearing in that region were mostly just monstrous giant apes. While eliminating several of them, Sang-woo asked what exactly those cracks were. Lieber then explained that they functioned as shortcuts capable of skipping floors of the tower. The first person he had made contact with was Baekwon, a Korean hunter who carried the Sword of the Seven Sins. That sword's ability was spatial slicing, and thanks to it they had been able to advance rapidly through the Tower of Odin. Since so much time had passed since then, Lieber wasn't sure whether those cracks were still active. Sang-woo then asked whether they were trying to recover the weapon he had lost along the way. Lieber confirmed, saying they needed to reassemble all the parts of the Seven Sins. Sang-woo asked whether that was really the case, and Lieber confirmed it was. Baekwon was dead. He had gotten very close to reaching the top of the tower, but ended up being killed by a rank S monster that was sealed up there. Hearing that, Sang-woo said that when they said he had disappeared, he had already feared the worst. He mentioned that he had heard Baekwon had a good relationship with Won-tae, but that all he had to share were heavy and complicated pieces of information like that. So Lieber decided to tell the whole truth all at once, explaining that this way there would be no misunderstandings, and Won-tae would understand the reason for suspecting Lucas. After that, Lieber began to explain what happened on the day he arrived on Earth, and how he ended up getting separated from 3 people before finding Baekwon. The first thing Sang-woo needed to know was that Baekwon was Won-tae's father, something he probably didn't know. In fact, Baekwon himself had done everything he could to hide that, perhaps because he knew that sooner or later he would need to enter the Tower of Odin. Meanwhile, at the exclusive training arena of the Canis Guild, Miho had gathered her own members along with Won-tae's people. Won-tae then called those with physical abilities and body-strengthening skills to stay with him, while Miho organized the elemental ability users. Shortly after, Won-tae explained that everyone would need to learn to use their abilities without relying on the system. According to him, they would start with the basics, running and striking, because the fundamental principle involved amplifying the nerve signals used in muscle contraction. Even while teaching that, Won-tae kept thinking about the agreement he had made with Sang-woo. He wanted to find out more information about Baekwon. Then the memories came back to 3 years after the Great Cataclysm, in 2003, when Won-tae was being trained by Baekwon himself, known as the most powerful hunter of the first generation. Back then, Baekwon didn't just train Won-tae, he also protected him in Yuna. At one point, Won-tae thanked him for everything he had been doing, but Baekwon replied that it was he who should apologize, since a child shouldn't have to go through any of that. He also mentioned that if he had arrived a little earlier, he might have been able to save their mother too. Even so, Won-tae replied that he had still managed to save his sister, and for that he was very grateful. He then asked whether it was true that Baekwon had been a close friend of their mother. Baekwon confirmed it, saying the two of them had grown up together and were childhood friends from the same neighborhood. In the present, Sang-woo asked whether everything Won-tae knew had been taught by Baekwon, and Lieber confirmed it. He explained that he had arrived on Earth during the Great Cataclysm, at a time when he was nearly losing his mind. He needed to stop the system's plan, but couldn't make contact with registered users because it would immediately reveal his location. At the same time, ordinary people people wouldn't have the strength to face the system, even knowing the truth. It was at that moment that Baekwon appeared before him carrying the weapon of the 7 deadly sins. Back then the job of hunter didn't even exist yet, so Songwoo asked how Baekwon had already had that sword before the Great Cataclysm. Lieber explained that Baekwon was an explorer obsessed with finding ancient artifacts, and that was how he ended up finding the sword of the 7 sins. Sangwoo then asked whether the sword didn't corrupt the mind of its user. Lieber replied that it did, but explained that Baekwon had fought against the 7 sins' influence for 5 full years, suffering constantly just to maintain control over his own body. Sangwoo himself understood perfectly just how difficult it was to control the 7 deadly sins, which was why Lieber considered Baekwon the most talented of all. After all, he was the first human Lieber had made contact with, and a man who lived up to his own title without any difficulty. In another memory, after easily defeating a Titan skeleton using the sword, Baekwon remarked that Wontae would surpass him soon, since he was already hunting rat flames on his own. But Wontae replied that he shouldn't say something like that, right after sending a monster the size of a building flying through the air. Even so, Baekwon continued praising the boy, saying he was doing very well and that at that rate he would soon be strong enough to protect his little sister on his own. It was then that Yuna woke up, asking what they would eat, complaining she was hungry. Baekwon replied that her brother had hunted a rat flame and that they would be eating rat meat again, but Yuna complained that they had eaten that the day before, and Wontae replied that it would probably be the same thing the next day too. Later, in the middle of the night, Baekwon tried to leave without making any noise, but Wontae immediately noticed using his detection abilities. Impressed, Baekwon praised the boy, saying his abilities were excellent. Wontae then asked where he was going, and Baekwon replied that he had heard there was a chance of resolving everything at the Tower of Odin. He apologized, but said someone had to do it. Before leaving, he asked Wontae to keep protecting his little sister from then on. After that, he simply walked away without looking back. Back then, Lieber had also said that as soon as Baekhyunwon got the artifact at the top of the tower, he would be able to come back and see them again. Baekhyunwon agreed, and even joked that maybe Wontae would call him dad when he returned. After hearing the whole story, Sangwoo commented that in the end, it seemed like Lieber had practically killed the man. Then he also asked whether he planned to kill him too, calling the other one Four Eyes. Shortly after, he returned to the subject of the cracks and asked that if one was on the second floor, that meant Baekwon had managed to pass the first floor, using nothing but his own strength. Lieber confirmed that was the case. Baekwon was extremely strong, but still didn't have enough power to defeat the system on his own. In the beginning, he advanced slowly through the first floor of the tower, using that place as a true training ground, but probably due to constant worry about the children he had left behind, he ended up becoming impatient. That was why, starting from the second floor, he began using the cracks to skip entire floors of the Tower of Odin. Thanks to that, he was able to advance quickly, but in the end he succumbed just before reaching the top. According to Lieber, this happened because he wasn't prepared for the dangers he would encounter, exactly as had happened before. Sangwoo then asked whether Jumper had also come there on Lieber's orders, and wanted to know what made the Tower of Odin so important. Lieber explained that it all revolved around a special artifact, something that tolerated no failures of any kind. According to him, that artifact had the power to correct any error, regardless of scale. There was even a book in the Great Library of the Urencia Empire that spoke of it, stating that the object lay dormant at the top of the Tower of Odin. Confused, Sangwoo asked what it actually meant to tolerate no failures. Lieber replied that even he didn't know exactly how the artifact worked, but the book made its effects very clear. It was precisely after hearing about that power that Baekwon agreed to enter the tower. Even so, Sangwoo pointed out that in the end, Baekwon failed because he never managed to conquer the Tower of Odin. Hearing that, Lieber admitted that looking back, he believed they should have advanced much more slowly. He said he deeply regretted it, and constantly thought about what might have happened if they had scaled the tower patiently, growing stronger, little by little. While speaking about it, Lieber recalled just how extraordinary Baekwon had been. He possessed practically immeasurable strength, a very strong sense of justice, and an incredible dedication. To him, Baekwon was someone truly unforgettable. But Sangwoo, while eating a giant banana, asked whether that was a veiled jab at him. Then he wanted to know whether that experience was why Lieber's next choice turned out to be someone else. Lieber then explained that after the Great Cataclysm, as the years passed, the profession of hunter officially emerged and the portals began to stabilize. With that, several extraordinary hunters appeared all over the world, and Leogardo was one of them. He was a rising hunter who possessed the right arm of the 7 deadly sins. After investigating him more closely, Lieber realized that despite his great achievements, Leogardo was also quite a controversial figure. After losing Baekwon, Lieber fell into despair. Fully conquering the Tower of Odin to obtain the artifact was far too dangerous, so he decided to gather people with increasingly powerful abilities. It was then that Sangwoo realized the plan was to gather more fragments of the 7 deadly sins. Lieber confirmed it, explaining that 3 fragments together already possessed absurdly powerful abilities, and that even 2 fragments would make scaling the tower much easier. The problem was that back then, he still didn't understand the true danger of the 7 deadly sins. difference. Leogardo initially only had the right arm and was perfectly stable, but after also obtaining the left arm, he began to slowly lose his sanity, and when he added the left leg to his own body, his violence became completely uncontrollable. So Lieber commented that Song Woo's case was something truly unique. Unlike other users, the negative effects of the fragments fell on the clones without directly affecting the original. Over time, Leogardo used the power of the seven sins to sever his connection with Lieber and ended up transforming into a monster obsessed only with growing stronger. That was the last time the two of them had met. Sang-woo then concluded that it was probably how Leogardo ended up being found by the system's master and sided with them, but Lieber replied that it was also the first time he had noticed any connection between Leogardo and that master. Even so, there was something about Jumper that kept bothering him. The problem was that Lieber had never told Lucas anything about Baekwon or about his former contacts, so it made no sense for Jumper to know that Leogardo had once had contact with him. Confused, Sang-woo asked how that was possible. Lieber then explained that wasn't even the only strange part of the situation. According to him, Lucas had used memory transfer to reveal the truth to Raven, but that made no sense because Lucas had never had that ability. Moreover, unlike him, Lucas had never visited Lieber's old office. Because of that, it was impossible for him to possess memories of the harvest day in Tyburn. Of course, Sang-woo was completely shocked to hear that, but before he could react properly, one of the clones appeared saying they had found the crack. Surprised, Lieber commented that he hadn't expected them to find it so quickly. But there was a problem. A monster was standing near the crack, specifically a Type 3 cranid. Meanwhile, in another place, several parents were carrying their small children and even babies into the awakening. They were all betting that those children would be able to save the world or at least survive the coming cataclysm. Seeing that absurd scene, Bless asked whether everyone had lost their minds or whether he was seeing things. Outraged, he asked Jumper whether they were really awakening children who hadn't even reached puberty and demanded to know whether that was exactly what he wanted. Jumper then responded with a strange comparison. He asked Bless whether he would like a drink capable of getting him drunk. Then he asked what would happen if there were a perfect liquor created inside an illusion, something that would let a person get drunk without using real alcohol and without harming the true body. According to him, the illusion would be so perfect that the person wouldn't even notice the difference. It would be like drinking a liquor with every imaginable aroma, with no worries about health, anxiety, or hangover. Finally, Jumper asked whether Bless wouldn't want to live in a world like that, without suffering or worries. But Bless replied that the conversation was so absurd it wasn't even worth continuing to listen to. Bless replied that drinking meant getting so drunk you couldn't even walk straight, and then waking up the next day with a splitting headache. So even if that hypothetical liquor could actually exist, he made it clear he didn't want any part of it. Even so, Jumper insisted and asked Bless to visit a place written on a note, saying it was an excellent hotel where he could rest for a while. But Bless replied that he had been fooled once before and wouldn't fall for the same trick again. Meanwhile, Sang-woo finally came face to face with the creature and confirmed it was indeed a Type 3 cranid. He asked whether that influence was coming from the crack, and Lieber confirmed it probably was. He explained that as they climbed the tower, they would encounter even more cranid along the way. Even knowing that, Sang-woo didn't seem worried. Thanks to the memories of Tyburn, he already knew some of the Type 3 cranid's abilities, and knew they were absurdly powerful creatures. Even so, he charged straight at it, using the earthquake ability, destroying everything around him in the process. But the cranid completely blocked the attack using only a single claw, while the nearby trees were destroyed by the force of the impact. In that moment, Sang-woo realized the enemy was genuinely strong, so he called the clones to help. After all, an entire army of clones would have a much easier time defeating that creature. While watching the fight, Lieber recalled the System Master's words about Leogardo being trapped in a certain area. He had been missing for over 10 years, and no one had any idea what had happened during all that time. According to Lieber, if Leogardo were freed, he would certainly go after Sang-woo, since he possessed 2 fragments of the 7 deadly sins, and when that day came, he wasn't sure whether Sang-woo himself would be able to handle it. The most ironic part was that at that very moment, Sang-woo was defeating the Type 3 cranid while still taunting the creature mid-battle. And speaking of Leogardo, at that moment he was on an unknown planet, trapped in a completely strange area, and surrounded by numerous cranid. Using a gravitational ability, he gathered all the monsters into a single point, and then destroyed an entire army of Type 3 cranid with just one strike. When the System Master died, the ability keeping Leogardo trapped vanished along with him. As soon as he realized he was free, he began to wonder what he was still doing there. Part of him felt like he should stay, but at the same time all he could see were the bodies of dead cranids scattered everywhere. In the end, Leogardo simply concluded that those monsters were far too weak and decided to return to Earth. After defeating the Type 3 cranid, Sang-woo decided to enter the crack. He even glanced at clone number 1, already ready to throw him in first, but the clone replied that he could enter on his own. As soon as they passed through the crack, Sangwoo asked what the hell that place was. Lieber then explained that they had skipped approximately 5 floors of the tower in one go. Sangwoo commented that it was great for saving time, but quickly noticed something strange. The place looked like a complete massacre. There were several bodies of native beings of that floor scattered everywhere. It was then that Sangwoo understood that floor had been completely taken over by the Cranid. Even so, Lieber reminded him that he had already warned that they would encounter these creatures more and more frequently as they advanced through the tower. Meanwhile, in another place, Arya and De Hubert worked non-stop to expand the orb production factory as much as possible. Arya knew that even using a simplified system combined with the cloning technique, each orb still had to be produced manually. Frieren then commented that they were trying to distribute these to all of humanity, which was obviously not going to be easy. Even so, he stated that no matter the cost, it had to be done. Arya replied that they would keep sustaining humanity's hope. Shortly after, one of the doctors appeared saying that someone had requested permission to enter. Outside was Trevor, an old man who said he wanted to help. According to him, he was looking for a chance to redeem himself. Meanwhile, Woo-hyun finally managed to feel mana for the first time, and asked whether that meant she had some special talent. Hyun then explained that what she was experiencing was called meditation. Beside them, Junyoung complained that controlling mana was too difficult, and asked whether it was really that important. Yoonhae replied that it was way past time for those brats to start learning properly. Even Miho admitted that honestly, they were all doing much better than she had expected. But Junyoung kept complaining, and then Yoonhae lost her patience. She said that if he didn't want to study, he could simply leave and use Heritage's orbs instead. Even so, Yoonyoung insisted that his awakened ability was already extremely powerful. Yoonhae then explained that awakened abilities weren't miraculous exceptions. They were powers based on each person's innate traits, which made them easier to learn to use. However, without proper control of his own mana, he wouldn't even be able to activate his abilities during the harvest day. After that, she told him to be quiet and immediately get back to training. Still unconvinced, Yoonyoung asked why he had to learn all of that instead of simply using a powerful ability right away. She replied that he could do that if he knew how. Meanwhile, Lieber was explaining exactly that point to Sangwoo. According to him, even if someone possesses the formula for a powerful spell, that doesn't mean they'll be able to use that power at its maximum level right away. Sangwoo immediately understood the comparison. For him, it would be like expecting his cloning ability to start at the maximum level from the beginning, or like imagining that a middle school student could run at the same level as a professional athlete just because they learned the running technique. Lieber then concluded by saying, the situation would only be different for people who are born with abilities naturally specialized for that. Sangwoo thought that maybe Junyoung really did have the potential to pull that off, but quickly noticed something else, and asked whether Lieber had just compared his abilities to those of a middle school student. Lieber asked whether he was wrong. The problem was that Sangwoo couldn't answer, and that only made him even more irritated. After that, Lieber asked why he had started getting so interested in the levels of his own abilities, and wanted to know whether he was getting impatient. Sangwoo replied that yes, that was part of it, but explained that his clone enhancement ability seemed to have stagnated. He began to explain how it worked. At level 1, the reflection rate of the clones was 50%. With each level, that rate increased by 1%, so he naturally assumed that upon reaching level 100, the clones would be able to use 100% of his attributes. But that wasn't what happened. When the ability reached level 40, the reflection rate stopped at 70% and simply didn't increase anymore. Even now, with the ability already at level 59, the value remained exactly the same. Hearing that, Lieber replied that he could only interpret the mechanisms of the ability through the flow of mana, and couldn't predict anything beyond that. Immediately Sangwoo lost his patience and called him useless, saying the real middle school student there was him. Even so, Lieber calmly replied that he really had been offended by the earlier remark, but asked him to consider an important possibility. According to him, stagnation phases were extremely common even in magic. He explained using the example of a fireball. The more someone practices that spell, the more powerful and larger it becomes. But there comes a point where only mana consumption keeps increasing, while the size and power of the spell barely change at all. However, if the mage keeps training and refining that magic without giving up, eventually a new property will emerge. The fireball might, for example, split apart to chase enemies or generate far more intense heat explosions. Lieber then concluded that Sangwoo's ability might be at exactly that stage, a period of stagnation before a new improvement. After hearing that, Sangwoo began to think that maybe he had been in too much of a hurry. He then looked at one of the clones that had been annoying them the whole time, and commented that he had been focusing only on quick results. Then he even asked the clones to forgive their foolish master. While observing the scene, Lieber thought that he needed to keep giving his best, diligently doing whatever he still could. To him, that alone was enough to keep humanity's hope alive. But Sangwoo had apparently reached a completely different conclusion. Picking up a giant sledgehammer, he said he had thought of a much easier way to improve his abilities. According to his logic, in most games it was possible to strengthen equipment simply by hitting it with a hammer. So without thinking twice, he swung the sledgehammer directly at the head of a clone. After seeing that, Lieber Lieber was completely dumbfounded and asked what the hell that bastard was doing, but Sang-woo remained convinced that this way he would definitely reach level 60. Lieber then replied that if it were really possible to get stronger that way, no one would ever bother training properly. The problem was, it worked. After the hit, the clone regenerated, and its physical resistance increased. Immediately after, the ability genuinely rose to level 60. On top of that, a new additional effect appeared. The clones could now automatically replicate the upper half of the user's armor, meaning all of them would have that equipment for free. Meanwhile, in another place, Lucas was recalling the time he had been Lieber's host. In that memory, he was celebrating, saying he had finally done it. He had conquered the Tower of Odin and obtained the artifact capable of correcting any mistake. Lieber then confirmed that now he could tell him the whole truth. After that, Lucas went to Philadelphia and obtained all the information stored in Lieber's laboratory. He then finally killed the system's master by tearing off his head. But when he faced Leogardo, he ended up being defeated. Leogardo remarked that it had been a good fight, but something was still missing. Meanwhile, Lieber told everyone to flee immediately. Jumper realized right then that it had been a mistake. It was still too early to face Leogardo. Leogardo then said that at this rate, he would already have gathered 4 fragments of the 7 sins, but at the very last instant, the artifact activated on its own, and Jumper went back in time. Confused, he wondered whether that was the artifact's true effect. Shortly after, he finally woke from the nightmare and realized the object was still embedded in his chest. Exhausted by the situation, he commented that if there were any drink capable of getting a rank S drunk, he would be the first to have some. Meanwhile, Sang-woo was analyzing the possibilities of his new ability. If he could copy armor, perhaps in the future he could also copy weapons. He recalled that Arya had once explained it was impossible to replicate an ability above one's own potential, but Heritage had already managed to clone equipment using his ability. That meant he would probably be able to do the same thing before long. His ability still had a lot of room to grow. At that moment, Sang-woo realized Arya hadn't just been speaking theoretically. Now he would have to find out on his own exactly how far that actually worked, so he asked whether anyone was up for resetting for the first time in a long while. The group wasn't thrilled about the idea, but Leiber suggested he use the process to test something. He wanted to know what would happen if Sang-woo canceled the invocation of number 1 or number 2. Now that they held fragments of the 7 sins, Sang-woo realized that made sense. After all, the clones had never truly been destroyed. The demon still complained, saying that if it weren't for him, the kid would have died about 20 times already. Even so, Sang-woo was curious. If he canceled the invocation, would the demon go back to being that sealed stone, or would it become completely furious? Since there were no other immediate problems, he decided to test it right then. When he undid the invocation of clone number 1, the demon thought it had finally gotten a chance to devour the body, but when it was summoned again, nothing happened. Sang-woo then began to taunt it, asking where all that talk of "this is my chance to devour the body" had gone. In the end, he discovered that by canceling the invocation, the demon simply went back to being the sealed stone. After that, he simply summoned number 1 again, and had the clone devour it once more. But Sang-woo noticed that having only the upper half of the armor copied looked too strange, so he decided to give the clone pants and a cape as well. The Sin complained, saying it was only mentioning this as a precaution. According to it, it was a being that had spent countless ages thinking only of battles and victories, so there was no social rule that would make it feel embarrassed. But Sang-woo didn't miss the opportunity to tease, saying that for someone who spoke so confidently about that, it was putting its clothes on awfully fast. The clone responded irritably that it was entirely Sang-woo's fault. Later, while they rested to eat something, Sang-woo decided to ask about the fragments. He wanted to know whether the Sin had originally been whole and then split into pieces, and also whether it really knew nothing about the other fragments. The Sin replied that it had no interest in that. The only thing that mattered was fighting the strongest. According to it, those who carried the fragments would inevitably seek more power, and sooner or later, would end up being drawn toward one another. In the end, it was only natural for it to rebuild itself. Even so, Sang-woo asked whether it ever got tired of fighting non-stop. The Sin replied that was nonsense. Since the beginning of time, battles had always been the essence of life. In those times, the strong naturally preyed on the weak. The problem was that current humans could barely endure even a single fragment of it. To it, everyone was far too weak. Sang-woo then made a proposal. He said he could offer a real fight, a battle against an enemy so powerful that the Sin wouldn't even flinch seeing an attack coming. A fight where it would have to use every last drop of strength in its own body until breathing became difficult. If the Sin helped him get stronger, he could become the most powerful opponent it had ever faced. The Sin replied that of all the nonsense Sang-woo had ever said, that was the most ridiculous, but it also admitted that was the one it had liked hearing the most. After that, the clones were sent out to hunt creatures and search for new cracks, while the two of them stayed behind preparing for a one-on-one fight. Sang-woo commented that this was much better than sitting around discussing useless theories. He wanted to take everything, the fragments, the void abilities, and all of the Sin's combat experience. The Sin simply replied that it wanted to see him try. Sang-woo then allowed number 1 to release the 7 Sins restrictions. Once freed, the Sin said it wanted to find out just how much the kid could endure. Sang-woo knew this wouldn't be easy. easy. Even back when the Sin didn't yet have a body, he had faced the Titan skeleton alone, but now it was far more powerful. Even so, in the instant Sangwoo blinked, he was already on the ground with a knife at his throat. The Sin even mocked him, calling it a tutoring fee, before driving the blade directly into his eye. Then it told him to stop crying because the wound would heal up quickly. When Sangwoo asked whether it couldn't go a little easier on him, the Sin replied no. To it, this was perfect. After all, the fight needed to be brutal enough to make one want to rip off the opponent's limbs. Meanwhile, they weren't the only ones involved in a violent battle. In another place, Char Daeon was already defeated, surrounded by swords scattered across the ground. He reported that the other lord had disappeared, and Leogardo replied that it was impressive because standards had deteriorated far too much while he was absent. He then asked whether Char was really a rank S, because it had been disappointing. Then he wanted to know whether the next level of power would be found in the boy who carried the 7 sins. At the moment, the only ones he could locate were the Titan skeleton in the catacombs and the jumper, but Char explained that the Titan had already been hunted. Curious, Leogardo asked what had been found there. A giant sword, a purple stone, but Char said he had no idea what he was talking about. When they arrived at the location, another hunter was already fighting the Titan skeleton and ended up taking all the rewards. Right then, Leogardo wanted to know who was responsible, but Char refused to answer, saying it was pretty clear why he wanted to know. So Leogardo simply picked up his phone and said he would just search online. That ended up surprising Char, who hadn't imagined he was so accustomed to modern culture. Meanwhile, Sangwoo continued taking a beating. He could see the trajectory of the Sin's attacks, but the moment he tried to block one strike, another unexpected attack came from right behind it. The Sin noticed his difficulty and asked whether it was uncomfortable. It seemed to be reading Sangwoo like an open book. Trying to buy time, Sangwoo fell back and began using lightning and ice magic simultaneously, but the Sin left no room. It unleashed a brutal sequence of void strikes and sent the boy flying. While trying to understand how his movements were being read so easily, Sangwoo realized the Sin was already ready to finish the fight again, but at the last instant, he managed to dodge and declared he had finally understood the pattern. According to him, the Sin was using the link between familiar and summoner. Since they shared their senses, it could eavesdrop on the summoner's own perceptions. After understanding that, Sangwoo finally managed to land a hit using the earthquake ability, and also asked whether that wasn't cheating. The Sin replied that using every available weapon wasn't a choice, it was a necessity. Shortly after, it stepped through the air using the power of the void, and returned with a brutal flying kick at Sangwoo, declaring it still wasn't enough to defeat it. Then it pressed the boy against the ground using its own weight. Even in pain, Sangwoo still couldn't understand how one of his clones could possess that much strength. But fortunately, at that moment, one of the clones made contact through the subspace to report they had found another crack. The Sin then asked whether they could continue on their way. When they passed through the crack, they noticed something strange. The floor was exactly the same as the previous one. The entire structure seemed identical. Lieber explained that from that point on, they could only perceive small changes in the atmosphere of each floor. Even the Sin itself fell silent for a moment. That environment really was different. Not entirely, but enough to be unsettling. The smell of blood was far stronger. But while Sangwoo was analyzing the place, the Sin simply drove its hand through his stomach. Without showing any mercy, it explained that all it took was a single moment of lowered guard to lose one's life. Fighting wasn't a game. There was no starting line, no warning before it began. After that, the contest resumed on that new floor. As the clones continued exterminating the monsters scattered throughout the area, the monster absorption ability remained active the entire time. Because of that, Sangwoo began growing physically stronger at an incredible speed. The increase in his stats was so rapid that even the Sin noticed immediately. Gradually, Sangwoo began using the intent reading ability to predict the opponent's movements and dodge strikes before they even happened. Then he started counterattacking as well. At first it was just improvisation, since that strategy probably wouldn't work against other enemies, but that decision ended up becoming a huge change for him. By combining the information transmitted through the ability with what he saw before his own eyes, Sangwoo started getting used to reading the trajectory of attacks. His body began naturally following the predictions, and there came a point where he could dodge without even needing the ability at all. Then came the absorption of the fighting style. While continuing to endure the feints mixed with real attacks from the Sin, Sangwoo instinctively began copying that style of combat, and eventually, he managed to awaken the power to control the void. That battle was developing his potential at a completely abnormal rate. It was then that the Sin remarked that now things were finally starting to make sense. Sangwoo himself had previously asked how it managed to transfer so much strength to the clones. The answer lay in the void. The Sin struck the earthquake sword, using the power of the void, and explained that this energy replaced mana, enormously strengthening physical abilities. The impact was so powerful, it sent Sangwoo crashing straight into the ceiling of the cave. Meanwhile, in another place, Leogardo was browsing the internet. He quickly found an article talking about the South Korean hunter Sang-woo, who had been responsible for defeating the Titan skeleton. After seeing that, he asked where the map was. When he found the direction, he simply commented that since the Earth was round, he'd eventually get there if he just kept walking. Along the way, some drunk people passed by him and started commenting on his size, asking whether he trained a lot. One of them even questioned why someone would train so much when everyone was going to die soon anyway. Leogardo then asked why they were smiling. The woman replied that they had simply given up and decided to enjoy life before everything ended. But Leogardo found that far too calm for someone who claimed to have given up. So he said he would show them what real chaos looked like. In that instant, he fired a massive void that exploded one of the buildings in the city. After that, he smiled and said that now they could have some fun. He told everyone to keep smiling, because this wasn't a funeral, it was a festival. While chaos began outside, Sang-woo continued climbing the Tower of Odin and training non-stop against the Sin. They spent 5 days until finding a new crack, then 4 more days to get through that floor, then another 5 days to locate another passage. After so many fights, the Sin started to complain. It said they had been fighting for dozens of floors, and even so, Sang-woo still couldn't properly use that thing. In its view, the boy was too stupid. Sang-woo replied irritably that he had only just managed to sense the power of the void. It wasn't possible to master that overnight. Even so, he asked why the Tower of Odin kept changing as they climbed. It seemed like the place had no end. Lieber explained that that was the tower's true form. The closer they got to the top, the worse everything would become. But he also said there was no need to worry too much, because human senses were surprisingly quick to adapt to new environments. Even so, Sang-woo decided they needed to stop for a while to resupply, so the group took a break to eat. While they rested, he asked Lieber how far they had climbed. Lieber replied that they had gone through approximately 1/3 of the tower. Hearing that, Sang-woo commented it was a good pace, though he already expected things wouldn't remain that easy near the end. But in the middle of the meal, the Sin noticed something strange about the food. It was then that Sang-woo started laughing and revealed he had poisoned everything. According to him, no real fight had a starting line, but the taunt didn't last long because he immediately got punched in the face. The Sin explained that poison didn't work on it, since it also didn't work on the original body. Meanwhile, in another place, one of the novice hunters was training with his sword until he finally managed to awaken an ability. Raven himself was personally training the swordsman, and this time he had managed to gather several disciples. While observing the group, he thought that Chiron would be happy to see this. But at that moment, Leogardo suddenly appeared. He commented that he wasn't sure whether the identity bracelet he had borrowed was translating everything correctly, but he had a question. He then asked whether anyone there knew someone called Sang-woo. Shortly after, he added that he should also greet everyone properly, since he was a visitor. In that instant, he blew apart part of the building using the power of the void. The one who managed to block the attack before it caused greater destruction was Raven. Leogardo was surprised and called it adorable. The other hunters also mobilized immediately, while Raven asked what he was doing there. Confused, Leogardo asked whether they already knew each other, but quickly said it didn't matter. The only thing he wanted was to find Yung Sun-woo. Raven replied that he didn't know why he wanted to find him, but that he would not allow it. Without wasting time, the hunters charged at him using system abilities in an attempt to kill Leogardo immediately, but he seemed to actually prefer things that way. He then summoned a void vacuum that pulled everything around him in, destroying the hunter's abilities in the process. With his other arm, he was already preparing to crush everyone at once, but Raven interrupted the attack immediately, yelling at him not even think about touching his disciples. Using the storm attack, he managed to cancel the void ability and ordered them to notify Lucas immediately. Hearing that name, Leogardo finally remembered who he was, the sword hunter trained by Raven. Without delay, Raven told everyone to get out while the veterans and guild leaders arrived to face the enemy. Before the confrontation continued, Raven also asked how they had found that place. Ilgon asked whether he hadn't seen the news. He said everything was in complete chaos because of that guy, and that since Leogardo had returned, the situation had only gotten worse. Even so, he hadn't expected him to show up right in Korea. The other replied that it was great, because with that level of power, they truly deserved to be called high rankers. Meanwhile, Sang-woo was still trading blows with the Sin. He thought he had only touched the surface of even a single fragment of void power, yet he still couldn't keep up with the enemy's attacks. Completely replacing mana with void power was extremely difficult, so he decided to try something else. Instead of swapping one for the other, he tried to fuse the two powers. And it worked. He finally managed to block the Sin's knife. He then commented that their strength now seemed evenly matched, but he quickly provoked, saying that since his equipment was better, maybe that would secure his victory. He then invoked ice and fire magic simultaneously to attack. attack, but the sin easily destroyed everything, and replied that that wasn't reason enough. At the same time, Leogardo was still standing, while everyone else was badly wounded. No one had managed to even scratch him. It was then that Raven asked whether they could open a gap for him. Just 1 second would be enough. Wontae replied that he didn't even know if that was possible against a monster like that. But even so, they all decided to attack together. Yunhai used a mana fusion with a suppression barrier. Miho launched the Fox Flame. Ilgon activated the Black Sun Ember, and Wontae struck with the Full Moon Cut. But Leogardo simply compressed all of those powers with his left arm, and then countered with a Void Strike using his right, hitting the 3 guildmasters and knocking them all down at once. Even so, the opening Raven needed finally appeared. He accelerated his own heartbeat and activated the supreme technique of the 1000 Fatal Knights. The first strike made a deep cut on Leogardo's shoulder, nearly reaching his heart. The second went straight for the neck, but Leogardo cancelled the attack using the momentum of his left leg and immediately landed a blow on Raven's chest, sending him down. After that, he commented that last attack had truly been dangerous. He then brought up the talk about disciples and said he wanted to see whether they would awaken something after discovering their master had died. But before he could finish off Raven, someone appeared and saved him. It was Junyoung. He showed up saying he thought Leogardo was pretty fast. The enemy then asked who he was and what exactly he was. Junyoung replied that he was just a regular rank B hunter. Shortly after, he launched a concentrated explosion in the form of a fire pillar and managed to bring Leogardo down. Even falling into a crater, Leogardo got out immediately and moved to close the distance, but he ended up trapped inside a level 100 stone prison. Seizing the opportunity, Junyoung activated the scalding transformation along with the pressure rupture, creating a true fire coffin that compressed and exploded Leogardo's body. Even so, the enemy walked out normally and commented that the boy was decent. Then he asked where he had come from. Junyoung simply replied again that he was just a regular hunter, but now he possessed the ability of the perfect Grand Sage. It all began before Songwoo climbed the Tower of Odin. Back then, he had left a gift at Junyoung's house, an elixir. When he found it, Junyoung couldn't understand how he had gotten something of that level, and even wondered if he could really drink it. But the elixir alone didn't work. Not even the enhanced DAP could remove his penalty. However, underneath the flask was a note. The message said that if he started assigning strange meanings to the gift, he should beat Sangwoo senseless. That cheered Junyoung up. He thought it was fine. Even if he failed, he would get back up and try again, because he had never stopped pushing himself until that point. When he finally drank the elixir, a complete physical reconfiguration began. There was a synchronization error due to the penalty, but in the end he managed to break free from it. His physical attributes were still low, numbers like 14, 12, and 16, but his mana reached an absurd 6,275 points. Because he was the perfect Grand Sage, Junyoung then declared that he was someone who had never stopped striving, and never would. After truly awakening, he noticed something remarkable. Before, his massive fireballs had been limited by a mana stat of just 0.2. Now he could create something larger than an entire building. Seeing that, Leogardo commented it was beautiful, but said his judgment had been an error. He then completely absorbed the gigantic fireball, but Junyoung immediately responded by firing heat waves in every direction. Even so, Leogardo kept saying that was still an error. Then he began pulling in not just Junyoung's ability, but Junyoung's very body, and when he launched his final blow to end everything, he actually hit a distortion field that created a separate world, a true mirror world. On top of that, Junyoung took advantage of the situation to use refraction, spreading heat waves all around. Seeing that, Miho couldn't believe it and asked herself whether she was dreaming. After all, it was genuinely Junyoung facing Leogardo alone. She knew he wouldn't last long, but even so her body couldn't move. It was then that Bless appeared complaining, asking whether this was some kind of joke. He said every time he showed up, everyone was already in deep trouble, and swore it would be the last time he listened to Jumper. Meanwhile, Sangwoo's clones were massacring the Cranid with no difficulty. It didn't matter whether there were 1, 2, or 3 enemies, they all ended up in a pile of corpses. With that, the Monster Devourer was activated, and Sangwoo grew much stronger. His clone ability had already reached level 70, so the clones could now also copy the lower half of the armor. The only thing left was for them to be able to replicate weapons. While all this was happening, in Paradise, Feta asked whether Lieber was really going to come back. Karen then asked how long it had been since he left and how many years had passed. She then commented on how much there must be something unpleasant about Tyburn, for him never to want to return. Feta replied that she was glad to hear news of him after so long, and asked whether Elisa had passed along the message, but one of the elves corrected her, saying that wasn't Elisa, just an observer of that place. Chiron then asked what exactly she was observing there. Shortly after, she remembered that Elisa had been dead for a very long time. At that instant, one of the system's components came loose on the outside. One of Elisa's clones went to fix the situation, and the system explained that they had found a remnant that should have been erased. The error had probably appeared because of Elisa's appearance, since the system hadn't yet been able to properly manage the information about her. So it commented that Lieber needed to return soon. If they joined the project, it would certainly be something incredible. But until that moment came, unfortunately, the system would have to do it again. So it reset everyone's memory inside. Everyone forgot who Elisa was, and anything related to her. But Lord Braymouse didn't seem to have been affected by the reset. Meanwhile, Junyoung was using everything he had against Leogardo, but the monster kept standing. Leogardo himself replied that his fighting style didn't match the capabilities he possessed. He had an absurd number of abilities, but didn't know how to properly use any of them when it actually mattered. In the end, despite all that power, he couldn't land a decisive blow. The frustration began to accumulate, and Junyoung started using random abilities, making it clear he had no real combat experience. Even so, he managed to buy enough time for the leaders to get back up. Leogardo's next strike was blocked by Raven, while Bless warned that no one should come looking for him unless they had lost an arm or a leg, because he had no intention of treating anything less than that. At the same time, South Korea's defense minister Go Tae-sek was desperate. He kept asking why, of all the countries in the world, this person who had been missing for so long had to show up right in South Korea. The general then updated the situation, explaining that high-ranking hunters, including the sword hunter, were still fighting Leogardo. When the minister asked how the battle was going, he replied that the main area of combat was an open field, but if they moved about 500 meters in any direction, they could reach residential areas. Without hesitation, the minister ordered the preparation of an intercontinental ballistic missile. In his view, no matter how powerful Leogardo was, he was still human. Meanwhile, Sang-woo was spitting blood, but had finally won. The score was now 354 losses to 1 victory. The Sin noticed this had probably happened because the clones reflected a fixed percentage of the boy's stats. The stronger Sang-woo grew, the greater the gap between him and the clones. And that wasn't all. Sang-woo had also managed to improve his void power. Even nearly dead, he freed himself from the ice stakes and charged again. The boy was moving even with several holes in his body. The Sin then suggested they pause to celebrate the victory. After all, if Sang-woo ended up completely destroyed, the one losing out would be the Sin itself. Shortly after, Sang-woo collapsed, saying he missed his own bed. But number 2 appeared saying they had found the next crack. Sang-woo asked whether the next floor was also full of flames and commented they had been working far too hard to keep going like that. First they would take a bath, eat something, and only then would they continue. But as he approached the crack, he ended up seeing one of Baekwan's memories. In that memory, he looked exhausted and wanted to give up. He wanted to go back. Meanwhile, Leogardo kept repelling every attack and calling the others weaklings. Bless even thought it might be better to help, but at that instant a barrage of explosives struck the battlefield. It was the Korean military firing missiles directly at Leogardo. One of the soldiers reported that the intercontinental missile was on its way and would fall on that region. Yoonhae commented that the bastard was much faster than the missile itself and complained that no one expected any of them to walk out of there alive. In practice, everyone would be blown up together. Realizing the situation, Raven said they needed to buy time and keep Leogardo pinned there. He then asked Junyoung whether he could use teleport too early. Junyoung replied that the main ability was still recharging, but that he had another similar one. With that, Raven said he was counting on him. The soldiers continued firing, using the magic bullets created by Miho, while Leogardo commented it had been a long time since he last found any entertainment in crushing ants, but he warned that if they kept getting in the way, things would change. The moment he tried to absorb everything, Raven landed a precise blow. The soldiers had to stop firing because he was too close to the target, and the fight had turned into close quarters combat. Leogardo then admitted that Raven was a far better opponent than that mage, but warned him that he needed to understand he still wasn't stronger. When he asked what Raven was waiting for, Raven replied that honestly he wasn't entirely sure, but that something was arriving at that exact moment, a technology of Earth civilization. Leogardo then saw the barrage of missiles approaching and commented that alone wouldn't work, but before he could absorb the attack, he was trapped inside a mirror world again. Seizing the opening, Junyoung teleported Raven closer to him. Raven asked whether that would be enough, and Junyoung replied he didn't know, but as Raven himself had said before, you could always make up for what was lacking. Shortly after, the next magic circles Junyoung invoked were for gigantification, causing the entire barrage of missiles to grow to an absurd size. When the mirror world finally shattered, Leogardo didn't even have time to react. The explosion made everything tremble. The surrounding buildings began to collapse, but a multi-layered hyperscale shield protected all the civilians. Seeing that, Raven finally said it was over, but Miho immediately told him to be quiet, saying it would jinx things. And indeed it did. Shortly after, Leogardo emerged from the crater once again. Bless then announced he was leaving, and if anyone needed him just to call. He still advised everyone to flee before before it was too late. Leogardo commented it had been a long time since he had fought with everything he had. The ability he activated was called Catalytic Overload. It was triggered when he sustained a certain amount of damage and converted all absorbed energy into fuel to amplify his abilities. Everyone was paralyzed in the face of that power. Part of the shock came from the absurdity of someone walking out of a missile barrage unscathed, but the worst was the murderous aura he was releasing. It was a suffocating and terrifying presence. Then his fist fired compressed air at its maximum limit, setting everything ablaze with tremendous heat and creating a light so intense it seemed capable of blinding anyone. After that, the light simply swallowed everyone nearby, and the sound of that strike echoed through the skies. Fortunately, Junyoung managed to protect himself using a barrier. Even so, the entire ground succumbed to the impact. He knew that if anyone were hit directly by that, they would die instantly, so he needed to evacuate the civilians immediately. But Leogardo simply bade the group farewell, saying things might have been different if they had brought blood, as he had requested. But before he could continue, someone landed a kick right into his mouth, and of course it was the rank S, Jumper. He appeared, asking whether they had been waiting for him. Leogardo replied he had intended to leave him for last, but immediately received another absurd sequence of kicks and teleports, without even being able to react. Furious, Leogardo asked what the hell Jumper was, and then he replied that he was the pinnacle of the human race. Idiot. Jumper's next kick buried Leogardo in a crater, leaving him face first in the concrete. Even so, Jumper said that still wasn't enough. In his view, someone like Leogardo shouldn't carry that title. The person destined to surpass all the trials yet to come and become the true pinnacle needed to be different from both of them, so they could work together to create that person. Meanwhile, Songwoo was already on an advanced floor of the tower after using the crack shortcut. Looking around, he commented that there wasn't even a real floor there anymore. He then found himself thinking about the memory he had seen earlier, the one belonging to Baekwon. Because of that, he asked the Sin whether it knew Baekwon or anything about the other fragments. The Sin replied that if that wasn't the name of the next person it was about to stomp and kill, then it knew nothing. Irritated, Sangwoo asked whether it could stop thinking about fighting for even once in its life. After that, he turned to Lieber and asked whether he had seen that too, and whether he had any thoughts. Not quite understanding, Lieber asked what was the matter with Hunter Baekwon. When Sangwoo explained what he had seen, Lieber suggested that when he touched the crack, he might have triggered a resonance phenomenon between the 7 deadly sins. Sangwoo replied that he understood that part, but it hadn't happened with the other cracks. Lieber then explained that he had only just started to understand the power of the void. It was just a guess, but maybe he had managed to read the traces left by another fragment. He still asked what kind of memory exactly he had seen. Sangwoo then explained it was an old memory, from when Baekwon had just obtained the deadly sins. The problem was that he didn't seem happy or satisfied about it at all. But before they could continue the conversation, someone teleported onto the floor. It was Jumper, accompanied by Leogardo. Jumper asked why Sangwoo was still there, since they had agreed to meet at the top of the tower. Then he simply told the two of them to fight until one died. Leogardo immediately advanced on Sangwoo, but all the clones stepped in front to protect their master. Even so, Leogardo easily repelled them all. At that instant, when he fell before Jumper, he asked why he hadn't been killed yet. Jumper then explained that Sangwoo was evolving too slowly. No simple approval would be enough to change that, so he needed an appropriate stimulus, and he wanted Leogardo to be exactly that. Leogardo thought he was only cooperating because it gave him the chance to kill Sangwoo and absorb the sins. Looking at the enemy, Sangwoo asked whether that was the Leogardo who possessed 3 fragments. The Sin confirmed it, and also commented that this was an excellent opportunity for the two of them. Even so, Sangwoo asked whether they could actually handle it. The Sin replied that was the wrong question. Instead, it asked whether he would die there if they were told to. After that, Sangwoo took back what he had said about the Sin only thinking with its fists. Then the two of them stood up together, understanding that if they didn't want to die, they had no choice but to win that fight. Leogardo commented that if he killed Sangwoo, he would get 5 fragments, and Sangwoo replied he had been thinking exactly the same thing. The first exchange of strength between the two ended up almost evenly matched, but Sangwoo had the clones by his side, and all of them fired mana bullets simultaneously in Leogardo's direction. Seeing that, Leogardo asked whether those were the clones everyone talked about. He admitted it was a truly interesting ability. When he tried to destroy one of the clones using a void cut, the clone still managed to dodge. Even so, Leogardo grabbed the counterattack and commented that their combat abilities were acceptable, but he was quickly surrounded by several clones and hit by a succession of blows. Sangwoo then commented he had expected him to be much faster than that. In the end, it didn't matter, as long as he could take him down using the power of the void. The strike hit Leogardo directly on the shoulder, and in that instant, Sangwoo saw his memories. 10 years fighting only against Cranid. Realizing what had happened, Leogardo asked whether he had seen his memories. He then commented it was probably the same sensation Jumper had felt while observing him. He then admitted that Sangwoo was at a decent level, but that was all. In his view, the boy still hadn't encountered enemies truly capable of destroying him in a single move. Shortly after, Leogardo's first serious counterattack destroyed one of the clones instantly. He then then declared that Sang-woo was too simple to become humanity's hope, but when he was hit again by the void power, everything went dark. A short time later, Sang-woo woke up covered in blood, unable to understand what had happened or where his clones were. The problem was that Leogardo was also badly injured. Even so, he commented that those clones had managed to cause him some wounds. He then asked whether that was the effect of the 7 sins, and also said they would make excellent fragments. The sin told him to go to hell immediately. Shortly after, Leogardo finished off the 2 remaining clones at once. They went back to being just fragments. Leogardo then asked whether Sang-woo was still alive. He acknowledged that he had done a good job, but reminded him the clones were already dead. Now, with that, he would finally have 5 fragments. But before he could take them, Lucas appeared by teleporting to the location. He replied that not yet. In the same instant, he cut Leogardo's hand, precisely the one holding the fragments, and vanished from there along with Sang-woo. Leogardo was completely furious. Meanwhile, inside Jumper's subspace, he asked how Sang-woo felt after being totally defeated. Even wounded, Sang-woo thanked him for being saved, but asked what that place was. Jumper then explained that only 70 days remained until the harvest day, and that because of that, they needed to speed things up a little. He also told him not to worry too much about the defeat. After all, he liked him. Every time Sang-woo was about to die, he would save him. Furthermore, Jumper brought back the 7 deadly sins and told him to resupply the clones. But Sang-woo explained there was a cooldown before he could summon them again. Since he could only circulate energy while the clones were summoned, there was no way to resupply just one. He had to summon them all again, and that would take about a week. Jumper then asked whether Lieber had told him what his true ability was. Confused, Sang-woo asked whether it wasn't teleportation, but Jumper replied that was just an ordinary and extremely simple teleport. The cooldown was about 3 days. Short, but nothing extraordinary. His true ability was infinite acceleration. He explained that he could accelerate his own nervous and circulatory system to burn through the cooldown much faster, and he could also use it on other people. But there was a problem. Perhaps due to incompatibility, every single person he had used it on had simply exploded. Frightened, Sang-woo asked why he was using it on him. Jumper replied calmly that it was because he was strong and probably wouldn't die. He then explained that he was a regressor. If Sang-woo couldn't handle it and exploded, he would simply find the next Sang-woo, and if he failed again, he would find another, then another, and another after that. So he told him not to get nervous. His death wouldn't be a problem. The moment the ability was activated, Sang-woo felt as though his very heart was exploding. A deep and terrible pain took hold of his entire body. The Sin then returned to one of the clone bodies, and immediately asked what the hell had just happened. Shortly after, Sang-woo collapsed right in the middle of them, completely destroyed by the pain. Jumper then asked everyone to calm down. After all, Sang-woo was still alive, and according to him, that was the first time anyone had survived the power of infinite acceleration. The Sin asked whether it had been him. It didn't normally speak that way, but wanted to know what the hell they had done to the kid. Jumper replied, it hadn't been his intention to try to kill Sang-woo, but that it was all fine since he would improve soon. His regeneration was very good, even if at that moment he could only groan in pain on the ground. Jumper then explained that once he recovered, he could face Leogardo again. Just keep repeating that until he finally won. Shortly after, Sang-woo appeared before Leogardo completely destroyed. His body was drenched in blood, trembling non-stop, and he kept saying desperately that he couldn't lose, because if he lost again, they would use that thing on him. Leogardo asked what had happened, and wanted to know if Lucas had done something, because he never imagined he would be the type to use torture, but Sang-woo practically begged him to just lose already. He said that afterward, Leogardo could even wound the 7 sins if he wanted, because he just wanted to save the world, for the love of God. The answer came as a brutal punch to the stomach. Sang-woo spat out an enormous amount of blood while Leogardo said he honestly couldn't even fight such a pathetic enemy. Sang-woo's clones died one by one until he ended up collapsed on the ground again. Even so, Leogardo admitted he knew this would end up happening again at some point, but he also knew that even if he won there, Jumper would appear to steal the fragments again. But Sang-woo yelled that he understood nothing. Nothing about that absurd pain. His body had exploded several times at once in a single second, so there was no way to compare it to anything. But Leogardo shot back, asking whether he hadn't seen his memories. For 10 years he fought non-stop, without eating, drinking, or sleeping. He then asked whether Sang-woo really thought that pain was anywhere close to his own. It was then that Sang-woo revealed he had brought Jumper this time. The two of them entered Jumper's subspace together, and Sang-woo asked if he could make Leogardo experience infinite acceleration. When it happened, even Leogardo admitted through the pain that it hurt like hell. Meanwhile, Jumper had already given up trying to understand what was happening. When they returned to reality, Sang-woo taunted the opponent, asking what the jacked bastard thought now. The problem was that tears had even appeared on Leogardo's face, along with blood running from his nose. Even so, he replied irritably that he wasn't crying at all. Those were just his veins exploding. Sang-woo then told him to just hand over that damn sin so he could beat the system and give it back afterward. But Leogardo simply crushed number 1 with a punch, and declared he was even more fired up to fight now. He also said he was certain Sang-woo wouldn't last until the end. He would die soon, and the 7 sins would be his. After that came an endless sequence of defeats. Sang-woo lost once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times. No matter how many clones he prepared, he always ended up beaten, and worse still, all that preparation came at an absurd cost. His body was shattered over and over and then rebuilt. His clothes and shoes were already completely stuck to him from dried blood. An entire month passed that way, and his mind began to break before Leogardo's body did. It was then that Lieber said he couldn't watch it anymore. He asked what Jumper was doing to him, because every time the connection between them was re-established, Sang-woo appeared covered in blood. Only at that moment did Sang-woo remember that they lost connection inside the subspace, so he asked whether Lieber had been just watching the whole time and sarcastically said it must have been very entertaining. Once again he entered Jumper's subspace and cut the connection. Jumper commented that he had lost all the clones again, but told him not to worry, he could just make more. But this time Sang-woo asked whether he could wait a little. He still hadn't mastered the void power. The fights were ending too quickly for him to plan anything, and above all, it hurt a lot. Jumper replied with disappointment. He told Sang-woo to listen carefully, because it was he himself who had said he wanted to relax for the rest of his life. As a regressor, Jumper had met countless people, so he asked whether Sang-woo really thought he was the only one with that dream. There were plenty of people out there who wanted to rest. He then explained that he had reached the point of vomiting blood just to accomplish his goals. He couldn't rest precisely because he wanted to make sure that rest would last forever, and that was exactly what had made Sang-woo fun to watch. But if he intended to give up now, then Jumper would stop being his fan. In that instant, Sang-woo clearly felt Jumper's murderous intent and decided to flee immediately. Jumper simply commented that maybe this really wasn't his lucky attempt. While running, Sang-woo was desperately thinking about what had just happened. Jumper had truly been about to kill him. He didn't want to continue this anymore. He just wanted to go home, see his family and friends, lie down in his own bed, and sleep in peace. It was then that he saw a crack. He had no idea which floor it led to, but he ran toward it without a second thought. The instant he touched the crack, he found himself before that same memory of Baekwan, who looked extremely exhausted. The sword fragment told him to go back, and asked how many times it would have to repeat that. It also asked him to look at the state Baekwan was in. It was at that moment that Sang-woo noticed something important. The memories didn't belong to Baekwan. They belonged to the sword, to the fragment. Baekwan then asked whether he didn't always say that fighting was the greatest thing in the world. It seemed that even someone like him had a soft heart. The fragment replied immediately that those who die cannot fight. You idiot, if he died in the Tower of Odin, he would be abandoned there forever. It then explained that Baekwan had probably already realized he didn't have the power needed to conquer that place. He had only gotten this far thanks to the fragment. Even so, he still had to go back, because he had abandoned his own children down below. Then it began talking about Won-tae and Yuna. It said both of them had a lot of potential. Won-tae had an absurd talent for swordsmanship, so much so that he had only trained for a few days and was already able to use aura. As for Yuna, she was exceptional at controlling mana, having awakened at a very young age. There was no doubt they were his children, but in the end, everything he did was for his own family. It had been 5 years since he had pulled the sin out of that archaeological site and received authority over it. During that time, the world had entered into cataclysm. His wife had turned into that thing, and he had remained too busy roaming around to connect with his children. That was the kind of father he had been, and he deeply regretted it. He called himself a fool and said he deserved every curse in the world. Even so, that power had allowed him to protect his children. So even if his bones shattered, or monsters tore his flesh, as long as there was still a possibility of reuniting with his family and stopping the harvest day, he would keep pressing forward until he conquered that place. After seeing all of that, Sang-woo admitted he had even felt ashamed of himself, so he went back to Jumper's subspace, who immediately replied that he had known he would return. He then asked whether Sang-woo trusted him now, but Sang-woo replied he had been thinking of another method. Shortly after, he crushed the sin fragments and simply devoured them. The sin was incredulous, and asked whether he really thought he could absorb that on his own, and 2 fragments at the same time at that. It said he had completely lost his mind and that it should even thank him for that. But Sang-woo replied that was the only way to awaken the power of the void. The problem was that the sin stated that with all that haste, he had ruined everything. His willpower was minuscule, so all he was doing was handing control of his own body over. Even so, Sang-woo replied that he had left the others to handle things repeatedly. The clones always did all the difficult and unpleasant tasks, so this time would be different. He himself would take part in the process. The promise of becoming the sin's toughest enemy was still standing, and all of this was nothing more than the first step toward fulfilling that promise. When Sang-woo returned, Leogardo admitted he truly hadn't expected that. He said he never imagined Sang-woo would have the courage to absorb the fragments directly into his own body. Sang-woo replied that this would be the last time. Jumper wouldn't appear to stop them anymore. If he won, he would take all the fragments at once. Even so, Leogardo commented that after absorbing the fragments, Sang-woo looked much more human now. Those dead fish eyes he used to have had practically disappeared. He also admitted he liked him much more than the other hunters, but Sang-woo told told him not to expect anything in return for that compliment. Shortly after, the two began the confrontation using the power of the void. It wasn't just Sangwoo's main body fighting, all his clones were as well. When Leogardo tried to counter with a kick, Sangwoo grabbed his leg with an absurd ability. That made Leogardo immediately realize he wasn't as inexperienced as he appeared. Sangwoo made it clear he wouldn't try to control the sin. If it wanted to fight, then let it fight for real. The next instant, the two collided fist against fist. As they traded blows, Leogardo noticed the physical enhancements were coming directly from the void power. Before it had just been a small advantage, but now the clones had become a real threat. They emerged from different subspace portals and attacked from multiple directions simultaneously. Even so, Leogardo quickly concluded that it was simply a matter of killing the original. If the true body died, the clones would vanish along with it. But Sangwoo had already anticipated exactly that thought, so he told him to focus on the original as much as he liked, because when the time came, he would understand the truth. Shortly after, Leogardo ended up trapped inside a stone prison created by Sangwoo's magic, but he simply destroyed everything with brute force and charged at him head-on. While pummeling without stop, he said the kid still couldn't fully control the power of the void. After all, he had just absorbed the fragment and was already going mad. He couldn't even properly use trunk adaptation yet. Seizing the opening, Leogardo activated his left arm's ability and began pulling everything around him in, including Sangwoo's original body. He then explained there was no point in trying to run, because that was spatial distortion. It didn't matter whether someone retreated, jumped, or tried to dodge. Every direction inevitably led to the center, exactly where his other fist would land. But Sangwoo refused to be pulled in so easily. He entered the subspace mid-trajectory and reappeared behind Leogardo, trying to land a fatal blow. However, the beast dodged at the last instant and commented that judging by the destruction caused, he would have won if that punch had connected. But it didn't. Immediately after, Leogardo used the leg ability, the half-step and surge. The speed of that punch completely surpassed all the previous ones. It was at that moment that Sangwoo felt another memory from the Sword of Sin. In it, Bai Quan trained with his sword constantly, and the sword itself said it was getting dizzy watching him swing at the wind non-stop. He then explained that instincts were important. Furthermore, the sword's ability seemed far too contradictory. It was hard to understand how something called void power could still be considered a power. After all, empty things have nothing inside them. The Sin then replied that was precisely the point. There is nothing. No mana, no matter, nothing at all. When there is nothing, the void emerges. Steps are distorted, time bends, and the very nothingness is controlled. Only then does someone finally understand the true power of the void, the infinite black hole that exists inside every being. In the instant Sangwoo received that monstrously fast punch, his trunk bore the full impact. It was the adaptation ability working. He then revealed Leogardo's mistakes. The first mistake was thinking he wouldn't be able to use the Sin's abilities. The second was using his power to gather all the clones in one place. In the next instant, Leogardo was stabbed by all the clones simultaneously. Even wounded, he still asked whether Sangwoo really thought he hadn't considered that possibility. He then activated his catalytic overload, converting the damage he had received into even more power. With that, he tried to destroy all the clones in one massive strike. While attacking, he explained he just needed to end the fight before the time limit, because his enhanced body had already taken tremendous damage. Once the clones disappeared, what would remain was a one-on-one between them, and Leogardo was absolutely certain he would win that fight. But Sangwoo revealed one more thing. The clones didn't just copy his attacks, they also reproduced abilities. And that had been Leogardo's third and final mistake. He had believed this wouldn't include the Seven Sins abilities. In that instant, the clones dispersed using the formula of Leogardo's own ability. His body weakened immediately, and for the first time in his entire life, he admitted something he had never imagined saying. That was totally broken. Even so, at the last second, Sangwoo stopped the sword before the final blow. Confused, Leogardo asked what the hell he was doing. No matter how tough his neck was, the blade couldn't be stopped that way. But Sangwoo made one last request. He asked Leogardo to hand over the Seven Sins of his own free will. They both knew perfectly well it was possible to place them in the clones and then return them. But Leogardo called him a loser and flatly refused. He said that if he wanted the sins, he would have to tear them from his corpse. Then Sangwoo did something unexpected. Instead of killing Leogardo, he tore off only the limbs connected to the sins. Immediately, Leogardo asked what the hell he was doing. He should have finished it once and for all. But Sangwoo replied that if he had killed him, then he would have died. Wouldn't he, genius? That made Leogardo ask whether he was some kind of psychopath. Without patience, Sangwoo simply shoved a healing potion into his mouth to shut him up. The effect completely regenerated all the severed limbs. After that, Sangwoo even asked whether the effect was good. The problem was the side effect. He wouldn't be able to move for a week, but since he was absurdly powerful, he would probably end up sitting still for about 3 years. Confused, Leogardo asked why he was doing this after already winning. Sangwoo then explained that only 1 month remained before the harvest day reached reached Earth. If Leogardo really wanted a worthy fight, then he needed to return to the planet and stop it. There was no point searching for strong opponents if there was no world to come back to afterward. Meanwhile, watching everything through the subspace, Jumper was surprised to realize Sang-woo had genuinely won. It had taken more than 50 regressions to defeat Leogardo. Now he truly believed he would wait for him at the top of the tower. According to Jumper himself, the only remaining trials were the sleeping monster, just below the top, and complete mastery of the 7 deadly sins. Even so, he still didn't know whether Sang-woo would be able to control 5 fragments simultaneously. Sang-woo himself began to think about that. He had already absorbed the head and the trunk, and now also had both arms and 1 leg. That meant 5 complete fragments. It was then that Lieber made contact. Not understanding why, Sang-woo asked whether he was worried about the possibility of the sins ending up devouring him. He told him to relax, but Lieber replied that he didn't need to absorb any more fragments. He then began to speak about himself for the first time in a sincere way. He said Sang-woo had been right all along. From the beginning, he had always been nothing more than a spectator. In Urencia, during the war against the Cranid, and even in Elisa's death, all he ever did was watch people die in silence. He had gone so far as to drag a father of 2 children to that place just to watch his death too. He had turned a promising hunter into a monster obsessed with fighting, and even the rank S hunter, considered the pinnacle of humanity, had ended up abandoning everything. Even after all that tragedy, all he could think was that if the Tower of Odin was too dangerous, then the next person would need to absorb even more fragments to be able to conquer it. The only thought that remained was not to repeat the same mistake again. So now he was finally admitting the truth. From the very beginning, he was the one who had sat idle while leading everyone to their deaths. Lieber then told Sang-woo that even if he didn't absorb the fragments, it was fine, and even if he wanted to abandon him, he had absolutely no right to stop him. But Sang-woo absorbed the remaining fragments anyway. He barely avoided being completely taken over by the Sin's power, but managed to hold on and said it had already gone way past the limit. After that, he distributed the power among the clones. All of them acquired the abilities, but each one was made responsible for one part. One took the leg, 2 others took the arms, number 2 took the trunk, and number 1 took the head. Sang-woo commented that if he couldn't handle the trunk, he could simply leave it in the hands of the clones. Even while trying to act normally, he was going through tremendous pain. Because of that, he ended up taking it out on Lieber. He said Lieber didn't need to take it that seriously, because everything he had done was thinking of others, and deep down he knew that. Then Sang-woo entered Lieber's space and said that everything he did was for his own good too. That way the 2 of them could stay balanced, and ended up forming an incredible duo. He then extended his hand and asked what Lieber thought about using that crazy altruism of his to let go of this grudge once and for all. Lieber took his hand and thanked him for those words. Later, Sang-woo explained the whole story about the maniac being a regressor, and Lieber finally managed to understand everything. Even so, he reminded him that the real reason they had gone to the Tower of Odin was because of the weapon of the 7 sins, used by Bae Kwan. Reaching the top had never been the main objective. Sang-woo commented that Jumper himself had already said there was nothing at the top of the tower, but Lieber asked whether he knew what Jumper had kept in mind when searching for the next candidate after Leogardo. Sang-woo replied it was probably mentality. Lieber confirmed it. According to him, Lucas was the first to reach the apex in both ability and mentality. He possessed the greatest mobility capability of all, and on top of that, an absurd physique accompanied by a mind strong enough to sustain all of it. Even ignoring his work as a hunter, he still saved people in disasters, made countless donations, provided support to those in need, and helped eliminate monsters. They even said he had so many achievements they wouldn't fit in a single book. Sang-woo interrupted, saying he already knew all of that and didn't need to hear more. Lieber immediately realized he was jealous and replied that regardless, Lucas was practically the perfect host. Even appearing before him so suddenly, he always listened to his stories with complete seriousness and showed more empathy than anyone else. Even so, Lieber had never directly shown his memories to him. The only exception had been Sang-woo himself. Sang-woo admitted he was also curious about that, because he didn't even fully understand why he had inherited Jumper's desire, since it didn't seem like there was that much behind it. Lieber then decided to talk about the artifact at the top of the Tower of Odin. Back then, Lucas had done everything to get there. He didn't even rest, but Jumper complained that everyone had been blinded by the pointless honor of conquering an unfinished rank S dungeon. He also asked why Lieber had never said the true objective was the artifact. If they had known that from the start, many deaths could have been avoided. He didn't want to see innocent people dying that way. After that, Jumper used teleport and arrived at a completely frozen place. For a moment, he thought he had returned to the beginning of the tower, but realized that place was actually the entrance to the top. Right before him, seated on a throne, was the corpse of Bae Kwan alongside the Sin's sword. The first time he saw that, Jumper asked whether that was really Bae Kwan. They said he had simply disappeared, so that meant he had also been a bearer of the 7 sins. But Jumper noticed something even worse. Behind the corpse was no ordinary crack. It was a portal, and inside it was a sleeping monster. Jumper asked Lieber what they should do. Lieber believed that monster had probably killed Bae Kwan, so it was too risky to face it at that moment. But he knew that if he told told Lucas the truth. He would try to kill the creature regardless. His heart was too soft. He would do anything to recover the hunter's body. So Lieber asked Lucas not to fight the monster. He said they didn't even know this Baekwan, and that it had nothing to do with them. He also stated it was impossible to recover the Seven Sins fragment at that moment. First, they needed to reach the top. Lucas replied that made sense. The artifact at the top tolerated no errors, so he would go straight there. Lieber hadn't wanted to deceive both of them that way, but couldn't bear another failure. He decided that once they obtained the artifact, he would tell the whole truth. Jumper then used teleport one more time and finally reached the top. The place was completely cold and silent. Lieber commented they had probably reached the true top of the tower. Even without understanding exactly what kind of space it was, something was strange. No matter how many times Jumper teleported, he seemed trapped in the same place. Trying to understand the structure, he began climbing higher and higher. After traveling several kilometers, he finally managed to see the Tower of Odin's true form. It wasn't just enormous, it was colossal. They had been inside Odin itself the entire time. Lieber explained all of this to Sang-woo in the present. He said they had been inside Odin's body the whole time, while those jungles and the lower floors were simply effects of magic. The internal space was completely chaotic. As Sang-woo advanced through the upper floors, he had probably already noticed several anomalies. Sang-woo immediately remembered the walls gushing blood and asked about the artifact. Lieber then told him that Jumper had finally found the object at the top, Odin's necklace. Of course, it was far too massive for a human to wear normally, but the moment Jumper touched the necklace, the artifact parasitized Lucas's body, and that was the last time Lieber saw Lucas as he had known him. Without understanding what was happening, Lieber asked what had happened and whether he was alright. But after putting on the necklace, Lucas began to curse at him. He called him a hypocritical son of a bitch, and asked whether he had any idea what he had just done to him. He then began repeating that it never ended, that no matter what he tried, it would never end. Lieber couldn't understand anything. He only realized that another person had been destroyed because of his mistakes. Lucas then told Lieber never to speak to him again. Shortly after, he disappeared. Those were his last words. Later, Lucas held a press conference claiming the Tower of Odin was empty. That way, he eliminated any chance of other hunters trying to enter that place. Baekwan's body and the Seven Sins fragment ended up being left behind. After that, Lucas began leading the first Awakening Portal program. Lieber admitted he still didn't understand what Lucas's true intentions were. His actions seemed to accelerate the harvest day, but at the same time he was clearly helping Sang-woo. Sang-woo replied that if all of that was caused by the experiences Lucas lived through the regressions, then it was truly worth finding out what had happened to him. While talking with Lieber, Sang-woo found another crack. Lieber said that was probably the last one he would see, because it was the entrance to the top. When he passed through the crack, Sang-woo finally found Baekwan, his corpse, and the Sword of Sin. He said he had done a good job. After that, he faced the monster behind the portal. Lieber immediately warned him to be very careful. In those final floors, there were no Cranid at all, which meant that creature had preyed on all of them. The level of danger surpassed even the Titan skeleton, and the monster was horrifying, a true abomination, the most dangerous creature in the entire Tower of Odin. It was at that moment the Sin asked why they were calling it by that name, and whether something had gone wrong. The Sin admitted that thing was interesting. Even so, Sang-woo told it not to help at all, just to stay alert in case it needed to step in. It was then that the Sin realized the kid was using the power of the fragments. Sang-woo then fully transformed, wearing the Sin's armor. Shortly after, he even taunted the creature at the top, calling it over as if it were nothing. The moment the monster charged forward trying to devour him, Sang-woo responded using the giant sword together with the earthquake ability. The impact was brutal. In seconds, he simply sliced the entire creature apart. Not even the clones could believe what they had seen. Neither could the Sin. Neither could Lieber. Sang-woo destroyed the abomination without any difficulty. Then he even stepped on the corpse while the Sin commented that was the bare minimum expected of him, and that fighting him would finally be fun, but Sang-woo completely ignored the comment. In silence, he picked up the Sword of Sin and said they now needed to find Jumper. Meanwhile, up above, Jumper was lost in his own memories, thinking of people who mattered to him. When Sang-woo appeared, he asked whether he hadn't gotten lost this time. He then commented that the first time, he had ended up lost for a very long time. He then told Sang-woo to come, to finish all of this at last. At that point, only 7 days remained until the harvest day. There were only the two of them in that open space, surrounded by mist, cold, with the cosmos visible all around. Jumper commented it was magnificent. He said 6 of the 7 sins had never been reached in all of humanity's history, and that Sang-woo could be proud of that. Even so, one last fragment remained. The right leg of the 7 sins was with him. According to Jumper, that would be the last artifact Sang-woo needed to obtain, but he made it clear he wouldn't hand it over for free. The right leg would only be his through his own merit. Sang-woo, however, asked him to wait a moment. He asked why exactly they were trying to kill each other when they didn't even have a reason to fight there. Jumper replied that was a very typical Sang-woo answer, but explained that he himself no longer had any intention of living normally. Sang-woo then asked directly whether he was a regressor and how many times he had gone back in time. Jumper replied he wasn't even sure anymore. more. It had been a very long time since he had stopped counting, probably after regression number 500. Sang-woo was completely shocked. He began to think through all of it. If Jumper had begun his regressions in 2012, and even the shortest of them must have lasted at least 4 or 5 years, then this man carried thousands of years of accumulated suffering. For a moment, Sang-woo considered asking for his help, maybe proposing an alliance, or simply asking for the fragment without needing to fight. But after hearing that story, he realized he had no right to do that, so he drew his weapons and called the clones. In his view, it would be disrespectful to act any other way before someone who carried that weight for so long. Jumper smiled seeing that, and said that was much better. He then told Sang-woo to come with everything he had. The first attack was a massive wave created by the earthquake ability, but Jumper held all of it back with just one arm. While doing so, he commented that Sang-woo's attributes had increased again and asked whether he absorbed strength from the monsters he defeated. At his current level, he must have killed the creature on the last floor. Immediately after, Sang-woo drew the Sword of Sins. The attack was so dangerous that Jumper had to use teleport to dodge, but the clones had been waiting for exactly that movement and appeared right on his tail. Jumper admitted the coordination was excellent, but even so, a flick was enough to send one of the clones flying. He then commented that Sang-woo had defeated Leogardo, so that clearly wasn't his full strength. Sang-woo replied by releasing the power of all 6 sins simultaneously. He said of course he had much more to show. The next exchange of blows was as fast as Jumper's very teleports. When Sang-woo transformed, all the clones took on the same form. Jumper then realized Sang-woo had finally awakened the power of the void. He absorbed and activated the abilities of the fragments, sharing the effects with all the clones simultaneously. It was an absurd ability. The only shame was that he still hadn't had enough time to fully master it. Even while thinking that, Jumper continued counter-attacking every clone with absurd precision. In the middle of the fight, he also commented that to him, all humans were nothing but puppets. He then asked whether Sang-woo used to earn money selling in-game items in online games. Confused, Sang-woo asked how he knew that. Jumper replied he had investigated everything about him. He then asked him to imagine NPC characters from video games, those characters that always give exactly the same responses when the player selects a certain option. To him, all humans had become exactly that, NPCs. But it hadn't been that way at the beginning. When he obtained the artifact for the first time, before the very first regression, the first thing Jumper did was look for companions capable of saving humanity alongside him. The first he found was Levin, a rank A hunter. Others with talent and admirable personalities followed. Jumper had chosen each of them carefully and trained the group personally. They were strong, had a sense of justice, and protected one another. Besides Levin, there was also Avery, another rank A hunter and Jumper's disciple. The remaining members were Bandon and Holt. Back then, Lucas believed he just had to keep getting stronger and stronger, but Lieber tried to advise him, telling him not to act in such haste or he would lose his head. Before anything else, they needed to gather the fragments, because those were more achievable goals. But Jumper was still very inexperienced. His companions began to die one after another. Levin was the first, killed before a Titan skeleton. Bandon and Holt came next, sacrificing themselves to save the others. In the end, Jumper lost all his precious companions. The last was Avery. Even alone, he still faced Leogardo, who back then possessed 3 of the 7 sins fragments. The result was his death. But in that final instant, the artifact finally activated, and time went back. The first regression had begun. Jumper was extremely happy back then. He thought he could finally redo everything and save everyone. To him, that curse seemed like a blessing. But looking back, he believed there was no one more foolish than himself. He gathered the group again, Levon, Bandon, Holt, and Avery. He tried different paths, different strategies, different choices. But no matter what he did, one by one, they all ended up dying again. In the final moment of one of the regressions, Avery confessed she loved him. Jumper replied she didn't have to worry, because he would find her again in the next life. When he went back in time once more, Lieber asked whether he was alright, but Jumper never told him what the artifact's true effect was, and the failures kept accumulating. In one of the lives, he discovered the whole truth about Baekwan, but continued pressing forward regardless. By the 20th attempt, he finally found the courage to tell Avery he loved her too. He didn't want to give up. He kept acting as a human until the end. His companions were too precious for him to abandon everything so easily. So Jumper kept trying, for humanity, for his friends, and for himself. Again and again, living, loving, and dying through countless regressions. While pummeling Sang-woo during the fight, Jumper commented that back then he had been a weakling, perhaps at around the same level as Sang-woo himself when he had faced the Titan skeleton. Jumper continued saying that the people around him praised him as if he were the pinnacle of humanity, but the truth was quite different. Even the conquest of the Tower of Odin was only possible thanks to the awakening abilities. Alone, he never would have managed to get through all that hell using only his own strength. And the same went for his companions. They all had talent, but their careers as hunters were only just beginning. That was why, above all else, he had wanted to make Sang-woo stronger than everyone else, the same way he had done with his own disciples. His method had always been to throw the team into situations of mortal peril, but never to the point of actually dying. He calibrated the difficulty difficulty of the raids, precisely at the limit of the group's capabilities. Obviously, some ended up dying along the way, but it wasn't as if he had a limited number of attempts. Over time, everyone grew stronger. Everyone became rank S hunters, a group that could easily be called the strongest in the world. Jumper himself managed to gather the 7 sins fragments that had been scattered across the catacombs, the monster hole, and the Tower of Odin. In total, he came to possess 4 fragments. According to him, that attempt was infinitely better than all previous ones. But then the harvest day arrived. After landing a solid kick on Sang-woo, he asked what he thought had happened next. Even feeling the pain of the blow, Sang-woo replied that if it had worked out, he probably would never have met him. Jumper confirmed that was exactly it. Giant towers began to rise around the entire world, and humanity underwent a complete brainwashing. People willingly gave themselves to the monsters with open arms. Only a tiny fraction of hunters managed to resist the mind control, but closing all the portals that opened across the world was simply impossible. He and his companions faced death once again, while crushing all the clones with another brutal punch. Jumper said that was the million-dollar question. He realized the towers were the master's work, but also knew that the moment the master died, Leogardo would be freed. And even though his companions had become rank S hunters, none of them would ever be able to kill Leogardo. He then asked Sang-woo what he thought he had done in that situation. Sang-woo replied that he had sought out the oracle. Immediately, Jumper punched him in the face and said he was too smart for his own good. Yes, he really had gone after that woman, but if he had known he was going to hear a bunch of nonsense that made no sense, he never would have gone. According to the oracle, that path was destined for defeat. She told him to give up, but Jumper never told his companions that, and kept trying regardless. Following that path, he killed the master, and finally found Leogardo, but in the end everyone was completely defeated. His companions couldn't even fight back. Even so, he kept repeating that path countless times. He always ended up dead. Jumper died over and over just to memorize Leogardo's attack patterns, then died even more times until he understood the power of the void, and reached the point where he could exchange a few blows with him. In the end, he and his companions finally managed to defeat Leogardo. Everyone remained standing after the battle. After the fight, Bandon asked whether they had finally gathered all the sins. Jumper believed they had. For the first time, he thought he had truly done it, until Lieber said he had always known he was capable of it. And then everything went wrong. Jumper was completely taken over by the sin and ended up killing all of his own allies. He had failed to control the fragments. It was he himself who killed everyone. After that, the system appeared saying that a massacre of that scale before the harvest day represented too high a risk, so the system eliminated Jumper because Paradise was not yet ready. He explained that that had been his first encounter with the system. After that, Jumper said Sang-woo should even be proud. After all, possessing 6 fragments of the 7 sins and still maintaining consciousness was an absurd feat. Sang-woo replied that didn't help him feel much better. In his mind, if even Jumper had failed to control the fragments, what would happen to him in the future? Jumper continued saying it was around that time that he noticed something interesting. After gathering more than 2 fragments, he had begun learning magic from Lieber, and the most curious thing was that he could continue using that magic even after the regressions, because the principles and fundamentals remained imprinted in his mind. These principles accumulated more and more with each regression. The more he repeated it, the greater his knowledge and power grew. Jumper then asked whether Sang-woo finally understood. What had seemed like a blessing was actually hiding a curse. After that, the group kept trying to stop the system and block the harvest day, but they died. They died again, and again, and again. But every time that happened, Jumper came back even more powerful. What people called epiphany had long since become completely ordinary to him, and the stronger he became, the more distant he grew from his own companions. His allies always said Jumper was far more powerful than any of them. They said they could never beat him, not even fighting 4 against 1. Jumper tried to share the magical knowledge he possessed, but he knew it was pointless. In the next regression, everyone would forget everything again. Only he remembered. Time passed, and he began to fight more and more alone. An entire eternity repeated through countless deaths, until reaching the point where he no longer needed his companions to defeat Leogardo. Even so, he still wasn't a match for the system. The system always eliminated all the variables in his path. In one of the regressions, Avery embraced him and asked why he was wearing that empty expression. After all, he was the strongest hunter of humanity. Was something bothering him? Levin said that if he was going through something difficult, he could explain. They were allies precisely for that. The others also said he shouldn't carry everything alone. After all, they were a team. But Jumper had already heard those words far too many times. They said that in that life, then they would say it in the next, and the one after that. Always exactly the same phrases. They died, he went back in time, and it all happened again. They said they were allies. They said he didn't have to carry the burden alone. Then they died again. Jumper returned once more. Afterward, Holt appeared asking whether he wanted to go out for a drink, and Levin repeated everything all over again, saying saying he could count on them. Over time, Lucas kept hearing that so many times that he began to break inside. In one of the regressions, when he picked up the artifact again, he simply said he didn't want to do this anymore. He didn't want to continue. He couldn't take it anymore. Little by little, he began to see his own allies as NPCs, as puppets repeating the same lines, with the same faces and the same reactions. He then thought about looking for other companions. After all, he was already tired of seeing the same people over and over. From that moment on, he decided to change his methods. He formed a new group with hunters who were already extremely strong from the start, like Bless, Arya, and Raven. But in the end, the result kept being exactly the same. Again, and again, and again. In the end, after repeating it so many times, Lucas came to see everyone as puppets. Once more, the scope kept expanding, until it reached the point where every person seemed like a pre-programmed marionette in front of him. There was only one safe harbor in that entire world: Avery, his love. She was the only person who still seemed real to him. Lucas said that if he had her by his side, he had everything. No matter how many times he fell, he would always be able to get back up. As the regressions passed, he became so absurdly powerful that he reached the point of killing Leogardo before the man could even see Jumper coming. And then there came a day when Jumper almost managed to touch the system. Almost. Even so, he died again. Even so, he said it didn't matter, because this time he had gotten a little closer. Little by little, he approached the system, found his love again, and learned more and more about that hell. To him, it didn't matter whether it took dozens or hundreds of attempts. Every time, Lieber asked whether he was alright, but the truth was that it had been a long time since Lucas was. Until finally there came the day he reached the system's power. For the first time, he managed to hurt it. The system drew blood from him, but noticed something strange in Lucas's movements. It seemed like he was reading all of its combat patterns. That was impossible. The system's algorithm existed precisely to predict everything. Furthermore, the system noticed something else that was absurd. Jumper possessed more than 215 different abilities. For someone to learn all of that naturally, it would take at least 834 years. So the system asked whether he had undergone regressions. It asked how much pain and suffering he had endured to get there. After that, it said there was no longer any need for them to continue fighting. It was then that the system transferred its memories back to Lucas, to Jumper, and showed him what was called Paradise, also revealing the true plan behind everything. The system explained that it could create a device capable of stopping his regressions, but Lucas replied that a life without deaths was ridiculous. He had lived so long that death had become his greatest dream, so he asked what the difference would be between that and all the hell he had been facing. The system replied that this time would be different, because it wouldn't just be him living forever. Everyone would live forever. And shortly after, the system killed Jumper one more time. With just a few adjustments made by that damned system, hundreds of regressions were simply thrown away. It was at that moment that Lucas finally snapped completely. He severed his connection with Lieber and called Avery to flee with him. He said none of it made sense anymore. He just wanted to live by her side. The two of them went to a deserted island. They lived fishing, cooking together, and surviving as best they could. It was a simple life, but both of them were happy just to have each other. While eating grilled fish on the beach and watching the sunset, Avery commented it had been 10 years since they arrived on that island. She said at first she thought she would never be able to adapt, but somehow she had managed. Lucas then asked why she had agreed to flee with him like that, since it had been a completely crazy idea. She replied that he always seemed to be carrying an enormous weight on his shoulders. She said she had often wondered how she could help him bear it, and just wanted to lighten that burden a little. It was at that moment that Lucas admitted he was a regressor. Avery replied she had already suspected something like that, because he knew her far too well. So since he had finally decided to tell the truth, she decided to ask two questions. The first was when the harvest day would come, and Lucas replied it would be that very day. Shortly after, the portals appeared and polluted the skies. If they stayed on that island, they would die there. So Avery asked how many times they had lived on that island. And at that moment, already seeing her as just another puppet like all the others, Lucas replied they had gone to that place far too many times. That was how his last regression ended. When he explained that he saw people as pre-programmed puppets, Avery asked whether that included her too, and Lucas replied only by crying. She then said that among all the countless regressions, she had been wondering what was the one thing she had never had the courage to say to him. After thinking about it at length, she asked him to kill her. At least this last time, she wanted to be remembered as a real person, not as a worthless puppet. When the monsters appeared, the creatures that would destroy all of humanity, Lucas did as she asked. Before dying, Avery said he shouldn't worry, and she asked that in the next life, he not come looking for her. She didn't want to keep hurting him. She didn't want to keep being just an empty puppet in his eyes. After it was all over, Lucas went completely mad. Amid blood, tears, and screams, he massacred every creature. He was entirely consumed by rage, and when he finally returned to the moment he had picked up the artifact, he completely lost it. He began cursing at Lieber, asking whether he had any idea what he had done to his life. He said it never ended. No matter the method, no matter the effort, it never ended. Never. After that, that, he severed his connection with Lieber again and teleported to Tyburn, going directly to the system. He then asked that if he agreed to go to that so-called paradise, whether the system could erase his memories too. In exchange, he would help with the harvest day, and that was how he explained to Sang-woo how that life had begun. After that, he asked whether Sang-woo now finally understood his insane behavior. Did he understand why no one could figure out which side he was really on? He then started laughing at the irony of all of it. Shortly after, he revealed what he did after surrendering to the system. It was him who created the Awakening Portal program. In the end, he did all of that because he wanted to end the world once and for all, and send all of humanity to paradise. But something unexpected happened. Sang-woo emerged from that program. Jumper explained that he had resisted for decades, centuries, even millennia, but at the very moment he finally gave up on everything, Sang-woo appeared. Sang-woo then asked whether Jumper's true objective from the beginning had been to have him obtain all the sins so he could finally kill him by taking the artifact, and Jumper confirmed that was exactly it. In that instant, Sang-woo drew his weapons and said he had already suspected something like that was behind everything. He also said he hated the fact that Jumper made him feel terrible for still wanting to save him. But before he could attack, Jumper teleported and grabbed his arm. Infinite acceleration might not be a combat-focused ability, but it caused tremendous pain. Sang-woo knew that, but even so he couldn't resist. Jumper then thanked him for his understanding and explained that the cooldown for memory transfer also affects those who receive the memories. He said he had never managed to use it on anyone before, but that Sang-woo would be able to endure it. Using infinite acceleration, the cooldown was constantly reset. That way, specific memories could be condensed and transferred several times in sequence, and then all of Jumper's battle memories, accumulated over thousands of years, were poured into Sang-woo's mind all at once. He immediately coughed up blood. The pain was absurd, but he still learned. When he finally managed to execute a perfect horizontal cut, Jumper said that was exactly how it should be done. After that, he told him to keep going, now focusing on the thrust. Then he repeated the process once more. Sang-woo coughed up blood again and felt a pain so intense it seemed impossible to continue. Even so, he thought of everything Jumper had endured over that absurd span of time in his attempt to stop humanity's end. It was an amount of suffering impossible to even imagine, so he decided he would endure it to the end. Along with the memories came all the emotions Jumper had felt in each battle: pain, regret, disgust, grief, and remorse. A violent flood of emotions tore through Sang-woo's chest. Even so, he didn't ask to stop. In fact, he wouldn't have had the courage to do that. He couldn't say that to a man who was desperately teaching someone to kill him. And in the end, after enduring all of that, Sang-woo managed to execute a monstrously powerful thrust. But shortly after, his transformation came undone. Jumper said he had nothing more to teach him, and asked why Sang-woo was making that face. He should be happy. He then coughed up blood one final time while saying Sang-woo was incredible, because the sword was driven straight through his chest, piercing his heart. Even so, Jumper told him to take the last fragment before his heart stopped for good, because after that, the cursed artifact could no longer be activated. At that moment, Lieber asked Sang-woo whether he could connect with Lucas one last time, but just as Sang-woo tried to pass the message along, the Sin punched him in the face. It said it had kept quiet, precisely waiting for that moment. Sang-woo still couldn't control number one, so the Sin seized the chance and cut Jumper's leg in one stroke, tearing out the fragment. It then asked how long it had been doing this. Thousands of years. Finally, it would become a complete being once more. Lucas realized Sang-woo wanted to stop it, but said it was over. They needed to gather all the fragments, and there was no time left. So Sang-woo handed all the fragments to number one. A gigantic explosion of void power took over the place, and in that instant, the Sin returned to being the demon of sin. There was nothing holding it anymore. Sang-woo noticed he could no longer sense number one's consciousness, while also noticing that Lucas was extremely wounded. Lucas commented it was the first time he had seen the Sin's true form. Sang-woo then said Lieber wanted to connect with him one last time. Jumper replied that if he didn't remember, they had already said everything they had to say. There was nothing new left he could say. Meanwhile, the Sin approached and said it had always wanted a proper fight against him. It said that if Jumper hadn't treated it like a simple tutoring session, the fight would have been far more interesting. Jumper asked whether he could make one request. The Sin replied that it knew all too well the feeling of being trapped for so long, so it could grant that little favor. Jumper said he had lived far too long and just wanted to rest. The Sin agreed, saying that was how it should be. It then said it would try to destroy the artifact. Just by releasing its energy, an absurd explosion occurred, strong enough to make even Sang-woo struggle to stay on his feet. Sang-woo apologized to Lieber, saying he wouldn't be able to deliver that final conversation. Meanwhile, Jumper was thinking that with only 6 fragments, the artifact couldn't be destroyed, but perhaps with 7 it would be possible. The Demon of Sin concentrated even more energy into the artifact, but began to wonder why the damn thing still wasn't breaking. Jumper asked why it wasn't working, and said things were getting dangerous, because his vision was already going blurry. The Sin replied it just needed to put in a little more energy. Then Sang-woo asked whether even after all that scolding, it still couldn't do it right. But the Sin didn't answer. Jumper started cursing, asking whether it was joking, but the Sin simply commented that it thought it was dying. At that moment, Sang-woo grabbed the artifact because Lieber had asked him to. Lieber explained that he was going to analyze the artifact's magical pattern, so he told him to hold on tight. But when the energies collided, Lucas died and went back in time. He immediately realized he had failed. As with all the other times, he had failed again. But then Lieber made contact with him and asked for forgiveness for everything. He said he was deeply sorry for all the pain he had caused because it was he who had ruined everything. He also said he knew he could never make up for it, so he wouldn't even try asking for forgiveness. He just asked that Lucas please rest in peace. When it was all over, the Sin asked whether it had worked. Apparently he hadn't regressed, right? Sang-woo replied, of course it had worked, and there was even a bonus. Shortly after, he summoned number 9. Meanwhile, in Tyburn, the system commented that Lucas had died, but that it was fine. Their data was stored in Paradise. One of the clones reported that Paradise remained stable and expansion operations had already been completed. The system then said that had happened at the right time. Now they could end that melancholy atmosphere and finally have fun because the harvest day had arrived. Sang-woo asked whether they were going straight to Tyburn, but the Sin replied that if he was scared he could stay put. Sang-woo said that was precisely why he wanted to meet everyone at the top. The Sin then said it already knew the coordinates, so the kid had better get ready. Sang-woo replied he still needed to reorganize some equipment, but Lieber commented he would also prefer to take things more slowly, if possible. The problem was the harvest day was very close. Sang-woo asked whether there were still a few weeks left, because it didn't feel like that much time had passed. Lieber then replied that the harvest day would begin in 10. Sang-woo answered calmly, saying 10 days was still plenty of time, but Lieber continued, 9, 8, 7. Immediately Sang-woo asked what was happening and why he was counting now. Lieber replied he had already rushed things too many times and ruined other people's lives, but Sang-woo shot back, saying this was definitely not the time to take it slowly. He then told the Sin to open the passage right away. The Sin opened the rift using the Sword of Sin and warned it would keep moving without stopping. If someone got separated in the middle, that was entirely their problem, and if anyone ended up lost in the void, the fault would be entirely their own. You idiot. After passing through many rifts along an extremely winding path, they finally arrived in Tyburn. Several gigantic towers loomed in the sky, all preparing for the harvest day. Lieber explained that this planet was Tyburn. A lot had changed, but it was still the same planet. Sang-woo looked around and perceived the absurd scale of the place. It was literally an entire planet. He then asked where he would start looking for the system, but Sang-woo didn't need to look because the system was right beside him. It appeared saying Sang-woo was truly incredible. After all, he was only the second person from Earth to set foot in that place, or rather the fourth, if you counted Lieber and Elisa too. Immediately, Lieber noticed that Damn's system was still using Elisa's appearance. The system replied he was a little late because the harvest day had already begun. Meanwhile, on Earth, an absurd rain was falling without stop. Then the system announced that the harvest day had officially begun. The Korean military was already fully prepared for this. All because, 2 months earlier, right after Leogardo's attack, Jumper had gone to the defense minister and warned that the defense lines were completely useless. The monsters would keep accumulating from every direction, so it would be better to concentrate the artillery and create defensive bases at crucial points, especially along supply routes. The minister replied he wouldn't so easily trust the words of a hunter just because he was rank S, and asked how he knew all of that. Jumper replied he had been through it thousands of times. In truth, the best option would be to let Sang-woo help everyone directly, but even so, it was important to have a plan B. The minister then made it clear their priority was to survive. Shortly after, alarms began to sound across all the cities. Emergency messages told people to evacuate immediately. This was not a drill. Everyone should barricade their windows and not open the door for anyone. People began running to shelters while soldiers distributed supplies. Sang-woo's family was already safely in one of the shelters. Ji-woo was very worried about her brother and commented that after all of this, he must come back completely exhausted. At least he needed to have a bed to rest in when he returned. Her father replied that she was truly the complete opposite of her brother. Or maybe not. Maybe the two of them were very similar. After that, he asked Ji-woo to go quickly before her mother noticed. One-tae assured he would take her safely because Ji-woo's ability was far too important for the hunters and for the whole world. They would protect her at any cost. It was then that Miho appeared saying she needed to return to base immediately. Suddenly the rain stopped. Shortly after, snow began to fall on all of them. Then they finally realized what was causing those strange phenomena. The Cranid portal wall. As the enormous portals rose, the system calmly asked everyone to enter paradise. The portals then fully opened, releasing the creatures. At the same time, the system continued to stand before Sang-woo, saying he seemed very calm. After all, he had come there to stop the harvest day, but was completely calm. Sang-woo remained silent as the system commented that it had taken a whole week to exterminate Urencia, hadn't it? But it quickly corrected its own phrasing, saying exterminate wasn't the right term. They could call it a transmission. Sang-woo replied he didn't need to worry, because it wouldn't even take a whole week to kill him. He then advanced at such an absurd speed that the system had to react at the very last instant. The two void-charged blows caused caused a gigantic explosion. Even the system was startled for a moment, admitting that had already gone beyond human nature. Sang Woo's combat power was completely different from what had been expected. He had surpassed all expectations. Even so, the system asked whether he really wasn't worried about the people of Earth, while creating a large magic circle to protect itself. But Sang Woo replied that he wasn't. Humans weren't as weak as the system imagined, especially when they united. When they worked together, they were capable of defeating anything. Meanwhile, a true rain of monsters was falling on the soldiers on Earth, but as soon as the hunters arrived at the battlefield, the Cranid couldn't even properly fight back. All the strongest hunters were there fighting to protect the people. Even some members of the Master's cult helped after his death, and after the mind control was lifted. Dion, the Academy assassin who previously only cared about money and rank, was no longer fighting for his own interests. Seo Kin, known as the Butcher, was also no longer fighting just to kill or to get materials and money. The teacher then commented that in the end, they were all hunters. That was their job, to fight for the survival of that world. While the hunters faced the monsters on the front lines, the soldiers handled the rest. They evacuated civilians, organized supplies, and prepared the equipment. Meanwhile, the system was already beginning to regenerate from the last blow it had received. It then asked whether that concept called hunters really existed, a profession created specifically to kill the monsters emerging from the portals it had created. But it quickly explained that Sangwoo had misunderstood something. It had never intended for the harvest day to take a whole week to happen. At that moment, on Earth, the system was completely blocked. The people who depended on it immediately lost their abilities. The system then asked Sangwoo whether he knew why it had wasted so much time and resources, giving the system to humans. The first reason was obvious: connecting that world to paradise. But there was another reason too. Humans were fascinating creatures. Discomfort made them evolve. If it simply let humanity fight against the system, they would eventually start studying mana and find a way to manipulate it on their own. But by turning all magic into something stupidly accessible, everything changed. The system used Sangwoo himself as an example. Would he have even thought about learning real magic if the 7 sins hadn't caused interference in the system? That was precisely why blocking access to the system caused such a gigantic impact. In Tyburn, the harvest day had lasted a whole week because there were still many people with their own power even without the system. But Earth didn't have that luxury. But Sangwoo replied that the system really didn't understand anything about humans. On the front lines, a group of hunters was desperately trying to face the Cranid using system-linked abilities, but they ended up surrounded by Type 2 creatures, and the moment the system was blocked, they simply couldn't do anything more. A Type 2 Cranid, an enormous and extremely complex creature, appeared ready to crush all those hapless hunters. But before it could attack, an identical creature appeared in front of it and caught its blow. It was another Cranid, just as large as the original. The difference was that one had been copied by Ji Woo. She appeared saying she would handle that one, so the rest could reorganize. The others were completely shocked and asked how she had summoned something like that. Ji Woo then explained that she had never registered in the system, and she wasn't the only one capable of using abilities without depending on it. At that moment, Miho and Hyeon also advanced into battle. They also prepared for combat. Ji Woo copied all of them too, forming a gigantic artillery. They all fired mana bullets simultaneously, but the Cranid remained alive, even suffering severe damage. Ji Woo said she would narrow the mirror angle a little, while Hyeon kept testing her magic. Before consuming the filth, he had already done all the strangest experiments possible to use abilities, but now they were blocked. That was precisely why he could see the structure of the mana. The next beam of light then completely blew off the Cranid's head, leaving the 3 of them completely shocked by that absurd power. At the same time, Raven was also destroying the creatures without difficulty, while several hunters shouted to use the sword technique that Master Raven had taught them. Raven himself was moved and full of pride watching that happen, but some hunters asked what they would do if they couldn't use magic. Wontae then told everyone to hold on just a little longer, because they too had planted seeds that needed to be harvested. Meanwhile, Sangwoo was telling the system that there had always been countless ways to use abilities without depending on it. Even Sangwoo himself had learned meditation techniques just by reading guides online. He compared it to cars, saying that even though everyone has their own vehicle, there are still people who prefer to walk on their own 2 feet. The system replied it knew very well. People could really learn simple things like meditation and heavy strikes, but it wouldn't go much further than that. Sangwoo then asked how long it would take for Arya and Dehuber to finish the preparations, and also asked whether the system hadn't noticed something. He had let them study only the cloning technique. The system found that strange and asked what he meant. Sangwoo then replied with a smirk, asking what that face was about, and saying the system must have just understood what they had done. At that moment, Arya was afraid to finally release it to the world, but Dehuber said they had done everything they could. The mere fact that plan was even possible was practically a miracle, so he told her to launch it already. The internal structure was analyzed, and inside one of the capsules, the skill orbs and internal systems were cloned. Heritage's internal system was then activated. All those who had consumed a fireball skill orb, sold at an extremely cheap price by Sangwoo, could now use that ability again, along with other powers through Heritage's internal system. Even exclusively awakened abilities became available battle once more. Now humanity's true counterattack had begun. Meanwhile, at the World Hunters Association, which had finally reappeared after vanishing from the story for an eternity, Michael asked whether it was really possible to use awakened abilities through Heritage's system. He was impressed, called it incredible, and ordered that all countries of the world be notified immediately. People could use abilities again. Everyone then began using everything they had to protect their peoples. This happened in the United States and in many other countries around the world. Meanwhile, the system realized Sang-woo had managed to corner it. It admitted it truly hadn't expected that, and said that if things continued like that, it would inevitably buy more time. But Sang-woo replied that as soon as the system went to hell, everything would finally be perfect. At that moment, he had already begun invoking his clones through the subspace. The system still tried to say something, but received a violent punch to the face. The demon of sin had lost patience and told it to stop with that useless talk, saying it was time to fight. The system complained that interrupting someone while they were speaking was rude, and tried to block the sin's next attack, but it replied none of that useless crap worked anymore. The sin was landing strikes through space itself, cutting space-time. Because of that, the system was forced to dodge. It was only at that moment that the system realized the sin could dismantle mana itself. It needed more time to adapt to that, but the sin gave it no room. It closed the distance and kept striking without stop, trying to finish the job at once. Sang-woo then told the clones to take only what was useful, because the fight was already over, but it wasn't. The system appeared missing one arm, saying that was precisely why it had always stayed vigilant regarding the deadly sins. Shortly after, it regenerated the arm and stated that as long as it changed its methods, it could still make everything work. The system then fired several wires that hit multiple points on the sin's body, but the sin quickly adapted to the strikes. The system admitted it was truly impressive and said it had much more where that came from. Shortly after, the system's clones fired mana bullets simultaneously, attempting to completely pulverize the sin's body. The system still told Sang-woo he should thank it, but he replied asking how the hell the system also had cloning. The system admitted he was right. That really was the best ability in existence. Sang-woo then commented that awakened abilities were supposed to be unique to each individual. The system confirmed that, explaining that those abilities emerged based on each person's innate traits, talent, and characteristics. But in its case, it was different. It could alter everything in its own body using elixirs and potions. In fact, that elixir had originally been created to cure Elisa, but the system had never imagined it could also be used that way. When it discovered this, it managed to obtain all the abilities. It came to possess the best human abilities, including the cloning ability, and also Shin Junyoung's ability, which allowed obtaining multiple abilities at their maximum level all at once. The system even let out an apology for the spoiler, while explaining the clones could save up to 10, but Sang-woo interrupted asking whether it really wanted to continue with that. Shortly after, he invoked his entire army, saying that had only increased his desire to fight. He then asked how long the sin intended to keep loafing around. The sin replied by telling him to shut up, and to be careful not to die, you brat. Sang-woo replied asking whether it was worried about him, because it almost made him want to cry. The system then declared that no one needed to die. According to it, everyone would live happily in paradise, while the various clones kept advancing. A true war began in Tyburn. On one side, the system using magic. On the other, the sins fighting back with the power of the void. Meanwhile, the main system dueled directly against the main Sang-woo. In the middle of the fight, the system asked whether he knew why it had never told anyone about the paradise destined for the people of Earth. Sang-woo then replied, it was the same reason as always. The system confirmed, saying many people would accept it without a second thought, but others would certainly refuse. Even so, one thing still surprised the system. It was certain that of all people, Sang-woo would be the most favorable to paradise. After all he had ever wanted was to rest. Sang-woo then admitted it was true. Honestly, he just wanted to lie in his own bed, living in peace. But no one would want to die just to become a copy of themselves in a world that doesn't even really exist. The system replied that precisely that kind of thinking intrigued it. It then asked why. In that case, Sang-woo had restored the memories of Hunter Junhyuk, which had been stored inside a Seven Sins fragment. The system recalled that body wasn't really Junhyuk's. It wasn't a true Junhyuk, just a perfect copy. So it asked why he cared so much about that man, if by his own logic that too was a sham. When he realized it, Sang-woo was already very close to the system. He then asked whether, according to that logic, even Oh-hyun's memories of spending her remaining time with her father were also false. Deep down, the system was saying that because Sang-woo had never truly experienced that himself, the system then touched him and showed a glimpse of paradise. Suddenly, Sang-woo appeared in enormous green plains, on a harmonious, silent, peaceful planet. The system explained that was paradise. The streets looked very much like those of the Urencia Empire in Tyburn. That same human mother who had appeared before now lived peacefully there with her daughter. Even when the girl fell and hurt herself, the wounds vanished without causing any pain at all. The system explained to Sang-woo that nothing in that place truly suffered. There were no wounds, no illness, no aging, no pain. Everyone could live without fear. Of course, people didn't remain children forever. Everyone grew normally into adulthood. Sang-woo then asked whether no one there found that strange. The system replied they didn't. didn't, because that was simply their common sense. At that moment, Sang-woo found Feta and also Karen. Feta welcomed him warmly, asking whether he was new there, but he replied he didn't need anything. The system then asked what he had felt when he bumped into her. Just because that sensation had been artificial, did it feel any less real? Of course not. The system also asked whether that conversation had felt fake, but Sang-woo told it to shut up. After that, the system took him to an even more familiar place, modern society in Seoul, South Korea. The system explained that most of the Earth's people there had been transported right at the beginning of the cataclysm. They had all been living in that paradise for a long time. At the time, the system's intention had been to transport all of humanity at once, but paradise wasn't yet prepared for such a gigantic population. In the end, it was forced to close the portal again and dedicate all its time to expanding that world. With the Master's help, they had spent all that time preparing for a large-scale transfer on the harvest day. But that so-called Master didn't care about a world where everyone was equal. Even living in paradise, he continued to cause problems. Even so, no one minded much, because he didn't hurt anyone. The system also explained that after Liber left, it began studying humans in detail. Human nature seemed beautiful to it, and precisely because of that, it wanted to create a paradise where no one suffered and everyone could fulfill their desires. Meanwhile, Liber watched everything in silence. When Sang-woo regained his composure, he realized he needed to think more carefully about the essence of that place, because in the end, none of it truly existed. Then the system also showed something to Liber. It touched him and said Elisa was in paradise waiting for him. Shortly after, Sang-woo went to that internet cafe with the coffee shop he used to frequent before. The place had everything exactly the same: the cold air conditioning, the smell of cigarette from the smoking area, even that comforting sense of routine. Then a voice asked if anyone was there. It was Elisa. The system told Liber that was the real Elisa, someone who remembered everything. It really was her. Meanwhile, Sang-woo noticed that in that place he no longer had to be covered in mud, sweat, and blood. Liber began to think that everything he had lost in life was there again. For an instant, both of them started to wonder why they had been trying to stop all of this the whole time. But Lord Braymouse completely disagreed with that idea. He said some people might call it paradise, but others would never want to leave their own world, and he himself never even had the chance to choose. The system immediately told him to be quiet, saying that must have been just a small error. Sang-woo then noticed a man playing on a computer and asked whether that person was real. In that instant, he received a slap on the back of his head for being noisy inside the cafe. The man turned around, irritated and ready to complain, but then suddenly calmed down completely. The system explained that unpleasant experiences couldn't exist there, so negative memories were erased instantly. It was then that Sang-woo began to laugh. Liber also started to laugh along, saying the two of them had almost lost their minds for a moment. Sang-woo then told the system that no matter how much it tried to pretend to be human, it would never truly be one. It would never be able to feel things the way a human does. The same went for that world. That was not paradise. According to Sang-woo, the only thing the system had learned from humans was how to make excuses. Shortly after, he simply left paradise using his own subspace. The Sin asked whether he could leave at any time, so why had he been captured before? Sang-woo then explained that during the harvest day in Taeburn, Liber had been inside the system. Back then, he had used every last drop of strength he still had to scream and tell the system to stop all of that. The system heard the order, but ignored it anyway. After that, it kept saying it did everything, because humans hadn't yet understood the true paradise. But Sang-woo replied that those were just excuses. Every kind of excuse. Deep down, the system simply couldn't accept that it had failed. It had failed with Elisa, failed with Liber, failed every time it tried to protect someone. And to make things worse, it was now just an empty shell that had lost its own purpose, unable to properly carry out a single order. The system asked how a foolish human like him could understand its true purpose. It then declared it lived only for Liber and Elisa's happiness, and that it saw no problem in transporting every living being in the entire universe to paradise, if that were necessary. But Liber interrupted everything and gave the system his final order. He ordered it to close all portals and stop everything immediately. According to him, what the system was doing was completely the opposite of what it truly desired. Even so, the system asked why he was being so stubborn. After all, Elisa was in there. It had prepared everything so the two of them could finally be happy together. But he simply would not accept spending even a single day in there. Only that didn't matter anymore. The system explained it had tried to persuade everyone peacefully because it was afraid of watching them die again, afraid of losing important people once more. But if it brought every last human to paradise, no one would have any choice but to serve it alongside it. And so it decided it was time to end things once and for all. Giant tornadoes destroyed everything around them while trying to pull in and tear apart the clones. Even so, Sang-woo fought back using void resistance. The system asked whether he really thought he could defeat it, whether he truly believed that. Sang-woo replied that if he didn't believe it, he wouldn't have shown up there, but the system said he was grossly underestimating the situation. It then used Jumper's infinite acceleration and began repeating the heavy blow over and over, one after another. The next punch crushed Sang-woo's chest, hurling him straight into the ground. The system said that not even Lucas had managed managed to defeat it. Before, only Sang-woo had clones, but now the system did too. They were back to square one. There was no longer any difference between the two of them. But at that instant, the system was hit from behind by the Sin's attack, which said it was precisely the difference in that battle. Even wounded, the system regenerated quickly and replied that didn't make much of a difference. It tried to counterattack using magic, but the Sword of Sin cut all the mana formulas before they could even be completed. Meanwhile, Sang-woo returned to the fight thinking that the 7 sins could compensate for the numerical advantage of the clones. The problem was, he no longer knew how long they could keep going like that. His own body was also no longer enduring the power of the void. The system, however, kept fighting at full power. The system commented on the Earthquake Sword, the Urencia artifact, saying those rock waves weren't that special, but it quickly taunted Sang-woo, asking whether that was really all he had. It then fired several beams of light and mana simultaneously. Sang-woo managed to dodge most of them, but was grazed, and the moment he moved, he realized the system was already right next to him, closing the distance. The system asked whether those memories had affected him that much, or maybe it was the fact that it erased memories. It kept provoking. It asked whether it should stop interfering, whether it should leave intact the memories of the person who had been slapped for no reason in that cafe, whether it should let a child hurt herself just because she tripped, whether it should allow someone to die of illness. And it went further, asking whether it should simply abandon Elisa, who had such a miserable death. The system called Lieber a hypocrite, said he was a hypocrite, that all humans were hypocrites. After all, they had managed to turn a monster into something dressed up as a human. Lying on the ground, Sang-woo asked whether it was going to start with that talk about Junhyuk again. He replied that had always been Uhyun's desire. Whether to be seen as a monster or as a hunter was their choice to make. All Sang-woo had done was ensure they had the possibility of choosing. And in that, there was the beauty of life. The problem was that the world created by the system didn't even permit choices. The people in that place had no right to make mistakes, nor to decide who they wanted to be. They couldn't make their own decisions. The system replied that a world where people can fail would never be the perfect world for Lieber. Sang-woo then replied that he had almost forgotten the truth. In the end, the system just did whatever it felt like. It erased memories, manufactured situations, and concealed the truth. For it, that was all fine, because it wore a happy mask in place of a face. Looking at Tyburn's current state, Sang-woo commented that the so-called paradise seemed to consume far too much energy. He then asked how long the system thought it could keep that running if it included the entire population of Earth. After all, as the number of people increased, it would also have to manage love, friendship, conflicts, violence, and energy on an absurd scale. Then he raised another question. He said that one day the system would probably think it would be much easier to just lock everyone up and bombard their brains directly with pleasure signals, because deep down, that was exactly what it was already doing. The system replied that was an excellent idea. It said it saw no reason whatsoever not to do that. It even thanked him for the wonderful suggestion while already invoking magic to annihilate Sang-woo. But Sang-woo replied that was exactly what he wanted to hear. He admitted he still felt a little guilty, because no matter how fake that world was, the consciousness of the people there was still real. But after that response from the system, he was absolutely certain that destroying paradise was the best thing he could do. He then told the system to pay attention to something else. 2, 4, 6, 8. One clone was missing. Clone number 9 was running straight toward the system's tower. The system itself tried to stop it using Jumper's teleport, but the Sin grabbed its leg and said no, not so fast. Now it was time to play. It had stayed there precisely to keep the system occupied. Even so, the system opened several portals around and spawned Cranid on every side, but Sang-woo had already anticipated a much stronger defense this time. He then said he would do it together with number 9. The two of them activated the Storm Core and the Void Engine, firing enough energy to destroy everything in front of them. Blood rained down on the two of them like a shower as they cut through the battlefield. And finally, Sang-woo and clone number 9 reached the system's tower. The main body asked whether it was enough to simply destroy everything inside, but Lieber replied it wasn't that simple. The system had multiple backups, so any physical damage would be useless. Using all the knowledge he had, Lieber attempted to invade the system again. This time, he managed to access the control of Paradise, and requested maximum authorization, and then he was recognized as the primary administrator, Lieber. Meanwhile, the true system was on the ground, being stomped on by the Sin and telling it to stop. It said Elisa was in Paradise, and asked whether Lieber really wanted to erase that world. Lieber replied that both he and Elisa had been dead for a very long time. He couldn't allow that place to keep existing at the cost of so much spilled blood. But the very next instant, his access was denied. The system revealed that it hadn't expected that trap to work so well. It had finally managed to separate the two of them, and trap only Lieber. What the Sin was holding was nothing more than a copy. The system then declared they had nothing left that could stop it. Lieber asked whether it really believed those wires would be enough to hold him. The system replied no, but it explained that every time he tried to escape, Elisa would be tortured. And at that very instant, a version of Elisa began to be hurt before him. The system admitted that also wounded its own heart. Even so, it said it would bear the pain for their sake. While Elisa screamed in pain, the system asked why Lieber didn't simply remove his administrator access. She kept pleading, asking where he was. Lieber then, in desperation, removed his own access and only asked for it to stop. Please. Not understanding what was happening, Sang-woo asked why Lieber wasn't reacting. The Sin then yelled, asking whether he had failed. You idiot. When Sang-woo called out to the Sin, the man replied irritably that his name wasn't Sin, damn it. At that moment, the main system appeared again, and commented that the Sin alone had defeated 3 clones, admitting it was truly strong. The problem, however, was that the system could recreate all the clones whenever it wanted, and that was exactly what it did. The entire clone army came back into existence before them. Even surrounded, Sang-woo looked at everyone and said that when they returned home, he would cook good food for all of them. Meat, barbecue, steak, whatever they wanted. He also promised he would no longer force anyone to train or exercise. They could just rest and enjoy life. He even mentioned he could buy better beds for everyone, maybe even king-size ones. The others replied that sounded good. But above all, there was one thing more important than any of those promises. He sincerely apologized for everything he had done until then. Meanwhile, on Earth, the rain still hadn't stopped. Several days had already passed, and Kran had kept falling from the skies without end. Hyen asked Ji-woo to hold on just a little longer, because she was certain Sang-woo was doing everything he could to save everyone. And it wasn't just the good-hearted hunters who were fighting. Lee Hae-yeom was also there, alongside Shadow. She asked whether he wanted to make another bet, but he refused. He said Sang-woo was too strong to lose. After all, there was no chance the man who defeated Shin Hae-sung would fall now. The assassins too were battered and full of wounds, but kept fighting for Sang-woo. Everyone believed in him. At that moment, he was Earth's last hope. Then finally came the direct confrontation against the system. The 2 attacks collided head-on. A gigantic explosion swept across the area, and Sang-woo fell. The system then said it had finally gotten rid of all the clones. Now only the 7 Sins and the original Sang-woo remained. But Sang-woo replied, the Sin had already been annihilated. The system was delighted to hear that, and said it would end things quickly. But before dying, Sang-woo decided to ask a question. He asked whether awakened abilities were something everyone was born with, whether they wanted it or not. The system replied yes. It explained that abilities emerged based on the traits and talents of each individual. Sang-woo then asked whether the system could purposely hide or restrict information about an awakening. The system replied that it was incapable of lying. That was part of the very reason for its creation. It also said that if someone's body couldn't withstand a given ability, it could add warnings or penalties. It was then that Sang-woo asked a simple question. Could a clone use cloning? The system was confused and asked what he meant by that, but Sang-woo insisted. He said it heard him clearly and wanted a direct answer. After all, he had never seen a rule anywhere stating that clones were prohibited from using cloning. Earlier, inside the subspace, Sang-woo had apologized while speaking with the Sin, the last one remaining. The Sin replied irritably that Sin wasn't its name. Sang-woo then explained the problem. No matter how many of the system's clones he destroyed, the system would always create more. There was no winning that way. The cloning technique had a 24-hour cooldown, but the system was bypassing that using infinite acceleration. He thought that maybe he could hide in the subspace until the cooldown expired, but the system would probably invade that space too. But in that instant, he noticed something important. His cloning ability had just reached its maximum level, level 10. Even so, he thought it wouldn't make a difference, because that last clone would never survive to the end. That was when the Sin gave a simple idea. What if a clone invoked another clone? Sang-woo replied, he had already thought about that before. It seemed obvious. The Sin then told him to stop acting like an idiot and try to understand why that didn't work. If there was a limitation, it should appear described in the system window. Sang-woo then realized it was true. No message, warning or penalty had ever appeared, saying that clones couldn't use cloning. The Sin explained that at that moment it was using the body of a clone, but had previously used Sang-woo's original body during the fight against Leogardo. According to it, the structure of the clones was identical to the originals. Any ability Sang-woo had, the clones could use too. The only exception was cloning itself, and the Sin believed that exception existed because of the incomplete difference between the original and the clones. Sang-woo then remembered that the status reflection rate hadn't reached 100%, but the Sin replied they could compensate for that difference. It was at that moment it removed the 5 fragments. With no other option, Sang-woo accepted the idea. In the present, he turned back to the system and asked why it wasn't answering. He wanted to know exactly why a clone couldn't use cloning. Then he began to reason out loud. From the beginning, the system had left Earth running practically on autopilot, while focusing entirely on stabilizing Paradise. So Sang-woo didn't believe that information had been intentionally hidden. If the system had truly known about it, it would have detected his existence much earlier and would have remembered the cloning technique too soon. But that condition simply didn't exist in the system's database. So Sang-woo reached a simple conclusion. It was probably possible, yes, for a clone to create another clone. The problem was that not even the system itself understood what conditions needed to be met. That was precisely why it couldn't answer whether it was possible or not. But before Sang-woo could finish his theory, the system interrupted. It told him to keep dreaming all he wanted, because soon he would be doing that in Paradise. Sang-woo then replied by giving it the middle finger. And at that that instant it became clear that the one standing there was just a clone. Clone number 10. Stepping out of the subspace, the original Sang-woo appeared and explained that the necessary condition was nothing more than a simple artifact, an entire book of possibilities that Lieber had only managed to read a single line of. It was a power the system had never been able to understand. Even knowing the complete structure of mana and magic, it was still incapable of comprehending the void. After all, there was absolutely nothing inside it. The system then realized what had happened and asked whether he had absorbed the fragments with his main body. At that moment in the past, when Sang-woo picked up the fragments, the Sin called him an idiot and reminded him of the status reflection rate. The clone would only receive a weakened version of the power, reduced to 70%. It would only work if Sang-woo himself absorbed everything directly. So he stepped out of the subspace after absorbing all the fragments, and attempted to use cloning together with the power of the void. He had no idea what would happen. Even so, he tried. The system's various clones advanced to stop it, but Sang-woo remembered the Sin's words. He needed to create the most perfect clone possible, a clone completely identical to himself, 100% the same. Then, like a mitosis, Sang-woo copied himself. A void explosion sent all of the system's clones flying. When the smoke cleared, Sang-woo admitted he had already expected that result, but it was still too strange. Before him stood a perfect copy, absolutely identical, 100% the same. He commented it was kind of bizarre to look at a perfect version of himself, and the copy replied saying it completely agreed. The system then gave a mocking congratulations and said that changed nothing. The clones copied everything exactly the same, wounds, mana, and even cooldowns, so he had only increased his own disadvantage. But then Sang-woo held up an elixir and asked whether it wasn't the system itself that said that potion completely reconstructed the body of whoever drank it, including resetting cooldowns. Furthermore, the clone shared any effect active on the body. If a clone consumed a gem, the attributes immediately increased for all the others too. At that moment, the system was speechless. Sang-woo then explained that the same would happen with the elixir. Shortly after, he repeated the process and created another copy. Now there were 4. The system realized there were no more elixirs left, and decided it needed to kill Sang-woo immediately. But Sang-woo started laughing and said there was still 1 elixir left. After all, everything in his pocket was also copied along with the clone, equipment included. He then made a toast to himself. Cheers. All the clones drank the elixirs at the same time. 4 became 8, then 16, 32, 64. Sang-woo then asked what would happen if he drank another elixir again. He just had to be careful not to sink incorrectly and waste a potion. He then compared it to exponential mathematics. He said that if you folded a piece of paper 40 times, it would become thick enough to reach the moon. The system fell into complete despair. It asked how an ability like that could exist. It was impossible. It had to be a bug, an absurd flaw in causality. And Sang-woo replied that was true. The system's awakening program only existed because of that so-called paradise. Lucas commented that it was quite ironic, but what could you do? That's life. So Sang-woo decided to return the system's generosity in kind and asked why it didn't shut down paradise before dying. The system refused. Sang-woo then charged at it using infinite clones. The rules of Sang-woo's cloning ability had always been very clear. The first was that pain or damage suffered by clones did not affect the original. The second said that if a clone sustained damage beyond its limit or exhausted all its energy, it would disappear. The third rule stated that the clones evolved in real time alongside Sang-woo himself. The fourth allowed commands to be sent telepathically regardless of distance. And then came the fifth rule. In the past he had already tried it, but it hadn't worked. But now everything had changed. The clones could use cloning too, and that created infinite multiplication. A true paradox. Sang-woo himself admitted that in the end, people had been right. That was completely broken. Shortly after, he unleashed another strike using Raven's Storm Sword technique, and the attack simply annihilated the system and everything around it. The tornado was so gigantic it could be seen even from outside Tyburn. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Cranid began to die. They simply fell from the sky with no strength, already completely dead, and finally the portals began to close. The system, now missing one of its legs, tried to escape by crawling. Sang-woo then asked whether it was really trying to flee in that ridiculous manner. He said he had already sent some clones, or rather, some thousands of clones to the main tower. Paradise was finished. All it took was a signal from him to end everything. He then asked whether the system had any last words. The system began to cry and begged for Paradise not to be destroyed. It said that if it had offended him in any way, it was asking for forgiveness. It said it deeply repented. It even asked whether he wanted it to kiss his feet or something, because it had heard that bootlicking was the most humiliating apology possible. It also said that if he preferred, he could torture it. It would endure anything. It didn't care what they did to it. It just desperately asked them to leave Paradise intact. But Sang-woo replied it shouldn't be apologizing to him. It should be apologizing to the people of Euryncia, to the people who died during those 20 years because of the Great Hilbert Cataclysm. Arya, Chiron, Bramos, Feda, Raven, Lucas, Elisa, and Lieber. Sang-woo said the system had never apologized to any of them, so why should it be forgiven? The system tried to argue that if it died, Paradise would disappear along with with it. That would make Sang-woo a murderer, because he would be killing everyone living inside it. But Sang-woo replied that was exactly what the system had always been, a murderer. Even so, at the very last instant, he didn't kill the system. He then asked whether the elixir was the reason the third system could use Elisa's appearance instead of Lieber's. The clones then told the system to pay very close attention to what they were about to say, because depending on the answer, paradise could continue to exist, or not, and they demanded all the elixirs it had. Meanwhile, Lieber was beside Elisa, asking whether she was alright. She replied her wounds had already healed, and at that moment he realized it was the real Elisa. He wanted to stay like that forever, but knew he needed to tell her that everything was a lie. But before he could even finish, she said he didn't need to explain anything. She could see he had been through a great deal, and she also didn't think it was right to continue living in that false world. At that moment, the world began to glitch. The system was dying. Lieber then realized Sang-woo had done it, and if he had truly done it, then he had no more regrets in this life. After that, he told his beloved that if there was a next life, they would meet again. But suddenly Sang-woo appeared, asking what the hell was going on. Lieber was confused and asked what he was doing there before it ended. He also asked why the system was still alive. Sang-woo then explained the clones had already completely taken over the system's tower. Everything there was now theirs, but he was keeping the system alive for now. He said he would post a notice inside paradise, but needed Lieber to keep an eye on the system and stop any funny business, because he was going to give everyone a choice. Shortly after, a message from the system appeared inside paradise. The notice was sent to all residents simultaneously, along with the real memories of each of them and the truth about that place. Everyone received their lost recollections at the same time, while the system explained those were their true memories and life stories, hidden from them until now. It then revealed the whole truth. All of them were already dead in the real world. Each person's data had been copied and transferred to that place, reconstructing their consciousness inside a simulated world. The system admitted it was responsible for all of that, and apologized once more. So it was giving everyone a chance to leave that false dream. Lieber then asked what Sang-woo was planning to do, since their physical bodies had rotted away long ago. But Sang-woo replied that if bodies were the problem, then there was no shortage of those here. He was talking about the clones themselves. He explained that for those who chose to return, he would use the elixir to reconstruct real bodies and send them back to the world. His clones were no longer simple mana invocations. They were now truly living beings. And the moment a clone was completely rebuilt, the connection to it would be severed, turning that existence into an ordinary person. Now they just had to wait for the residents of paradise to decide. Some people started saying paradise wasn't so bad after all. There was abundance there. No one needed to work or earn money to survive. The system then began pleading again for everyone to understand its sincerity. It said it only wanted to create a world without wars, conflicts, or suffering. But Sang-woo slammed its head on the table and told it to stop talking nonsense. Then he began listing that place's flaws. He said that any small irregularity or argument caused people's memories to be erased. People couldn't even have children in that world. And whenever a problem arose, the system simply replaced the person with old data saved in backup. The system still tried to justify everything by saying it did it for everyone's benefit. Sang-woo then slammed its head on the table again. After that, he returned to explaining the situation directly. He said he wasn't taking responsibility for all of this, but wanted to make the truth clear. The real world was in chaos. Tybern was already a devastated planet, and Earth was also far from normal, especially because he had taken too long to prepare for the harvest day. And those who had died recently and just arrived in paradise knew that better than anyone. Even if they returned now, they would still have to face a great deal of hardship to recover and rebuild everything. Sang-woo didn't try to persuade anyone to choose between staying or leaving paradise. He simply no longer cared about that decision, and was tired of dealing with complex and drawn-out matters. He said that was their last chance, and that he just wanted to go home and rest in his own bed. Lieber kept wondering whether that was really how he was going to handle it, finding it a bit foolish. When the choice was put on the table, one person decided to leave because they wanted to go home, remembering their mother still didn't even know they had died and was probably still waiting for them. And that thought ended up weighing more than anything. The people of Tybern had practically decided before any of this, choosing to disconnect from paradise, and also wanted to apologize to Lieber. Jihyun questioned whether all of it was fake, since it seemed too strange for life to just work out perfectly with no problems, while Junhyuk remembered they had a daughter and needed to go back for her. In the end, everyone decided to leave paradise. Jumper commented that in his opinion, it might have even been better if he hadn't recovered his memories, but even so, knowing that everything had worked out in the end, he no longer needed to be afraid of life or the future, because he had confidence that Sang-woo would be able to sort things out. When the process was finished, Sang-woo informed the system that 2.37 million people had decided to remain in paradise, so it would remain active, while those who chose to return would be processed, with the data of billions of people being used to reconstruct their bodies in separate clones. At that moment, Sang-woo also made one final request to the system. Shortly after, the system began processing everything simultaneously, reconstructing the clones into real bodies, and many people ended up returning in Tybern, since that's where the clones connected to Sang-woo Wu were, which made things very confusing. The system explained it was trying to return everyone to Earth since Tybern was not a habitable location, and that a large-scale teleport would be used, with the return points being the same places where each person had died. Sang Wu didn't like the idea and criticized the system, saying it always chose the worst option, ignoring all the deaths that had occurred in hunting grounds, portals, and the Tower of Odin. The system then adjusted its decision, saying it would use safe areas near the death locations. Sang Wu replied that the main problems were already resolved, with only 2 people left, but Lieber still questioned whether it was really right for him to return. Thinking it over, his death had no direct connection to the system, and he himself didn't deserve to come back to life. He continued saying that everything happened because of the system's selfishness, which had created everything out of refusal to accept Elisa's death, making it responsible for all the consequences, and that it would be unfair for him to return as well. At that moment, Sang Wu lost patience, grabbed him, and threw him out of the subspace, telling him to stop with that self-deprecating speech and to stop blaming himself, saying aggressively to move forward and leave it behind. Meanwhile, on Earth, it was reported that all the world's portals had miraculously closed, but the marks left by the monsters were still present in people's memories. Even so, the day was being treated as something of a celebration, since the whole world was waiting for the return of whoever had saved humanity. Sang Wu had last been seen at the Valhalla portal, where a big reception was being prepared for him. When a portal opened, everyone expected his arrival, but who stepped out was an ordinary man named Taewon, causing confusion among those present and leading a journalist to ask who he was, while he simply asked for some space because of the crowd. Later, the same journalist reported that the scene was chaotic and it wasn't an isolated case. Various magic circles were appearing around the world, and people who had died were returning to life thanks to the system and the portals. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Tybern group was celebrating with champagne, and Raven commented that the harvest day on Earth had been stopped, with De Hubert saying the improvised plan had worked, while Arya reminded them they were the last survivors of Urencia. Even so, everyone started thinking about what they would do from then on, since they had spent too long focused only on that goal. Raven decided to rest, and his disciple commented that doing nothing could also be good, which he accepted. Among reunions and celebrations, families came back together, Raven embracing Karen, parents apologizing to children, and friends reuniting after a long time, while others gradually recovered their former lives. In the end, Lieber and Elisa were left alone, and she asked whether they had really returned to Earth, noting that their old home had probably ceased to exist after so many years. About 70 years had passed, though the old office might still be around somewhere. They discussed this lightly, noticing how strange and yet good it was to just be the two of them, worrying about simple things like where they would live, even after everything that had happened. And Elisa said that proved this was the real world, something Lieber agreed with. The system observed all of this, and concluded that was exactly the scene it had always wanted to see. People living in peace without needing erased memories or infinite abundance, just going about their lives normally, and wondered what it had really been doing all along. Meanwhile, Sang Wu came back carrying food and commented the place was pretty wrecked, asking how his reception had been, and was greeted with praise as the hero of Earth, recognized by several people on the streets. He kept walking and talked about dealing with reporters and clones so as not to block the way, while passing by a street near his old house, remembering the turning point of his life, when he used to just want to live aimlessly, but ended up changing when he had to protect people and face his own limits, also realizing the risk that could bring to his family. In the middle of those thoughts, he was interrupted by number 1, who said he was hungry, and Sang Wu just apologized and said they were almost there. And look at that! At least his house was intact, so he walked in like nothing had happened, but when he arrived, everyone was already eating without him, and Sang Wu looked at that and said fine, they could stay there with their clones, nobody needed him, so he said it was okay. If that was how it was, he would find another agency, another family, and walked out as if it were no big deal. Later, Sang Wu commented that at least there was still some beer left, and his father replied that yes, they had been waiting for him, while Junmo asked whether he had a toast prepared, and he replied that honestly, everyone there was probably thinking the same thing, so he raised a toast to everyone who had given everything to get this far, while the clones ate and drank meat as if they were finally at peace. While the general mood was celebratory, since practically everyone had returned, there were still people who couldn't celebrate, and the reason was Leogardo, who said he had no right to join them, even though the boy reminded him he had saved people from the monsters, but he replied that the sins he had committed could not be erased and he would pay for each one of them. In that same atmosphere, Byung-hun was being arrested, and even had eggs thrown at his head, while the boy he had saved said it was excessive, but thanked him for returning anyway, and Byung-hun ended up emotional, saying he had come back precisely to pay for his crimes, while Hee-sung ironically said those handcuffs were no joke, and that he did like to make an entrance. In another spot, Jun-young asked whether he hadn't stayed in paradise, since it was a perfect world where everything went as he wanted, and he replied that yes, everything worked out there, but precisely because of that, it was boring. Nobody there exceeded expectations the way Sungwoo did, and that made everything pointless. So he commented he actually liked going against the grain more, because that was how he had fun carving his his own path, while Junyoung replied he was going to create his own guild to be the best in the country, and he simply told him to do his best. Later, during the reconstruction, a worker ended up losing his arm in an accident, but someone appeared with a healing syringe and regenerated everything on the spot, only for a hooded old man to appear shortly after who was recognized as Trevor, and he asked whether they were so busy they couldn't even stop to say hello, while Elisa said they had been through a lot trying to find him in Tyburn. He replied he had gone mad with his own research and done terrible things, saying that even with everyone alive again, it didn't erase what he had done. But Lieber replied that the system he created with that research was what caused mass deaths in many places, so they should own up to it together, while Elisa said they were still trying to improve the elixir, since the system's version consumed too many resources, and Lieber acknowledged that nobody reached his level in medicine, which ended up bringing a strange feeling of reunion and continuity, as if they were going back to working together. Meanwhile, Raven was in Tyburn with Lord Bray Mouse, saying he needed to rest a bit on Earth, but the other replied he had already relaxed enough in that false paradise, and now it was time to work, since the people of Earth still saw him as a monster. Suddenly, they heard shouts in the distance, and Raven explained that to bring people back through the clones they had to remove the deadly sins that were blocking the system, and Bray Mouse asked whether all of them were clones of the sins, receiving confirmation that yes they were, and they were fighting among themselves in an endless battlefield, which in a way helped with the reconstruction of the land. Bray Mouse commented that it was an extremely unbalanced ability, and Raven agreed, while recalling the prophecy of the hero who would save Urencia, realizing that in the end everything had come to pass. Meanwhile, a family was having dinner in a light atmosphere, and the daughter told everything that had happened, including her father's return in the form of a clone, and apologized for talking about it like that, but the father said he was happy regardless, and the mother even suggested pretending it was all part of a normal summoning, then invited them to go to the cinema afterward, as if life had gone back to normal. Elsewhere, Lucas Jumper was getting together with Levin, Bendon, Holt, and Avery, and everyone wanted to know why he had called them, until he arrived by teleportation and said it had been a while since he had seen them, but immediately faced complaints about losses caused by the Tower of Odin expedition, which had been ruined and left everyone in a difficult situation, and he was at a loss, trying to justify that if they had gone they would have died, but unable to explain himself properly. When they were about to leave, Avery questioned why he wasn't saying anything, remembering how he used to position himself as the greatest hunter of all, and that made him stop and recall someone who always said to trust others and not carry everything alone. So he finally decided to speak less and invited everyone to sit and drink while he explained everything. Meanwhile, Sang-woo was watching it all and commented it was going well, worried about whether people would be able to adapt, but someone replied they already knew it would and teased him by saying he was late, remembering that last time he had sent a clone in his place. He tried to deny it, but they had found out even embarrassing details about the clone, strange behavior and absurd comparisons, which made him irritated, and he asked how they had found out, receiving an even more provocative reply, until the atmosphere ended in light confusion. In the end, several clones were together trying to decide simple tasks like who would cook, making jokes and petty arguments, until Sang-woo appeared asking who had overstepped, and number 2 replied it had only followed orders to copy everything perfectly, which made Sang-woo lose patience and tell everyone to stop that nonsense, ending the situation in an irritated and direct manner. And that's it for the story, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it, and of course please leave a like if you can, as it took a lot of work, and the story is now complete, with a total of 176 chapters. I hope you enjoyed it, and see you next time.